As the prodigious troublemaker of the Uchiha clan, Yato Uchiha had elevated mischief to the foremost art in Konoha. Hiruzen Sarutobi exclaimed, "What? That scoundrel, again. Quickly fetch my emergency heart medicine." Danzo Shimura remarked, "Aren't the Uchihas all about dignity? How did such a shameless rogue emerge among them?" Madara Uchiha reflected, "Fortunately, I did not choose this fellow back then, otherwise, my glorious moon's eye plan would have died in its cradle." Jiraiya grumbled, "That shameless wretch is slandering me again. I must confront him and bring Orochimaru along to teach him a lesson. Let's see if he can withstand us." Yato Uchiha muttered to himself, "They seem so pleased at first. Why is it that each and every one of them harbors such hatred toward me?" The tale unfolds in the land of fire, in the village of Konoha, near the village's entrance as dusk approaches. At this moment, a man clad in the traditional attire of the Uchiha clan, with a Konoha forehead protector hanging from his arm, returns from a mission. His countenance is gentle and serene, like a breath of spring breeze. He leisurely toys with a kunai as he strolls toward the village gate. His face, paired with this languid demeanor, evokes the image of a friendly neighborly elder brother or a cheerful young man. Of course, one must deliberately overlook the bloodied shinobi trailing behind him to fully appreciate this twilight handsome portrait. The two gate guards, upon seeing him, greeted them both with cheerful smiles. "Thank you for your hard work today, brothers at the gate. It's almost time for the shift change. You've been diligent all day." Yet the mood of the two guards swiftly soured upon recognizing the visitorno because of his appearance, but due to his notorious conduct. The speaker was Yato Uchiha, one of the rare Uchiha shinobi who was approachable to the common folk within Konoha. It was well known that the Uchiha clan was renowned for their striking features, and even among them, Yato's looks were impeccable. Nevertheless, this man was infamously dubbed the troublemaker beneath the night's glow. Yato himself disclaimed that he did not deserve such a title. After all, if he alone was a troublemaker, then the entire village of Konoha would be engulfed in chaos. This predicament left everyone both unable to reprimand or reason with him, causing great headaches. In terms of strength, Yato was a formidable upper-rank shinobi of the Uchiha clan, possessing the triple Tomo Sharingan, unique abilities, and considerable prowess. Moreover, his aptitude for learning was exceptional. He could memorize basic ninjutsu at a glance and master more complex techniques within 2 days of practice. By all rights, Yato should have been the pride of the Uchiha clan and a hallmark of Konoha, rising to fame akin to the legendary legendary Sannin, spreading renown throughout the ninja world. Yet this fellow was utterly outrageous. During the Second Great Ninja War, he was dispatched to support the Sannin. Yato was tasked with intercepting reinforcements from the Sand Village. Not only did he successfully block them, but he also seized their supplies. This was an outstanding achievement in support. However, Yato killed several Sand ninja who initially provoked him and sent 6 or 7 accompanying Chunin and 1 Jonin to aid the front lines, leaving himself alone to play with the remaining 2 Jonin and 4 Chunin from the Sand Village. When the Sand Village's plea for assistance reached Chiyo, she twitched her cheek in frustration and complained to Ibizo beside her. "What in the world is this nonsense? Who steals the supplies and then plays house with the enemy?" They had the Sand Ninja play Konoha, and Yato Uchiha play the Sand Ninja, then staged an attack. This fellow won the fight and even said the Sand Ninja would prevail. He also gave them a lecture on how fighting is wrong. Then why didn't he say that when he himself was the first to strike? This enraged the hot-tempered Chiyo to the point of cursing, which astonished Ibizo as well. Curious, Ibizo reviewed the letters and checked on the returning shinobi. They were playing roleplay, teaching each other how to perform group dances, and discussing the Sand Village's Keki Genkai. Ibizo muttered to himself, "This kid is a genius, does nothing useful, ignores intelligence gathering, but his psychological torment is quite severe." The 2 returning Jonin cried out Demon Uchiha, even in their sleep. Among the 4 Chunin, 2 constantly danced bizarrely, while the other 2 explained that they kept seeing a chicken wearing suspenders dancing in their dreams. They couldn't escape the illusion unless they danced, so the 2 sane Chunin had already finished dancing. When questioned by the higher-ups about their suffering, they immediately looked like wronged little wives, utterly aggrieved, seeing the maddening dance and the mentally tormented group. Chiyo discreetly shifted her scorpion puppet behind her, pulling it close. The child's parents had just been slain by Konoha's White Fang. If he learned this maddening dance, he'd surely break mentally. Chiyo herself would break first. Thus, the Sand Ninja, dubbed Yato Uchiha, the Nightmare Yato. He tormented not only his enemies, but also his own comrades. Later, Yato was sent to the Land of Rain to continue supporting the Sannin, arriving just in time for a famed encounter. Salamander Hanzo christened Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Tsunade as the three Sannin. This should have been a mutual retreat to maintain peace, but Hanzo, wary of Konoha's growing strength, spared the three students of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Tsunade lacked the power to defeat Hanzo, so they withdrew gracefully. Yet upon arriving at the front, Yato declared, "Three great ones, fear not. We have not only the Hokage, but also Danzo Shimura supporting you from behind." He then looked at Hanzo and said, "Old man, you must know that Danzo Shimura is the most petty-minded of all. Today, you have wronged his beloved friend and master, Sarutobi Hiruzen's disciples. Tomorrow, he will surely exact revenge upon you. Then, your hidden rain village will suffer grievously." What could have been a dignified withdrawal became a humiliating moment for the four, each inwardly cursing. Where the hell did this unlucky pest come from? Always stirring trouble here. Back in the rear, Danzo Shimura was infuriated by Yato's words, his complexion shifting from black to red, then from red to white, and white to purple. "My goodness, you want the entire ninja world to despise me. How am I supposed to become the fourth Hokage now? Truly the evil Uchiha. Since the death of the second Hokage Tobirama Senju, and the succession of Sarutobi Hiruzen as the third Hokage, Danzo harbored ambitions to become the fourth Hokage, but had yet to join the Anbu route." Yato's remarks tarnished Danzo's reputation, fueling his deep resentment toward the Uchiha clan, though such matters were conducted in secrecy. For example, Sand Ninja Bizo was also a special agent. Leader, it was impossible to speak openly, lest one's reputation be ruined. This transformed an otherwise peaceful situation into Hanzo signing a surrender treaty. The commoners of Konoha were delighted, but the village's leadership was far from pleased. Upon returning, Danzo demanded from Uchiha Shigeru, then head of the Uchiha clan, that Yato be punished. Yato had already anticipated Danzo's pettiness and had informed the clan head, offering advice on the matter. When Danzo obtained the Hokage's order and went to the Uchiha territory to demand Yato, the clan leader declared Yato is still a child. His affairs are to be handled by the Uchiha clan. This enraged Danzo Shimura at the time, prompting him to immediately erupt in a torrent of curses at the entrance of the Uchiha clan territory. Meanwhile, the Uchiha shinobi, lurking in the shadows, upon witnessing someone openly provoking the Uchiha, without inquiring about the circumstances, responded with a swift and forceful reprimand. After everything was clarified, both parties retreated a step. Yato Uchiha was punished within the clan. After all, it was Yato's declaration that caused the Hidden Rain village to withdraw their forces most swiftly, thereby reducing the number of enemy troops facing Konoha at that moment. Reflecting on these events, as well as the various acts this gentleman carried out within the Uchiha territory, one might aptly dub him a walking catalyst for controversy. He not only provoked enemy nations, but also targeted Konoha. Not only did he antagonize Konoha, but he also stirred trouble among the Uchiha themselves. Just as the two gatekeepers intended to feign ignorance, another Uchiha shinobi approached Yato Uchiha and said, "Lord Yato, the clan head has instructed you to visit the shrine after completing this mission." Yato Uchiha replied, "Very well. Please have Ren submit this mission for me. I shall proceed there immediately." Watching Yato Uchiha head straight toward the clan grounds, without hesitation, the three present breathed a collective sigh of relief. Wherever this fellow appeared, trouble was sure to follow. No one wished to attract unnecessary complications. Just as the three relaxed, a note fluttered down before them, inscribed with, "The mission reports a smuggling shinobi, a member of the Sarutobi clan. All evidence is in his pocket. You may retrieve it directly." Upon reading the note, Ren Uchiha was dumbfounded. As expected, anything connected to Yato Uchiha brought misfortune. Such offenses usually would have cost him dearly, yet he had somehow escaped unscathed. The two gatekeepers did not even glance at the note, knowing that even a single look could bring disaster upon themselves. On his way to the Uchiha shrine, Yato Uchiha was filled with a mix of speechlessness and melancholy. A well-intentioned traveler like himself could only say that life here was somewhat comfortable, even pleasant. Indeed, Yato Uchiha was among the many travelers who had transmigrated. Unlike those who simply possessed a soul transplant, he was a native who had spent over a decade living here. With this in mind, Yato Uchiha sighed silently. If I had known, I should have devoured Naruto Uzumaki's story thoroughly back then. Aside from a few critical junctures, Yato's knowledge of Naruto was limited. Fortunately, he was aware of the key points he needed to know. Initially, he had hoped to alter Konoha's perception of the Uchiha through his own methods, but for reasons unknown it proved immutable. Thus Yato set his sights elsewhere. He had encountered Tsunade, the Konoha princess, 11 years his senior, while the second Hokage Tobirama, Senju, was still alive. Yato proposed a marriage alliance plan to the Uchiha clan head and elders. His plan was simple: arrange a union between a venerable Uchiha and Tsunade, thereby symbolizing a truce between the two houses. However, it became apparent that Uchiha Hikari was ill-suited for marriage, while the other elders were either too old or afflicted with other shortcomings. This deeply disgusted Yato Uchiha. In such a large clan, there isn't a single suitable candidate. Subsequently, Yato adopted a different approach. Since his maternal uncle was Uchiha Kagami, a member of the second Hokage's personal guard, Yato leveraged his youth and connections to arrange for Tobirama Senju to visit the Uchiha clan grounds. Naturally, this was orchestrated through Kagami, as Yato was too young and unqualified to make such requests himself. At this moment, Yato interjected, stating that Uchiha Kagami wished to marry Princess Tsunade. This remark rendered both the second Hokage and Kagami speechless. The second Hokage only said, "This child needs to be educated early." Then he departed from the Uchiha territory, never to be seen there again. When Kagami's wife learned of this, she did not indulge Yato, but gave him a stern reprimand. Had it not been for the couple's mild temperaments, Yato's backside would have been split into 8 parts that very night, suspended and beaten. Later, after the second Hokage fell in battle, Yato devised another plan. He returned to the Senju family, believing that persuading Maido Uzumaki, Tsunade's grandmother, would guarantee success. Gaining entrance to the Senju territory to meet Maido Uzumaki was not a complicated matter. During the early tenure of the third Hokage, Maido Uzumaki had assisted in exercising the Hokage's authority, earning great respect from the third Hokage. When Yato approached Maido Uzumaki, he began with casual conversation before broaching the subject. However, she ignored him, stating, "If you seek a clan alliance through marriage, your clan head should approach me, not a mere stripling like you. Or perhaps you fancy our Tsunade." Maido Uzumaki did not wish to coerce Tsunade in matters of affection. She considered Yato's visit a mere jest. Yato replied, "That is impossible. Aside from the age gap between Tsunade and me, her perpetual losing streak at gambling and a plethora of bad habits make her a curse for any spouse." As a staunch, straight shooter, Yato's bluntness left the usually gentle Lady Maido somewhat embarrassed. At that moment, Tsunade happened to return and overheard Yato's words. She immediately demolished 6 houses in the Senju territory, 16 in the Uchiha territory, and a whole street in between. Ultimately, it was Uchiha Kagami who accompanied Yato to apologize to Tsunade, bringing the matter to a close. Yato had intended to test his luck with Shizune, but unexpectedly, Shizune passed away before he could even try. Whenever he contemplated these events, Yato sighed deeply. "My life is like walking on thin ice. Can I ever reach the other shore?" This phrase earned him the nickname Brother Thin Ice among the pretentious Uchiha children. Consequently, several Uchiha parents approached the clan head, demanding punishment for Yato. Our Yato then went to the third Hokage, claiming that his clan was bullying him and requesting the Hokage's intervention to clear his name. At first, the third Hokage intended to let the matter cool down, hoping Yato would retreat on his own, since it was an internal Uchiha affair and not something he should interfere with lightly. After hiding at home for 2 days without the Hokage's assistance, Yato broadcast his grievances among the common shinobi. This led to the unprecedented outcome of harm inflicted upon both the Hokage and the Uchiha clan. As Yato journeyed onward, he reflected on his past with profound pity. Why could no one comprehend his earnest intentions? His motives and actions were for the greater good. Why was he misunderstood? Fortunately, as a transmigrator, Yato possessed a unique system. This system was named the stronger it becomes when it provokes intense emotions toward the host. Though the name was rather lackluster, its functionality was exceptional. Primarily, generating strong emotions toward Yato earned him emotional points, which could be exchanged for various rewards. These included ninjutsu talents, enhancements to his bloodline, and items not native to this world. Name Yato Uchiha. Gender male. Age 15. Items instant heart-reviving pill. Ever-charged video recorder. Taunting screaming chicken. Talent ninjutsu doctor capable of rapid learning and mastery of ninjutsu. Chakra reserves 20 times that of a normal person. Note here, a normal person refers to the chakra measurement unit of Kakashi Hatake. Bloodline Sharingan Sage Body, unawakened. Indeed, Yato Uchiha possesses the Senju bloodline. His father belonged to the Senju clan, but was adopted into the Uchiha clan to be with his mother. Unconsciously, he found himself standing before the shrine gates. At this very moment, a group of Uchiha Jonin were seated inside. Upon seeing Yato Uchiha arrive at the gate, Uchiha Ki spoke, "Since everyone is gathered, let today's clan meeting commence officially." Yato Uchiha immediately inquired clan leader, "What matters require convening a clan meeting? I just returned from a mission. Look at the bloodstains all over my shouldn't. I go change clothes before coming here." Originally, Yato intended to lighten the atmosphere, but the assembly showed no reaction, causing his expression to tighten as he realized the gravity of the situation. Uchiha K announced, "Uchiha Michiko has passed away." At that instant, the entire shrine seemed to have been muted. All sounds abruptly ceased. The already extraordinarily serene shrine became so silent that those nearby could distinctly hear each other's breathing. Meanwhile, Yato Uchiha's mind went blank, utterly unable to think. The last remaining family member who had accompanied and cared for him since his parents' demise had just departed from this world. The usually impetuous Yato Uchiha, with a calm and steady voice for only the second time in 15 years, questioned, "How did she die? Was it an accident? Or did someone in the village orchestrate this foul play?" Even Yato himself was unaware as he spoke. His Threedamo Sharingan began to pulse slowly. The elder beside him said, "It's uncertain. She was killed by an explosive tag. When we arrived, her Sharingan was already gone." As he spoke, the elder's eyes revealed the Sharingan. His hands clenched tightly. Uchiha Michiko, daughter of the elder and wife of Uchiha Kagami. She was also Yato Uchiha's aunt by marriage. Such news had to be conveyed to Yato, otherwise, given his nature, it would be impossible for him not to turn the entire Hidden Leaf village upside down. Yet the problem arose here. No one knew whether Uchiha Michiko's death was the work of enemy nations or an internal betrayal within the village. Since the passing of Uchiha Kagami, this aunt had raised Yato as her own younger brother. It could be said that without the Kagami couple, there would be no Yato Uchiha as he is today. Knowing all this, Yato cleared his mind and recalled the moment of Uchiha Kagami's death. At that time, he didn't even know how he had returned home, his head splitting with pain. Then, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Ding. Host detected. Emotional state approaching loss of control. Ding. Host's emotions have lost control, reaching the threshold for awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan. Convert remaining emotional energy to complete awakening. Ding. Host has lost consciousness, defaulting to initiate Mangekyo awakening. At this very moment, a phrase kept echoing in Yato Uchiha's mind. "So what do you desire most? If only time could slow down. Why, this is reality."
When Yato Uchiha's parents passed away, he awakened the Sharingan. Upon the death of Kagami Uchiha, he unlocked the Mangekyo Sharingan. And with Michiko Uchiha's demise, it signified that he had lost all his kin. A fierce tiger unbound by any restraint is the most terrifying of all. And at this very moment, Yato Uchiha embodied such a being. At that juncture, the Grand Elder spoke. "Besides this, there is also the matter of Michiko's son, Shirsue's custody." Hearing this, the previously lifeless heart within Yato Uchiha suddenly began to beat once more. It was not merely the familiarity of the name that stirred him, but the realization that he still had living relatives. Without hesitation, Yato Uchiha responded, "So, Grand Elder, you mean you wish to claim custody of Shirsue?" The Grand Elder sighed helplessly and said, "I would desire that as well, but Michiko confided in me privately on her deathbed. Should she pass away without reason, then Yato is to raise Shirsue." As he uttered these words, the old man appeared to have expended all his remaining strength. By blood relation, It would seem he was closer to Shisui, yet Michiko had chosen Yato Uchiha. Witnessing this sorrowful scene, Keiji Uchiha, the clan head, spoke up, "Therefore, we must clarify the situation." His expression grew grave as he addressed Yato Uchiha. "Are you prepared to take on the responsibility of raising Shisui?" The usually gentle Keiji now wore a stern countenance. This was no trivial matter. It concerned the future of a child. As the leader of the Uchiha clan, such an attitude was imperative. To the clan head's inquiry, Yato Uchiha replied without hesitation, "From this day forward, Shisui Uchiha is my own younger brother. I will not permit anyone to bully him. Should anyone dare to do so, I will take their life." At these words, Yato Uchiha showed no restraint, his eyes three tomo gradually transforming into a gear-like pattern. He revealed his Mangekyo Sharingan to the gathered Uchiha. This was not merely a display but a formidable warning. The sight left Keiji Uchiha and the other elders utterly stunned. Then the third elder, somewhat excited, exclaimed, "That is the Mangekyo, the very Mangekyo Sharingan of our Uchiha clan." He leaned forward eagerly, striving to get a clearer look at those eyes. Being of advanced age, the elders had witnessed the Mangekyo Sharingan before, specifically, the eyes of the previous Uchiha clan head, Madara Uchiha. They understood better than anyone what those eyes signified. Hence, the third elder's excitement, for it meant the Uchiha clan now possessed a formidable and dependable power once more. Subsequently, the Grand Elder inquired, "Yato, when did you awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan?" He then hastened to add with urgency, "The Mangekyo Sharingan must not be used recklessly. It depletes your ocular energy, and overuse will result in blindness. You have not been using it carelessly, have you?" The Grand Elder was not only the senior elder of the Uchiha clan but also Yato's elder relative. His concern was that of an elder for a junior. In response to this concern, Yato Uchiha answered, "No, I have not. I was unaware of the true significance of these eyes until just now. I was simply too emotionally stirred." Upon hearing this, the Grand Elder immediately commanded, "All ninja except the elders and the clan head must leave at once, and everyone must keep their mouths tightly shut." The Uchiha clan was relatively united, largely due to Yato's usual conduct. If he truly wished to deal with someone, he would not care whether they were a shinobi of the clan or a civilian ninja. In this regard, Yato treated everyone equally. There was no need to fear that any foolish person would leak information, for Yato possessed both the strength and means to discipline offenders. None of the Uchiha Jonin present were fools. They could discern matters of importance and gravity. As for the current clan head Keiji Uchiha, he was still unfamiliar with the intricacies of the Mangekyo Sharingan, having only heard of it from the elders. Once the others had departed, the Grand Elder began to explain, "When the Mangekyo Sharingan awakens, it is always accompanied by a dojutsu. As I mentioned earlier, using this dojutsu exacts a price. Excessive use leads to blindness." The second elder chimed in, "Each dojutsu is different, so remember, the Mangekyo must never be opened indiscriminately." The third elder, having recovered from his earlier excitement, concurred, "Yes, yes, and it can also summon Susanoo. All of these consume ocular energy. You are still young, do not use it recklessly." Then the Grand Elder added, "Do not tell anyone about your dojutsu, not even us. This is your secret alone. Do not let others know." The assembly understood perfectly. When holding such a priceless treasure, caution was paramount. Listening to their explanations, Keiji Uchiha also grasped the unique nature of the Mangekyo and the rarity of such a gift. At that moment, Yato Uchiha feigned ignorance, adopting a humble, inquisitive demeanor. One could not deny that Yato's appearance, coupled with his eagerness to learn, truly delighted these elders. Thus concluded the clan meeting. Returning home, Yato found that he was now the sole occupant. Having spent much time away on missions, his visits had been infrequent. Shisui was still residing at the Grand Elder's residence. Seeing the Grand Elder's fondness for Shisui, Yato felt reluctant to take him back immediately. Besides, he had more pressing matters to attend to and could not afford such attachments. Once his affairs were settled, he could visit the Grand Elder's home again. After a brief wash-up, the first thing he did was bring Michiko Uchiha's body home. Gazing upon the once familiar relative, who now lay separated by life and death, Yato felt an indescribable sorrow deep within. Hence, to find peace of mind, he resolved to identify the perpetrator. If the culprit were a ninja from another nation, then he would have to leave the village and at least make that country pay a price. Shibaki had been killed by an explosion in the Land of Lightning. Even Orochimaru dared to invade that land and unleash the Eight Tails, wreaking havoc. If anyone dared to let him confirm which nation was responsible, they would not escape without harm. He would even invert the characters of Uchiha in his fury. The other possibility was more complicated. Within Konoha, there existed a shadowy faction rumored in the society where Yato had previously lived. If one were to speculate on the murderer, Danzo Shimura would undoubtedly be a prime suspect. This suspicion rested on 3 points. First, Danzo had long coveted the position of fourth Hokage, but Yato's outcry on the Rain battlefield had fully exposed his ambitions and schemes. As a result, his reputation was severely damaged, making it exceedingly difficult for him to ascend to the rank of Kage, referring here to status, not power. Second, Danzo harbored resentment against Yato and, unable to strike him directly, chose to target Michiko Uchiha instead as a means of retaliation. The final and most crucial point was that Michiko's body was missing its Sharingan. As a transmigrator who had read Naruto in a previous life, Yato knew that Danzo possessed an entire arm covered with Sharingan. From this perspective, it seemed entirely plausible that Danzo had begun collecting Sharingan even now. Considering these 3 factors together, Danzo Shimura was indeed a highly probable suspect. However, Yato lacked professional medical knowledge. Therefore, he decided to employ a cheat system. I wish to exchange emotion points for a wound examination device. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully redeemed a wound examination device. 5,000 emotion points have been deducted. Remaining emotion points, 100. At that very moment, a dazzling white light suddenly flickered past, and immediately thereafter, a delicate, intricately embroidered device adorned with heart motifs materialized in Uchiha Yato's hand. The instrument appeared exquisitely crafted, arousing an irresistible curiosity about its true nature. Yato scrutinized the small device closely and discovered that it bore the inscription, Injury Inspection Device, Hokage Revised Edition. It seemed to be an advanced technological artifact capable of assisting him in assessing Uchiha Michiko's injuries. Eager to learn more, he hastily opened the user manual. The guide detailed the device's functions and applications. It turned out that this injury inspection apparatus was a creation from a higher dimensional technology, capable of conducting comprehensive bodily scans and precisely analyzing the causes and consequences of wounds. Without a moment's hesitation, Uchiha Yato grasped the marvelous instrument and began scanning Michiko's body. He watched the data on the device's screen with mounting tension, hoping to receive accurate information about her injuries. As the device emitted a faint humming sound, it swiftly commenced its operation, as if probing for hidden truths. Soon, the injury inspection device transmitted its findings. Status confirmed deceased. Cause of death: blast injury. Injury cause: blast injury, toxin infection. The toxin originates from a parasitic poisonous insect, which, upon infiltration, continuously drains chakra, rendering the host increasingly debilitated. Reading this report, Uchiha Yato immediately understood who was responsible. The Kage. The Kage. Truly worthy of you, to be able to extract a ninja of such caliber from the Aburame clan at this moment. We shall see, he declared. The following morning, after a thorough rest, he arrived at the residence of the Great Elder. At that time, Uchiha Yato had already come to the Great Elder's mansion. Without preamble, Uchiha Yato stated, I have uncovered the cause of Aunt Michiko's death. The Great Elder had originally assumed that Yato had come to see Shursui. The previous day, as he departed, Yato had sought out the Elder to explain his intent to investigate Michiko's death and requested that he look after Shursui during that time. Unexpectedly, he had resolved the matter in just one night. The Elder, somewhat moved, inquired, who did it? Is it someone from our village or a foreign spy? Uchiha Yato did not withhold the truth and replied directly, Shimura Danzo, the Hokage's aide. Learning that this involved the upper echelons of the Hokage's administration, the peace-loving Elder felt somewhat disheartened. Yet, there was no time for despair. Yato disclosed his plan. First, I must ensure Aunt Michiko's burial. Previously, when I asked for her body, it was solely to obtain evidence and confirm the culprit. The Elder harbored no doubts about Yato's intentions and consented, allowing him to take Michiko's body away. The Elder remarked, very well. From now on, you need not interfere with Michiko's affairs. Surely your plan is more than this, given your mischievous nature. Yato smiled and replied, of course. But here I must apologize. I cannot exact immediate revenge on Shimura Danzo, as our entire clan stands behind us. Hearing this, the Elder realized that the once reckless young man before him had matured. From a personal standpoint, Yato's strength was indeed sufficient to kill Danzo. The Mangekyo Sharingan was not a mere ornament. Yet from the clan's perspective, matters were far more complex. This was not merely a clan issue but a test between the Hokage and the clan. The Elder joked, old man here can still live another decade or so. At worst, I'll take Shimura Danzo down with me. Glancing at Yato, he added, but you mischievous one. Spare these old bones the trouble. Though Yato was a solitary figure, so was the elder. Without Yato and Shursui, the elder might have already confronted Danzo in a desperate battle. At that moment, Yato interjected, I require the clan's cooperation. The elder's interest was piqued. How so? Shimura Danzo's desire to become Hokage is his obsession. I intend to make that an eternal dream, Yato declared. Understanding Yato's resolve, the elder nodded in quiet agreement and said, You proceed as you wish. I will handle the clan leader. After a brief exchange, Yato glanced towards the cradle where infant Shursui was lying, then departed from the elder's residence. Within the Senju clan's territory, Uzumaki Mito and Uchiha Yato sat facing each other, engaged in conversation. After leaving the elder's home, Yato had come to visit Mito Uzumaki. Mito remarked with a teasing tone, Boy, who are you matchmaking for this time? Having dealt with Yato before, Mito knew him well enough to joke freely and tolerate playful banter. Yato replied, Lord Mito, please don't jest. I'm here to confirm something with you. Mito, somewhat surprised that Yato sought him out, sensed the gravity of the matter. Oh, speak then, let me hear it. Yato stated bluntly, Uchiha Michiko is dead. Her Sharingan was taken. The culprit is Shimura Danzo, and I have the evidence. I want to know your stance on this. Upon hearing Yato's words, Mito's previously composed demeanor turned grave. Yato's father was a direct descendant of the Senju clan. Had it not been for Yato's father's insistence on marrying into the Uchiha clan, Yato would have been named Senju Yato. This was partly why the fiery Tsunade had settled matters hastily. When Yato's parents died in battle, Mito, as the Senju clan leader's wife, had inquired about Yato's custody. It was Michiko who had confronted her then, assuring that they would care for Yato well. After a brief reflection, Mito sighed deeply. I never expected to hear news of her again, and from you, of all people, bearing word of her death. Back then, Michiko and I argued fiercely over that. Otherwise, you might now be in my care. Hearing this, Yato quipped, well, that's fortunate for you at least. Otherwise, I fear I might have driven you to an early grave. Then Lady Tsunade would have no one to plead my case. What began as a somber moment was lightened by Yato's casual remarks, much to Mito's chagrin. She thought to herself, good heavens, by fortunate, he means I was the lucky one to survive this long. Regaining her composure, Mito asked, so, you want me to intervene and ensure Shimura Danzo is punished?
Yato replied, no.
I want you to stay uninvolved so that whatever the outcome, it concerns you not. Can you promise me that? They chatted briefly on other matters and finally Mito inquired, then what is your compensation? Surely you wouldn't expect my old lady to entertain you here without any reward? She teased. Yato took a sip of tea and responded, I will investigate the cause of Shigure's death for you. Mito said nothing further. The two finished the tea on the table, and Yato departed promptly, without hesitation. As Uchiha Yato left, another figure also emerged from the Senju territory, heading toward the forests of Konoha. The overall tenor of this conversation was ideal, though there remained a lingering apprehension that Mito Uzumaki might indiscriminately seek to protect the upper echelons of Konoha. Mito Uzumaki's tacit consent also signified her considerable concern over the death of her grandson. Reflecting on it was truly absurd. Shibuki, the crown prince of the Senju clan, perished due to a mere small explosive tag, which ultimately compelled Tsunade to leave the village. This undoubtedly left Mito Uzumaki somewhat unsettled deep within her heart. Since Yato Uchiha had offered her an opportunity, it was only fitting to seize the moment and go with the flow. Meanwhile, Yato Uchiha's mind was swiftly turning over strategies. How could he extract the maximum benefit from Lord Danzo? The emotional values required by Yato's system were best derived from characters who appeared frequently within the storyline. Civilians and minor background characters, regardless of the intensity of their emotions, failed to yield emotional value. Yato had previously conducted experiments revealing that background characters who never appeared or had minimal roles provided little to no emotional value. On the other hand, the time Tsunade had thoroughly beaten him had granted him 2,000 points of emotional value. Therefore, it was imperative to find ways to exploit these canonical characters for emotional value. Within the root headquarters, Danzo Shimura sat in his seat as leader, attentively listening to reports from his subordinates regarding the current movements of various nations. Suddenly, a figure rushed inside and reported that today, Yato Uchiha had paid a visit to Lady Mito Uzumaki's residence. Upon hearing this, Danzo's interest was piqued. How long did he stay? Danzo inquired. 15 minutes. Came the reply. Do you know what was discussed? Uncertain. Lady Mito is the village's finest censor ninja. I dared not approach. I merely saw Yato Uchiha leave outside the Senju clan territory. Danzo was fairly satisfied with the subordinate's response. Mito Uzumaki belonged to the Uzumaki clan, renowned for her extraordinary sensory abilities. It was prudent to keep a distance. After brief contemplation, Danzo considered two plausible scenarios. The first, Yato Uchiha was scheming against Tsunade again, hoping she might consent to a political marriage with the Uchiha clan. The second, Yato had uncovered the cause of Michiko Uchiha's death and was seeking assistance from Mito Uzumaki. Danzo summoned all root ninjas who had just reported, as well as those who had reported earlier. Then he suddenly asked, which possibility do you think is more likely, Ryoma? Upon hearing Danzo's inquiry, Yamanaka Ryoma did not hesitate, replying, personally, I consider the first possibility more probable. First, I doubt he could detect the parasite. The Uchiha clan lacks proficient medical ninjutsu and skilled medical ninjas. Second, our operations were carried out covertly with no witnesses nearby, so I believe it is the former. Danzo, hearing Ryoma's analysis, leaned further toward the first possibility. After all, Yato Uchiha was synonymous with recklessness in Konoha. Danzo then said, Ryoma, is there any way to keep that fellow Yato busy? Otherwise, it will be quite troublesome if he continues to keep an eye on me. Though Yamanaka Ryoma was only 7 years old at the time, his exceptional intellect and capabilities had led Danzo to treat him as a trusted deputy. After some thought, Ryoma suggested we could stir up some trouble for the Uchiha clan. If Yato Uchiha were alone, he would be quite difficult to deal with. As Ryoma spoke, a barely perceptible tremble ran through his shoulders. He harbored a poor impression of Yato Uchiha. Because of his young age, just after completing a mission, Ryoma had gone to a dango shop to eat. Coincidentally, Yato Uchiha also arrived at the shop to buy dango. Seeing a child so young with ninja tools in hand naturally piqued his curiosity. Child, what is your name? Yato asked. Ryoma responded coolly, Yamanaka Ryoma. Hearing this name, Yato immediately perked up. He knew this was a character of some significance in the original story, not merely a background player. Both Yamanaka Ryoma and Orochimaru had served as Danzo Shimura's bodyguards. This implied that Ryoma possessed considerable intelligence and talent, which explained Danzo's reliance on him. Consequently, Ryoma was a valuable source from which Yato could extract emotional value. Yato instantly shifted his expression and said, You little rascal, are you skipping school? At such a young age, you're already playing truant. When you grow up, you'll probably bring down the entire village of Konoha. The dango shop owner standing nearby wore an expression of helplessness mixed with disbelief. Before him stood Konoha's most shameless figure. When Yato Uchiha was at the ninja academy, he was caught skipping class. When confronted by the teacher, he claimed he was inspecting the school's truancy measures. Of course, after some elaborate sophistry, he still received a reprimand. The ninja who caught him probably considered that moment the highlight of his life. Ryoma, already somewhat taciturn, was utterly bewildered. He had only intended to enjoy his meal after the mission, yet now he felt as if he were the guilty party. Without waiting for Ryoma's reaction, Yato whisked him off to the ninja academy. To prevent escape and the use of the Yamanaka clan's insect abilities, which were particularly unpleasant, Yato activated the Sharingan and unleashed the genjutsu known as Chicken Dance. Chicken Dance was a forbidden genjutsu later classified as prohibited by the Uchiha clan. The victim would continuously see a dancing chicken before their eyes, and could only break free by learning and perfectly mimicking its movements with a similarity of 99%. If the victim attacked the dancing chicken, it would split into multiple copies, eventually proliferating across the entire world. This was quite a psychological blow to the young Yamanaka Ryoma. After delivering him to the ninja academy, Yato embellished the story of Ryoma's truancy, claiming that he had outright deceived the teachers with insect clones and had used the Yamanaka clan's secret arts to avoid school. The teacher on duty immediately ordered Yato to lift the genjutsu so that he could personally discipline the truant student. Yato, seeking a bit of face, promptly released the genjutsu. Freed from the illusion, Ryoma quickly grasped the situation and, without hesitation, confessed to the teacher that he had skipped class and requested punishment. The teacher, moved to tears by the boy before him, was at a loss. He had never witnessed such a scene and was unsure how to respond. After a few symbolic words of admonishment, the teacher explained the incident's background to Yato, and the matter of Ryoma's truancy was resolved. For Ryoma, such reprimand and education were trivial. Rude's training was far harsher. However, Yato's genjutsu was a different matter. The incessantly dancing chicken before his eyes had made him deeply uncomfortable. Each time he tried to strike it, the chicken would multiply into thousands of tiny chicks, each roughly the size of a parasite. This was because his attacks were executed through those parasites, limiting their size. Worse still, these chicks gradually assimilated him, causing him to dance along with them. The dance was maddeningly infectious, impossible to resist. Even now, Ryoma's shoulders would occasionally twitch involuntarily, as if profoundly influenced by that hypnotic dance. Now working alongside Danzo, Danzo continued to regard Yamanaka Ryoma as a promising child, with aptitudes suitable for assassination and intelligence work. His intellect was sufficient, occasionally even devising strategies for himself, effectively serving as a half-fledged advisor. Yet, for reasons unknown, this child would sometimes experience involuntary twitches in his shoulder. This unfortunate quirk added a demerit to Yamanaka Ryoma's standing with Danzo. Ryoma was deeply distressed, though unable to express his anguish in words. Anyone who had personally endured that dreadful genjutsu would undoubtedly empathize profoundly with the unspeakable torment he endured. Even shinobi from distant lands of the Sand Village, upon hearing of this, expressed heartfelt sympathy, resonating with his suffering. The agony inflicted by that illusion was not merely an endless mental torment. It also involved a chilling physical pain. One must understand that when a person is ensnared within such an illusion, every subtle movement they make is faithfully mirrored upon their real body in the physical world. This meant that even the slightest injury sustained within the illusory realm would be authentically reflected in their corporeal form, inflicting double the pain and suffering upon the victim. Such a horrifying reality was truly spine-tingling. Yamanaka Ryoma was among the fortunate ones. Uchiha Yato had dispelled the genjutsu, sparing him from performing that demonic dance. Conversely, the Sand Village shinobi had all been forced to enact the entire dance. A truly malevolent ordeal. Reflecting on the time he was subjected to Uchiha Yato's genjutsu still sent shivers through Ryoma's heart. At this moment, Shimura Danzo remarked, "Very well, the wicked Uchiha clan all the same in the end. This way, they could both defeat Uchiha Yato and reform the Uchiha clan, accomplishing two objectives with one stone." Danzo regarded Yamanaka Ryoma with growing approval. "Ryoma, this matter shall be entrusted to you. Remember, exercise utmost caution. Do not allow the Uchiha to seize any leverage. You may select a team from Root S Shinobi to serve under you. From this moment forth, I appoint you as the captain of Team 1. Receiving this appointment, Yamanaka Ryoma's heart brimmed with joy, for it signified Danzo's recognition of him. "Yes, Lord Danzo, I shall not betray your trust. I guarantee the mission's success." 5 days later, at present Uchiha Yato was walking along the streets of Konoha. The reason was simple. He had been expelled from the mission reception office. During these 5 days, Uchiha Yato had been feverishly accepting C-rank and D-rank missions. The most disheartening aspect was the personnel responsible for assigning these tasks. An upper-level shinobi of Konoha, a dignified Uchiha of Konoha, and a crowd of lower-ranked shinobi all competing for missions. Initially, the staff politely suggested, "Lord Yato, your capabilities are exceptional. There is an A-rank mission and several B-rank missions available. Perhaps you would consider them?" With a voice tinged with emotion, Uchiha Yato replied, "I consider myself unqualified. It would be more beneficial for my growth to undertake simpler missions. I sustained some injuries during a previous A-rank mission and wish to recuperate first." He adopted a demeanor akin to one bereft of life after a heartbreak, neither alive nor dead. This initially made the mission assigners somewhat awkward, fearing they had touched upon a sensitive wound. What if he had some unspeakable hardship that prevented him from accepting higher-ranked missions and he was merely subsisting on low-ranked tasks? Pondering this, the mission assigners would wake up in the night, slapping themselves and muttering, "Damn it, damn it." In the following days, the assigners endeavored to allocate the simplest missions to Uchiha Yato, which he accepted with great pleasure, favoring such effortless tasks. However, after 3 days, the assigners began to sense something amiss. Firstly, Yato never gave his full name, only Yato. A few days prior, still immersed in regret, they had failed to realize. Now, the realization struck instantly. Konoha's foremost troublemaker, Uchiha Yato. Secondly, he claimed to be nursing injuries, yet completed 20 C-rank missions and 30 D-rank missions daily. "Are you kidding me?" they thought. By the 4th day, the missions assigned to Uchiha Yato dwindled to merely 2 simple C and D-rank tasks. By the 5th day, the assigners bluntly declared there were none available. Left with no choice, Uchiha Yato had to depart without accepting any missions. His primary reasons for attempting to receive missions here were twofold. First, shinobi are human and must eat. Uchiha Yato needed money. No one ever despises wealth. These low-level missions were essentially free money and did not consume much time. Second, during these low-level mission assignments, Uchiha Yato discovered the key personnel of the Hokage's office, Kushina Uzumaki and Minato Namikaze, among others. The Uchiha clan also encountered Uchiha Mikoto, the mother of the second Hokage. Such encounters were a veritable treasure trove of emotional capital. Uchiha Yato immediately transformed into a mischievous sprite. He would deliberately approach the affectionate couple, Kushina Uzumaki and Minato Namikaze, feigning urgent matters that were never truly significant. Kushina's fiery temper flared instantly. Unable to confront him directly, she was left deeply perturbed. Yet, Yato always managed to concoct bizarre excuses to escort Uchiha Mikoto home. Along the way, he would deliberately provoke conversations about Uchiha Fugaku, causing the timid and blushing young Uchiha Mikoto to become flustered and embarrassed, too shy to ask him to cease. In truth, Uchiha Yato had long noticed these two pairs. Whether from scenes witnessed in the Naruto anime or his current first-hand experiences in this world, whenever he glimpsed these sweet couples, he felt compelled to tease them. Otherwise, he would feel his journey through time and space had been in vain. Fortunately, within these brief 5 days, Uchiha Yato had successfully accumulated a full 1,000 points of emotional capital. Just as Uchiha Yato finished tallying his gains over the past days, a brawl erupted around the corner. 2 men clad in casual kimonos were engaged in a fierce fight. Their battle spilled from inside an izakaya to the street beyond, with each blow landing with brutal force and no quarter given. At that moment, members of the Uchiha Guard arrived to mediate and inquire into the cause of the altercation. Observing from nearby, Uchiha Yato caught fragments of the menace account and smirked slightly. "Danzo, is this your handiwork? No wonder you can never become Hokage, too childish." The origin of the conflict was roughly this. The 2 men had been drinking inside the izakaya when, for reasons unknown, they suddenly became emotionally charged. After a verbal exchange that yielded no victor, they resorted to physical violence. If this were all, Shimura Danzo could only be deemed foolish. The critical point was that both men were no ordinary individuals. One, donning a white kimono embroidered with floral patterns, was named Sarutobi Tsuruya. His name alone revealed his lineage, descended from the family of the contemporary Hokage. Out of respect and reason, some courtesy was owed. The other, dressed in an unadorned black kimono that exuded noble elegance, possessed eyes of pure white. This man was named Hyuga Hoya, a scion of Konoha's prominent Hyuga clan, renowned for their dojutsu techniques. Both bore significant backgrounds, neither willing to yield, and both were equally culpable. If impartiality prevailed, per Konoha's regulations, both would be summoned to the guard's quarters for tea, and afterward, their clan leaders would escort them away, signing a written commitment. This procedure was proposed by none other than Uchiha Yato himself. As a member of the Uchiha clan, he naturally wished for its prosperity. This approach had even been endorsed by the living second Hokage at that time. Favoring the Sarutobi clan would inevitably strain the relationship between the 2 great dojutsu clans of Konoha. Although the discord stemmed from merely 2 individuals, it would nonetheless sow seeds of estrangement. Conversely, favoring the Hyuga clan would only deepen the resentment that the Hokage faction harbors towards the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha, now in charge of the security squad, find themselves caught in an unenviable position, alienated from both sides. This predicament placed the unfortunate Uchiha member of the security team in a difficult bind. In a shadowed corner, Yamanaka Ryoma observed the unfolding events with furrowed brows, a wave of vexation and frustration rising within him. He had meticulously schemed for quite some time, deliberately investigating why Uchiha Yato was unable to undertake any low-level missions today. Simultaneously, he had painstakingly identified 2 individuals of paramount status, each supported by powerful clan influence, and deftly instigated conflict between them. According to his original plan, as a member of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Yato would be duty-bound to shoulder the responsibility of the security squad and mediate this dispute. Yet, to Ryoma's utter astonishment, at this critical juncture, a patrolling security member unexpectedly appeared on the scene, utterly disrupting the entire arrangement. Witnessing his carefully crafted dilemma being so thoroughly upended by this unanticipated intrusion, Yamanaka Ryoma could scarcely contain his fury. Gritting his teeth, he glared at the security personnel who had derailed his design, silently cursing the unforeseen turn of events. At the same time, he hoped that Uchiha Yato would also become entangled in this predicament. With Yato's involvement, his scheme would not be in vain. This security member was none other than an old acquaintance, Uchiha Ren. After a brief moment of contemplation, Uchiha Ren resolved to escort both individuals back to the security squad and leave the matter in the hands of the squad leader. Upon hearing they were to return to the security unit, the 2 felt a measure of unease. Though only 2 or 3 years had passed, the influence of Konoha SF4 had left a lasting impression, casting the security squad in a rather unfavorable light. For ninja clans, the squad was somewhat tolerable, But for civilians or those within the ninja clans lacking innate talent, it was tantamount to a living hell. Even those with weak psychological fortitude trembled at the mere mention of the Sharingan. While this decision was judicious, it also risked engendering lasting grudges from both the Hyuga and Sarutobi clans against the Uchiha. Unable to remain idle, Uchiha Yato stepped forward. "SNT that Rin? What exactly is going on here?" The appearance of Uchiha Yato sent a ripple of unease through the three present. Uchiha Ren was acutely aware of Yato's formidable lethality and felt a surge of alarm. The other two had been sternly warned by their elders to avoid any entanglement with the Uchiha, especially with Uchiha Yato. He was considered the reincarnation of a jinx. Wherever he went, turmoil followed. What came next slightly softened Uchiha Ren's gaze. Though the other two appeared on the verge of tears, it was evident that Yato's formidable reputation had already spread widely among the ninja clans. "Ren, you need not continue with this matter. If there are issues to resolve, leave them to me. That way no one can say you're incompetent." Upon hearing Yato's words, the two men's hearts sank. Sarutobi Tsuru chimed in. "It's a minor matter. There's no need to trouble Lord Yato." There was no alternative. As the current head of the Sarutobi clan and the reigning Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen had long since apprised them of Yato's prowess. Upon assuming the mantle of Hokage, Hiruzen had even entertained the notion of taking Uchiha Yato as his disciple. Though Hiruzen was known for his cunning, at this stage in his life he was in his prime with peak abilities and chakra reserves. He was confident in his own strength and unafraid of the Uchiha clan's threats. Thus he did not perceive Yato as particularly troublesome. After all, Yato's talent and power were undeniable. The second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, despite his disdain for the Uchiha, had shown a degree of leniency towards geniuses. Had it been otherwise, Yato's deeds would have long since resulted in his secret execution during Tobarama's tenure. How could he have survived until now? Thus, Hiruzen had genuinely considered taking Yato as his apprentice. Since the second Hokage had chosen Uchiha Kagami as his personal guard, it was only reasonable for Hiruzen to select Yato as his student, thereby securing the friendship of the Uchiha clan. Yet Yato was not interested. Hiruzen was stunned. The esteemed third Hokage being refused as a master was unheard of. This incident even prompted Jiraiya to inquire personally why Yato had declined. As a fellow mischief maker, he could not resist investigating such an intriguing matter. The refusal of the third Hokage's tutelage shocked not only the Hokage's inner circle, but also the Uchiha clan. Naturally, questions arose as to why Yato would reject the third Hokage. Yato's response was succinct. "The third Hokage has endured immense hardship to assume his position. Teaching me would only drain his energy unnecessarily. Furthermore, the third Hokage is not solely my Hokage. He is the Hokage for all of Konoha. I cannot selfishly consume his time." As he spoke, Yato shed 2 tears, presenting a deeply poignant display of selflessness and devotion to the greater good. This touched the third Hokage, who had been observing discreetly through a telescope technique. Moved, the third Hokage declared, "Where the leaves dance, the fire burns eternal." His sincere words inspired great emotion, and thus Yato's refusal was understood as an act of noble sacrifice. The following day, no matter the persuasion, the third Hokage was determined to accept Yato as his disciple. Yet within a month it was Hiruzen who relented first. Hiruzen never denied that Yato was a worthy successor of the Will of Fire. However, due to his limited time as Hokage, he could not keep pace with Yato's extraordinary aptitude. A typical ninjutsu, if cast fewer than 3 times before him, would invariably be mastered. To challenge Yato, Hiruzen even demonstrated his signature technique, compound ninjutsu. After only 2 demonstrations, Yato was unable to replicate it, giving Hiruzen a rare teaching opportunity. Yet within 3 days, Yato mastered a simple windfire compound ninjutsu, which he named Wildfire Scorching Plains. Its effect was stunning, capable of unleashing a vast conflagration far surpassing even Uchiha Madara's famed fire style. Great fireball technique, a fact Madara himself had acknowledged. Madara had been watching Konoha's broadcasts through his white Zetsu television, with famed anchor Uchiha Yato among his favorites. When Yato unleashed the compound ninjutsu Wildfire Scorching Plains at the Uchiha training grounds, Madara witnessed the live broadcast. The vividness of the flames almost compelled him to retaliate with his own fire style. Great fireball technique. Alas, the two could only exchange glances through the screen. The people of Konoha, especially the Uchiha and Sarutobi clans, both adept in fire-style ninjutsu, regarded this technique as the most potent fire-style jutsu in the village. While Hiruzen was deeply impressed, he was also utterly exhausted. Yato was truly brilliant. His disciple had surpassed the master. However, such idyllic times were fleeting. After Uchiha Yato had been a well-behaved child for a mere 5 days, The first unfortunate victim was Jiraiya. Known for his lecherous nature, Jiraiya found himself besieged by Uchiha Yato, who, accompanied by the guard squad and some temporarily assigned members of the Hyuga clan, surrounded the women's bathhouse that Jiraiya had been spying on, fortifying it with multiple layers of security. This resulted in Jiraiya suffering a tremendous humiliation in front of both the Uchiha and Hyuga clans. Incidents of this sort were countless. Over the span of 2 whole weeks, he was caught 137 times. Were it not for the fact that only the Uchiha and Hyuga clans witnessed these events, Jiraiya would undoubtedly have found himself blacklisted by every woman in Konoha. During this period, Jiraiya was not the only one plagued by misfortune. Orochimaru was another hapless individual. The 2 laboratories within Konoha, as well as 2 others on its outskirts, were all uncovered by Uchiha Yato and his cohorts. Although the necessary measures were taken, some secrets inevitably became public knowledge. Even Shimura Danzo was caught in the crossfire, suffering a streak of bad luck. Consequently, the higher echelons of the Hokage's administration appointed 2 scapegoats to shoulder the burden of these disgraceful affairs. Thanks to Uchiha Yato's remarkable knack for stirring up trouble, all 3 of the legendary Sannin, along with the remaining 3 members of Konoha SF4, reported to Hiruzen Sarutobi, demanding that Uchiha Yato be transferred away from Konoha. It was only then that Sarutobi realized just how terrifying Yato's disruptive abilities truly were. Could one believe that Orochimaru's secret laboratory, concealed behind a mere restroom in Konoha, was discovered by Yato during a simple bathroom break? This led to Uchiha Yato being assigned to participate in A-rank missions, spending several consecutive months away from Konoha. As a result, the major ninja clans began warning their members not to associate with Uchiha Yato. Returning to the present, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Hyuga Boya had long since set aside their earlier grievances, standing united against Uchiha Yato. Both declared they wished to shake hands and reconcile, insisting that this was a misunderstanding not warranting any further trouble from Lord Uchiha Yato. Yato found their sudden change of demeanor acceptable. After all, they were all Konoha shinobi, inheritors of the will of fire, and should cherish mutual affection. Here's what we'll do, Yato proposed. Both of you shall visit each other's homes as guests and stay for 3 days, bringing along your personal toiletries. This will demonstrate the depth of your friendship. Upon hearing this, the 2 were momentarily dumbfounded. At that instant, both wondered silently. What connection was there between displaying friendship and visiting each other's homes to stay for 3 days? Noticing their brief hesitation, Uchiha Yato's expression instantly turned fierce. Ah, so you 2 were just trying to deceive me, weren't you? If you dare lie to me, I'll make you experience my unique genjutsu, chicken muddy temptation. This technique had previously been warned against by their clan leaders. Anyone caught in this genjutsu should never seek them out, for the dance moves involved were hypnotically bizarre and painfully cringeworthy. Quick to react, Hyuga Boya immediately responded, Lord Yato, how could you say such things? Hiruya-san and I are dear friends. Of course, we wouldn't disdain such an arrangement. To demonstrate my sincerity, I shall be the first to stay at his house for 3 days. With that, he looked toward Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen was no fool either and nodded in agreement without hesitation. At this, Uchiha Yato nodded approvingly, accepting their explanation. Nearby, Uchiha Rin, who had been quietly observing and amused by the unfolding drama, felt an unprecedented sense of satisfaction upon seeing someone else being taken down a peg. Uchiha Yato then said, I am rather busy and cannot monitor you in real time. Rinkuin, please supervise these 2 for me. I will inform the team leader about your shift. Rest assured, it will not count against your attendance. The cheerful smile on Rene's face underwent a subtle transformation before returning to its original grin. And no problem, Lord Yato. At that moment, Uchiha Rin perfectly embodied the expression smiling on the surface, cursing inwardly. The 2 others glanced at this scene and sighed inwardly. Indeed, anything related to Uchiha Yato was never without trouble. This guy was no better than a dog. Hidden in the shadows, Aburame Ryoma witnessed the resolution of the matter with a mixture of shock and irritation. Damn Uchiha Yato, you may have evaded one problem, but not the next. We shall see. Just as Aburame Ryoma was about to depart, a voice suddenly emerged from behind him. What is it that you want me to see? Startled, he turned around and beheld a pair of crimson eyes. The last words Aburame Ryoma heard before succumbing to unconsciousness were, surrender yourself to the genjutsu of chicken muddy temptation. Seeing that Aburame Ryoma had fallen under the genjutsu's spell, Uchiha Yato allowed himself a slight relaxation of vigilance. Meanwhile, the 3 figures standing in the street waited foolishly and timidly for Uchiha Yato's arrival. Without his return, they dared not act rashly. To be caught once more by Yato would be tantamount to courting death. When Uchiha Yato finally returned, he was carrying a black-clad figure resembling a small chick. The three behaved obediently but were perplexed as to why Yato held a child in his grasp. At that moment, Uchiha Yato explained, "This child is from the Aburame clan. He used his insects to incite you two into a frenzy, which led to that brawl and this entire fiasco. He is likely an operative under Elder Danzo of Root, so I intend to hand him over to the guard squad. Will you two accompany me?" Their gazes immediately darkened with irritation. It was because of Aburame Ryoma that they had been caught and pestered by Uchiha Yato. Uchiha Ren then inquired, "What will happen to this fellow next? Do those two still need to witness the friendship?" Uchiha Yato retorted. Hearing that their own interests were at stake, the two glanced at Yato, silently pleading for an end to this farce. Yato responded bluntly, "How could that be? Didn't you both just say you were going to stay at each other's homes? It wasn't my idea." The two cursed silently. "How shameless. It was your threat that made us say that." Uchiha Ren, hearing this, braced himself and said, "Understood. I will supervise them. Please leave the real trouble to me." After bidding them farewell, Uchiha Yato departed with Aburame Ryoma from the district. Once he was gone, Hyuga and Sarutobi Hiruzen approached Uchiha Ren and said, "Since he asked you to supervise us, shall we just go through the motions? After 6 days, tell him we've stayed over, and we'll help you with the statement." Uchiha Ren responded resolutely, "Trust me, don't try any tricks. Also, you two better behave yourselves. If I tell him you've been unruly and not followed his instructions, what do you think will happen?" Their faces fell slightly, and they cast him somewhat resentful looks. Ren patiently added, "Make do with it. Guess what fate awaits that little brat from the Aburame clan? If you want to know, I can find out for why Yato Uchiha had yet to dispel the genjutsu, yet its effects were already manifesting." They beheld Ryoma Aburame beginning to dance with a bewitching fervor. Ever considerate, Yato Uchiha had thoughtfully arranged a private chamber for him, allowing him to indulge in his own merriment for a while. Upon leaving, he set up a recording device that would never cease operating. At this moment, Uchiha remarked, "So it was that scoundrel Danzo who orchestrated this underhanded scheme, incurring the ire of both the Hyuga and Sarutobi clans." Yato Uchiha nodded obediently. Uchiha, puzzled, inquired, "Then why insist on targeting members of those two clans? Surely that risks straining relations and complicates matters with them." Yato Uchiha responded, "Clan leader, you must understand. If we let such tricks slide lightly, Danzo will surely employ them again and again. Should the Uchiha ever fall victim even once, we would become the object of universal disdain. Rather than allow that, it is better to pierce through this veil from the outset." After speaking, Yato Uchiha glanced toward the interrogation chamber where Ryoma Aburame was held and added, "Moreover, we have witnesses here. If necessary, the Yamanaka clan can conduct a formal questioning of Ryoma Aburame." Uchiha, hearing Yato's explanation and plan, expressed his lack of understanding. Then why not simply resolve it directly? Why bring him to the guard corps? Yato Uchiha explained, "Though the Uchiha constitute the core of the police department, we cannot allow everyone to perceive the police department as merely an Uchiha creation. I intend to publicize this matter, not only to slap Danzo in the face but to demonstrate to all that the Uchiha act with reason and logic. Some rabble have long accused our clan of violent law enforcement and disregard for protocol. I shall strike their faces hard." Uchiha listened, acknowledging the soundness of Yato's words. Yet, upon reflection, he realized that Yato often acted within the bounds of law and order. Uchiha then said, "So next, I suppose I should summon the heads of the Aburame clan and Elder Danzo Shimura for questioning?" Yato Uchiha nodded in affirmation. Just as the two concluded their discussion, Uchiha entered the room. Yato Uchiha directly instructed, "When the time comes, trouble those two a bit. Make sure these 6 days are not comfortable for them." Uchiha, baffled, asked why. Yato Uchiha explained, "I want these two to hate Danzo Shimura. Only if Danzo is kept busy can we find an opportunity to eliminate him." Now understanding Yato's grand strategy, Uchiha cautiously inquired, "What should I do?" "Simple," Yato replied. "Make them experience enough hardship over the next few days. No need to explicitly mention Danzo Shimura's name. As long as their suffering is sufficient, the first person they think of will be me, and the second will be Danzo Shimura. Then, when you say I am not to be trifled with, their anger will subtly shift toward Danzo Shimura." Having heard Yato's plan, Uchiha nodded and promptly departed to carry out his mission. What Yato did not say was that these two individuals were quite significant. Hyuga was a member of the main Hyuga family. Lacking the cursed seal of the caged bird, Being targeted by someone of considerable power like him would certainly unsettle Danzo. Sarutobi Tsuru was the nephew of Sarutobi Hiruzen and possessed considerable strength within the Sarutobi clan. As for whether this maneuver would succeed, Yato cared little. It was merely a casual move. If it bore fruit, all the better. At the very least, it would tarnish Danzo Shimura's reputation among the other shinobi clans. The main leverage remained with Ryoma Aburame. Today, Yato thought, Danzo will not lose even a shred of flesh. If I were to write the 5 characters Uchiha Yato backward. Soon, the first to arrive was the head of the Aburame clan. After all, Danzo Shimura of Root was quite busy. Yato Uchiha rushed to the Aburame clan leader and implored, Clan leader, Ryoma Aburame wants to kill me. Witnessing this scene, Uchiha's mind jolted. Damn, this wasn't in the script you gave me. How can you be so shameless? The usually aloof Aburame clan leader was somewhat unsettled, thinking, indeed, the reputation is well earned, the most shameless among the Uchiha. At this moment, Uchiha said, Enough, don't disgrace the Uchiha clan. Then, turning to the Aburame clan leader, he said, Please come inside. It's better to discuss this matter indoors to avoid damaging anyone's dignity. The 3 then entered the police chief's office to confer. Upon entering the reception room, Yato Uchiha still had no intention of letting the Aburame clan leader off easily. He continued to sob, Ryoma Aburame wants to kill me. You must stand up for me. The good-natured Aburame clan leader nearly lost his composure, thinking you are a jonin and Uchiha jonin. If an assassination by a 7 or 8-year-old succeeds so easily, it is truly a miracle that you have survived until now. Though his mind was full of thoughts, he maintained a cool exterior and said, State your conditions. We acknowledge the child's mistake, but I must clarify. Since being taken by Elder Danzo Shimura, this child has not returned to the clan. The Aburame clan leader's words made it clear. Yato Uchiha had indeed been framed by Ryoma Aburame, and they acknowledged that. But the mastermind was Danzo Shimura, whom Yato must confront. At most, the clan leader would accept responsibility as a matter of clan duty, nothing more. Yato Uchiha ceased his tears and acquiesced. You are right. We also fear misunderstandings and wish to inform you in advance. We have notified Elder Danzo Shimura as well, but he has been too busy to come. I must mention, to make things difficult for me, Ryoma Aburame has also implicated Sarutobi Tsuru and Hyuga Hoya. I suggest the Aburame clan leader handle this matter upon returning. Hearing Yato's words, the Aburame clan leader said nothing further but slowly nodded in acknowledgement. The previous tense atmosphere dissolved instantly, replaced by a scene of harmonious coexistence, leaving Uchiha somewhat at a loss. At that moment, Yato Uchiha said, What are you standing there for? Hurry and brew some tea for the Aburame clan leader. It's not easy for him to come all this way. As clan leader, you should show some hospitality. Hearing this, Uchiha abruptly left to fetch tea. After preparing tea for the 3, he suddenly remembered and said to Yato, Wait a minute. Damn it. I am the clan leader, yet you have me running errands. Shouldn't you be the one showing some hospitality and brewing tea for these clan leaders? Yato Uchiha sipped his tea carefully and said, I must admit, you possess a talent in this regard. Your tea-making skills are truly remarkable. I am impressed. I have not wasted your talent. Uchiha's mouth twitched at Yato's words but dared not quarrel openly, especially with the Aburame clan leader present. Matters within the clan were known only to themselves. As members of venerable clans, cultivating refined habits such as tea-making was customary among those of status. After finishing their tea, they still awaited Elder Danzo Shimura's arrival in vain. Yato Uchiha then said, It seems there is no need to wait. Let us proceed directly to the Hokage. Uchiha, somewhat puzzled, asked, Didn't you say to handle this officially? Shouldn't we summon Elder Danzo first? Yato replied, We did summon him, but no one came. The only choice is to seek his superior. This is proper procedure. For example, if someone tried to find me but could not, they would naturally come to you, the clan leader. This metaphor was most fitting. Yet Uchiha listened with a face full of exasperation. In the past, Danzo had come to cause trouble for Uchiha Yato, but failing to find him, he instead sent Yato, the clan leader, out to bear the brunt of the disaster. The incident that sullied Danzo's reputation. After hearing Uchiha Yato's account, the 3 of them proceeded toward the Hokage's office. Hiruzen Sarutobi was busily managing the myriad affairs of Konoha village. Ever since succeeding as the 3rd Hokage, this had become his daily routine and the norm of his duties. At that moment, the ANBU captain informed him that the leaders of the Uchiha and Aburame clans, along with Uchiha Yato, were outside seeking an audience. Upon hearing that the 2 clan heads and that mischievous troublemaker had come to see him, Hiruzen immediately set aside his work, preparing to hear what matter had brought them. He inquired, "Is there something troubling the village recently? White Fang, do you know why they have come to me?" At this time, the ANBU captain was Konoha White Fang, Hatake Tsukumo, father of Hatake Kakashi. "Not entirely sure," came the reply. Hiruzen was not overly surprised by Tsukumo's answer. After all, even an ANBU captain could not be expected to constantly gather intelligence on village matters. Thus, Hiruzen instructed Tsukumo to invite the three inside, and the discussion commenced. Uchiha Yato began with a tried-and-true tactic. Tears paired with shameless pleading, nearly breaking Hiruzen's composure. Meanwhile, Tsukumo, lurking in the shadows to protect Hiruzen, secretly rubbed his temples in frustration. Reflecting back, when Kakashi had just begun learning chakra extraction, they had specially invited Uchiha Yato to tutor him. Ordinarily, the proud Uchiha clan would hardly undertake such a task, but Yato's approachable nature led him to volunteer. After a day of instruction on chakra extraction, Kakashi's progress was remarkable. He could essentially sense chakra. At that time, Tsukumo praised Yato for his meticulousness, and Kakashi was deeply grateful to his willing mentor. However, the story took an unexpected turn. Suddenly, Yato declared that to teach Kakashi water release techniques, he first needed to help him experience water. When asked what method he intended to use and whether it would be too troublesome, Yato simply arranged for Kakashi to spend a day soaking in a hot spring. The results were excellent. Following that experience, combined with Kakashi's innate aptitude, he was able to perform relatively simple water-style ninjutsu. For the next 3 mornings, Tsukumo's first task was to check Kakashi's bed. Indeed, at 3 years old, Kakashi was at the age where he could not yet control his bladder. After all the water-style training Yato had put him through, Kakashi predictably began wetting the bed. This scene was witnessed not only by Tsukumo but also by Yato himself, who took out an ever-ready video camera to commemorate the moment. Consequently, Kakashi's mental state seemed to suffer, as he continued to wet the bed for a week. Yato successfully compiled a series of videos capturing Kakashi's bedwetting episodes. Yet, the ailment required a remedy from the very source. Although this incident was inevitably linked to Yato, being witnessed by others left an indelible psychological scar on Kakashi. It remains unknown what method Yato employed, but Kakashi never wet the bed again afterward. Thus, Tsukumo's feelings toward Yato were a mixture of gratitude, grievance, and respect. At this moment, Uchiha Yato launched into a bombshell accusation. Hokage's aide, Lord Danzo Shimura, incited minors to assassinate the helpless Uchiha sapling. This lengthy charge stunned everyone present except Yato himself. They all thought, "You really do know how to pile it on Danzo." Uchiha K understood the implication well. Yato deliberately exaggerated Danzo's crimes before Hiruzen to sway his opinion. Maintaining a smile, Hiruzen said, "Yato, so when you say inciting minors, you mean?" "Aburame Ryoma," Yato replied. "And the Uchiha sapling?" Hiruzen asked. Yato pointed to himself and said, "This humble one is the sapling." Upon hearing this explanation, Hiruzen's practiced composure wavered slightly. Ding. The host caused a change in Hiruzen's mood. "Congratulations, the host gains 20 emotional coins." Hearing this notification, Yato's spirits lifted further, knowing today would indeed be a fruitful day, with even more to come. Danzo had yet to arrive. There would be another harvest then. At this juncture, Hiruzen no longer wished to bicker with Yato and said, "So, to summarize your point, Elder Danzo Shimura incited Aburame Ryoma to attempt your murder? Yet, at present, there has been no actual attempt, and you yourself have suffered no harm. Have the Aburame clan leader take the boy back for discipline. He is still a child, so you should forgive him." Hiruzen was quite satisfied with this conclusion. He is still a child. That phrase was learned from Yato himself and now returned to him. All of this was part of Yato's design, for Hiruzen and Danzo were inseparable allies. It was thus unsurprising that the third Hokage would help Danzo clear his name. What began as murder accusations from Yato gradually transformed into mere childish mischief. The focus shifted from punishing Danzo to entrusting the Aburame leader with the boy's correction, all to exonerate Danzo. Before Yato could speak again, Uchiha K interjected, "Hokage-sama, you misunderstand. We now possess conclusive evidence that Lord Danzo Shimura did indeed instigate criminal acts. We wish to conduct a fair and public trial before you, which would also aid in the governance of Konoha village." For Hiruzen, as the succeeding Hokage, his days were fraught with unrelenting stress. Danzo's establishment of root not only helped alleviate this burden but also compensated for Danzo's failure to attain the Hokage position. He now pondered whether to sacrifice some old friend's interests to secure the friendship of the two clans. Even the Sarutobi and Hyuga clans were somewhat implicated in this matter. Hearing this, Hiruzen asked, "What is this trial?" Yato eagerly seized the chance to explain, not out of fear that Kei might misstate it, but because the term was introduced by Yato himself to the clan, and he worried they might not immediately comprehend it. We have constructed a facility in a remote part of Konoha. Its purpose is to adjudicate classic cases. For example, if Sarutobi Tsunade and Hyuga Hayashi fought and caused injury, and Uchiha judgment decreed the death penalty for both, yet others believed this too harsh and insisted they be given a chance to reform, this is where the facility our court would be employed. It serves to try, review, and publicly explain the crimes and their consequences to the populace. Hiruzen listened with growing interest. Novelty united men and children alike, regardless of age. He inquired, Yato, I believe you have not yet finished your introduction. How does this court operate, and what is its procedure for judgment? Upon this inquiry, Yato's heart soared. A question meant Hiruzen was intrigued and open to further discussion. This was the opportunity to implicate Danzo and simultaneously redeem the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Yato explained, Lord Hokage, mere words are futile. Saying something 1,000 times is not as effective as putting it into practice once. Look, there is currently an incident that perfectly lends itself to a thorough examination. Isn't this an ideal opportunity to address the matter? If successful, the management of Konoha will become notably more manageable. While Hiruzen Sarutobi was still pondering, Shimura Danzo arrived at the Hokage's office and entered the chamber. Danzo was not alone. He brought along the remaining 2 members of Konoha SF4, Tazuna Koharu and Mito Munin. Without preamble, he said, I heard you Uchiha sought me out, even coming all the way to the Hokage's place. At this moment, Uchiha Yato's dramatic flair emerged. Lord Danzo, how heartless you are. You actually sent a 7-year-old child to assassinate me. Could it be that you blame me for the fame you gained on the battlefield of the Hidden Rain Village? As he spoke, Yato's tone carried a subtle hint of tearful sorrow, reminiscent of wilting blossoms in the rain. Danzo quickly regained his composure and retorted, Nonsense. You mocked my reputation at the time. Afterwards, you even used your clan leader as an excuse to dodge me, yet I did not hold it against you. There is no way I would trouble you over such trivial matters. Do not arrogantly accuse me with baseless allegations. Yato's words were carefully crafted to steer Danzo's narrative back to earlier events, ensuring that Sarutobi would not overly dwell on the present issue, which at worst would be a matter of settling old scores. Danzo fell into the trap, failing to extricate himself, and followed Yato's lead in the conversation. Everyone present was perceptive. They all understood the true nature of the situation. If Danzo did not distance himself, others would naturally see through the pretense. Sarutobi then stepped forward to mediate, saying, Enough, that is all in the past. Let us not dredge up old grievances. Danzo, you two, there is no need to bicker with the younger generation. Now let us discuss another matter. The Uchiha clan has introduced a new method of interrogation, open, fair, and comprehensive. I intend to promote this within the village of Konoha. What are your thoughts on this? Indeed, as expected of the man who once held the mantle of Third Hokage, his rhetoric was in a league apart from Danzo's. He deftly diverted the conversation, subtly asserting his seniority to caution Yato against overstepping. Danzo, having grasped Sarutobi's implication, consented, since the Hokage has made a decision, we shall proceed accordingly. After speaking, Danzo stood alongside Konoha's 2 loyal retainers, observing Yato and his companion's reaction. Yato responded, Since the matter is settled, we shall commence in 2 days. We will prepare accordingly. We will not trouble you any further today, Lord Hokage. We take our leave. Upon Sarutobi's signal, the 3 quickly departed, leaving the remaining Konoha F4 to convene privately. Mito Munin and Tazuna Koharu spoke first, asking, What is going on with Sarutobi this time? Sarutobi briefly explained the situation stirred up by Danzo. Danzo declared, I act solely for Konoha. How else can these wicked Uchiha brats be disciplined? But you, Sarutobi, how could you so easily agree to the Uchiha's demands? At the very least, they should pay a heavy price. Hearing this, Sarutobi felt displeased. His good intentions to cover for Danzo were unappreciated. After their exchange, the classic Hokage confrontation ensued. Enough. I am the Hokage. Sarutobi, you will regret this. Danzo slammed the door and left abruptly. To prevent further obstruction, he ordered his subordinates to remove the door entirely. With those iconic scenes concluded, the Konoha F4's private meeting ended, and preparations for the Konoha court trial began. 2 days later, within the Konoha courtroom, all attendees had changed into a new set of attire sleek, formal suits commonly seen in judicial settings. Curious about their origin, the crowd inquired. Uchiha Kei explained, These suits were acquired through business dealings between the Uchiha clan and visiting outsiders. In truth, these garments were exchanged by Uchiha Yato through the system. K, who trusted Yato implicitly, concocted this explanation. Moreover, the suits were undeniably handsome, earning unanimous approval. Yato stood out conspicuously. Not only had he changed his clothes, but his once black hair was now a cascade of golden waves, infusing his entire presence with a sunnier demeanor while adding an air of solemn dignity. Approaching Sarutobi, Yato said, "Lord Hokage, this is our attire for the occasion. How does it please you?" The novelty was undeniable, and the suits were indeed elegant. Sarutobi took a liking to them. Next came Danzo, who was equally intrigued and wished to try on a suit. At that moment, a Uchiha attendant stepped forward to explain, "Danzo's attire is different and must be changed in a separate location to ensure proper protocol." Danzo quietly asked if his suit was unique. The attendant, eyes wide with amazement, replied, "Best in the house, one of a kind, custom-made, absolutely unparalleled." It must be said that few knew about the ongoing matter between the Uchiha and Danzo. Things still appeared quite harmonious. Hearing these words, Danzo realized the suit must be extraordinarily impressive and naturally followed the attendant to change. The attendant remarked, "These phrases were crafted by Uchiha Yato himself. You might regret it later." The preliminary event concluded swiftly, giving way to the formal court proceedings. The third Hokage, Sarutobi, presided as chief judge, with Uchiha Yato and Uchiha Kei serving as jurors. Mito Munin and Tazuna Koharu, still unclear on the arrangement, noticed the two prime seats beside Sarutobi taken by the Uchiha and expressed discomfort, asking, "We are also Konoha's advisors. Where are our seats?" Yato replied, "The two advisors naturally occupy important positions, representing the vast populace of Konoha." Hearing this, the advisors saved face and felt considerably better. With Danzo absent and no disturbances, everything seemed quite natural. While addressing the advisors, Yato also informed the others, "The cases we handle do not concern only the individuals in court but the entire village of Konoha. Everyone has the right to know the truth." This assurance instilled confidence among the villagers present and preserved their dignity. Next, seating arrangements were made for other key individuals and witnesses, placed at a separate location. If Danzo had been present, hearing Yato's words, he would have known he was about to face serious trouble. With a call for silence from the Uchiha attendant, the Konoha court officially commenced. Sarutobi began by impartially reading the court protocols, announcing the court discipline, verifying the identities of the parties involved, declaring the panel members and clerk, informing the litigants of their rights and obligations, and inquiring about any recusals. Truly worthy of his later reputation as a master orator, Sarutobi initially showed some unfamiliarity with these formal terms. However, as Sarutobi Hiruzen grew increasingly adept, he required merely a brief glance to grasp the contents and the reasons behind Uchiha Yato's vigilant reading beside him. He could roughly comprehend the entire set of procedural regulations, each one reflecting fairness, transparency, and rigor without exception. Amidst a panel of judges, once Sarutobi Hiruzen concluded his remarks, he had already resolved that this system ought to be preserved, for it served as a substantial testament to credibility. Subsequently, the plaintiff, the Uchiha Police Department, proceeded to read aloud the indictment. The charges were nothing more than those pertaining to Shimura Danzo's instigation of criminal acts and the assassination attempt on Uchiha Yato, all significant statutes. Here, Uchiha Ren deliberately omitted the clauses created by Uchiha Yato himself, lest it appear somewhat deceitful. On the defense side, Shimura Danzo and Uchiha Yato had also engaged defense counsel, a root member whom Danzo had casually conscripted. Due to the suddenness of the incident and some confusion, the defense lawyer's plea was bypassed altogether. Next, the Uchiha clan consistently presented evidence to substantiate Shimura Danzo's atrocities. Deliberately, no information was introduced regarding Danzo's maltreatment of other ninja clans. Firstly, such information bore little relevance to the current case and was insufficient to decisively condemn Danzo. Secondly, Konoha's so-called F4 were no mere novices. Their willingness to calmly facilitate a straightforward proceeding here was merely to observe the unfolding situation. They would not openly expose everything at this juncture, for doing so would precipitate an open confrontation between the Uchiha and the upper echelons of the Hokage. Thirdly, previously, Uchiha Yato could only claim to possess evidence that Danzo had murdered Uchiha Michiko. Now, with Aburame Ryoma's capture, combined with the Uchiha clan's interrogation techniques and clandestine assistance from the Yamanaka clan, they had secured irrefutable proof of Danzo's crimes. All that remained was to invoke this procedure at Danzo's most vulnerable moment to forever brand him upon the pillar of disgrace. All of this had been prearranged with the Aburame clan's head, who had already agreed to summon the Yamanaka clan as witnesses. At this moment, Seated among the witnesses, the Aburame clan leader contemplated how best to resolve the crisis facing his clan. On one side stood the fierce tiger of the Uchiha clan. On the other, Shimura Danzo, the cunning jackal. One misstep could spell the Aburame's ruin. Meanwhile, Shimura Danzo himself was engulfed in frustration and anger. Prior to the hearing, Uchiha staff had informed him that his attire was the finest in the entire courtroom, unique and unparalleled. Yet, the garment presented was a prisoner's uniform, emblazoned with his name and the phrase "best in court" on the front, back, and beneath, an unmistakable mockery. In an instant, he realized Uchiha Yato was mocking him. Ding. Congratulations, host, for causing a significant emotional shift in Shimura Danzo. Earn 50 emotion coins. From the spectator stands, Uchiha Yato maintained an expression devoid of any change. He was professionally trained and absolutely could not smile. Under Yato's guidance, the Uchiha staff were equally professional, having previously explained the stakes to Danzo. They made clear this case was not only being observed by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Some time ago, Uchiha Yato had even consulted Uzumaki Mito, hoping to leverage her innate talent to achieve fairness, justice, and openness. This was why the once imperious Shimura Danzo remained on the floor, enduring humiliation and insult without the slightest thought of retaliation. In truth, much of this was a bluff. Uchiha Yato had never actually mentioned Uzumaki Mito. It was merely a pretext to intimidate Danzo. The clever mind is prone to overthinking. Leaving things unsaid and allowing Danzo to speculate made him more likely to believe it. The tactic was remarkably effective, and Danzo obediently accepted the trial. Not long after, as the parties began to hurl accusations at one another and Danzo was on the verge of being sentenced with a grievous charge, a voice suddenly rang out. "We find this judgment insufficiently just." The speaker was Sarutobi Hiruzen. He had been listening quietly from below, fully aware of the accusations against Danzo. It was Danzo who had instructed Aburame Ryoma to provoke Uchiha Yato. Crucially, Hiruzen and Hyuga Hoya were merely dispensable substitutes. Yet, in the end, the charges were simplified, and Aburame Ryoma was deemed too young, acting of his own volition. This provoked a surge of anger, and Hiruzen could not restrain himself from loudly expressing dissent. The crowd, which had thought the proceedings concluded, instantly shifted their demeanor. Uchiha Yato, perched above, was barely able to contain himself. Originally, he had planned to seize only one advantage. Now, he could exploit two. Sarutobi Hiruzen, seeing his nephew's opposition, found himself momentarily speechless. Danzo, humiliated for nearly 2 hours since the trial began, now faced the prospect of prolongation due to this impudent outburst. The mood of others was likewise affected. At this juncture, Uchiha Yato pressed the advantage, saying, "Do not fear. Should any injustice occur, we will raise our voices on your behalf. Speak out loudly. Say everything you wish." Ding. Congratulations, host, for breaking through the defenses of Konoha SF4. Earn 200 emotion coins. Congratulations, host, for influencing the emotions of Uchiha K and others. Earn 50 emotion coins. Reflecting on recent events and recounting the details of Shimura Danzo's case with Uchiha Ran, Sarutobi Hiruzen remarked, "The punishment is far too lenient. Both Hyuga Hoya and I were chosen as scapegoats by him. What of the others? Remember, if today I stand idly by, tomorrow no one will rally for me." The power of this statement was tremendous. Hyuga Hoya, who had been hesitant, now felt stirred with fervor. Uchiha staff sensed that this bore the unmistakable spirit of the Uchiha clan. Those most deeply affected were the villagers of Konoha, whose combat power was lowest. In the ninja world, strength dictated authority. Why had Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha been able to end the era of chaos and inaugurate the age of ninja villages? Why had Hashirama's survival and Madara's continued presence in Konoha prevented other villages from waging war? Gradually, many villagers listening felt this verdict was far too lenient. There was no need for the two advisors to voice opinions or relay messages. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen was deeply conflicted. On one hand, his close friend Shimura Danzo's issues had escalated into a matter concerning all villagers. On the other, his nephew's outspoken stance made it difficult to show favoritism. Most significantly, the emotional impact of the phrase "if today I stand idly by, tomorrow no one will rally for me" was profound. A misstep here could easily incite public resentment. Gathering his thoughts, Sarutobi Hiruzen declared, "Shimura Danzo's lack of discipline and failure to restrain his subordinates necessitate a retrial. He is hereby removed from his post as Hokage's assistant and sentenced to 3 months imprisonment in Konoha prison. The Shimura clan shall compensate the Uchiha, Aburame, Hyuga, and Sarutobi clans." Having spoken, Sarutobi Hiruzen seemed to exhale a great sigh of relief. With that, the court session concluded. The villagers had been thoroughly entertained by this spectacle and enthusiastically spread word of the Uchiha clan's orchestration of the trial. Those who attended witnessed the villagers' dissatisfaction with Danzo's sentence and the retrial's implications. Essentially, everyone present had effectively fueled the momentum of the proceedings. Sarutobi Hiruya was particularly delighted, receiving numerous fruits and vegetables as gifts from grateful villagers the following day. There was no denying that such genuine folk customs and heartfelt gratitude were the most comforting of all. Certainly, the ill-fated Danzo Shimura clandestinely sought out Hiruzen Sarutobi. At that moment, Danzo, who had just thrown a tremendous tantrum, found no one paying him any heed in the Hokage's office. Danzo exclaimed to Hiruzen, "How can you so recklessly allow your nephew to behave so irresponsibly? Look at him now, flaunting his power. And look at me, I'm languishing behind bars. And that Uchiha Yato, he was practically grinning from ear to ear in court. None of you old comrades lift a finger to help me. You just take pleasure in my misfortune." The tone of Danzo's voice shifted from furious roaring to plaintive recounting, finally settling into a tone of aggrieved accusation. One could not deny that, in this state, Danzo truly appeared pitiable. Hiruzen Sarutobi responded, all right, you've learned your lesson this time. Don't lay a hand on Uchiha Yato again. It's not the first time you've suffered losses at his hands. I'm fully aware of the situation this time. It's nothing more than you killing his aunt and, combined with previous incidents, trying to preemptively strike. As the Hokage of Konoha, Hiruzen was well aware of the nature of his old friend. Thus, he spoke plainly to make Danzo realize his errors, demonstrating that the Hokage's insight was far from superficial. It was also a reminder for Danzo to understand the duties befitting his position. After offering some consolation, Hiruzen continued, "You shall continue as the leader of Root. You are my right hand and left arm. But you must endure some hardship. It's necessary for you to make some rounds at the Konoha prison. You won't be stuck there indefinitely. In a few months, once you've achieved some results, we will rehabilitate your image before the villagers and restore the elder position to you." Danzo, of course, knew well how things would ultimately unfold. His visit was not merely for idle talk with Hiruzen Sarutobi. It was also a means to create an alibi for himself. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of Konoha village near the Uchiha clan's territory, Uchiha Yato stood facing three men clad in black, confronting him. Uchiha Yato said, "All right, enough pretending. Aren't you Danzo's men? You have organization and discipline, so I won't ask much. Let us just get on with it." No sooner had he spoken than the three charged toward him. To avoid leaving any grounds for gossip, all three employed only basic ninjutsu and familiar teleportation techniques. Yato's approach was even simpler. Not a single one would leave this place alive. His eyes instantly transformed into the shape of three magatama, and wielding a ninja blade, he lunged at one of them. The trio reacted swiftly, coordinating among themselves using various tools and explosive tags, causing Yato considerable trouble. But a jonin of the Uchiha clan was not so easily defeated. Fire Release, Phoenix Flower Claw Crimson. This technique evolved from the Phoenix Fire Jutsu, attaching flames to flying shuriken, so that the shuriken, imbued with scorching heat, scattered like a myriad of phoenix flowers, launching an assault on the opponent. This jutsu not only possessed the intense heat and destructive power of Fire Release, but also retained the cutting ability of the shuriken. Even if the flames extinguished, the shuriken could still inflict severe damage. Due to the high skill required, this technique was more potent than the Phoenix Fire Jutsu, making it an excellent feint. Following this, Uchiha Yato unleashed a Fire Release, Wildfire Inferno, a composite ninjutsu he had learned from Hiruzen Sarutobi. Suddenly, a blazing inferno engulfed the sky, creating an extraordinarily dramatic scene that transformed Yato into a veritable fire demon. The three adversaries, long accustomed to working together and aware that Yato was an Uchiha, naturally had a repertoire of earth and water release techniques at their disposal. They immediately cast Water Release, Water Formation Wall, extinguishing the surrounding flames, granting them a brief respite. Only then did they realize one truth. They should never have trusted Danzo's deceitful words and attempted to ambush an Uchiha. Now, regret had come too late, and escape was impossible. As Yato's voice faded, he unleashed another Fire Release technique they had never before witnessed. Fire Release, Great Meteor. A colossal meteor descended from the heavens, hurtling toward the three men. Its surface sparked with immense flames, and just as it neared them, Yato shouted, "Scatter." The meteor instantly fragmented into a fiery rain, reigniting the flames around the trio that had been doused by the Water Release. The black-clad leader immediately grew apprehensive and sought to beg for mercy. "My lord, we were wrong. We were deceived into coming here. told the Uchiha possessed vast wealth to plunder. We beg your forgiveness and will reveal the identity of our employer. Please, can you spare us? Upon hearing this, Yato knew they were certainly not root operatives. He silently commended Danzo for not foolishly dispatching root agents to attack him this time. Even if these three perished here, he would feel no regret. They were mere hired hands and he need not even pay them. Yato said, very well, judging by your state, life has been harsh for you. Hearing this, the three menace hopes surged instantly, but unseen by all, they clenched their explosive tags tighter. Should Yato come near, they intended to give him an unforgettable experience. Yato continued, since that is the case, I, Uchiha Yato, shall show mercy this once. The three smiled more gently, convinced that Yato had softened his heart. Then, with a final phrase, Yato declared, let me take you from this painful world. Having spoken, he revealed his Mangekyo Sharingan. Yato was well aware they were lying. After all, their immediate action was not to search for the Uchiha clan's storehouse but to kill him outright, proving their true target was him alone, not the treasure they claimed to desire. When confronting an Uchiha, one must never look into his eyes, a consensus known by all ninjas. Yet, in moments of tension and relaxation, people instinctively neglect such crucial matters. Yato had used verbal relaxation to lower their guard, and ultimately, they fell perfectly into his trap, an elaborate design of his own making. Yato's painstaking efforts were, of course, to experiment with the ocular powers of his Mangekyo Sharingan. Although he knew the abilities upon awakening, some aspects still required further development. Perhaps with some refinement, he might discover that his ocular jutsu could, like Obito's Kamui, manipulate intangibility. Yato's left eye was called the Wheel of Time, aptly named for its temporal manipulation abilities. It allowed him to control his own time and create save points, such as halving or doubling his speed. Slowing to half speed provided extra reaction time, while doubling speed was akin to activating a speed boost. His right eye's power was named time-space, enabling him to regulate time within a specific area. The consumption of chakra depended on the size of the space and the time multiplier used. Yato had even inquired with the system whether he could first save his chakra like a save file before deploying his ocular powers, attempting to exploit a bug. Unfortunately, this was not possible. Once chakra was consumed, it could not be restored by such means. Notably, the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan in the System S shop required a staggering 300,000 emotion coins, marking the monumental challenge Yato now faced. The chakra consumed by his ocular powers could be partially replenished through emotion coins, roughly 5 coins per usage. Yato Uchiha had once inquired of the system why it was capable of replenishing his ocular power. The system curtly responded that certain questions were best left unasked. Now, possessing 3 test subjects, Yato Uchiha naturally seized the opportunity to thoroughly experiment with the capabilities of his own powers. He had previously tested the abilities of his left eye. Anything entering his personal domain could be subjected to either deceleration or acceleration to some degree. For instance, when Ryoma Aburame employed his insects against him, they did not necessarily inflict harm. However, doing so would expose Yato's Mangekyo Sharingan, which explained why Yato harbored no fear towards Ryoma Aburame. This time, the primary focus was to experiment with his other ocular technique, the space-time Jinjutsu. This ability allowed him to manipulate time within a certain area, but the complexity was vast, as space and time are intrinsically intertwined. To begin, Yato conducted his experiments in a laboratory, where he inflicted numerous wounds upon one of the black-clad figures. Subsequently, he manipulated the flow of time within that space. After a brief alteration, the wounds ceased to bleed, though they did not heal. Repeated trials yielded no significant change, prompting Yato to proceed to the next test. During further adjustments, Yato discovered he could accelerate blood flow, pushing the subject to the brink of shock. At the precipice of death, he could slow the progression toward demise, though he could not prevent the eventual fatality. Thus, the first test subject paid the ultimate price, sacrificing his life to illuminate the true extent of Yato's ocular powers. Soon after came the second subject. Yato instructed him to attack himself, altering the subject's own speed. In other words, the effect could be applied even when the individual was conscious and active. Throughout this process, Yato deliberately dispelled the Jinjutsu, yet the subject remained oblivious to the changes occurring within himself and his surroundings. The concealment was remarkably effective. Without external reference points, those within the spatial boundary would find it exceedingly difficult to perceive any alterations. At the moment when the second subject's vitality waned, Yato forcibly extended his life by 30 seconds before allowing death to claim him. With that, the second test subject fulfilled his purpose. Before commencing experiments on the third subject, Yato attempted to alter the surrounding environment. He modestly improved the previously scorched landscape within a limited area, but the ocular power consumed for this subtle enhancement was 3 to 5 times greater than that expended on affecting a living being. This realization swiftly dissuaded Yato from pursuing altruistic ambitions such as accelerating crop growth to benefit the populace. For the final subject, Yato tested the enhancement of his own genjutsu, then concluded the experiments, mercifully delivering the subject from the sufferings of the mortal realm. Thus, under Yato Uchiha's systematic trials, the abilities conferred by his Mangekyo Sharingan gradually became clear. Murmuring to himself, Yato expressed, once again, "Thanks must go to our comrade Danzo Shimura for providing these test subjects. I shall repay the favor when next opportunity arises." Sensing footsteps approaching, Yato had already vanished from the scene. As for the deaths of these 3 shinobi, he left the troubling matter to Hiruzen Sarutobi. When the Umbu reported the demise of the 3 shinobi to Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage reluctantly roused himself from his comforts and hurried back to the administrative building to attend to official duties. After all, matters concerning the safety of Konoha were not to be treated lightly by the Hokage. Unintentionally, Hiruzen found himself once again cleaning up after Danzo Shimura's messes. As the seasons changed, Danzo remained unusually compliant for a time. Both the Hokage and the Uchiha enjoyed a relatively peaceful interval. However, Danzo's own circumstances were far from favorable. From the outset, his reputation was poor, rendering his espionage missions across various nations arduous. His root faction sought to recruit more personnel, but this necessitated borrowing ninja from major clans. Yet, due to complications involving Sarutobi, Hyuga, and Uchiha matters, Root struggled to enlist highly skilled jonin. Even when traversing Konoha's streets, Danzo could observe that the common villagers' methods of disciplining children were often linked to his name. For example, a dialogue between mother and child. "Mom, I don't want to eat. If you don't eat, Danzo Shimura will come to take you away." Another variation. "Don't cry. If you keep crying, Danzo Shimura will come and get you." Upon hearing such threats, children instantly ceased their tears. It could be said that Danzo had made a significant contribution to the art of education. Speaking of education, Yato Uchiha recently observed that the Uchiha clan itself harbored numerous internal issues, many of which related to upbringing. The Uchiha held an intense reverence for strength, fostering a fiercely competitive nature, especially among the youngest seedlings of the clan. Of course, this did not apply to 3-year-old Obito or 2-year-old Shursui, who were still too young. These Uchiha children commanded considerable respect within the ninja academy. Yet, such behavioral tendencies were detrimental. The clan's triumphs and failures alike stemmed from their martial prowess. During the Warring States period, their exceptional combat abilities elevated both the Uchiha and Senju clans to the status of great houses. In the Ninja Village era, such formidable power served to repel external foes and suppress internal dissent. However, as the Senju clan fully integrated into Konoha, one of the 2 great houses capable of balancing the other was lost. This allowed the Uchiha's arrogant disposition to flourish unchecked, ultimately leading to their eradication by Konoha. Did no one strive for change in the original narrative? On the contrary, efforts were made from Uchiha Kagami to Uchiha Shursui, all exemplars of reform. They naively believed that some degree of change would earn understanding from the upper echelons and acceptance from the villagers. A portion of the Uchiha leadership, the moderates, were relatively receptive, but the radicals among the elders were not. Why not chart a new course? The entrenched ideas of the older generation could be challenged by the fresh perspectives of youth. Naturally, this process entailed some conflict and discontent, but such struggles were unavoidable. Therefore, that very night, Yato Uchiha once again conducted a nocturnal raid on the Uchiha family. Once again, one might ask,
When ver Yato Uchiha fest urgent metters.
He would invade the Uchiha residence regardless of time or place. Were it not for Yato's straightforward character and the absence of scandalous conduct over the years, no evidence of impropriety or romantic entanglements with any woman, no ill rumors would have surfaced. At that moment, Uchiha Kei arrived in the reception room to converse with Yato Uchiha, though his face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. Again, if not for Yato's distinctive personality, Kei might have felt as if he were wearing a green hat. This discomfort stemmed from how Yato greeted him upon entering. Outside the window, Yato whispered softly, "Sis-in-law, open the door." The volume was enough for the homeowner to hear, yet discreet enough to avoid alerting passersby. However, with both Kei and his wife inside, Yato addressed his sister-in-law first, which greatly unsettled Kei, who felt as though his home had been invaded. Kei's wife noticed her husband's unease and said, "The window isn't locked, just come in." Her unspoken intention was to leave the men to talk while she prepared tea. thereby gracefully exiting and preserving her husband's dignity. Yato entered and immediately said, "Sis-in-law, the clan head isn't home today, right? I came to discuss something with you." Well, that certainly complicated matters. What had been a routine visit now carried unexpected weight. Upon hearing these two sentences, Uchiha Yato's face instantly turned pale. Here he sat alone, alive and well. What did Uchiha Yato mean by that? This sudden remark rendered all three men utterly speechless. At this moment, Uchiha Yato explained, "Isn't it your wife who oversees our clan's education? Naturally, I came to find her. I was wondering if we might consider reforming our clan's educational system?" As the conversation finally touched upon the main issue, Uchiha Yato's wife declared, "No matter the topic today, you must first discuss it with Kei. Even if it pertains to education, it requires the elders' approval. I'll step out to prepare some tea for you. Please carry on your discussion." With that, she created an opportunity for Uchiha Yato and Uchiha Kei to converse privately. After his wife departed, Uchiha Kei abruptly lost his composure. "You brat! What are you doing coming to my house in the middle of the night? What exactly do you want?" Uchiha Yato felt this was somewhat excessive, considering his actions were somewhat unrefined. Lowering his head, he pleaded softly, "Haven't I always been like this? The main issue is that the Uchiha clan's problems have become severe. I truly hope our clan can develop properly." Uchiha Kei joked about himself one last time. "Fine. As long as you don't come out of my wardrobe." Uchiha Yato, unable to resist, retorted, "Then I'll come out from under your bed." Finally, after Uchiha Kei's verbal admonishment, they began discussing the matter at hand. Uchiha Kei said, "You came here today, meaning you want to reform the Uchiha clan's education?" Uchiha Yato replied, "Yes, I feel our children nowadays are too hot-blooded." Uchiha Kei was momentarily taken aback by Yato's choice of words. Uchiha Yato continued, "In the Ninja Academy, most students or commoners, when mentioning the Uchiha, use only two words, arrogant." At this point, Yato's tone grew heavier, and Kei's expression darkened. Yato urged Kei to calm down and went on, "Do you think this is alarmist? Do you feel these people don't understand the great clans, or that their words are sheer heresy?" Kei nodded. As the clan leader of the Uchiha, he valued honor above his own life and would not tolerate anyone defaming the clan. However, it was precisely this rigid integrity that made the Uchiha guard easily attract hatred. Kei pondered for a moment and said, "So, what does this have to do with education?" Yato took a sip of tea and said, "The older generation and even we ourselves are difficult to change. Our thoughts have solidified. But young people like Uchiha Shursui and Uchiha Obito can still be saved. My plan is to save the Uchiha from childhood." After hearing Yato's plan, Kei considered it for a while and finally said, "Tomorrow, I will discuss this with the elders. Some matters must be salvaged." Kei essentially agreed with Yato's proposal, though the key lay in persuading the old stubborn men. That would depend on Yato's skill in persuasion. The next day, within Nanga Shrine, Uchiha Jonin, elders, and the clan leader gathered for a meeting. Uchiha Kei began, "Yesterday, Uchiha Yato proposed reforming the Uchiha clan's educational policy to me. Today, I bring this matter before you all to hear your opinions." The Uchiha clan could now be roughly divided into three factions. One primarily moderate, called the moderate faction, another primarily militant, called the pro-war faction, and a final group that was neutral, neither side taking precedence. Among the four elders present, the first elder and fourth elder belonged to the moderate faction, while the second elder and third elder represented the pro-war and neutral factions, respectively. Uchiha Kei belonged to the moderate faction and leaned more toward the side of Konoha. This explained why later Uchiha Fugaku was also a moderate. Being from the same family, they never spoke as if from rival houses. Uchiha Yato was somewhat of a special case in the neutral faction, as he neither favored Konoha nor approved of the current state of the Uchiha. In the original narrative, throughout the several great ninja wars, few Konoha Anbu or high-ranking jonin perished in battle, while many Kage-level shinobi were betrayed and killed. The renowned Konoha White Fang and the Sannin were considered casualties. These internal factors caused other ninja villages to eye Konoha's diminished forces with growing desire. If one wished to weaken Konoha, it was better to incite the ambitions of a few like Shimura Danzo and others to let Konoha destroy itself, rather than wage a full-scale ninja world war that inflicted heavier losses on Konoha. Therefore, Yato's philosophy was to protect the Uchiha clan and unite them as one. No matter how chaotic the outside world became, he was determined not to let the clan's children suffer. After Uchiha Kei introduced the idea of reforming the clan's educational policy and recounted Yato's words spoken in his home, the first and fourth elders, representing the moderate faction, appeared contemplative, while the neutral third elder remained impassive. The second elder was the first to speak as an elder. What did he mean? Did he intend for them to relinquish the Uchiha's honor? What do those commoners know? Without the Uchiha clan, Konoha might never have been established, he declared, embodying the quintessential Uchiha spirit. Forever lost in past glories without introspection. That was the Uchiha's greatest flaw. Uchiha Yato directly addressed the second elder. Do you think our clan has a chance to hold the position of fourth Hokage? At the mention of this topic, all Uchiha present pricked up their ears. From the first Hokage onward, the Uchiha clan had repeatedly missed the opportunity to assume the Hokage title. The second Hokage, as the younger brother of the first Hokage and a truly outstanding shinobi, rightfully earned the position. As for the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, many held reservations about him, but through gradual power transitions orchestrated by Mito Uzumaki, Hiruzen's tenure as Hokage was solidified. According to the Uchiha's temperament, the fourth Hokage should come from their own clan. As a great clan that co-founded Konoha alongside the Senju, they felt entitled to say so. Yato's question clearly signaled that what followed would be confrontational. We cannot become Hokage. The Konoha leadership will never allow an Uchiha to rise to that position, Yato declared. This instantly provoked a Uchiha Jonin to speak emotionally. Why can't we become Hokage? We founded Konoha alongside the Senju and contributed greatly. Why can't we? Upon hearing this, many other Uchiha began to cheer in agreement, as this touched upon their clan's honor. As the clamor died down, Yato calmly said, "May I ask you all, what do we have to become Hokage? In the ninja world, power dictates authority. Do we have enough power?" This statement effectively silenced all. Though the Uchiha clan was not short of Jonin, many present were Jonin. They all understood Yato's meaning. They lacked Kage-level strength. Yato continued, the vigorous Hiruzen Sarutobi, the shadowy Shimura Danzo, the Sannin, the Konoha White Fang. If you intend to seize power by force, every other ninja clan will become our enemy. How many can we defeat? If this war drags on, can our clan's resources compare to those of the entire Konoha village? As Uchiha Yato broached one weighty topic after another, many of the Uchiha Jonin gradually fell silent. The first to speak was Elder 2, the foremost figure of the pro-war faction, who was currently grappling with a severe crisis of combat conviction. He needed to utter words that Uchiha Yato himself could not express, not only to preserve his own dignity but also to stabilize the hearts of the pro-war Uchiha. Similarly, there was an outsider present, Uchiha Madara. In his youth, he had entertained ambitions for the position of Hokage, but upon learning of the Eye of the Moon plan, he left the village to pursue his ideals, thereby severing ties with the Hokage office. Now, hearing his juniors analyze the current plight of the Uchiha clan somewhat assuaged his past regrets. Elder 2 said, "So according to you, after reform, the Uchiha clan will be able to produce a Hokage." Uchiha Yato replied, "Let us speak pragmatically. At the very least, a change would not make the situation worse than it is now. Moreover, I have been clear from the outset. It must begin from childhood." Elder 2 remained silent, while the other Uchiha awaited Yato's next words. Uchiha Yato continued, "First and foremost, the new generation of Uchiha must shed their former arrogance. We have several promising young talents now who can be properly nurtured. The elders should refrain from uttering those rebellious remarks." This time, no one responded, for not only were the elders involved, but most of these Jonin had children of their own and were somewhat guilty of boasting. Yato went on, "I have previously investigated 6 children, 5 of whom disdained the 3-body technique taught at the academy, deeming it too simplistic. Of course, it might also be that they have already learned when it is prudent not to waste time. If the children look down upon the 3-body technique taught at the ninja school, then let them acquire ninjutsu through labor within the clan. Remember, the premise is obtaining new ninjutsu through labor. Techniques taught by parents do not count, and ninjutsu acquired from the clan must not be privately shared with outsiders." At this point, Uchiha Kei interjected, "Learning ninjutsu requires a place. Why not permanently designate dojo number 2 for the Uchiha children to study ninjutsu? That way, they won't have to sneak off to other locations." Uchiha Yato responded, "All of us here, including the elders and the clan leader, should, whenever not on missions or away from the village, make every effort to go to the children's dojo and teach them the ninjutsu they have earned. Naturally, each visiting ninja will receive a stipend for supervision, not only to teach the children ninjutsu but also to protect the Uchiha offspring. Will the clan fund this supervision fee?" Yato's gaze turned toward Uchiha Kei. Kei did not speak but nodded slightly, indicating agreement. Spending a modest sum to ensure the children's education, provide supervision, and reward the Jonin is a simple and worthwhile matter. At the same time, a Jonin interjected, "Wasn't there talk about changing the common ninja's perception of us? If we withhold payment, that only deepen their resentment." Uchiha Yato said, "I have other plans regarding that matter." Before answering, Yato posed a counter-question to everyone present. If we teach ninjutsu ourselves, what happens to the reward system within Konoha village? This reminded everyone that they lived within Konoha. Incorporating the village's policies too broadly could lead outsiders to misinterpret the Uchiha's intentions. Uchiha K asked, what about the common ninjas? At this moment, the Great Elder proposed a solution. We cannot teach them ninjutsu directly, but we can discuss and exchange insights on ninjutsu among ourselves. Uchiha Yato was very pleased. Having others join the conversation made the matter more multifaceted. Otherwise, if everyone simply followed his lead, outsiders might suspect him of harboring ambitions for usurpation. Such conduct is frowned upon in any organization. Fortunately, the Uchiha clan was currently extremely united and lacked such internal strife. Following the Great Elder's remark, Yato added, our clan's fire release ninjutsu is renowned, but that does not mean we must teach it outright. We can exchange experiences and insights on using fire release techniques. These words enlightened the Uchiha Jonin below, as they realized they could improve themselves while also fostering closer relations. Several other ninjas then raised questions. Subsequently, including Elder 2 and other pro-war elders, all stepped forward to offer responses. After raising a question, not only the elders, Yato, and the clan leader answered, but Jonin who raised their hands actively participated. This atmosphere was exactly what Uchiha Yato wished to see. The final summary, naturally, was entrusted to Uchiha K, the clan leader. Uchiha K said, then, let us rename Dojo number 2 as the Uchiha Kindergarten. Each Jonin serving as a teacher may receive 3,000 ryo upon completion of their duties. The ninjutsu required must be earned by the children through labor before exchange. Is there any objection, everyone? Upon concluding, the unprecedented scene unfolded. Unanimous consent from all Uchiha present. Regardless of faction, they were all Uchiha, and their shared aspiration was for the clan's prosperity and betterment. This method of nurturing the next generation, which would enhance the clan's cohesion, was refined and improved through collective participation. Finally, Uchiha Yato posed a question. Now, I'd like to ask all of you, how do you intend to persuade these children to willingly attend the Uchiha Kindergarten? The Great Elder and Uchiha K instantly grasped Yato's meaning. They refrained from speaking because they knew that as the former children's leader of Konoha, Yato's methods were ever resourceful. He only required their endorsement, after which he could openly and legitimately discipline these children. Realizing this, the Great Elder and Uchiha K simultaneously felt sorrow for these Uchiha seedlings, for they were about to endure a harsh tempest. The most hot-tempered Elder too bluntly said, I know you're full of tricks, so just spit it out quickly. Uchiha Yato revealed an innocuous smile and said, I won't disclose my method now. What I need is authorization from all of you. I know the Jonin here have children who likely meet the training standards of the Uchiha Kindergarten. I fear you might leak information to your children. Therefore, what I want is authorization and a notification to everyone, not a negotiation. Upon hearing this, the Great Elder and Uchiha K exchanged expressionless glances, thinking, as expected, this mischievous rascal always operates this way. Uchiha K directly stated, no injuring to the point of disability. No use of your developed genjutsu on them. No public humiliation during gatherings. Glancing at the Jonin present, K concluded, I grant you authorization. If further issues arise after this, we will discuss them. For now, this is settled. After receiving his mandate, Uchiha Yato grinned broadly and departed from the Nanka Shrine. Following his departure, Uchiha K and the other Jonin proceeded to confirm several critical matters and meticulously plan how to prevent Yato from potentially harming the Uchiha children. Ultimately, they reached a simple conclusion. Someone must be present whenever Yato is on duty. The most unfortunate task was assigned to our beloved Uchiha Ren. Our Uchiha Ren sincerely expressed his delight, helping the clan leader summon Yato only to be blamed himself. Handling routine matters of the guard, he ended up living with 2 grown men for 6 consecutive days. This has now become a long-term assignment, and Uchiha Obito truly feels weary at heart. Yet, compelled by the concern of the elders and the clan leader, he reluctantly agreed to it. At night, within the residence of the Great Elder, Uchiha Yato was accompanying Uchiha Shursui in play. Observing this scene, the Great Elder could not help but feel a warmth blossoming within. These 2 children had, after all, grown up under his watchful eyes, and moments of serene tranquility such as this were truly heartwarming. Uchiha Yato said, Shursui, do you wish to attend school and meet more good friends? Upon hearing Yato's words, Uchiha Shursui pondered for a moment before replying, is it fun? Grandfather Great Elder works very hard every day. I want to spend more time with him. Shursui at present was like a blank canvas. The hues of his life's trajectory were being painted by Uchiha Yato. In the original tale, at the age of 17, Shursui was deprived of his eyes by Danzo, carrying with him profound regrets, disillusionment with the higher echelons of the Hokage, and the last hopes for his clan, before leaping into the Nanga River. But now, such a tragic story would never come to pass. Uchiha Yato continued, whether it is enjoyable or not is not for me to decide. You should go and see for yourself. The great elder is not home during the day, and when you grow a little older you can explore more. Hearing their conversation, the great elder also spoke. Shursui Yato is right. Some things may appear good to us, but they may not necessarily be so for you. Therefore, you must not blindly follow our arrangements. You must think for yourself. At this moment, Shursui successfully entered a mode of contemplation. Whether in the present or the original story, Shursui was a child remarkably adept at reflection. It was precisely because of his deep thinking and his anxiety for the future of the Uchiha that he awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, which ultimately became the catalyst for his tragic fate. This does not imply that such contemplation is inherently negative, but rather that the outcome under those circumstances was unfortunate. Seeing Uchiha Yato's deliberate guidance encouraging Shursui to think independently and not trust others blindly, the great elder regarded this as of utmost importance. Given the critical nature of the Uchiha clan's Kekkei Genkai and the fact that ocular Kekkei Genkai can be stripped away, the great elder understood all too well that thoughtlessness would reduce one to a mere tool, a truly lamentable state. Thus, these two sought to guide Uchiha Shursui's mind, hoping he would forge his own path. This also marked the beginning of Shursui making his own choices. After a brief period of reflection, Shursui slowly said, "You are right. I also wish to go out and see a different kind of Uchiha." At this moment, Uchiha Yato corrected him. It's not just Uchiha, The place we live is called Konoha Village, where there are not only Uchiha but many others as well. So you must listen more, observe more, and learn more comprehensively. Only then can you live happily in Konoha. Finally, after a thoughtful discourse from the great elder, it was decided that Uchiha Shursui would first attend the Uchiha kindergarten. Meanwhile, Uchiha Yato was meticulously planning a storm involving the Uchiha children. The next day, an announcement was issued within the Uchiha clan. The content was roughly as follows. Any family with children aged 3 years or older may enroll them in the Uchiha kindergarten, with a tuition fee of 5,000 ryo per semester. The Uchiha kindergarten is located at dojo number 2, where 2 to 3 jonin will take turns supervising each day. Participation in tasks within the kindergarten will earn points redeemable for ninjutsu. The kindergarten will officially commence 1 week from now. Interested parents should register at the clan leader's residence. With the release of this announcement concerning the Uchiha kindergarten, a wave of excitement swept through the Uchiha villagers. Most of them, lacking ninja talent, had been assigned by the clan to commerce or other professions to support the family. In the current era of ninjas, becoming a shinobi is an immense honor. This initiative provided a pathway for their children. They were not short of wealth but lacked ninjutsu skills and quality education. Now, the clan was offering an opportunity for early education, so that by the age of 5 or 6, their children might enter the ninja academy. To these villagers, this was a blessing bestowed by the clan. Uchiha Yama, a resident of Uchiha village, held a somewhat special status. He was distantly related to the second elder. However, lacking ninja aptitude, he had not been cultivated. He managed the clan's grain import and export business, which, excluding a few exceptionally capable ninjas, ranked among the top 3 sources of wealth within the Uchiha. Because of his lack of ninja talent, his son, Uchiha Kai, was also overlooked at birth. Upon seeing the announcement, he was among the first, if not the very first, to rush to the clan leader's home to register. Years of business experience had imparted some understanding of human affairs, and he expressed to the clan leader his willingness to bear the costs associated with the changes. This decision was not solely his but also that of the second elder, intended to ease tensions between the pro-war faction and the clan leader, as well as to smooth relations between the second elder and Uchiha Yama. Such instances were not uncommon within the Uchiha clan. Families with jonin members promptly conveyed this news to all household members, fully aware that the Uchiha kindergarten was a crucial project for nurturing the new generation. For Uchiha children already attending the ninja academy, evening tutoring classes and care facilities were established. Indeed, this was Uchiha Yato introducing the concept of after-school study sessions and tutoring classes from his original world to the Uchiha clan. For Uchiha parents eager for their children to excel, this was a source of great joy. Today, if a couple quarreled and could not engage in physical training, the child could be left at the care facility. Tomorrow, if work was busy and they could not pick up the child, the Uchiha kindergarten was right there. Such a vast establishment certainly required management, and indeed, Uchiha Yato served as the principal of this Uchiha kindergarten. During this period, Uchiha Yato also liaised with villagers like Uchiha Yama. His purpose was straightforward: to enlist these influential villagers to issue various tasks, much like the mission center of the Hokage's office, albeit these tasks often carried a playful nature. No wages were paid. The aim was simply for the children to experience life and labor, thereby broadening their horizons. Of course, dedicated teachers and jonin would provide supervision to ensure the children's safety. No venture proceeds without obstacles, and the first setback Uchiha Yato encountered was Uchiha Obito, a second-year student at the Ninja Academy. For this, Uchiha Yato expressed particular delight. Establishing authority while encountering an original character meant he could reap emotional benefits. A true twofold gain, immensely satisfying. Obito's problem was neither trivial nor grave. Primarily, he was habitually late, always arriving tardy for peculiar reasons. This trait amusingly aligned with the original Obito's penchant for helping elderly ladies cross the street. Moreover, because he needed to be at the Uchiha kindergarten in the afternoon or evening, he could not play with Rin Noera, the girl he liked. This caused Obito's regard for Uchiha Yato to plummet drastically. However, this brought a considerable amount of emotional currency to Yato Uchiha, successfully increasing his emotional currency by 2,000, not counting the scattered fragments. Presently, Yato Uchiha's emotional currency has reached 3,000. While the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan requires 300,000 emotional currency to complete, he has already achieved the first step. Can be said that in just this brief month, he has contributed 10 times more than Danzo Shimura and Hiruzen Sarutobi combined during their last Konoha tribunal. In the case of Obito Uchiha Yato Uchiha, having a thorough understanding of the original story, directly targeted Obito's lifeline, Rin Noera. He refrained from employing any corporal punishment or verbal provocation and insult. Yato Uchiha deliberately arrived at the moment when Obito Uchiha and Rin Noera were leaving school, then suddenly appeared. Yato Uchiha said, "What a coincidence, Obito." Obito glanced at the newcomer, his mood far from pleasant. Yato's appearance signified that he could not escape the fate of supplementary lessons, which did not delight him. He merely nodded slightly, indicating his acknowledgement. Then, Yato shifted his tone and inquired, "Rin Noera, is she your friend?" Upon first meeting, Yato introduced himself politely. "Nice to meet you. I am Yato Uchiha." Rin Noera responded with equal courtesy, introducing herself and exchanging greetings. Yato, ever sociable, greeted Rin warmly before leading Obito away. On the way, Yato teased Obito, "Kid, you're interested in that girl, aren't you?" Stung to the core, Obito instantly blushed fiercely, stammering in an extremely unnatural tone as he desperately tried to explain himself. At that moment, the boy's blush spoke louder than words. Yato's next remark made Obito feel the full weight of his malice. "Then I'll help you tell her." Without hesitation, Yato turned and produced a specially made megaphone, ready to shout out loud. At this instant, Obito used the fastest speed of his life to stop Yato and destroyed the fragile, paper-thin megaphone. Yato continued, "If next time, at 6 o'clock in the evening, you fail to attend 2 hours of tutoring punctually, I will introduce Rin Noera to Kakashi." Somehow, these two seem quite compatible. One must admit, Yato had impeccable timing, throwing Rin and Kakashi right in Obito's face, instantly stripping him of all initiative. Seeing Obito's reaction, Yato knew he had to offer a way out and a small reward. He said, "If you behave well, I might make an exception and allow Rin to join the Uchiha kindergarten with you. How does that sound?" This immediately lifted Obito from the depths of despair. For a common ninja like Rin Noera, the scarcest resource was learning opportunities. Obito could not access quality ninjutsu resources, and now Yato was willing to offer, and had already promised, such opportunities, which deeply tempted Obito. He exclaimed, "Really? That's wonderful. I will definitely do it. Trust me, headmaster." Then Yato intensified his persuasion. "By then, you can invite her to take a tour around the Uchiha clan's territory. Imagine how beautiful that scene would be." Hearing these words, Obito's head was already spinning, and soon Yato took him to the Uchiha kindergarten for tutoring. Of course, Yato had to impose a small punishment on Obito for his previous misbehavior, letting him experience the rigorous challenges of the 3 years as Jonin, 5 years as Chunin exercise bank in advance. With this, the minor faults of Obito were preliminarily treated. In the following days at the Uchiha kindergarten, there were no classes from Friday to Sunday. Obito gradually grew accustomed to life there. At this time, Yato thoughtfully presented a childcare gift package. Yato's original words were, "Since you're free anyway, why not help out in the toddler area here? It will pass the time and earn you points." By this point, Obito had basically decided to accept Yato's offer. Yato went on, "Once you accumulate 10,000 points, I'll invite Rin Noera to join the Uchiha kindergarten." Indeed, Obito had become the best caregiver. The children who had not yet entered the ninja academy were full of anticipation and longing for ninja school life. Obito kindly answered their questions. At this moment, Uchiha Kai asked, Obito and I, do you have good friends at the ninja academy? Obito naturally replied, of course, her name is Rin Noera. She is a very gentle girl. As he spoke, a genuine smile appeared on Obito's face, radiating happiness. Seeing them chatting, Yato quickly joined the conversation. He said, our Obito really likes that girl. Kai. Remember, when looking for a man, you should find someone like our Obito, such a devoted man. With Yato's involvement and his topic, the tone of the chat instantly took a humorous turn. Hearing this, Obito blushed deeply with embarrassment. Then Yato abruptly shifted the topic. But absolutely no simps.
Uchiha Kai puzzled.
Asked what a simp was. Yato responded, this is an important question. Some people's deep love is not called simping. But some people 1T give up no matter what, don't understand no, and keep pestering. Those people are called simps. Seeing that Kai and Obito did not quite understand, Yato rephrased, Kai, imagine there is someone you don't like. What would you do? Kai answered, ignore them, don't play with them, tell them I hate you. Yato was pleased, correct, if you don't like someone you must say so. But what if that person loves you too much? 1T leave, and is always by your side. What will you do then? Kai still said, if I don't like them, I don't like them. Why do they cling to me? Obito added, that kind of person is really annoying and gross. Yato corrected, it's not gross. It's just obsession with love. You have the right to pursue someone, but you must not interfere with their normal life. Simps will agree to any request without bottom lines and lose all dignity. Kai asked, do such people really exist? Obito appeared thoughtful, as if pondering something. Yato said no more and revealed his Sharingan, locking eyes with Obito. He then pulled out his signature projector, capable of projecting the illusions trapped in a person's mind. After preparation, Yato told Kai, let us see if your Obito and I will become a simp. Kai said, Yato and I, you're really rude. He hasn't even agreed yet. How can you just act like that? Yato declined to explain. In fact, Yato had two purposes for recounting the matter in such detail. First, he wanted to educate the Uchiha clan not to be overly arrogant, in all respects, including their feelings in love. In this regard, Obito was a negative example. He also wanted to see if young Obito could exercise some self-control, so he would not be easily deceived and crippled by Madara Uchiha. The second purpose, of course, was to reap emotional currency. This wave of emotional currency would not be small. Yato bet that Obito was deeply in love with Rin. Thus, very soon, the first scene designed by Yato Uchiha for Obito appeared on the projector. Scene 1, the wedding. Obito Uchiha's vision blurred, and at that moment Rin Noera, clad in a pristine white Shiromuku kimono, gently awakened him. Standing before him was a woman who seemed immeasurably more mature than he remembered, yet still as tender and graceful as ever, instantly striking a chord deep within Obito's heart. Having now grown into an adult, Obito found himself lost in contemplation. Rin Noera spoke softly, why did you suddenly faint? Today is an important day for me, don't you forget that. Seeing Rin in this moment made Obito's heart race uncontrollably. He instinctively placed himself in the role of Rin's husband, which stirred waves of emotion within him. Then, Rin's next words plunged him into an icy abyss. Today, you are my Nakoto. The events that followed were left in his hands. At that instant, Obito felt a pang of sorrow. His beloved girl was attending her wedding, yet the groom was not him. When he wished to act, he found his body no longer under his control. Instead, he was compelled to assist Rin with the wedding arrangements. Gradually, the scene transformed once more. This time, as the image materialized, he saw a man dressed in a black-patterned haori and hakama. Approaching him, Obito recognized this familiar figure immediately. The blush on the youth's face said it all. Shinki. Indeed, the groom chosen by Yato Uchiha was none other than Kakashi Hatake, a name well known to all. This aligned perfectly with Yato's earlier threat to Obito to study diligently, instantly elevating his spirits. Ding! Congratulations, host, for raising Obito Uchiha's emotions. You have earned 200 emotional coins. This sudden surge thrilled Yato Uchiha immensely. A simple provocation had instantly rewarded him with 200 emotional coins, equivalent to all those previously amassed by the third Hokage and his comrades combined. Yet, at this moment, Obito was like a marionette, unable to act beyond obediently handing Rin's hand to Kakashi. Yato's motivation was deeply influenced by the original narrative. Regardless of how much Obito loved Rin, two facts could never be erased: the slaughter of his clan and the murder of the fourth Hokage, who had treated him kindly. Why should his entire clan and those who raised him become mere tools for his vengeance? Why must his teacher become a restless spirit beneath his blade? leaving his newborn son to be manipulated by others? Thus, Yato was not testing Obito's potential as a sycophant. He was simply seeking retribution for his past self, utterly unable to comprehend the senseless atrocity of the clan's annihilation. As for the other perpetrator, Itachi Uchiha, Yato remarked, "It's all right. Itachi hasn't been born yet. We will deal with him in due time." The illusion ended the moment Obito handed Rin's hand to Kakashi. Yet, judging by Obito's expression, it seemed he had not fully emerged from the trance. From outside, Uchiha Kai remarked, "Is this the sycophantic behavior you mentioned, Yato? Then Obito must be a sycophant." The young girl seemed genuinely upset, not even addressing him as brother anymore. Yato Uchiha explained, No, just now I was controlling his body. First, to show you what sycophancy really looks like. This is sycophancy, and one must avoid such people at all costs. Second, to let him feel how painful it is to be a sycophant. When we come out, Kai, you must thank Obito for his selfless sacrifice. No response or rebuttal came from the young girl. Thus, Yato Uchiha initiated the second scene. Scene 2, Domestic Abuse. The lights flickered again before Obito, and he found himself transported into his own home. Before him stood a gaunt, filthy woman. Although her appearance had changed somewhat, Obito immediately recognized her. Rin no Era. Rin lamented, "I never imagined Kakashi would become like this after marriage. He abuses me and refuses to feed me." She then collapsed onto the table, sobbing bitterly. This scene wounded Obito's heart deeply. This was the girl he cherished, yet she had suffered such misfortune. This single tableau was, of course, crafted by Yato Uchiha for him. When Obito reached out to touch the girl before him, he discovered he could move freely this time, no longer a puppet on strings. He immediately began to comfort the pitiful Rin, his actions respectful and his words free of provocation. Admittedly, Obito was quite adept in this regard. Watching the unfolding scene, Yato Uchiha smiled mysteriously. Those who knew him understood that mischief was afoot. Rin pleaded, "Obito, can you help me?" Without hesitation, Obito nodded his agreement. Rin continued, "Help me kill Kakashi. I can't endure this anymore." Such a request was utterly absurd. The reason was clear. This was Yato's design. Rin's character was originally understanding and considerate, but Yato shattered that persona and posed an unreasonable demand to see how Obito would respond. Would he mindlessly aid Rin in escaping her plight, or would he seek an alternative path? Obito's mind froze upon hearing Rin's plea. Though Kakashi was arrogant, he had been amicable to them. Yet Rin's urgent need for protection left Obito uncertain. This was precisely Yato's intention. According to the original story, Obito would have chosen to help Rin. However, now Obito was but a child, his moral compass and values not yet fully formed, allowing room for change. After a moment's reflection, Obito said, "Rin, Kakashi, I will help you. Let us find him together." Hearing this, Yato felt a twinge of disappointment. Obito added, "I will talk to him clearly. There's no way I'll let either of you shed blood. Rin, no matter what happens, face it head on. Don't be like this. It's not like you." Rin was stunned by these words, and so was Yato, who controlled her. Obito's response was unconventional and unexpected, yet not the worst outcome, a fact that brought Yato some solace. Then Rin's gentle voice lingered in Obito's ear. Finally, the last scene unfolded. Scene 3, Kakashi kills Rin. Without any narration or build-up, Obito was thrust directly into the most gruesome vision. No whimsical fantasies this time, only the original narrative laid bare. Yet Obito once again chose to alter the course. His emotions surged uncontrollably, reaching a fever pitch. His eyes turned bloodshot, and a Magatama orb spun ceaselessly within his gaze. Indeed, witnessing Rin's brutal demise, Obito awakened his Sharingan. At that moment, Yato Uchiha's face broke into a wider grin. Ding! Congratulations, host, for causing Obito Uchiha's emotional breakdown. You have gained 1,000 emotional coins. The sudden acquisition of 1,000 emotional coins made Yato laugh with delight. Meanwhile, Uchiha Kai, observing the scene, showed signs of disgust. The subsequent storyline closely mirrored the original. Obito cradled Rin, uttering the iconic phrase, "I want to create a world with Rin in it." After a final bout of dizziness, Obito awoke, uncertain of what to do next. Yet one thing was certain, he was profoundly joyful. Rin no Era remained unchanged. She had neither married nor passed away. At this moment, Yato Uchiha remarked, "Congratulations to you. You have proven that you are not a sycophant, but rather a devoted young man. Hi, you must take Tobi as your exemplar when choosing a partner." Hi Uchiha was also somewhat ensnared in Tobi's emotions at this point. There was no remedy for it. The Uchiha clan was a clan of love. Emotionally, they were extraordinarily rich, so Haya's reaction was indeed quite natural. Observing the reactions of these two children, especially Haya's demeanor at this moment, Yato Uchiha had reason to suspect. If Hai were a little older, this emotional shock might very well cause her to have an awakening. Shifting his tone, Yato congratulated Tobi. Congratulations. Tobi, you have awakened. Only then did Tobi temporarily put aside the illusions of the earlier vision and realize that his eyes could now open the Sharingan. This news thrilled the child beyond measure. After all, no matter what, Tobi was a child of the Uchiha clan, and awakening the eyes was a rite every Uchiha had to undergo. Then, Tobi regarded Yato with an exceedingly complex gaze. How could he thank him? Thank Yato for the immense pain he had endured? Yet, if anyone were to blame, it was Yato's provocation that had spurred Tobi's awakening. Yato perceived Tobi's awkwardness and then said, "No need to thank me. This is what an older brother should do. If you truly want to express your gratitude, help me take care of this bunch of mischievous monkeys in the future." While speaking with Tobi, he discreetly packed away the projector. Unfortunately, Tobi still caught sight of it and, in a fit of embarrassment and anger, demanded that Yato delete the recorded footage. Earlier, when Yato instructed them to be wary of genjutsu, he had deliberately shown a clip of Ryoma Aburame dancing during a genjutsu. That scene was truly unbearable to behold. Just one glance was enough to make one's eyes ache. Among the Uchiha Jonin, many who specialized in genjutsu wished to learn from it, and this particular genjutsu developed by Yato was exquisite. However, having to first learn this bizarre dance was too difficult to accept. That was why many proud Uchiha reluctantly abandoned this genjutsu, as it was simply too agonizing and torturous. Recalling the events that transpired within the genjutsu and his own actions, Tobi inevitably felt a twinge of shame. He immediately chased after Yato, demanding that he delete the recording. With his Sharingan activated, he pursued Yato to reclaim the footage. Seeing this, Yato immediately made a swift exit, all the while teasing Tobi with provocative remarks to entice his relentless pursuit. At this moment, a change stirred within Tobi's heart. He thought, if circumstances permit, I must find a way to create a world without Yato Uchiha. What Tobi did not realize was that he had guessed correctly. 20 years hence, this bullet would strike him once more. At this very moment, Madara Uchiha, clandestinely watching through a white Zetsu television, could not help but praise Yato Uchiha. In terms of strategy, Yato's talents were extraordinarily outstanding. Regarding strength, his Mangekyo Sharingan combined with his array of peculiar ninjutsu made him formidable. As for character, he was remarkable throughout the ninja world, at least among the Sand Ninja, his reputation shone brightly. Madara was acutely aware of his own physical limitations. He required an agent to capture the tailed beasts on his behalf within the shinobi world. He had already prepared one pawn and needed another to keep watch. Presently, he had 3 candidates he felt were suitable: Yato Uchiha, Tobi Uchiha, and Shursui Uchiha. Yato's comprehensive abilities were formidable, yet he was difficult to harness. His unpredictable personality, combined with considerable strength, ensured his self-preservation. Being astute, if he discerned Madara's schemes, he might well act counterproductively. Observing Tobi's psychological trajectory via the projector, Madara found this child to be the most perfect Uchiha. Therefore, if conditions allowed and Tobi was more manageable, he would be the preferred choice. As for Shursui, judging by his current attitude, he was a genius imbued with a cultivated sense of autonomy and judgment. However, herein lay the problem. If he ever discovered deception, he might utterly abandon his efforts and even turn against them. Seeing Madara's distress, White Zetsu, standing beside him, quipped, "Lord Madara, are you pondering here because you can't defecate?" This remark abruptly shattered the solemn atmosphere. Black Zetsu quickly covered White Zetsu's mouth and promptly addressed Madara. "Lord Madara, do not pay heed to this fool's words." Noticing Madara's composure returning, Black Zetsu continued, "Lord Madara, I have an idea. I wonder if it might be feasible, the Iron Country, the mountainous graveyard." Intrigued by Black Zetsu's words, Madara inquired, "You know my troubles?" Black Zetsu replied, "As your incarnation, I am well acquainted with your thoughts. Your mind is currently unsettled. Allow me to help you organize it." Hearing this, Madara pondered briefly and nodded slightly to signify his agreement. Black Zetsu then said, "Yato Uchiha, based on our current observations, is particularly unpredictable yet immensely capable. He has already awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, mastered composite ninjutsu, and possesses vast chakra reserves." White Zetsu interjected, "Sounds like a younger version of Lord Madara, both in strength and temperament." This time, White Zetsu's comment did not offend Madara. Occasionally shaking his head, sometimes nodding, Madara was clearly deep in thought. Black Zetsu resumed. He is powerful, but his personality is erratic. He sincerely wishes to protect the entire Uchiha clan, much like Lord Madara once did. His current objective mirrors Madara's past, except he has yet to see the clan's stone monument. This remark instantly reminded Madara that Yato was not the clan leader, and thus had not seen that monument. Perhaps, if Yato were to see the inscription on the stone, he might comprehend Madara's intentions. Madara asked, "Is there a way to let him see the monument, or even make him clan leader?" Black Zetsu answered, "Becoming clan leader is nearly impossible. Even with his Mangekyo Sharingan, he has not considered it. We can find a way to subtly hint at the monument's existence and observe his choice." Thus concluded the evaluation of Yato Uchiha. Overall, Madara held a favorable view of Yato. Next came the assessment of Tobi Uchiha. Black Zetsu said, "Tobi Uchiha, based on our observations and Yato's projector, likes a girl named Rin Noera. With Yato's provocation, he successfully awakened his eyes, though his intelligence is somewhat lacking." Madara summarized, "He perfectly embodies the typical Uchiha traits and is full of passion. Comparatively, he is easier to control." Finally, Black Zetsu spoke of Shursui Uchiha, currently adopted by Yato Uchiha. His chakra extraction was extremely rapid, and he was being nurtured by Yato. From his training, his learning aptitude, abilities and reasoning were all superior. Madara remarked, "His advantage lies in his youth, making it easier to instill ideology." Having thoroughly reviewed all three, Madara finalized his plan, to observe quietly and let events unfold. Given his current status, he was ill-suited to frequent movement within the shinobi world, and would do his best to allow these three prospective pawns to develop. In Konoha village, within the Hokage's office, Hiruzen Sarutobi continued tirelessly reviewing official documents. Recently, compelled by considerations for the villagers and his own clan, he had temporarily relieved Danzo of his duties to set an example. The entire performance was staged, naturally entrusting some root files to Sarutobi for processing. Now, several pressing issues demanded his swift attention. Firstly, Uchiha Yato has not been causing any trouble recently. However, he has established the Uchiha kindergarten within the Uchiha clan. In terms of function and impact, it resembles a juvenile version of the Ninja Academy and an evening edition of the Ninja Academy. Previously, Danzo Shimura exploited the root division to disseminate unfavorable information about the Uchiha clan, but under the recent rectifications, certain changes have begun to manifest. The most conspicuous transformation is within the police force. Ever since the establishment of the Konoha court, any complicated, thorny issues involving rights disputes or influential backgrounds are now impartially adjudicated there. This has led to the current reputation of the Uchiha clan being one of fairness and strictness. Danzo Shimura and Hiruzen Sarutobi's plan to suppress the Uchiha clan has effectively been half-thwarted. Meanwhile, the Sand Ninja have dispatched a study group, hoping to learn ninjutsu and medical arts in Konoha. At present, the first batch of the study group is nearing the border of Konoha village. Sarutobi Hiruzen contemplates the necessity of overseeing these individuals and demonstrating Konoha's strength. Konoha's military prowess remains formidable, making the strategic planning of the Sand Ninja's area of activity crucial. They must not be allowed too close to Konoha's center, nor should they be treated with undue neglect. After pondering deeply at the table, Sarutobi Hiruzen turns to his side and asks Hatake Tsukumo, "What is your perspective on the current state of the Uchiha?" At that moment, Hatake Tsukumo emerges from the shadows, respectfully responding, "My Lord Hokage, I believe the current Uchiha clan is beneficial to the village. Their radical faction has gradually quieted, and they have not committed any excessively egregious acts. Both the shinobi and civilians have abandoned their formerly arrogant demeanor. From my subordinate's viewpoint, the Uchiha clan presently epitomizes the conduct of an exemplary noble family within Konoha." Upon hearing Tsukumo's reply, Sarutobi Hiruzen is unsurprised. However, as the third Hokage, he is somewhat influenced by the second Hokage. Though he never echoed Danzo's habit of branding the Uchiha as inherently evil, he still harbors some reservations. His attitude toward the Uchiha reflects the respect he holds for his teacher. After a few vague remarks, the two men move past this subject. At this juncture, Sarutobi Hiruzen poses another question. "Tsukumo, the Sand Ninja are coming to Konoha to study. What is your opinion on this visit?" Hearing the Hokage inquire about external factors, Hatake Tsukumo begins to consider. It should primarily be for study, but there are likely other underlying purposes, such as gathering intelligence on Uchiha Yato and myself. Hatake Tsukumo's speculation is quite accurate. The Sand Ninja's concealed motives essentially revolve around these 2 points. Probing Tsukumo is plausible, as in the original narrative. He annihilated the son and daughter-in-law of Chiyo, engendering a mortal enmity. Collecting information on him could easily lead to assassination attempts. Moreover, during the Sand Ninja battlefield, Tsukumo personally slew many Sand Ninja, earning the moniker Konoha's White Fang. As for Uchiha Yato, his battlefield achievements are well known. This man single-handedly outmaneuvered a group of Sand Ninja, turning combat into a game, and employed his twisted genjutsu against them, which undoubtedly shattered many of their spirits. He is also called Nightmare Yato, testifying to the torment he inflicted upon the Sand Ninja. Sarutobi Hiruzen nods, having considered these possibilities himself. He feels the need for someone to assist him in navigating these complexities to prevent any oversights. At this moment, Danzo Shimura unexpectedly arrives. Understanding the situation, Hatake Tsukumo discreetly departs, for Danzo's visits to the Hokage often carry a measure of ire. Danzo enters and immediately declares, "Hiruzen, the Uchiha clan is utterly detestable. Uchiha Yato establishing the Uchiha kindergarten is tantamount to creating a village within a village." Danzo wastes no time in casting aspersions, setting a negative baseline for the Uchiha clan. Sarutobi Hiruzen replies, "Just tell me what you want me to do." Danzo continues, "Aren't they teaching ninjutsu? Then let other noble clans also enter to learn. Teaching one or teaching many is the same. This way we can reduce some of the teaching burden and thereby protect Konoha." Sarutobi Hiruzen merely nods without further comment. Then he addresses Danzo, "I will summon the Uchiha clan leader tomorrow for a discussion. For now, do you know about the Sand Ninja coming to study here?" Danzo, who oversees external affairs and intelligence gathering, replies promptly, "It's merely a probe. The third Kazekage is hailed as the strongest Kazekage. They probably want to test the waters and see if they have the strength to fight. Indeed, the third Kazekage's magnet release is a very troublesome Kekii Genkai. After the Sand Ninja's defeat, they naturally want to regain face, and gathering intelligence is the first step." Sarutobi Hiruzen says, "I entrust you with a squad from the Umbu to receive them. Root, you are to assign personnel to monitor them closely. Not too loosely, nor too tightly. I will have Mito Monya assist you in hosting them. If there is nothing else, you may leave." Danzo, having secured real authority, does not quibble excessively. He makes a final point regarding the Uchiha issue before departing. Sarutobi Hiruzen murmurs to himself, "Let us observe the Uchiha clan's reaction tomorrow, then proceed accordingly." The following morning, Sarutobi Hiruzen dispatches someone to bring Uchiha K to the Hokage's office. Upon arrival, Uchiha K greets Sarutobi Hiruzen, "My Lord Hokage, may I ask what matter summons me today?" Sarutobi Hiruzen smiles and replies, "It is nothing of great importance. The Uchiha clan has been quite busy lately." Uchiha K, aware the summons concerns the Uchiha kindergarten, responds directly, "It's going well. Recently, Yato established the Uchiha kindergarten. The children of the Uchiha clan have been quite unruly, and Yato has been tasked with keeping them in line." Sarutobi Hiruzen continues, "Would it be possible to open the Uchiha kindergarten to the entire Konoha? I see the curriculum is quite commendable, and it could also help consolidate teaching resources." This question places Uchiha K in a dilemma, as it could be regarded as a step toward integration with Konoha. After some reflection, Uchiha K says, "Since this was Yato's initiative, we should consult his opinion." Before Sarutobi Hiruzen could reconsider, Uchiha K produces a scroll. Then, employing summoning techniques, he calls forth Uchiha Yato directly. This astonishes Sarutobi Hiruzen, who recalls that summoning jutsu taught at the Ninja Academy are not employed in this manner.
Noticing Sarutobi Hiruzen est surprise, Uchiha inwardly rejoice.
"Country bumpkin, you've never seen this before. I was startled myself at first. I don't believe you've ever witnessed it. Indeed, this is another ingenious maneuver devised by Uchiha Yato. He redeemed from the system's marketplace a summoning scroll capable of calling a person, effectively rendering himself a summoning beast. He entrusted this contract scroll to both the elder and the clan leader, allowing them to summon him whenever and wherever needed." Uchiha Yato remarks, "These are little trinkets passed down in the Uchiha clan. Nothing novel or worth mentioning." Hearing Yato's modest yet somewhat boastful comment, Sarutobi Hiruzen's lips twitch involuntarily. They then proceed to continue their prior discussion, soliciting Yato's opinion. Uchiha Yato's language translation mini-lesson is now in session. He announces. After some thought, Uchiha Yato says, "The third Hokage may not be familiar with our clan's system. Yato, old man, don't talk about things you don't understand. The ninjutsu these children learn, though provided by the clan, are entirely earned by the children themselves through a points exchange system. Yato, no freeloading allowed. The children earn everything through their own labor. The Jonin primarily bear the responsibility of protection. All inquiries may be directed to them, and there has been no falsehood. Yamato, at worst, you could resort to fabricating accusations. After all, we 1T grant you anything. Hiruzen Sarutobi remarked, you are truly overthinking, young one. There is no suspicion cast upon you. Sarutobi, stop uttering such blunt truths. Say this to me in private. However, no matter how one puts it, they are still part of Konoha. Could they not assist the children of the Ninja Academy? Among them are many gifted pupils. Sarutobi, I'm emotionally compelling you. Your Uchiha clan does wish to establish roots in Konoha. Correct? Here is your chance. Yato Uchiha stated that those individuals are outstanding pillars of Konoha, and the Uchiha will refrain from commenting further to avoid any suspicion. Yato, I have no morals, so you cannot emotionally manipulate me. Hiruzen Sarutobi continued with a warm smile. Look here, the Uchiha acting with special privileges is ultimately not ideal. Sarutobi, if you don't produce something tangible, I'll accuse the Uchiha clan of playing favorites. Moreover, I understand your difficulties. Uchiha, how about this? Those who attend must pay 3,000 ryo in tuition. How does that sound? Sarutobi, I'm giving you a way out. Just make a token gesture. Yato Uchiha replied, that is too troublesome. How about we organize a Konoha exchange meeting? Although they 1T learn ninjutsu directly, exchanging insights on ninjutsu is still possible. Yato, fine, I'll give you an out as well, but you 1T be able to exploit this advantage. Show me something substantial. Hiruzen Sarutobi paused briefly, then nodded, signifying his agreement. Observing this exchange, Uchiha Kei beside him felt elated. He would not allow Sarutobi any chance to take advantage. If something is desired, it must be exchanged fairly. After all, no rules have been broken. He would not entertain any talk of emotional coercion. Such tactics are futile. The saying no rabbit, no hawk, pluck feathers as the goose flies, skin the beast after it runs aptly describes Yato Uchiha. Sarutobi shifted the topic and said, I just recalled something related to the Konoha exchange meeting. Sarutobi, I thought of another way to annoy you. Yato Uchiha responded, the Uchiha clan's strength is limited and may not meet your expectations. If it proves too difficult, I shall decline. Yato, don't just think about vexing me. If it's beyond my capacity, I simply cannot comply. Sarutobi said, your clan leader is here as well. It would be fitting for him to make the final decision. It's straightforward. San Ninja come to Konoha to study, so perhaps your Uchiha clan could provide lodging. Sarutobi, you have no authority here. This is the clan leader's prerogative. The San Village's affairs are yours to resolve. Should any mishaps occur, I will hold you accountable. Yato Uchiha considered for a moment and remained silent. This matter, as Sarutobi initially said, must be decided by the clan leader. Yato Uchiha would not overstep. Uchiha Kei, listening nearby, grasped the essence of the discussion. He said, very well. Since this concerns diplomacy, I can have the police department increase vigilance. Yato Uchiha immediately responded, Lord Hokage, this is official business. The Uchiha are financially strained. Might the Konoha Finance Department provide some support? Yato, pay us and we'll work. Refuse and I'll quit. Should anything happen, I'll bear no responsibility. Sarutobi's cheek twitched. He thought to himself, look at the Hyuga, eagerly assisting the Hokage, hoping to gain benefits. But you demand various advantages before cooperating. What nonsense. The Uchiha are wealthy. I don't believe you need these trifles. Sarutobi said, understood. I will have Elder Zawari arrange for funds to be given to you. This concerns internation study. It must be executed flawlessly. Understood? Sarutobi, I'll provide the money, but you must handle this matter impeccably, as it concerns Konoha. Uchiha Kei said, rest assured, Lord Hokage. The Uchiha clan will do their utmost. Thereupon, the three concluded their dialogue. After Yato Uchiha and Uchiha Kei departed, Sarutobi called to Hatake Tsukumo. Tsukumo, quickly retrieve that small vial from the secret compartment on the third shelf at the back. Hearing the Hokage's command, Tsukumo promptly complied, producing a small gourd-shaped vial. Sarutobi then said, Tsukumo, bring me the fast-acting heart-saving pills. These fast-acting heart-saving pills had been given to Sarutobi by Yato Uchiha. At that time, Sarutobi lamented the lack of medical resources. Yato Uchiha claimed to have a life-saving medicine and produced the fast-acting heart-saving pills. After Tsunade's verification, it was confirmed they could be used for emergency treatment, though such medicine had never been seen before. Yato Uchiha had remarked in their presence, you country bumpkins, this is a secret medicine of the Uchiha clan. How could I possibly let all of you know? Whenever Yato Uchiha possessed something valuable, he would claim it was a secret product of the Uchiha clan, thereby enhancing their formidable reputation in the eyes of outsiders. After several attempts to irritate Sarutobi, the latter now regarded the fast-acting heart-saving pills as a life-saving treasure, hence their concealment in the Hokage's secret compartment. Yato Uchiha, having already left, was completely unaware that he had so vexed Sarutobi as to cause him to consume these pills. On the way back, Uchiha asked Yato, "Is it really wise to confront the third Hokage like this? Aren't you afraid he might retaliate?" Yato Uchiha replied, "Would you go back and tell him that we're willing to work for free? Unless we show some ferocity and make them hurt, they will forever keep carving away at us." Uchiha said, "Understood, I get it. What about the sand ninja?" Yato Uchiha said, "Simple, pay to get things done. If problems arise, we'll deal with them then." News spread swiftly and many soon became aware. Upon learning this, Shimura Danzo's mind was consumed with thoughts on how to resolve the Sand Ninja and Uchiha clans once and for all. A different kind of brutal conflict was imminent. The Land of Fire, within the boundaries of Konoha Village. Is this truly Konoha Village? It is magnificent. No wonder so many nations seek to attack it. 17-year-old Raza stood tall, handsome features marked by determination and confidence. His reddish-brown hair fluttered in the wind, adding to his dashing aura. Raza was steady and decisive, possessing a maturity beyond his years. He had a clear vision of his goals and strove relentlessly towards them. In training ninjutsu, he was diligent and hardworking, constantly enhancing his abilities. At that moment, Granny Chiyo said, "Stop sighing. Our sand village will only grow stronger. Don't forget our purpose here, fulfill your duties well." Chiyo and Raza were the leaders of the Sand Ninja delegation this time. Their mission, as Hatake Tsukumo had speculated, was to learn and gather information. Besides this, they had another aim, to conduct small-scale matches to gauge the differences and levels among the ninjas. Their two subjects for testing were none other than Yato Uchiha and Hatake Tsukumo. At the gate stood Mito Uzumaki, Shimura Danzo, and Uchiha, all welcoming the Sand Ninja's arrival. Yato Uchiha was the last to arrive, having brought a gift, holding a large red banner. Two beautiful Uchiha women assisted in carrying it. Upon unfurling, the banner boldly proclaimed, "Welcome the Sand Ninja delegation to Konoha for study." Immediately, celebratory wedding music arose from all around, followed by Konoha's children, appearing to present candies and blessings to their guests who had journeyed from afar. Indeed, Uchiha Yato had commenced his antics once more. Upon witnessing Yato's arrival, the two Chunin within the Sand Ninja training group instantly recognized the fiend who had tormented them on the battlefield. Their bodies trembled involuntarily, overwhelmed by an indescribable dread they could scarcely suppress. At this moment, Chiyo finally observed the unique Uchiha mentioned in the intelligence reports. Judging by his appearance alone, Uchiha Yato was extraordinarily striking. Even Chiyo, despite her advanced years, could not help but admire such a visage. According to the information gathered by the Sand Ninja's covert operatives, Yato's personal strength was formidable as well. Within Konoha SF4, the four silently felt a chill run through their hearts. Danzo Shimura and Mito Munin were utterly stunned by the atmosphere that Yato's presence had conjured, though it was clear that the mood was indeed joyous and festive, aligning perfectly with their original intentions. Hiruzen Sarutobi and Koharu Uchiha, on the other hand, were thoroughly vexed by Yato's shamelessness and were deeply irritated. Previously, Sarutobi had promised Yato funding for activities, only for the latter to brazenly demand 10 million yen outright. Good heavens, was he to be handed 10S rank missions just like that? Such a thing was impossible. After a heated exchange between Yato and Koharu, Sarutobi's attention was successfully drawn into the fray, and he too joined the bargaining battle. Ultimately, Yato emerged victorious, but he insisted that the Sand Ninja be made to suffer, leaving a lasting impression upon them. At the conclusion, he even thoughtfully handed Sarutobi and Koharu each a bottle of fast-acting heart medicine. Through his telescopic technique, Sarutobi glimpsed the scene outside once more, prompting him to reach for the heart medicine on the table yet again. Although the occasion was grand, something about it felt subtly off, though he could not quite pinpoint what. Yato abruptly seized the moment, addressing the group directly. "My apologies, everyone. I arrived a bit late due to preparations. I hope you will forgive the delay." Only then did Raza turn his gaze toward this Konoha ninja of his own age. The intelligence on Uchiha Yato had long been in their possession, and he was aware that the peculiar, almost hypnotic dances occasionally witnessed in the hidden sand village were the result of Yato's jinjutsu. However, he did not bypass Chiyo but allowed her to speak first, as she was the principal leader on this mission. Chiyo remarked, Konoha is indeed warm and hospitable. Old lady here truly feels your enthusiasm. I must thank you all for your kindness throughout this journey. Upon hearing this, Yato immediately responded, though it was not yet his place to continue the conversation. Danzo Shimura intervened. The journey was long, and it is normal for some wandering ninjas to be found in the mountains. They are not like the disciplined folk of our two great nations, but they are harmless. Mito Munin added, such a lapse in etiquette caused our honored guests distress at the gate. We have specially prepared a feast today. Please follow the Uchiha party to the resting quarters. Afterwards, we shall finalize your travel arrangements. Let us prepare now, and we hope you rest well. Mito Munin effectively handed the matter over to the Uchiha, and at this moment, as clan leader, Uchiha Kei had to step forward. The two elders speak truly. The extended 3 months of study will be hosted by our Uchiha clan's residents. Chiyo suddenly grew interested. The Uchiha clan, renowned for their ocular techniques, possessed the Sharingan bloodline limit, which was highly regarded by the other great nations. This was an opportunity for the Sand Ninja to interact more closely with the Sharingan, thereby understanding and discovering its vulnerabilities. Mutual benefit was apparent, and Sarutobi certainly recognized this. In return, the Uchiha clan could assist in monitoring the Sand Ninja without harming Konoha, or more specifically, without causing losses to Sarutobi's own clan. At most, the Uchiha's secrets and abilities might be unveiled. Seeing Chiyo attempt to probe further, Yato abruptly leapt before the two Sand Ninja leaders. I have heard that the dates of the Sand Ninja are delicious. I wonder if either of you brought some. I am willing to offer money to purchase them. Yato deftly employed his usual tactic, diverting the conversation and shifting attention. At this point, Raza, lacking much political awareness, naturally produced some dates from his pouch and courteously said, they are but ordinary things, no payment is necessary. Consider it a novelty. Chiyo then said, in that case, we shall trouble the Uchiha clan to escort us to the resting quarters. We shall meet again this evening. Near the Uchiha clan lands lay the residence assigned for the Sand Ninja, situated near the heart of Konoha village, a gesture of great respect. Inside a room plastered with barrier talismans, Chiyo and Raza engaged in conversation. Raza stated, I strongly suspect that the ambush we encountered on our journey was not orchestrated by the Uchiha clan. I am inclined to believe it was the work of Konoha's elder, Danzo Shimura. Throughout the dialogue, Raza spoke while Chiyo listened, this being her way of cultivating political acumen and discernment. After hearing Raza's account, Chiyo posed a question. Do you think there is friction between the Uchiha clan and Konoha's higher echelons? Who do you consider the greatest obstacle in our mission? Raza pondered briefly before replying, I believe there is indeed discord. Judging by the attitudes of today's Uchiha Yato and the elders, some conflict must exist. The biggest hindrance is likely that elder we saw today. Chiyo, somewhat satisfied, then offered her own perspective. There is friction, but it remains manageable. The greatest resistance is probably Uchiha Yato himself. Though he appears eccentric, he possesses a certain wisdom. Raza was perplexed. How could Elder Chiyo discern so much? Chiyo took a sip of tea and continued, from Yato's conduct and the grandeur he displayed today, alongside the intelligence we have gathered, his character is clear. His actions seem nonsensical, yet they follow a methodical pattern. Did you notice what those children carried? The Sand Ninja children would never have access to such things. This is a subtle show of strength. If I am correct, tonight's banquet was arranged by the Uchiha, featuring items unfamiliar to us. Raza realized and responded, a demonstration of their vast resources and a subtle mockery of us. Perhaps? Chiyo nodded slightly but then shook her head after a moment. Perhaps, but we must remain vigilant of Danzo Shimura. Yato has already tarnished Danzo's reputation once before. We must be cautious. This man is despicably unscrupulous. Many will attend tonight's feast. Listen and observe carefully, but speak no more. We must not fall into their trap. As their conversation drew to a close, they heard a Sand Ninja call outside, Lord Raza, Elder Chiyo, the Uchiha say the banquet is ready and invite you to dine with them. Noticing Raza's tension, Chiyo reassured him, relax. There is no cause for anxiety. I am here, whatever comes, we shall meet it head on. Let us go and see. With that, the two exited their quarters to attend the feast. Moonlight gently cascaded down, soon heralding the evening gathering. Within the Uchiha clan lands stood a vast mansion, constructed from the remaining materials of the former Uchiha kindergarten established by Yato himself. Presented before the assembly was a structure akin to an exhibition hall. The Sand Ninja, overwhelmed by this grand spectacle, felt somewhat out of place. Much like villagers entering the city, everything appeared remarkably novel and astonishing to them. They could not be blamed for this. The same applied to the upper echelons of Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen composed himself with a calm demeanor as he entered slowly, greeting the sand ninja with a nod upon arrival. Meanwhile, Yato Uchiha appeared before the assembly dressed in a striking blue suit. One must admit, as the saying goes, clothes make the man. Yato Uchiha's inherently handsome features, complemented by his impeccably tailored suit, rendered him exceptionally dashing and charismatic. The higher ranks of Konoha fared slightly better, having donned similar attire during prior court sessions. They immediately noticed the Uchiha clan members signaling for the Sand Ninja to proceed to the changing rooms to alter their garments. However, the Sand Ninja were left somewhat dumbfounded. To emphasize their respect for the banquet, Chiyo and Rasha had deliberately arrived clad in traditional Japanese kimonos. Yet, they found all others had already completed their change of clothes, leaving their party somewhat isolated. Upon observing that the desired effect had been achieved, Kei Uchiha instructed a clan member nearby to guide the Sand Ninja. Assisting Chiyo with her change were none other than Makoto Uchiha and Kei Uchiha's wife. After all, certain decorum must be maintained by the elders of the Sand Ninja. The gentlemaness attire was simpler and more convenient, personally handled by Yato Uchiha himself. No one objected, nor felt awkward or resistant. At this moment, Chiyo wore a purple cheongsam. Though she was a mature woman, the garment accentuated her figure in an unexpectedly alluring manner. She found herself blushing, forced to admit that women were somewhat reserved in such matters. The Uchiha clan, however, had long since been influenced by Yato's introduction of these novel fashions and paid little heed to others' gazes. After all, it was widely known that the Uchiha men were handsome and the women beautiful. No matter the attire, they looked splendid. Rasha had changed into a black tailcoat, giving the young man a more mature and spirited appearance. Once everyone had changed, they took their seats. By now, Yato Uchiha had ascended to the podium, ready to commence the explanation of the evening's banquet. Distinguished guests, greetings to you all. Tonight, we gather here to welcome and honor our comrades from the Sand Ninja. Your presence graces this humble abode, and I hope none of you find it wanting, Yato announced. Kei Uchiha took great pleasure in this refined atmosphere. As a scion of a noble family, he believed that discretion did not equate to insignificance. The innovations Yato had introduced were unprecedented within the ninja world, both novel and exquisitely elegant, captivating everyone's attention. This caused the other Konoha clan leaders to cast altered glances toward Kei Uchiha. Their unanimous thought was, "Damn it, that old man Kei has truly outdone himself." The most outstanding of these sentiments came from Hinata Hyuga. Both the Hyuga and Uchiha clans were renowned for their dojutsu and noble lineages. Yet, the Uchiha's style had transcended refinement and entered the realm of opulence, luxury, and high sophistication. It was akin to two childhood friends, only for one to suddenly declare, "I am about to inherit a fortune. You continue your hard work." Hinata could not afford to show displeasure in this setting and thus maintained the dignified aura befitting her noble background. She wore a gentle smile and spoke to Kei Uchiha with a hint of flattery. A similar dynamic unfolded among the upper echelons of the Uchiha clan, with their own interactions and underlying implications. At this juncture, Yato Uchiha continued from the stage. "This is a new form of social ritual we Uchiha have developed, which we call the banquet buffet. There are no fixed seats. Guests may move freely. Each table offers different dishes, accompanied by dedicated utensils and plates for use. Instructions on proper etiquette and consumption methods are provided at each table by specialized guides, as some dishes require particular ways of eating to fully appreciate their unique flavors. Finally, I wish everyone an enjoyable meal and kindly ask that no food be wasted. Thank you all for your support." With Yato's speech concluded, the dining segment commenced. Naturally, etiquette was observed. The finest ingredients and dignitaries were seated at the first three tables nearest the podium, the true gathering place for major figures to conduct business, guarded by elite Uchiha Jonin acting as bodyguards. Those with more leisurely roles had already begun to savor the cuisine below. The array of dishes astonished the Sand Ninja. Various meats were lavishly arranged on platters for self-service. In the Sand region, meat was a rarity due to the barren land, and most often they subsisted on ordinary grains. Staff from the Uchiha clan had been sternly instructed by Yato not to display arrogance toward others, and were considerate in demonstrating eating techniques and assisting the Sand Ninja in selecting dishes. At this high-class banquet, there were no Uchiha servants. Naturally, the host himself, Yato Uchiha, attended to these duties. Rasha was already succumbing to the onslaught of gourmet delicacies, as Yato repeatedly waved dishes before him, distracting him from engaging in further conversation. Only Chiyo maintained her composed demeanor. Years as an elder had not been in vain. Sarutobi Hiruzen was the first to speak, expressing gratitude to Elder Chiyo for their visit to learn. This banquet was entirely arranged by the Uchiha clan, and even I am astonished by its lavishness, he acknowledged openly. By doing so, he not only highlighted the Uchiha's efforts but also sent a clear message to all. If any issues arose, the Uchiha would be held accountable. The other clan leaders then began dining, aware that the true contest of influence was underway. Chiyo responded with satisfaction, praising Konoha's vast resources and abundance of talent. I hope these 3 months of study proceed amicably. We have brought some tokens of sincerity. Please accept them without disdain. The sincerity Chiyo referred to had already been relayed via intelligence to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Her public statement was merely a stratagem to sow discord between the Uchiha and Konoha's upper ranks, hoping the Sand Ninja might profit from ensuing conflicts. At this moment, Yato Uchiha shamelessly interjected, Elder Chiyo, there is no need for further words. I trust your sincerity, and I believe it will be integrated into Konoha's future development. This declaration displeased both the Konoha leadership and Chiyo. Konoha's dissatisfaction stemmed from the tacit private understandings embedded within the dealings, now openly appropriated by Yato. Should any fault be uncovered, it would lead to a formal trial, far different from the past, as fairness and justice now prevailed. Chiyo's displeasure arose because Yato's remark effectively shut down her attempt at discord, delivering a firm rebuff. Yato was not yet finished. Since this is a banquet, I invite everyone to eat and drink heartily. We have 3 months ahead. Let us engage in ample exchange when the time comes. His meaning was clear. Enjoy the feast today and save any mischief for later. Do not spoil the splendid meal before them. Understanding this, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Chiyo exchanged glances, momentarily setting aside grievances and limiting themselves to simple inquiries and responses. Nearby, Danzo Shimura clenched his teeth, nearly grinding them to powder. He suspected that all blame for the prior attacks on Sand Ninja within the Land of Fire would be directed at the Uchiha. Inwardly, he grumbled, "Weren't you all already bested by Yato Uchiha? To surrender your resistance over such trivial favors? Do you still deserve to be called one of the 5 great nations?" While inwardly grumbling incessantly, Danzo Shimura's hand never ceased its motion, continuously shoveling caviar sushi into his mouth. One had to concede that the Uchiha clan truly excelled in matters of luxury. Though his lips incessantly muttered about the malevolence of the Uchiha, his stomach was unabashedly praising the exquisite cuisine. As everyone busied themselves with their meal, Yato Uchiha approached Raza's side. At that moment, Raza, his mouth glistening with oil from eating, paid little heed to Yato's attempt at conversation, merely responding to questions without much engagement. Until Yato inquired, "So, what exactly is the purpose of your Sand Shinobi's 3-month visit here? Could you enlighten me?" Indeed, Yato Uchiha did not resort to any elaborate preambles or insinuations. He straightforwardly questioned Raza about the true intent behind the Sand Shinobi's extended stay. Raza was momentarily taken aback, pondering silently, "We are not exactly on peaceful terms between our 2 nations. There is still blood feud between us. Surely they would not so readily trust me, would they?" Yato, fully aware of Raza's thoughts, candidly remarked, "To be frank, we are mere pawns, not entrusted with the heavy responsibilities. For these 3 months, we'll indulge in good food and leisure. The squabbling shall be left to others." Whether it was Raza's youth or Yato's remarkable skill in deception, Raza replied, "We are here purely to learn. Don't overthink it. Personally, I hope to spar with you, to gauge the difference between our village's jonin ranks." Though phrased with subtlety, the essence was plainly conveyed, an attempt to probe Yato Uchiha's combat prowess. Presumably, he was not the only one under scrutiny. Shikamaru Nara might be involved as well. After all, he had slain both the son and daughter-in-law of the 4th Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen, ever the tactician, aware of Chiyo's impending arrival, had wisely refrained from assigning Shikamaru as her bodyguard. The evening banquet proceeded harmoniously, devoid of significant complaints or conflicts. The following day, Chiyo and Raza convened in Konoha's reception hall to deliberate. Chiyo began, "We are deeply grateful for Konoha's hospitality yesterday. Today, let us proceed directly to the matter at hand. Our visit to Konoha is motivated by a genuine desire to learn. Our village's medical ninjutsu is lacking, and we wish to study your techniques. Additionally, we seek to understand the 3rd Hokage's methods of governance and economic development." Sarutobi Hiruzen found Chiyo's words quite agreeable. Though unstated, each remark was a compliment, which pleased Hiruzen quietly. With a smile, Hiruzen responded, "Then you should visit Konoha Hospital. Tsunade has been away on a journey these past few days, but upon her return, she will guide you in your studies." Chiyo was delighted by Hiruzen's reply. After a few more pleasantries, they returned to the current Sand Shinobi quarters. Once Chiyo departed, Danzo Shimura appeared before Sarutobi Hiruzen's desk. Danzo remarked, "Isn't this rather permissive towards the Sand Shinobi?" Hiruzen replied, "It's fine. If any mishaps occur, it will be Yato Uchiha's responsibility. I have just agreed to have Tsunade instruct them, which conveniently provides an opportunity to send Yato Uchiha away." Indeed, Hiruzen's intention was to transfer Yato Uchiha out of Konoha, as the young man was prone to stirring trouble. Upon hearing of Yato's impending departure, Danzo concealed any sign of reaction, but inwardly he was ecstatic. Yato's exile would not only sever him from the Uchiha clan, but also ensure that external forces kept him indefinitely at bay. Without further ado, Hiruzen summoned Yato Uchiha and candidly explained the situation. Yato responded, "Am I so powerless that my words carry no weight? Perhaps it would be better to send Orochimaru. As fellow Sannin and longtime friends, they would surely have more to discuss." Yato's response was entirely anticipated by Hiruzen. It was only natural for Yato to invoke Orochimaru as a means of deflection. Before Hiruzen could speak, Danzo interjected sharply, "That's not how this works. Yato Uchiha, you have contributed nothing to the village by remaining here. Now that you have been assigned a mission, why do you hesitate and evade?" Upon hearing Danzo's words, Yato sighed, "I have no choice. My talents are limited. I possess no remarkable ninjutsu or abilities. Were it not for the Hokage's benevolence, I wouldn't even have the chance to be a jonin." Danzo, hearing this, felt an inexplicable disgust. He thought to himself, "Isn't the Uchiha clan supposed to pride themselves on honor? How could they produce such a shameless wretch?" Witnessing his old friend overwhelmed by Yato's attitude, Hiruzen gently interjected, "The Sand Village has expressed a desire to learn medical ninjutsu from Tsunade. Therefore, we hope to recall Tsunade briefly to the village. This is for the honor and development of Konoha. We ask for your assistance, Yato. Other shinobi are either insufficiently skilled or too occupied." This statement effectively elevated Yato's status, implying, "Among all of us, you are the only one I trust." Yato did not resist much. After a moment's contemplation, he replied, "Very well. However, I am uncertain how to locate her. It would be helpful to have information regarding her whereabouts." Upon Yato's consent, Hiruzen promptly produced the intelligence he had gathered concerning Tsunade. Yato was at a loss for words. From the original accounts, he had assumed Hiruzen's fondness for Tsunade was merely a mild preference, perhaps due to the previous two Hokage and Tsunade's status as Konoha's princess. Yet, the voluminous scrolls Hiruzen presented, 2 thick bundles of ninjutsu scrolls, revealed a profound concern. Yato perused the contents, finding detailed records of Tsunade's itinerary for the past month. The minutiae were exhaustive, noting even her 6-minute bathroom break in the Short Street district. Yato's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, feeling as if he were a perverse paparazzo or an obsessive fan stalking his idol. After reviewing the information, Yato added, "It's still insufficient. I know where Tsunade is, but I lack funds for the journey." Hiruzen raised an eyebrow and asked, "Have you been living in poverty lately, Yato?" Yato's eyes sparkled as he replied, "Indeed, very impoverished. Lord Hokage, you cannot fathom. Since my aunt, Uchiha Michiko, passed away, I have been raising Shursui. It has been a heart-wrenching and arduous task. All my savings over the years have been spent on that child." Tears and sniffling accompanied his lament, painting a pitiable picture of hardship. Unable to endure the scene, Hiruzen said, "Enough, I understand. Retrieving Tsunade shall be classified as a B-rank mission. Will 300,000 ryo suffice? I will advance you an additional 50,000 ryo for travel expenses." Yato muttered softly, "For a mission involving the Konoha princess, granddaughter of the first Hokage, only 300,000 ryo? Stingy." Though his voice was low, the assembly consisted entirely of high-ranking shinobi, ensuring every word was distinctly heard by Hiruzen and Danzo. This left Hiruzen somewhat embarrassed, prompting him to revise his offer. "Very well, it shall be an A-rank mission. I will grant you 500,000 ryo, with 100,000 ryo advanced for travel. Does that suit you?" As Yato prepared to respond, Danzo abruptly interrupted, overriding Hiruzen. "Root will provide an additional 500,000 ryo. This mission is to be considered S-rank. However, there was only 100,000 ryo allocated for travel expenses, and it was imperative that Tsunade be brought back to Konoha willingly." Upon hearing Shimura Danzo's command, Yato Uchiha remained silent for a moment before presenting an additional condition. "Then this time, if Lady Tsunade returns, I demand that her personal freedom shall not be restricted in any way." Sarutobi Hiruzen was somewhat puzzled, wondering why Yato Uchiha would voice such a stipulation. At that moment, Shimura Danzo interjected once more, leaving no room for further negotiation from Yato Uchiha. He promptly declared, I agree to your terms. We shall not compel Princess Tsunade to undertake any actions against her will. Having obtained what he sought, Yato Uchiha wasted no time. After collecting the mission scroll and the 2 critical intelligence scrolls provided by Sarutobi Hiruzen, he departed from the Hokage's office. Seeing Yato Uchiha leave, Sarutobi Hiruzen was the first to speak, saying, Enough, don't be so tense. Just hearing the name Uchiha Michiko nearly frightened the life out of you. If we had known this earlier, there would have been no need to stir up trouble in the first place. Shimura Danzo's heart was pricked once again by Hiruzen's words, realizing that no matter how vast his influence might be, he remained under the Hokage's jurisdiction. Danzo said nothing further and exited the Hokage's office. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yato Uchiha was already on his way back, preparing to seek out Tsunade the next day. At the gates of Konoha, upon hearing the news of Yato Uchiha's departure, many gathered to see him off. It was evident just how esteemed Yato Uchiha was among the upper echelons of the ninja clans. Standing at the forefront was none other than Sarutobi Hiruzen, while Shimura Danzo remained unseen, observing from the shadows. The first to speak was Uchiha Yato, the clan head and one of Yato's most frequent interlocutors, naturally claiming the privilege of the first words. Yato, although the mission given to you by the third Hokage is to retrieve Tsunade, you must protect yourself at all costs. Do not recklessly consume anything you find outside. His voice was filled with genuine concern. After all, no matter how mischievous Yato might be, he was still one of the Uchiha clan. Sarutobi Hiruzen then added, Yato, regarding the search for Tsunade, you need not heed Elder Danzo. There is no urgent time constraint. As long as you find her within 3 months, it will suffice. If necessary, we can explain the delay to Mangekyo. Hiruzen's personal view was straightforward. The longer Yato stayed away from the village, the better, since Yato had caused quite a bit of trouble within Konoha. For the Hokage's leadership, there was no benefit in his presence. If this mission could keep Yato out of the village for a year or more, it would be a rare blessing. Shimura Danzo naturally agreed wholeheartedly with Sarutobi's sentiment. For the longer Yato remained outside, the more opportunities he had to strike. Many others stepped forward to offer heartfelt farewells and blessings. Even Uchiha Obito and Yamanaka Ryoma, both of whom had suffered at Yato's hands numerous times, came to bid him goodbye. Knowing that this troublesome spirit was leaving, the shinobi from the Sand Village also came to see him off. Witnessing such a grand scene, Yato Uchiha was momentarily overwhelmed by emotion, tears streaming down as he said, Hearing your words, I find myself truly reluctant to part from all of you. Then, shifting his tone, he turned to Sarutobi Hiruzen and said, If it really must be, perhaps someone else should take my place.
Hokage-sama.
I care for all of you too much. Maybe I shouldn't leave at all. At these words, the expressions of those present, especially Sarutobi Hiruzen and those whom Yato had carefully protected, changed instantly. Just as Yato Uchiha was about to continue speaking, he noticed that the crowd had suddenly vanished without a trace, leaving behind only Uchiha Yato, who had been slower to depart, and the rest of the Uchiha clan. Yato said little, merely offering a few careful instructions to the clan head. There is no need to offend the Sand Shinobi. If unavoidable, we can simply avoid them. The Hokage's leadership, especially Shimura Danzo, might attempt to make trouble for the Uchiha clan. Otherwise, the minor details need not be a source of worry. After all, Uchiha Yato possesses the summoning scroll capable of calling me back. Having settled these matters, Yato Uchiha set out from Konoha, the land of fire. According to the intelligence provided by Sarutobi Hiruzen, Tsunade was currently within the borders of the land of rain. Without hesitation, Yato headed toward the land of rain. Upon passing the border of the land of rain, he spotted 3 peculiar figures. Why describe them as merely figures? Because these 3 were clad in green frogskin suits, their physiques slight and small, indicating they were children. Yato Uchiha, considering the current time, their behavior, and the location, deduced that these 3 must be the future leaders of the Akatsuki: Yahiko, Konin, and Nagato. Intrigued by their presence nearby, which implied that Jiraiya was also in the vicinity at this time, Yato Uchiha called out directly, You 3 children up ahead, halt. This is a robbery. At his words, the children instantly became flustered. Yahiko was the first to regain composure. Calming himself, he said to Konin and Nagato, Don't panic, don't panic. He repeated these words twice, not only to soothe Konin but also to calm the overly fearful Nagato. There is only one of him. Our teacher taught us that as long as the 3 of us work together, we need not fear him. Hearing Yahiko's words, Konin quickly regained her senses. The ravages of war had long since stripped away any innocence from these children. Were it not for Nagato's unique circumstances, having been chosen by Madara Uchiha as a pawn, he would not have survived to this day. Konan immediately unleashed her unique ninjutsu to disrupt Yato Uchiha's vision. Yahiko cooperated by using water-style ninjutsu, and finally, the now calm Nagato employed water-style techniques as well. Every action he took was in unison with Yahiko's lead. This very temperament was the reason Madara had selected him as a pawn. Witnessing their coordinated efforts, Yato Uchiha's playful spirit was instantly ignited. He declared aloud, "Fire release, medium rare technique." This ninjutsu was one Yato used to cook meat. The flames were gentle but capable of searing a steak to medium rare, hence the name. However, due to Yato's unique chakra nature, chakra release, his chakra reserves were vast. Although Nagato's chakra was considerable, it could not compare to Yato's current power. Confronted by the fire, Konan was immediately overwhelmed, forced into a one-sided defensive stance. Yahiko, a seasoned shinobi, reacted with exceptional speed and precision. Realizing that water-style ninjutsu was ineffective against their opponent, he swiftly switched to earth-style techniques, his movements fluid and seamless, without a hint of hesitation. Meanwhile, the tacit cooperation among Konan, Nagato, and Yahiko was nothing short of astonishing. They moved as if sharing one mind, each action and strike perfectly synchronized, harnessing the full strength of their teamwork. Despite their valiant efforts, facing the formidable and unfathomable Yato Uchiha, they dared not slacken for even a moment, fighting with every ounce of strength to resist. Yet the gap in power was insurmountable. Ultimately, even with Yato deliberately holding back, Yahiko and the others managed to endure for a grueling 3 minutes. By then, they were utterly spent, their strength exhausted, driven to the brink of despair. At this critical juncture, Uchiha Yato was seen forming hand seals with both hands, murmuring incantations under his breath. Suddenly, a roaring blaze erupted like a furious dragon, sweeping toward the three with unstoppable force. The scorching flames painted half the sky crimson, and the rolling waves of heat surged forward, suffocating all in their path. Confronted with this inescapable fate, the three closed their eyes in despair, slowly lowering their weapons, relinquishing their final resistance, and silently awaiting the arrival of death. Just then, a sudden roar shattered the silence.
Ninjutsu, chaotique lion S-man technique.
A mass of white-haired steel needles flew toward Uchiha Yato, forcibly interrupting his fire-release jutsu. At that moment, the newcomer revealed himself and declared boldly, "How dare you bully Jiraiya, the Toad Sage's disciple." Upon seeing the newcomer, Yahiko and the other two instantly rekindled their hope. Meanwhile, Uchiha Yato abandoned his playful demeanor and addressed Jiraiya. "Long time no see, Jiraiya. Weren't you chasing after Tsunade? How come you've started raising children now?" Hearing such irreverent words and greetings, Jiraiya immediately recognized the newcomer and, brimming with anger, retorted, "You scoundrel, Uchiha Yato, it's you again." Uchiha Yato teased, "Could it be that you're the illegitimate child born outside Konoha? No wonder you stopped pursuing Tsunade. But you've hidden yourself quite well, these kids are already this grown." Despite Yato's provoking remarks, Jiraiya refused to be drawn into his game again and replied firmly, "Enough joking around. These 3 children became orphans during our battle in the Hidden Rain Village. I took them as my disciples and have been training them here. But tell me, how did you manage to leave the village?" Uchiha Yato's playful expression vanished as he solemnly said, "Tsunade ran away from her marriage." "Tsunade ran away from her marriage? I'm here to bring her back to wed," he added with grave seriousness. Jiraiya heard every word clearly, yet the statement stirred an inexplicable dread within him. After a brief moment of stunned silence, Jiraiya erupted in a thunderous roar. "That's impossible. Why would she get married? I had no news at all. The old man didn't tell me either." Regaining his composure, Jiraiya looked at Uchiha Yato and said, You must be lying to me, aren't you?" Yato maintained his solemn expression and replied, "I'm such a lazy person. Yet I came out to help find Tsunade's whereabouts. Do you think I would come out for anything less important than this?" In his anxious state, Jiraiya forgot Yato's nature entirely and could not calm himself, but Yato's presence was enough to steady him. "Alright, this whole matter is actually your fault," Yato said. Jiraiya was once again bewildered. What was going on? Tsunade ran away from her marriage. What did that have to do with him? Wasn't he the one who caused her to flee? Didn't he even know she was getting married? How could he possibly know she ran away? Yato explained, "You should know I've been trying to arrange Princess Tsunade's marriage to someone from the Uchiha clan, right?" At the mention of this, Jiraiya nodded reluctantly. The whole Hidden Leaf village knew about this affair. Even the dogs guarding the gates shook their heads at the scandal. Anyone could tell. Yato continued. She kept waiting for your news, but when none came, she was forced to marry someone from the Uchiha. Then, for reasons unknown, she tried to run away. That SYI, a great idler, had to come out to find her. Hearing Yato's nonchalant account of Tsunade's runaway marriage, Jiraiya's heart inexplicably turned cold. Sensing Jiraiya's inner turmoil, Yato added salt to the wound. Since fate has brought us together, why not do me a favor? I have information on Tsunade, help me find her. One could not deny that Uchiha Yato was skilled in manipulating minds. Who else would ask their secret crush to help find the runaway bride? It was like the illusion he once created for Obito. If she is getting married, you're playing the role of a mediator, which, frankly, looks quite unseemly. Yet, our hopelessly infatuated Jiraiya agreed. After arranging the subsequent missions and training for Yahiko and the others, he set off alongside Uchiha Yato to search for Tsunade. 2 days later, within the borders of the Land of Waves, Yato said, according to the latest intelligence from the Third Hokage, Lady Tsunade is currently at the Grand Fat Sheep Casino here in the Land of Waves. To be honest, Yato felt an urge to scoff inwardly. Tsunade was mockingly called the big fat sheep of the casino, and now Yato and Jiraiya were standing outside this very casino, about to catch her. Exchanging glances, the two began whispering. Yato had already said that Tsunade's runaway marriage must be fraught with danger. Jiraiya, recalling Tsunade's temper, believed Yato's tale. After careful consideration, they agreed on a plan to disguise themselves and infiltrate the casino. A sly smile curled at the corner of Yato's lips. He turned and entered a nearby clothing store. Soon after, he re-emerged completely transformed. He wore a flowing blue bathrobe made of soft, silky fabric that seemed to flutter with the breeze. The robe's collar was casually open, revealing a well-defined chest and glimpses of his collarbones, exuding a lazy yet alluring aura. His long black hair was artfully styled into a rebellious look, with strands falling over his forehead, adding a touch of rakish charm. At that moment, Uchiha Yato resembled a dashing rogue who had stepped out of a painting, drawing admiring glances from passers-by. Meanwhile, Jiraiya was not idle. His weathered face now sported 2 playful mustaches, lending him a more mature and composed appearance. Moreover, he cleverly used ninjutsu to adjust his age and looks, making himself appear significantly older. This way, even if someone suspected him, it would be difficult to detect through his appearance. Once ready, the two stepped side by side through the casino's grand entrance. They were immediately struck by the scene inside. The casino's scale was beyond imagination. The spacious, brightly lit hall was packed with a bustling crowd, with boisterous sounds rising and falling. Various gambling tables were arranged neatly, each surrounded by enthusiastic gamblers. There were card games, dice throws, big or small guesses. The dazzling variety of games was overwhelming. As Jiraiya asked Yato how they would locate Tsunade, Yato quipped, "If you can't find Tsunade once inside the casino, then you're just an idiot." Shortly thereafter, a sudden burst of raucous cheers erupted from one of the gambling tables. Indeed, the table where Tsunade gambled was the liveliest, backed by a super-rich big fat sheep who covered their losses, winning every bet. Soon, Jiraiya caught sight of his beloved goddess, Tsunade. She was unmistakable, golden hair and the rare giant thunder mark, the quintessential Tsunade. At that moment, Tsunade was somewhat upset after losing a bet. Jiraiya wanted to approach her directly but was stopped by Yato. Without giving Jiraiya a chance to inquire, Yato explained, "Have you seen her losing money now?" "Yes, so what?" Jiraiya replied. "What do you suppose would happen if you were to go and speak to her now?" Upon hearing the caution from Yato Uchiha, he suddenly realized the magnitude of the foolish mistake he had made. Tsunade, endowed with immense strength, was not someone to be trifled with lightly. When she was enraged, approaching her could very well invite death itself. After Tsunade had lost nearly all her money gambling, Yato Uchiha and Jiraiya quietly slipped away from the casino, waiting for Tsunade to reappear. Subsequently, Tsunade sought solace in a small izakaya, drinking to ease her troubles. Jiraiya and Yato trailed behind her, searching for an opportunity to engage her in conversation. As Tsunade grew somewhat intoxicated, Yato remarked, "Her fury has mostly subsided now. We can approach her." With that, Yato Uchiha and Jiraiya rose and moved closer to Tsunade. Although she was in a semi-dazed state, Tsunade's ninja instincts allowed her to keenly sense that 2 individuals were watching her with ill intent. Casting a brief glance at the pair, she quickly assessed that they were not debt collectors. They must be ruffians or 2 good-for-nothing scoundrels. Given her physique and appearance, Tsunade was often targeted by local hoodlums or troublemakers wherever she went, so she was well acquainted with such tactics. Without hesitation, Tsunade spoke out, "You two, the brat over there and the old man, have been staring at me for quite some time. Yato, Uchiha, and Jiraiya were momentarily taken aback. Yet Tsunade's initiative to speak first was advantageous. At least it spared them the risk of incurring her displeasure by speaking first themselves. Jiraiya then directly addressed her, "Tsunade, I understand your pain, so if you're truly suffering, please, speak your heart." As he spoke, both Jiraiya and Yato shed their disguises. Seeing Yato, a somewhat familiar acquaintance, and Jiraiya, an old friend, Tsunade felt a measure of comfort. Tsunade replied, "Those old men only care about power. We are merely pawns. Do you know what use a medical ninja who cannot even draw blood is? How could you possibly comprehend my pain?" Jiraiya instinctively filled in the blanks. Tsunade believed herself to be a useless ninja, forced into an arranged marriage by the elders, and ultimately fled the marriage, which led to her current state of despair. Yato remained silent beside them, knowing that the two were now conversing on completely different wavelengths. As the conversation reached an impasse, Jiraiya suddenly exclaimed, "Tsunade, it's all right. I know you ran away from the marriage. I believe in you, you can overcome this." Tsunade, who had been ready to continue venting her grievances, was momentarily stunned. The atmosphere grew tense. Having heard Jiraiya's words and noticing Yato's presence, Tsunade, now fully sober, instantly understood what had transpired this time. She burst out in a string of curses. "Damn you, Yato, spreading lies about me here again. Today, I'll teach you what real pain is, bone fracture." With that, she launched a fierce kick directed at Yato Uchiha. Knowing how Tsunade would react, Yato was not about to let her strike succeed. With remarkable agility, he anticipated her next move and evaded deftly. Yato then said, "If you want to fight, let us take it outside. Don't ruin the owner's izakaya. We have to pay for the damages." With that, Yato swiftly leapt out of the izakaya in 3 steps that seemed like 2. Seeing Yato depart, Tsunade followed closely behind. Naturally, Jiraiya trailed after her as well. The chase led them to a vast forest near the border of the Land of Waves. This forest was lush and verdant, bathed in sunlight filtering through the leaves, casting dappled shadows, a place both serene and mysterious. Yet before Yato could steady himself, Tsunade charged forward like a raging lion, without even a word of greeting, swinging her fists at him wildly. Her fierce demeanor suggested an enmity as deep as that of sworn enemies. Faced with Tsunade's relentless assault, Yato, aware of his own fault, chose not to retaliate but relied on his nimble movements to dodge her attacks from side to side. For a moment, the sounds of pounding fists echoed continuously, as Tsunade's powerful blows missed their mark repeatedly, crashing heavily into the ground around them. In an instant, it was as if the entire forest had been set ablaze, with explosions reverberating one after another, deafening in their intensity. Dust and wood splinters scattered in all directions, and the once peaceful scene devolved into utter chaos. The cause of this devastation was none other than Tsunade's formidable but misplaced strength. Her attacks mercilessly ravaged the innocent forest, reducing it to a wasteland. After this cathartic outburst, Jiraiya could only cautiously attend to Tsunade. Meanwhile, Yato refrained from further mischief and began to explain. "First of all, Jiraiya, I didn't mean to deceive you. It's just that this way, we could find Tsunade more efficiently. Not a bad method, right?" Jiraiya responded casually, "All right, I understand your predicament. Just don't tease Tsunade anymore. She has already had a hard time." Indeed, her plight was grievous. After losing everything gambling, she sought refuge in drinking. And just as she was enjoying her drink, she encountered the person she least wished to see. Upon seeing the one she dreaded most, she overheard the most disheartening rumors about herself. Attempting to strike him, she found herself unable to land a hit, fueling her anger against this individual. Yato then shifted his tone, addressing Tsunade, "Given my youth, please forgive me. I had planned to rest, but your temper flared again in an instant. Ding, congratulations, host, you have influenced the emotions of Jiraiya and Tsunade. Earned 500 emotion coins." Hearing the sound of emotion coins being credited, Yato felt a surge of satisfaction. This was precisely why he had stirred up Tsunade and Jiraiya. Tsunade, now calmer, said, "All right, I forgive you." Jiraiya was momentarily dumbfounded upon hearing this, thinking, "This can't be right. When has Tsunade ever been so agreeable?" Then Tsunade added, "Whatever reason you have for coming to see me this time, unless you let me strike you 10 times, I will never agree." Hearing this, both Jiraiya and Yato exhaled in relief simultaneously. Now this is the Tsunade we know. I almost thought the earlier one was an imposter. Yato then said, "The third Hokage sent me to bring you back." This response was both unexpected and yet entirely reasonable. Tsunade paid it no mind and replied, "Then you can go back and report the mission." "I'm not going back." Naturally, Tsunade could not so easily return to the Hidden Leaf Village. For her, that place was filled with pain. Her beloved and her younger brother had both been lost forever in the recent Great War. Moreover, she had developed hemophobia, an ailment that, for an excellent medical ninja, was her greatest torment. Yato, without jest, said, "Hemophobia must be agonizing. Losing your loved one and younger brother. It's unbearable, I senti it." Though phrased as a question, his tone carried certainty. This caused the previously furious Tsunade to instantly sink into sorrow. Indeed, her suffering stemmed from precisely this. Because of this, she left the Hidden Leaf Village, numbing herself through gambling and drunkenness to escape reality. At this moment, Jiraiya felt a pang of sympathy for Tsunade and said, "Yato, enough. If you keep speaking like this, Tsunade will only suffer more." Yet, Uchiha Yato retorted directly to Jiraiya, "What I say is the truth. Even if I remain silent, the events have already transpired. I speak because I believe Tsunade is not so easily defeated." Uchiha Yato did not adopt a teasing tone. Rather, he spoke with remarkable calmness and composure. Tsunade instantly regained her composure and, with a self-deprecating chuckle, said, "I'm not as fragile as you say. If it weren't for these things, why would I have left the village?" A profound sense of helplessness and sighs poured from her lips. Uchiha Yato continued, "Old man, this time I am sending you back because the Sand Ninja representatives have come to Konoha village hoping to enhance medical ninjutsu. I suppose they also hope that, upon your return, you might overcome your fear of blood." Tsunade, upon hearing these words, seemed to have guessed the truth. She showed little change in expression, remaining cold and indifferent. Uchiha Yato went on, "I have a selfish motive this time. I wish for you to return to the village. I have established an Uchiha kindergarten to educate Uchiha children. I hope, Princess Tsunade, you will serve as the first medical instructor there." Hearing Uchiha Yato's proposal, Tsunade could not help but laugh softly and said, "You didn't listen to a single word I just said, did you? I don't want to go back. I'm a useless person now, understand?" Uchiha Yato replied, "It would be laughable if the best medical ninja couldn't heal herself. How can you not try?" As he spoke, his gaze shifted, then he added, "Since that's the case, how about we make a bet?" The mention of a wager piqued Tsunade's interest, and she asked, "What kind of bet do you have in mind?" Uchiha Yato said, "It's simple. I bet I can cure your ailment. The stakes? You come back to Konoha village with me. As for your role as a teacher at the Uchiha kindergarten, that's a separate matter. What do you say?" At the mention of this bet, not only Tsunade but even Jiraiya thought it was a very favorable deal. If she won, Tsunade could cure her fear of blood. If she lost, there was little to lose. Merely a missed opportunity. Tsunade then asked, "What if you lose? Is there no stake for you?" Uchiha Yato replied foolishly, "Then I will pay you 10 million ryo as the bet money. How about that?" At the mention of money, Tsunade's mood instantly brightened. Without hesitation, she accepted the wager, exactly the reaction Uchiha Yato had hoped for. At that moment, Tsunade suddenly recalled something. "I must remember correctly. I said earlier that if I agree to anything you ask, you must let me strike you 10 times. Uchiha Yato had been trying to downplay that matter, but Tsunade, that big-chested and somewhat dense woman, caught on immediately. Just then, without warning, a second fierce chase erupted in an instant. Uchiha Yato maintained his perplexing strategy. Faced with Tsunade's relentless barrage of attacks, he chose only to evade, showing no sign of counterattack whatsoever. This only fueled Tsunade's fury further. She unleashed her full strength mercilessly, turning the once pitiable forest of the Land of Waves into the target of her wrath. Minutes turned into hours, 3 whole hours passed. Tsunade seemed tireless, continuously launching devastating assaults on the forest. Each strike wielded unparalleled power, uprooting trees and tearing the earth asunder with deep, gaping furrows. The once lush and vibrant forest was transformed beyond recognition under Tsunade's rampage. Finally, as Tsunade ceased her onslaught, before her lay a harrowing sight. The once thriving woodland now reduced to a wasteland. Massive trees lay toppled, branches shattered beyond repair. The ground was uneven and pocked with craters, soil overturned as if a cataclysmic apocalypse had struck. Tsunade, standing amid this devastation, was panting heavily, yet the anger in her eyes had not fully subsided. When Tsunade's breath finally settled, it marked the establishment of the wager between Uchiha Yato and herself. After 3 days of recuperation, Uchiha Yato, Jiraiya, and Tsunade convened at a quiet inn. As the attending physician, Uchiha Yato spoke first. "How do you feel? After 3 days of rest, you should be in better shape, right?" During these 3 days, Tsunade had refrained from gambling and drinking, 2 stipulations Uchiha Yato insisted upon as part of the treatment. As a medical ninja, Tsunade knew well that a healer's words must be heeded, so she had not caused trouble. Now, somewhat irritable, she said, "If this doesn't work, we'll see about that." Jiraiya, standing nearby, was also curious about the method Uchiha Yato would use to treat Tsunade. Uchiha Yato said, "Let me explain my treatment plan." Tsunade remained silent, simply nodding. She too was quite curious about what method Uchiha Yato intended to employ. Uchiha Yato said, "Lady Tsunade, your condition is what I would call psychological trauma. It is akin to how some ninjas experience nausea and vomiting after killing for the first time. Your situation is similar, witnessing the deaths of loved ones and feeling guilt for being unable to save them as a medical ninja." At these words, Tsunade's heart accepted the truth, and sorrow welled within her. Uchiha Yato was absolutely right. Tsunade was currently trapped in self-denial and numbness. To lighten the mood and shift the topic, Jiraiya suggested, "Once today's treatment is complete, let us go have a drink together, Tsunade." Uchiha Yato continued, "Therefore, I believe the best treatment is to have you confront your original fear head-on and reclaim what you lost." Before Tsunade could fully grasp Uchiha Yato's meaning, she saw his eyes turn blood red, and then she lost all consciousness. Uchiha Yato's simplest approach to treating Tsunade's psychological trauma was to begin with genjutsu guidance. In truth, Uchiha Yato had an even simpler method, but it only treated symptoms, not the root cause. He could have used genjutsu to make Tsunade blind to the sight of blood. Merely a therapeutic tool, nothing more. His efforts to help Tsunade were also aimed at easing the development of the Uchiha clan. Returning to Tsunade's side. At this moment, she had awakened from the illusion and found herself in Konoha village. Everything appeared as familiar as in her memories, unchanged. Suddenly, a voice came from behind her.
"Cease.
Where did you run off to? Grandma is calling you for dinner. You don't have any missions today, right? You promised to spend my birthday with me." Tsunade turned and saw the face she knew best from her memories. Seeing the young boy's face, Tsunade was momentarily stunned. Indeed, this was her brother, Senju Nawaki. Nawaki continued, "Sis, why are you daydreaming? Today is my birthday. Where's my birthday present?" Whether real or imagined, at this moment, Tsunade felt a warmth in her heart. Yet, searching her entire body, she could only find the necklace she considered a harbinger of misfortune. This necklace was a gift from the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, Tsunade's grandfather. She had given the necklace to the two most important people to her, but both had departed from her. Now, she did not know whether she should give the necklace away once more. Seeing her sister take out the necklace their grandfather had given her, Nawaki was overjoyed. Grateful for the gift from his elder sister, the boy truly cherished it, harboring a heartfelt desire to one day become the Hokage. Hearing the youthful innocence of his dreams, Tsunade found herself unwilling to dwell on other thoughts at that moment. Even if it were but a dream, what did it matter? For all these years, had she not longed to exist within such a dreamlike state, unwilling to confront the harshness of reality? She wished fervently that such a dream would never come to an end. And now, the radiant smile of the boy gradually softened Tsunade's heart. Within the illusion crafted by Yato Uchiha, Tsunade joyfully spent an entire birthday with Nawaki. Outside, watching together through a projector, Jiraiya expressed his bewilderment. "What use is this? Are you going to let her slumber longer in this realm of gentle comfort? If that were truly possible, I suppose she would never wish to awaken." Jiraiya's words were well known to Yato Uchiha, for the two had been comrades and comrades in arms for many years, and it was only natural that he understood Tsunade's character and innermost feelings. Yato Uchiha retorted sharply, "Where do you get all this nonsense? If you could truly fill the void of familial and romantic love within her heart, would I need to go through such elaborate lengths with these flashy illusions?" Hearing Yato's words turned squarely upon him, Jiraiya immediately fell silent and resumed watching. Yato's assertion was undeniably accurate. Tsunade could never accept Jiraiya because she feared passing on this misfortune again, endangering the few remaining cherished friends and family she had left. Ding! Congratulations, host. Tsunade's emotions have shifted. You have gained 50 emotion coins. Even though the emotion coins earned within the illusion were fewer than those obtained in reality, the sweetness was savored. Yato Uchiha, with benevolent intent, then allowed her a taste of sorrow, a crucial step toward her redemption, to face fear and to conquer it. Finally, after bidding Nawaki good night, Tsunade succumbed to a deep slumber within the illusion. As consciousness gradually returned and her eyes slowly opened, the first sight that met her gaze was a sky thick with billowing smoke. The acrid stench stung her nostrils, provoking an uncontrollable cough. As her vision cleared, a desolate and ravaged battlefield unfolded before her. Looking down at herself, Tsunade discovered she was clad in a heavy combat uniform. Its somber hue bore the scars of countless battles, stained with mottled blood and dust. The garment's coarse and durable fabric provided a measure of protection, but also imposed a weighty sense of oppression. Yato Uchiha had deliberately placed a passerby's conversation beside Tsunade, a subtle reminder that she was in Konoha during a time of high alert. It also served to inform her that Nawaki was still alive at this moment. Speaking of Nawaki's death, it indirectly led two of the legendary Sannin down divergent paths. One was, of course, Tsunade herself. It was the demise of Nawaki, followed by the subsequent death of Dankatu, that caused Tsunade to develop hemophobia and mistrust toward the higher-ups. The other was Orochimaru, whose exposure to the fragility of life ignited a yearning for immortality, ultimately transforming him into a mad and somewhat perverse scientist. Observing Tsunade absorbing this information from the scene, Yato Uchiha swiftly adjusted the illusion to bring Nawaki before her. At this very moment, Nawaki had just been struck by a detonated explosive tag, surrounded by 2 or 3 ninja from Mangekyo. This scene immediately rendered Tsunade stunned. Indeed, it was because she saw blood, an overwhelming quantity of blood, that she could not maintain calm and rational thought. Yato Uchiha intensified Tsunade's sensory perception, heightening her sensitivity to blood and sharpening her hearing. This internal turmoil tore at her, as she had already become immersed within the illusion, forgetting she was still within an artificial realm. The tense atmosphere and Nawaki's indomitable spirit whispered at her nerves, causing immense struggle and anguish. In the real world, tears streamed down her face, sweat poured, and her body convulsed. Watching from outside, Jiraiya's heart ached deeply, but he understood that relinquishing now might jeopardize the healing process. At this critical juncture, Yato Uchiha paid no heed to the emotion coins awarded by the system, for Tsunade's inner turmoil was paramount. Only by reaching this zenith and releasing it could her spirit be elevated and liberated. Within the illusion, just then, a pair of large hands suddenly appeared beside Tsunade, pulling her away from the battlefield. At the same time, Nawaki was rescued by the owner of those hands, though grievously wounded. A moment of respite, combined with the familiar voice of the rescuer, brought clarity to Tsunade's consciousness. Among the characters designed by Yato Uchiha, this figure was naturally Jiraiya. Witnessing this scene, Jiraiya appeared somewhat bashful, like an unmarried maiden. Yato Uchiha chuckled and said, "If you don't want this favor, I can exchange it for Orochimaru instead. How does that sound?" This remark instantly silenced Jiraiya's heart. "I think your design is excellent. Keep it up, Yato. I'm rooting for you." For Yato Uchiha, this also fulfilled a personal dream. Jiraiya bore numerous regrets, one of which was his relationship with Tsunade. Yet Yato, aware of Jiraiya's voyeuristic tendencies, had no desire to indulge that dream. After all, it was only fitting that Jiraiya pay a price. Yato Uchiha whispered in a voice only he could hear, "Since I've come to this world, I ought to enjoy myself no matter what." With Jiraiya's arrival and his comforting presence, the remaining weaklings from Mangekyo were swiftly eliminated. What remained were Tsunade, Nawaki, and Jiraiya. Jiraiya was of little help in healing, so he stood quietly by, silent. The illusionary Jiraiya, of course, was unaware of Tsunade's current state. To facilitate healing, Jiraiya guessed that Tsunade might be overly tense and, out of kindness, offered her comfort. Yato Uchiha gradually adjusted the visibility of the blood, allowing Tsunade to believe she had confronted her fear, thereby slowly curing her hemophobia. At this stage, Tsunade's own ability to heal was minimal. Yet, to soothe her, Yato Uchiha meticulously enhanced the therapeutic effect. Thus, the rescue of Nawaki by Tsunade was ensured, preventing his death. Ultimately, the treatment concluded with a perfect ending. Nawaki was successfully saved. Yato Uchiha thoughtfully bestowed upon Tsunade a week-long bundle of joyful gifts. That week was filled with delight, gambling when appropriate, playing with her younger brother when desired. Next came Yato Uchiha's second therapeutic gift for Tsunade, the death of Dankatu. Naturally, this was a continuation, for if Tsunade realized she was within an illusion, the effect would be greatly diminished. After ascending to the rank of Jonin, ordinary genjutsu scarcely affected her. Therefore, Yato Uchiha had but one chance, this very opportunity, to alleviate more than half of Tsunade's hemophobia. Otherwise, subsequent treatments could not rely on genjutsu and would require gradual enlightenment step by step. Lacking other talents, Yato Uchiha resorted to this method to increase the likelihood of success. Within the vast expanse of the Land of Fire, the sight that met the eye remained that of a forest seemingly shrouded in the breath of death, utterly devoid of vitality. A gentle, persistent drizzle fell, adding an even deeper sense of melancholy to the already somber woods. Raindrops pattered upon the leaves, emitting a crisp yet faintly plaintive sound that deepened the oppressive atmosphere. At this very moment, Tsunade stood at the forest's edge, gazing upon the all-too-familiar scene before her, her heart involuntarily growing heavy. Upon her beautiful yet resolute countenance, a subtle trace of sorrow and loss emerged. She had set foot here countless times before, each occasion accompanied by a different state of mind. Yet the desolate vista now stirred within her an inexplicable chill. This forest had borne witness to countless joys and sorrows, and it carried within it many unforgettable memories for Tsunade. Immersed once more in its presence, a flood of past images surged into her mind. Those moments of happiness, grief, and peril intertwined, leaving Tsunade's emotions unsettled. As she ventured deeper into the woods, a certain event long etched in her memory resurfaced vividly. Indeed, her beloved Dan Kato had perished within this very forest. To be precise, he had died at her hands, succumbing to the failure of medical treatment. The recurrence of such a scene upon her was suffocating. The cold corpse, the trembling figure, the indifferent hearts around her. The weight pressed down upon Tsunade, rendering her breathless. The psychological burden was overwhelming. Yato Uchiha had meticulously adjusted the surrounding environment to be dim, and the onlookers' cold gazes were deliberately designed to exert pressure on Tsunade. The blood was also fated to prevent her from collapsing under the mental strain. Observing this scene, Jiraiya was also touched with melancholy. At that time, the three legendary ninjas had been together. Only those close to Tsunade could approach her. Any outsiders risked facing her fierce and violent wrath. Jiraiya remarked that Tsunade's mind was incredibly meticulous. Back then, she had retrieved all of Dana's organs and body parts. Though the ordeal had inflicted a tremendous psychological blow, she had accomplished this feat nonetheless. As he spoke, Jiraiya's expression bore a solemn yet admiring look. Yato Uchiha was not mistaken. A gleam of envy shone in Jiraiya's eyes. Surprised, Yato asked why he detected such envy in Jiraiya's gaze. Caught off guard, Jiraiya fell silent, masking his embarrassment. After some contemplation, Yato roughly understood the reason behind this reaction, as the projector had by then revealed the answer. Dan Kato's entire face was buried against Tsunade's chest. Were it not for the fact that Dan was lifeless at that moment, Jiraiya might have moved him away himself, eager to lie there in his place. Jiraiya's fondness for Tsunade stemmed not only from her decisiveness and authenticity but also, to a significant extent, from her physique. Putting aside Jiraiya's little whims, Yato endeavored to vividly depict the current illusion-esque scene. At this juncture, Yato conceived a harsh possibility, that if Tsunade's medical treatment proved inadequate, Dan might not be saved. The vision then shifted back to the illusion, where the previous crowd had vanished, replaced by Jiraiya and Orochimaru standing beside Tsunade. Their encouragement naturally uplifted her spirits. Yato made a calculated concession. As long as Tsunade's confidence grew, the bloodstains upon Dan would gradually fade. This time, Tsunade was different from before. Having previously saved Shizune as a foundation and allowed Tsunade to live happily for a week, the initial helpless and bewildered state was dispelled by the support of Jiraiya and Orochimaru. A radiant glow of healing chakra emanated from her palm, gently mending Dana's wounds. Simultaneously, Yato whispered psychological affirmations into Tsunade's ear from outside the illusion. You are the most exceptional medical ninja. Your dream is to become the greatest medical ninja. You have succeeded once, witnessing and saving Senju Shizune. Jiraiya and Orochimaru stand by your side. Through the projector, one could see Tsunade's condition steadily improving. The bloodstains on both her cheek and Dana's body gradually disappeared, signifying her growing self-belief and confidence. Witnessing this, Jiraiya shed tears of heartfelt emotion. He had seen this young woman drunkenly sobbing in the dead of night more than once. She bore the label of a violent woman before others, irrational, unruly, and obstinate, all to conceal the deepest agonies within. The loss of loved ones, the indifference of elders, the departure of close friends. All these had gradually shattered the Tsunade of old. Yet now, within Yato Uchiha's illusion, she had reclaimed her confidence. This truly delighted Jiraiya from the depths of his heart. As Dana's surgery concluded, Tsunade exhaled a long breath, symbolizing her satisfaction with her success. Upon awakening, Dan offered words of encouragement. One after another, figures appeared around her: Jiraiya, Orochimaru, her teacher, Shizune, her grandmother, grandfather, and second grandfather, like a slideshow, each speaking words of motivation. I believe in you. As expected of Tsunade, you will be the finest medical ninja. Sister, keep going. You shall not be defeated. Finally, Yato Uchiha ended the Sharingan illusion. Tsunade's first sight upon awakening was not Yato but Jiraiya. As the master of water and dream fulfillment, Yato naturally chose to play the benefactor. After Jiraiya's comforting words, Yato said little. Holding a kunai, he seized an unguarded moment to lightly slash Jiraiya's arm. This caused Tsunade to blush warmly, and she immediately unleashed a barrage of attacks upon Yato. Then, employing healing chakra, she mended Jiraiya's wound. Before Tsunade could fully process the scene, both Jiraiya and Yato were certain she had overcome her fear of blood. Yato remarked, "It appears I have won. Tsunade-sama, you wouldn't dare play tricks on a mere child like me, would you?" Tsunade felt profound gratitude. This young man, now daring to joke before her, had cured her fear of blood and, in doing so, untangled a knot in her heart. What Tsunade understood even more clearly was that Yato's deeds extended beyond this. After Shizen's death, Tsunade had been dispirited and unable to care for Mito Uzumaki. Yato, under the guise of mischief, employed various methods to cheer both Mito and Tsunade. Of course, Yato's playful antics came at a cost. When Tsunade grew angry, she tidied up half of the Senju territory and half of the Uchiha territory. The result was Mito's improved spirit, though the price was considerable. Thus, Tsunade's treatment for her fear of blood was brought to completion. Yato proclaimed, "As expected of me, call me the great doctor of the new era." As he spoke, an electronic chime sounded. Ding. Congratulations, host, on fulfilling Tsunade's wish and altering her fate. You have earned a substantial amount of emotional currency. System energy levels are sufficient. Upgrading to version 20. System functions are unavailable during the upgrade, but emotional currency will be accrued automatically. Post-upgrade, additional features will be unlocked. To compensate for system unavailability during this period, emotional currency earned will be multiplied by 25 times. At this, Yato, who had initially intended to joke and amuse the crowd, burst into uncontrollable laughter, utterly delighted. Thinking to himself, at last, the riches of this wretched world are finally mine to claim. Not a single woolly one shall escape. Just then, Tsunade's voice echoed through, saying, "Thank you for your assistance. Didn't you say the Sand Village shinobi have arrived? Let us go and meet them." At that very moment, kunai and explosive tags suddenly materialized within their guest quarters. The trio reacted with remarkable swiftness, leaping clear of the blast and assault radius. Soon after, the entire building collapsed with a thunderous crash. Tsunade was the first to speak, initially assuming it was a routine matter. Some debt collectors come to collect. If they want their debts, let them have them, but surely it wouldn't come to brandishing weapons and threatening lives, she mused. Yato Uchiha, upon seeing the assailants, instantly grasped the gravity of the situation. These attackers were utterly ruthless, slaying anyone in sight without cause, clearly prepared for battle. Their objective, it seemed, was the complete extermination of everyone present. From this alone, it was clear they were not Tsunade's debt collectors. Otherwise, they would have sought her out directly. Judging by their towering and burly physiques, resembling blunt instruments, they bore all the hallmarks of the Land of Lightning's characteristics. It was evident they were shinobi from the hidden cloud village. Most crucially, Yato Uchiha recognized two of them. Indeed, they were the infamous AB duo from the hidden cloud, known colloquially as the dark-skinned brothers. Yato informed Tsunade that these were neither rogue ninjas nor her debtors. They were Cloud Village shinobi, and their intent was evidently to kill them all. Upon hearing the mention of the Cloud Village, Tsunade recalled the incident involving Shiger Senju. The accusations pointed toward the Cloud Village, who had used explosive tags to assassinate Shiger Senju. This was precisely what had prompted Orochimaru to venture to the Land of Lightning, releasing the Eight Tails and unleashing a calamity of disaster and chaos. From this single event, the enmity between Konoha and the Hidden Cloud was undeniable. Let alone the fact that during the Second Great Ninja War, the second Hokage had perished at the hands of the Cloud Village. With their identities confirmed, Tsunade's fury ignited. Her younger brother and grandfather had both fallen to these wretched scoundrels. Yato Uchiha then shouted toward the AB duo, "State your names and affiliations. I do not kill nameless foes. Otherwise, you might perish without me even knowing who you are. What if you have mistaken your enemy?" Those words dripped with scorn, as if they were being broadcast through a megaphone proclaiming, "I do not target you personally, but all of you here are worthless." Choza Akimichi could not restrain himself and, adopting his signature rap cadence, declared, "Kid, don't get cocky. If you keep acting proud, I'll beat you until you're crying for your mother." Imagine the accompanying gestures. AI, however, remained more composed, unaffected by Yato's provocation. Calmly, he said, "Someone told me the shinobi responsible for the Eight Tails rampage are here. Seeing you Konoha people confirms this is true. Then you shall stay here." No sooner had he spoken than AI activated his Reikage chakra mode armor and charged forward. Tsunade took this as a provocation, and a fierce clash of strength and speed ensued. In the prime of her youth and freshly cured of her fear of blood, Tsunade was unafraid to engage in combat. The two grappled fiercely. Jiraiya, concerned for Tsunade, promptly joined the fray. Yato Uchiha slipped beside Jiraiya, whispering something. Jiraiya's eyes brightened, and he nodded in agreement. Biting his finger, Jiraiya performed the summoning technique, calling forth Gamabunta. Turning to the Great Toad, Jiraiya instructed Boss Gamabunta, use toad oil against those dark-skinned shinobi. Gamabunta was not required to fight. His task was simply to spit oil. Yato and Jiraiya communicated naturally. You lay down a layer of toad oil, and I'll follow with my fire-style ninjutsu for a fierce barrage. After all, this was no longer Konoha's territory, and since they were bullying Tsunade, the number one object of affection for their most ardent pursuer, this was a debt that must be repaid. Soon, a deluge of oily substance spread over the ruins of the building and the surrounding forest. Without hesitation, Yato bellowed, fire style, wildfire rampage. This technique was a composite ninjutsu, and Yato wielded it with great mastery and instant release. Its vast range, extensive coverage, and abundant flames combined with the toad oil's persistence and enhancement yielded a vast sea of fire that engulfed the ruins. This inferno not only consumed the debris but also incinerated the satellite receiver of Uchiha Madara, his white Zetsu clone, completely. As a result, the Empty Nest Elder lost his privilege to watch television, and the Void rewarded Yato with an emotional currency. AI watched the scene with furrowed brows, thinking, wait a minute, I just activated a skill to land a basic attack. Are they really going all out with their ultimate moves immediately? Shouldn't there be some probing at first? Yato was well aware of the standard shinobi combat protocol. Typically, ninjas would begin by throwing kunai or shuriken to wear down the opponent, followed by ninjutsu or their specialty taijutsu and jinjutsu for a decisive exchange. But Yato Uchiha was no ordinary man. If you dare to trade blows, I'll unleash a full combo. If you dare to use your ultimate, I'll run. I thrive on being both annoying and detestable. Of course, it was their misfortune to have arrived just in time for the system's 25-fold bonus, and naturally they intended to reap the rewards. Encountering 4 original series shinobi, not taking advantage of this was a disservice to Yato himself. Meanwhile, Choza Akimichi did not merely watch from the sidelines. He used the body of the bull demon to block attacks. One could only say he did his best to protect as many of the ambushed shinobi as possible, though not all were spared. The remainder consisted of the AB duo and 2 or 3 jonin. Yato was somewhat surprised to see this. Choza and the bull demon, the Eight Tails, seemed to have re-established their sealing bond. He had not expected the transition to a new Jinchuriki to be so smooth. Otherwise, only the AB duo would have survived this assault. Yato disliked wasting words, and when he did speak at length, it was only when certain that the enemy posed no threat. He immediately approached again, unleashing the fire style, great meteor technique. Once more, he displayed the allure of his fire style, and these 2 waves of fiery onslaught left the Cloud Shinobi with a deep and unforgettable impression. Yato continued his relentless ninjutsu bombardment. With his Sharingan's unique traits, he was as capricious as he pleased. As long as someone protected him, he was the perfect magical artillery platform. Even Jiraiya, observing from the sidelines, began to pity the Cloud Shinobi. Quietly, Jiraiya approached Yato and whispered, if this keeps up, what if it sparks a conflict between the 2 nations? Could this be the work of someone with ulterior motives? Hearing this, Yato slightly dialed back his firepower and said, I can tell just by thinking about it. 90% sure they came under orders from their higher-ups. Over here, information is known only to the village elite, those with status and influence. Yato's few words were enough. Even if Jiraiya was not politically astute, he understood Yato's implication. The third Hokage would never commit such a ruthless betrayal. The 2 advisors were mere figureheads. Thus, the answer was obvious. Danzo Shimura. Jiraiya could restrain himself due to decorum, but Tsunade certainly did not share such constraints. Tsunade disdainfully remarked that the old man was undoubtedly plotting to have you killed through others now that you were leaving the village this time. Yato Uchiha chuckled and said, he never truly understands himself. He's nothing but a meddlesome clown. There's no need to pay him much mind. Upon seeing Yato Uchiha and Tsunade, both having already resolved their course of action, Jiraiya naturally refrained from saying much. Turning his head, he added once more, but we still can't kill anyone from the hidden cloud village, right? If the old man blames us later, it would be difficult to explain, wouldn't it? Jiraiya's concerns were indeed justified, as this matter was essentially a diplomatic issue between 2 nations. Moreover, if given the chance, Danzo Shimura would undoubtedly exhaust every means to compel Hiruzen Sarutobi to abandon Yato Uchiha in order to preserve the peace of Konoha. After all, the original story already had a similar incident where the hidden cloud village had even dared to steal Hinata Hyuga right from her own doorstep. Our third Hokage was forced into a humiliating position after the death of the clan head. If it ever came to that, Yato Uchiha would never passively accept being branded a traitor. At this moment, Yato Uchiha softened his tone and asked, "So, what should we do now? I've already fought. Now it's awkward for me to take the blame." Jiraiya volunteered to negotiate with the two Kirikawa brothers. Yato Uchiha immediately interjected, "Cut it out. If you get betrayed by them later, you won't even realize you're helping them count their money. Let me handle this." With that, Yato Uchiha ceased his ninjutsu assault and strode forward toward the Kirikawa brothers, saying, "Stop fighting. No more violence." The few others present felt somewhat speechless. Aside from the initial moments when the two Kirikawa brothers used their abilities, the rest was entirely Yato Uchiha showcasing his magical artillery. Fighting and killing are not only distasteful but also risk harming the flowers and plants. A heavy silence descended, the atmosphere suddenly eerily still. Truly, this was a case of allowing officials to set fires but forbidding commoners to light lamps, a perfect description of Yato Uchiha's actions. At this point, Jiraiya called out, "You've probably been deceived. There is no culprit here responsible for the Eight Tails rampage." Hearing this, AI adjusted his stance and replied, "It was your people from Konoha. We received intelligence that someone among your group was the perpetrator behind the Eight Tails outburst." Though already defeated, AI was determined not to lose face. Despite his usual brash demeanor as the future fourth Hokage, he was undeniably shrewd enough to recognize that his younger brother was his weak point and the Jinchuriki of the hidden cloud village, whom he would protect. Unlike other shinobi villages that viewed their Jinchuriki as disasters, subjecting them to dark governance or psychological manipulation, Hiruzen Sarutobi would probably say, "I feel like you're insulting me." At this juncture, Yato Uchiha spoke up, "I understand what's going on. I also know who summoned you here, and I know exactly who is behind the Eight Tails rampage." This left both Jiraiya and Tsunade puzzled. "Yato Uchiha, what's going on?" they asked. The hidden cloud village representatives were equally bewildered. Yato Uchiha said, "This is definitely the fault of our Hokage's advisor, Danzo Shimura." Upon hearing this, Tsunade and Jiraiya were somewhat relieved, but AI was not. "Nonsense. How can you prove that?" he retorted. Yato Uchiha seemed to relish the role of the foil. Although AI appeared strong-willed, he was following Yato's lead. Yato Uchiha continued, "I suppose your intelligence source is Mr. Tsuchida? Our Hokage's advisor is indeed from Konoha, but his administration is too dark, so it's quite likely he has done some twisted things. Based on these 2 points alone, I can roughly deduce that Mr. Tsuchida was manipulated by Danzo Shimura." AI began to feel perplexed. Initially, he had hoped that Yato Uchiha's posturing would simply blow over. After all, after enduring a 10-minute fire-style onslaught, he had to admit Yato's strength. But as the conversation unfolded, Yato's words were detailed and plausible, making it increasingly likely that Danzo Shimura was the real mastermind. The feeling of being used like a pawn was deeply unsettling for AI, as if he had sprouted donkey ears. The hidden cloud village's leadership had been duped by Danzo Shimura, which led to AI's defeat, and now this public humiliation. AI stubbornly declared, "These are merely your conjectures. You have no concrete evidence." Yato Uchiha replied, "Even if I had concrete evidence, I wouldn't show it to you. Would I be foolish enough to help outsiders oppress my own village? Or are you trying to trap me with such a cheap trick?" Only then did AI realize that the person speaking before him was not from their own village but an enemy. Yato's words were deliberate. As he himself said, he could not reveal all of his village as secrets in front of outsiders. Moreover, by leaving doubts and plenty of ambiguity, he forced the hidden cloud's leaders to ponder and thus believe him more. Lastly, leaving a cliffhanger stirred their frustration, allowing Yato to exploit the situation for his own gain. AI was indeed growing increasingly irritated. Both sides understood that, if things escalated, could very well trigger yet another great ninja war. With Tsunade representing Konoha and the AB duo for the hidden cloud, both sides were subtly offering the other a way out and showing signs of conciliation. For Yato Uchiha, yielding was acceptable, and providing an opening was fine, provided he gained a tangible advantage, a share of the spoils. Otherwise, he would never grant anyone face. Yato Uchiha spoke again. "You must go back and warn your leaders. How can you fall for such a trap so easily? If a misunderstanding like this sparks the third great ninja war, the blame will be on you." Yato's words were not unfounded. Such easily misunderstood rumors were the most likely cause for conflict. Wasn't the disappearance of the third Kazekage the catalyst for the third great ninja war? The Sand Ninja had successfully framed Konoha for the act, triggering the war. At this point, Yato Uchiha, Jiraiya, and Tsunade made no effort to stop the troublemaking. They knew this was when Yato was at his most genuine and most detestable, a scenario that could be dubbed even dogs would shake their heads. After delivering this verbal lesson, just as everyone thought it was over, Yato Uchiha said, "Very well, we've finished discussing state affairs. Let us talk about personal matters." I was baffled. "What do you mean?" Yato Uchiha explained, "You attacked us without cause earlier, causing me great psychological distress. Therefore, you must compensate me for emotional damages." Both parties' thoughts were directed toward the well-being of Yato Uchiha's family. Why was Tsunade also inquiring about Yato's family? Because when Yato demanded compensation, he never once mentioned her, despite her being the one initially attacked. He brazenly asked for money without uttering a single word about Tsunade. AI felt even worse, deceived, bullied, and now extorted, suffering a triple-layered debuff that left him gasping for breath. Of course, this was only the psychological damage. Physically, AI had been thoroughly exhausted by Yato's relentless ninjutsu barrages and Tsunade's powerful, flesh-on-flesh strikes, leaving him drained and unwilling to bicker further with Yato Uchiha. Handing over the mere 200,000 ryo he possessed to Yato Uchiha. He then departed from that place accompanied by the remaining cloud-hidden ninja. Naturally, during his attempts to sow discord, Yato Uchiha made frequent mention of Danzo Shimura's name, successfully diverting the focus of hostility. Yato was profoundly grateful to Danzo Shimura for having taken the blame on his behalf. With this minor episode concluded, Tsunade and Jiraiya accompanied Yato Uchiha back to Konoha. After a week's arduous journey, the three finally arrived at the village. Observing the two familiar gate guards at the entrance, Tsunade's heart was stirred with a mixture of emotions. However, Yato Uchiha harbored no such complexities. He brusquely interrupted the sentimental moment. He loudly called out to the two gatekeepers, "Hurry and inform the third Hokage, the princess of Konoha, that she has returned to the village." Upon hearing Yato's shout and its content, the two guards immediately shed their earlier relaxed demeanor, adopting a vigilant gaze toward the approaching trio. Exchanging a brief glance, one of the gatekeepers swiftly turned and dashed toward the Hokage's office. For beyond the princess's return to Konoha, Yato Uchiha himself had also come back, a pair embodying both the village's hope and its jinx, returning side by side. Within the Hokage's office, Hiruzen Sarutobi's face brightened with joy upon hearing Tsunade's willingness to return. Regardless of circumstances, her decision to come back signified some degree of reconciliation and openness toward Konoha. Yet, for Danzo Shimura, this news was far less auspicious. At the outset, when Yato Uchiha departed the village, Danzo had initially reached out to bandits and rogue ninja within the land of Fire's borders, hoping that any lapse in vigilance might cost Yato his life. That would have been the perfect outcome. Naturally, extracting more of Yato's secrets would have been a welcome bonus. But regrettably, this plan proved utterly futile. Later attempts to target Yato again met with ill fortune, as they encountered Jiraiya. In Jiraiya's presence, it was impossible to employ root or the usual Konoha methods. Thus, when Yato encountered Tsunade, Danzo made a desperate gamble, deliberately abandoning two root operatives to leak information to the cloud-hidden village, hoping they would intervene. They expected Tsuchigumo to call upon the third Hokage directly, but to their surprise, it was the Hokage's son and his partner who took action. The end result was, however, inconclusive. Danzo had yet to receive any reports when news arrived that Yato Uchiha and Tsunade had returned to the village, signaling that the root operatives he had dispatched to recover the bodies had been utterly wiped out. No news was indeed the correct outcome, for Madara's satellite receiver, White Zetsu, had been entirely eradicated. How could any root ninja remain? Throughout this period, Danzo Shimura had been exceedingly occupied. Outside the village, he sought individuals and opportunities to assassinate Yato Uchiha. Within the village, he stirred trouble for the Uchiha clan and fomented discord between the Sand Ninja and the Uchiha. The Uchiha clan afforded him no openings. Any significant or unmanageable issue was promptly brought to Hiruzen Sarutobi's attention, or directly taken to Konoha's court. These matters were already difficult to handle, and with foreign ninja observing and studying the proceedings, the challenges only intensified. Consequently, for 3 days straight, Hiruzen Sarutobi found himself confronting Danzo Shimura's reprimands. A classic scene unfolded. Danzo declared to Hiruzen, "You will regret this." Hiruzen retorted, "I am the Hokage." This spectacle occurred roughly twice daily, leaving onlookers such as Tsukumo Hatake and the remaining 2 members of Konoha SF4 trembling with apprehension. Eventually, this legendary confrontation escalated. Once certain no bystanders were present, the two would unleash a torrent of cultural expressions. Hiruzen exclaimed, "I'm up at dawn." Danzo responded, "Aminos." These refined exchanges gradually influenced the villagers, who began adopting this elegant manner of speech. This cultural refinement was undoubtedly a gift from Yato Uchiha, for hearing the dialect of his homeland brought him comfort. Failing to greet Danzo in kind would have been an affront. Within the Uchiha clan's territory, at the Grand Elder's residence, Yato Uchiha's first act upon returning was to visit Shisui. After enjoying a refreshing bath and changing into casual attire, he began reviewing Shisui's studies. Yato remarked, "Excellent, truly excellent. Your progress from 3 years as a chunin to 5 years as a jonin is nearly complete. Seems you have not been slacking in my absence. Well done." Hearing Yato's praise, Shisui blushed slightly, feeling both shy and pleased. At this moment, Yato could somewhat comprehend the sentiments of Itachi Uchiha. The bonds of brotherhood within the Uchiha clan were indeed profound. Blood brothers, clan brothers, and even outsiders considered brothers, all of whom could be discussed at length. Engaging in further conversation with Shisui, Yato nurtured the familial affection between brothers. Suddenly, Uchiha Ran arrived at the Grand Elder's door. "Greeting, Grand Elder, greetings." The clan head summoned both the Grand Elder and Yato Uchiha for a private discussion at his residence. A meeting at the clan head's home indicated the matter was unsuitable for public disclosure, or was particularly difficult to resolve. The Grand Elder cautioned, "You have just returned. Please refrain from causing trouble." He immediately regretted his words, quickly adding, "Or perhaps you have already stirred up some incident." Yato expressed bewilderment. Having just come back and returned home directly, how could he be the source of any trouble? Without further speculation, they proceeded to the clan head's residence. Uchiha Kei stated plainly, "You've been away for nearly 2 weeks. Indeed, some matters have arisen." The Grand Elder appeared perplexed, for as a member of the Uchiha clan, he was unaware of these events. Uchiha Kei explained that these were minor skirmishes and small-scale frictions occurring in limited settings. Any major conflicts were promptly suppressed. Yato remained silent as Kei continued, "The key issue is that these small-scale clashes nearly led to 3 confrontations with the Sand Ninja. The guards are thoroughly exasperated. Since you have returned, we hope you can devise a solution." After some thought, Yato responded, "It's possible, I have an idea. But you must not blame me later, and I will require your cooperation." Now that any solution was welcome, Uchiha Kei pledged full support. These petty disputes were truly vexing. Yato's request was straightforward. Arrange for Sand Ninja to visit the hot springs adjacent to Konoha, with the Uchiha clan acting as their bodyguards. Uchiha Kei appeared puzzled, inquiring, "Is it really that simple? No other preparations required?" The Grand Elder, equally uncertain of Yato's intentions, noted the plan's simplicity and questioned whether there were no further demands. Yato replied, "Did you not say you would listen to me if I could resolve the issue? Then listen now. Remember, tomorrow the Uchiha clan must serve as guards. Understood?" Though lacking full understanding, both the Grand Elder and clan head concurred enthusiastically. After all, the one proposing the plan was Yato Uchiha. Any matter he took an interest in inevitably spelled misfortune for the opposing party. The following morning, Uchiha Kei led the Sand Ninja to Konoha's hot springs for a soak. For the Sand Ninja, the allure of the hot springs was considerable, as their homeland lacked abundant water resources. This excursion was regarded as a rare, government-funded leisure trip. The responsibility for changing the attire of the Sand Village male shinobi was entrusted to Uchiha Retsu, while, naturally, the women had the assistance of the current clan matron. Uchiha Yato, on the other hand, had other matters to attend to and thus excused himself from joining the hot spring gathering. Within an izakaya, Uchiha Yato and Jiraiya were presently sharing drinks and conversation. Yato remarked, "It's rare to have a chance to return to Konoha. Take this opportunity to rest well." Jiraiya, somewhat concerned about the trio of Yahiko and his companions, gently said, "I shall rest for 2 days and then go to look after those 3 children. There's no avoiding it. War orphans always suffer the most. Helping them even a little is worthwhile." Yato did not add anything further. He proceeded to get Jiraiya half drunk and then said, "Then rest properly. There are quite a few hot springs around Konoha. Soaking in a hot spring, having a little sake, and getting a good night's sleep sounds perfect." Throughout the meal, Uchiha Yato subtly hinted at the idea of soaking in the hot springs and drinking sake. For Jiraiya, however, hot springs were not merely for bathing. They were his source of inspiration and material for his work. Thus, he willingly walked right into the trap Yato had set for him. Some might ask, how could Uchiha Yato behave this way? Jiraiya considered him a brother, and Yato treated Jiraiya like a fool? No. Yato's close relations were precious to him, and among the higher echelons of the Hokage's administration, they could fetch a good price. A grand drama was about to unfold, centered on Jiraiya. After leaving the izakaya, Uchiha Yato immediately sought out Tsunade. At this time, Tsunade was serving as the director of the Konoha hospital. Yato came under the pretense of visiting her. Tsunade inquired, "What brings you here? Is something troubling you?" Yato replied jokingly, "Just checking on the condition of my patient." Seizing the opportunity, Yato remained at the Konoha hospital. Although Tsunade was unsure of his intentions, she was grateful for his continued companionship. The scene returned to Jiraiya. By now, he was somewhat intoxicated, staggering step by step as he approached a nearby hot spring. Indeed, just as Uchiha Yato had anticipated, this was the very hot spring where the Sand Village shinobi were currently guests. By coincidence, Jiraiya caught the sound of girls' laughter. It immediately stirred his desire for material. Without elaborate disguise and avoiding complicated surveillance, he approached the women's bathhouse. With practiced skill, he sought out a weak point in the bathhouse's defenses, opening a small hole just large enough to observe through one eye. Inside the women's bathhouse, the laughter and joy were palpable. All the merriment came from the Sand Village's kunoichi. Jiraiya's gaze remained fixed on the enchanting scene before him. As he observed, he suddenly noticed a woman in the corner who was unlike the other excited female ninjas. She exuded a mature aura that captivated Jiraiya's attention increasingly. As the steam cleared and his observation sharpened, Jiraiya gradually discerned her features. Overcome with excitement, he inadvertently uttered a cry, "Damn!" That outburst instantly alerted the Uchiha guards and the Sand Village kunoichi. The agile female ninja with a poised figure closed her eyes tightly, quickly forming hand seals while chanting softly. Accompanied by a subtle ripple of energy, she successfully activated a mysterious detection technique. This ability allowed her to keenly sense the slightest changes in her surroundings. Suddenly, she snapped open her eyes, locking her gaze directly on the inconspicuous small hole above the bath. What had previously gone unnoticed now became the focal point of attention. Before others could react, a deafening, piercing scream shattered the tranquil atmosphere throughout the hot spring. The scream was like a thunderclap, breaking the peaceful calm. Simultaneously, as if triggered by an unseen switch, those who had seemed motionless burst into frantic activity. Leading the charge was Jiraiya. This typically carefree man now appeared pale, cold sweat beading his forehead. He knew all too well that if he were recognized or caught here, his hard-earned reputation would be utterly ruined, a complete loss of face. Without hesitation, he turned and dashed toward the exit at full speed. Meanwhile, the kunoichi scrambled to clothe themselves. Their faces were flushed with anger and humiliation, cursing incessantly as they pursued Jiraiya, vowing to capture the despicable scoundrel. For a time, the entire hot spring erupted into chaos, bustling with commotion. The Uchiha guards and clan leaders joined the cat-and-mouse chase. Soon, the pursuit spilled out onto the streets of Konoha, transforming into a manhunt for the rogue. News of this quickly reached the ears of the third Hokage. He was caught off guard by the report. Chiyo had already changed and arrived at the Hokage's office, urgently demanding a meeting. "You must give me an explanation. If my honor is destroyed by you Konoha people, I will declare war. If the third Hokage and the fourth Kazekage disagree, then I will wage war against Konoha alone." Chiyo was furious. Having maintained her purity for over 40 years and remaining unsullied since the death of the first Kazekage, to be exposed in Konoha was intolerable. This matter had to remain secret, and the culprit must be caught. Hiruzen Sarutobi, observing Chiyo's fierce stance, refrained from arguing. Women of her age were not to be trifled with, and the evidence indeed pointed to Konoha's fault. He comforted her, "I will provide you with an explanation. There is no need to escalate this to the level of war. I have already dispatched the Uchiha guards and the Umbu to apprehend the culprit. Rest assured." As he spoke, Sarutobi inwardly scoffed, thinking, "You're nothing but skin and bones, playing the role of an old coquette. If anyone should be spied upon, it would be those young girls nearby, not you. Why are you so self-important here?" While the third Hokage and Chiyo argued, Jiraiya was doing everything possible to evade capture. The scream had snapped him from his drunken stupor to full alertness. Currently, he was hiding in an inn beside Sarutobi's residence. With no other option, Jiraiya relied on his teacher's protection. He adjusted his position, preparing to perform a reverse summoning back to Mount Myaboku, as the situation was far too perilous. Meanwhile, Uchiha Yato, staying with Tsunade, heard the rapid footsteps of numerous ninja outside. He realized that his subtle hints had borne fruit. Jiraiya dared not seek Sarutobi's aid now. The only safe haven was Mount Myaboku. Without the culprit apprehended, This was the moment for Uchiha Yato to act freely. He thought silently. Danzo, how do you intend to handle this blame? Tsunade, aware of the commotion outside, noted that this was the most turbulent time since she became director of Konoha Hospital. She said to Yato, something seems to be happening outside. Should we go and see? What if it's a spy? Yato quickly slipped into his acting role and replied, it doesn't feel like a spy. Just now, I saw some sand shinobi. It was possible they were stirring up trouble themselves. At that moment, an Umbu ninja approached Tsunade and said, Lady Tsunade, the Hokage requests your presence for a discussion. Upon hearing the summons, Tsunade did not hesitate and followed the Umbu ninja to the council hall. After exchanging greetings with Tsunade, Uchiha Yato chose to visit Uzumaki Mito. After all, Uchiha Yato could not afford to give Danzo Shimura any opportunity to frame or incriminate him. Now was the perfect moment for fabricating accusations against anyone. If someone were exposed as a peeping Tom, that individual would be despised by both the Hidden Leaf and Sand Nations alike. Danzo Shimura, aware of the situation, would certainly seek to undermine Uchiha Yato. Likewise, Uchiha Yato intended to retaliate, but he had already secured irrefutable evidence. Thus, he accompanied Tsunade on the way to Uzumaki Mito's residence. As for the purpose of the visit, Uchiha Yato had already devised a plan. Previously, Aburame Ryoma's memories had been inspected, revealing many of Danzo's unsavory deeds, all meticulously recorded. Therefore, it was now necessary to pin Shigure's death on Danzo Shimura. After all, as the Kage, bearing one more burden would not be a loss. Perhaps it would even be justified. Meanwhile, at the root base, Danzo Shimura had long learned the full story through Root's intelligence network. He quickly devised a countermeasure and ordered the fabrication of false evidence. He also believed this was a prime opportunity to destroy the Uchiha clan and Uchiha Yato. Danzo immediately instructed Aburame Ryoma to find someone to fabricate an alibi proving Uchiha Yato was elsewhere. I will make Uchiha Yato the scapegoat for both the Hidden Leaf and Sand Shinobi, he declared. Following the order, Aburame Ryoma quickly assembled a team and set out. Speaking of Aburame Ryoma, the poor youth had truly suffered misfortune. He had previously been reprimanded by Uchiha Yato and was even hung and beaten 3 times by their clan leader. Yet, because he possessed knowledge of most of Danzo's secrets and bore the Root's seal of tongue severance, as well as being an effective assistant to Danzo, he was taken back into Danzo's service. After everyone departed, Danzo Shimura muttered to himself, Uchiha Yato, let us see how you meet your end this time. Thus, everyone began to mobilize. On the streets of the Hidden Leaf, Uchiha Kiyoshi was scouring for the peeping Tom, inwardly delighted. He had not anticipated that Uchiha Yato would divert everyone's attention in such a manner, flawlessly according to his plan. Not only the Sand Shinobi but also the Hidden Leaf's upper echelons and Danzo Shimura were compelled to act immediately. This way, no one could disturb the peace of the Uchiha clan, which was exactly what he desired. Inside the Hokage's office, the Hidden Leaf SF4, Tsunade, Chiyo, and Rashi had gathered. Their purpose was straightforward, to deliberate on how to handle and resolve the peeping Tom incident and what compensation the Hidden Leaf should offer. Chiyo spoke first. I do not wish for this incident to cast a shadow over the Sand Shinobi women. Whoever this peeping Tom is, they must be dealt with severely. This was Chiyo's considered opinion, for surely the culprit was one of their own. If it were a capable individual, it would be fortunate to eliminate him, thereby weakening the Hidden Leaf's military strength. Regardless of whether subsequent plans proceeded, this was unquestionably advantageous. At this point, Tsunade, as the female representative, voiced her perspective. We do not yet know for certain that the culprit is from the Hidden Leaf. Let us not jump to conclusions. If we catch the peeping Tom, the Hidden Leaf will certainly provide you with an explanation. You can rest assured on that. Meanwhile, the Hidden Leaf SF4 remained aloof and detached, as if the matter did not concern them. Hiruzen Sarutobi, however, required Tsunade, now the female representative of the Hidden Leaf, to speak up. He sensed an undercurrent of danger and already had a suspect in mind for the peeping Tom. He had dispatched someone to seek out Jiraiya, but to date had not received any sign of him, which unsettled him greatly. Unlike Hiruzen Sarutobi's anxiety, Danzo Shimura had already made certain preparations before arriving. He intended to seize this opportunity to eliminate Uchiha Yato. After Tsunade and Chiyo had exchanged their sentiments, Hiruzen Sarutobi inquired of a nearby Umbu ninja whether there was any news from the Uchiha guard. Had the peeping Tom been apprehended? Hiruzen deliberately emphasized the Uchiha clan's guard, aiming to irritate the Uchiha. If this could divert attention or arouse suspicion among the Sand Shinobi, buying time, it would be a victory for him. The Umbu ninja replied that there was no news yet, but the Uchiha clan leader was en route with the latest report. At this moment, Danzo interjected. I strongly suspect the incident was orchestrated by an Uchiha clan ninja. They may well have betrayed their own. Their purpose is to sow discord between the hidden leaf and the sand. This statement immediately made Tsunade uneasy. Was it not unfair to cast such aspersions on the hidden leaf shinobi? Yet, since it was Danzo who spoke, Tsunade felt even more discomfort. She retorted sharply, the Uchiha are a clan of handsome men and beautiful women. Why would they resort to peeping? If you don't believe me, summon the young ladies of the Sand Shinobi. If an Uchiha ninja were to confess to them, would they refuse? Would they not accept? Let us put aside the concerns of the two nations. The Sand Shinobi girls would be foolish to say no. Beyond the Uchiha clan's good looks, from what I have observed, aside from a touch of arrogance, what faults can you truly find? A powerful shinobi clan with abundant resources like the Hidden Leaf is, to these visiting Sand Shinobi girls, akin to a family of wealthy heirs. Danzo was momentarily silenced by this sharp rebuttal. The Uchiha clan's strong foundation was undeniable, and apart from their arrogance, it was difficult to find fault with them. Uchiha Kiyoshi soon arrived at the Hokage's office. Observing Tsunade's somewhat aggressive demeanor and Danzo's continual retreat under her influence, he understood it was not his moment to speak. After all, seeing Danzo flustered was a small consolation. Hiruzen Sarutobi immediately addressed Uchiha Kiyoshi. How is the investigation progressing? Have you found the peeping Tom? Uchiha Kiyoshi replied apologetically. My apologies, Hokage-sama, we have not apprehended the individual. Their skill is formidable, likely at the level of a shadow ninja. Danzo then seized the opportunity to speak. How dare you claim no concealment? What kind of thief can breach security now? Even if your own Uchiha clan testifies, your words are unreliable. This statement ignited tensions once again. Before Tsunade could respond, Uchiha Kiyoshi interjected, I foresaw this situation. Every Uchiha dispatched to apprehend the peeping Tom was accompanied by a Sand Shinobi assisting. This incident was sudden. There could be no collusion between the Uchiha and Sand Shinobi. I suggest, Hokage-sama, you send the Umbu to summon a team to conduct inquiries. The truth will emerge. Hearing this, Hiruzen Sarutobi realized the gravity of the matter. Neither he nor Danzo had expected the Uchiha clan to be so thorough. Yet, to preserve the present situation, they had no choice but to follow Uchiha Kiyoshi's advice. Before long, an Umbu party, drawn from a random inspection squad tasked with capturing the peeping Tom, arrived to conduct questioning. Indeed, as Uchiha Kiyoshi had indicated, this team was composed jointly of Uchiha and Sand Shinobi. Moreover, the coordination was exclusively between Uchiha female shinobi and Sand Village female shinobi, and likewise between Uchiha male shinobi and Sand Village male shinobi. There was no possibility of any improper relationships, ensuring the matter was handled with utmost reliability. Since the issue involved the honor of the Sand Village women, Chiyo could afford no hesitation and directly inquired whether the situation was true. The outcome, evidently, aligned with what Uchiha Kei had stated, effectively exonerating the Uchiha clan. Originally, Shimura Danzo had intended to cast aspersions on Uchiha Yato, but now, with Yato absent, he could only seize upon that fact as a point of attack and was about to launch an interrogation assault. Uchiha Kei straightforwardly said, if that is the case, Elder Danzo, may I ask if you are satisfied? This was purely Uchiha Kei's way of provoking Danzo. Having been smeared by him, he felt compelled to return the favor. Danzo was left speechless, forced to swallow his pride and nod, signifying that the Uchiha clan had been cleared of suspicion. Yet Danzo was not ready to relent and pressed further. Then where is Uchiha Yato? Was he among the pursuers this time? Surely he was not part of the bodyguards, and since he was not present, he must have had a motive. Whether or not the Uchiha clan could be brought down was of secondary importance. Danzo's primary desire was to see Uchiha Yato dead. If the peeping Tom incident were confirmed, it would draw the attention of two villages. Whether or not Yato survived, he would suffer severe consequences. This was why Danzo so recklessly smeared Yato with accusations. Just as Uchiha Kei was about to continue his defense, a voice from outside announced, Uchiha Yato requests an audience. This declaration immediately altered the expressions of everyone in the Hokage's office. Danzo was highly pleased with Yato's attitude, as it meant the snare was set, waiting for Yato to fall into it. Hiruzen Sarutobi sensed something amiss but chose not to speak further, instead summoning Uchiha Yato inside. Upon entering the Hokage's office, Yato noticed the tense atmosphere among those present. Sarutobi asked, Yato, have you caught the peeping Tom? At this moment, Sarutobi dared not act rashly, for the man before him was Uchiha Yato, someone capable of anything and everything, not to be judged by ordinary standards. Yato nervously glanced around the room, his gaze narrowing briefly when it met Danzo's. Many observed this moment, each interpreting it in their own way. Sarutobi thought, "This is directed at Danzo, trouble." Tsunade remarked, "This means Danzo and Yato are about to clash. It's truly worrisome." Uchiha commented, "This will be a showdown with Danzo. It's a pity I didn't bring popcorn." Then Yato addressed Sarutobi, "As the inheritor of the will of fire, I dare not deceive you." Upon hearing this, Danzo nearly leapt to his feet. He had assumed he could not pin the scandal on the Uchiha clan, but now Yato was essentially jumping into the line of fire. Danzo silently nodded in agreement with Yato's words. Yato then shifted tone and said, "As the Hokage's aide, I cannot conceal the matter of the peeping Tom from you. This severely damages Konoha's reputation." Danzo, who had been nodding moments before, suddenly froze, his face paling as he carefully considered Yato's statement. Those around him also read different meanings into his expression. Chio thought, "Indeed, this person is hostile to the Sand Shinobi and must be eliminated." Sarutobi considered, "Clearly, Yato wants to bring down Danzo. I must find a way to take advantage." Uchiha mused, "This is exactly the sort of thing Yato would do. I must be the first to witness this drama." After a brief moment to regain composure, Danzo coldly said, "Yato, you need not spout nonsense here. You claim I am a peeping Tom? Produce evidence. When have I ever done such a thing? Where are the witnesses and proof?" Yato calmly replied, "I have no evidence, but I do have witnesses." This statement left everyone present dumbfounded. If there were witnesses, why the need to argue further? Yato continued, "Aburame Ryoma was sent by the Hokage's aide to that hot spring, and I do not know what he did there. I used my Sharingan to interrogate him briefly." Sarutobi asked, "What did you find out from the interrogation?" Yato switched to a classic passive tone and said, "Elder Danzo, he wants to harm me." Hearing this, Sarutobi was momentarily speechless. At this point, Sarutobi had pieced together the scenario. Jiraiya had been obsessed with peeping in the women's bathhouse, and Danzo had exploited this incident to frame Uchiha Yato. By a stroke of luck, Yato uncovered the person setting him up and was now turning the tables. Sarutobi proceeded with standard protocol, checking if Yato still bore suspicion and inquiring about his whereabouts. Yato responded calmly, "I was with Lady Tsunade at the Konoha hospital initially. Many can vouch for me. Later, concerned about espionage and rebellion, I went to protect the First Lady." Sarutobi's mood, initially stable, grew uneasy upon learning that this matter had attracted the attention of Mito Uzumaki. This was no small concern. Mito was regarded as the mother of Konoha. Danzo had once mentioned in private that the Konoha court was related to Lady Uzumaki. This was one reason the Konoha F4 had preserved the court, as it curtailed their power. Chio perceived that several factions within Konoha were now mobilizing. She explained to Sarutobi that the Sand Shinobi still had missions to attend to and would take their leave, leaving the stage to the Konoha leadership to contend. In any case, Konoha had to provide an explanation to the Sand Village. Chio and her comrades would not suffer losses, nor would this incident cause adverse repercussions. Should such an event recur in Konoha, it would give the other great nations grounds to attack, a chance Konoha would never grant them. At this moment, Tsunade interjected, "Yes, Yato told me about this beforehand, and I was worried about my grandmother as well, so I find this quite reasonable. Yato's itinerary should be clear now, right?" Sarutobi nodded helplessly, finding no flaws in Yato's schedule. Yato had two crucial witnesses, both high-ranking Hokage officials, making any accusation impossible. Sensing the moment was ripe, Yato exchanged a glance with Uchiha. Then he said, "From here on, this is a private matter for the Hokage and his circle. As a junior, I shall not interfere. In truth, I do not believe Elder Danzo is the peeping Tom." Turning to Kei, he added, "Clan leader, let us hurry and continue searching for the real peeping Tom. We cannot allow the Hokage or Elder Danzo's names to be sullied." With that, Yato led Kei out of the Hokage's office. After their departure, Sarutobi found an excuse to send Tsunade away. The remaining Konoha F4 convened a small meeting in the Hokage's office to deliberate their course of action. Hiruzen Sarutobi burst out in a furious tirade, exclaiming, "Look at the mess you've caused. How many times have I told you, don't stir up trouble, don't stir up trouble. If you must provoke, don't provoke the Uchiha. If you provoke the Uchiha, don't provoke Uchiha Yato. You've given them yet another chance to humiliate us, and this time we can't just brush it under the rug." Initially vexed, Danzo Shimura, upon hearing Sarutobi's words, grasped the crux of the matter. Indeed, the primary reason this incident could not be glossed over was because Mito Uzumaki had become aware of it. Mito Uzumaki promptly sought to deflect some of the blame, asserting, "This matter surely isn't Danzo's doing. He still doesn't have a wife. How could he have any interest in an old woman?" Koharu Uchiha chimed in, "Exactly. Someone without a wife wouldn't possibly be peeping on others while they bathe." Danzo Shimura sighed, lamenting, "These two are truly useless allies. Advising properly is one thing, but you don't need to rip open old wounds like this." Sarutobi, his anger far from quelled, continued, "The way this was handled was utterly inept, and it has only provided Uchiha Yato with more opportunities. What can I say? He is now caught with his pants down in the mud. Whether it's filth or not, it's still disgraceful." There was no denying that Uchiha Yato had convincingly demonstrated he had witnesses, albeit false accusers, against him. Though lacking concrete evidence to prove Danzo Shimura was the voyeur, Yato was able to accuse Danzo of being a conspirator. Consequently, the initiative now rested entirely in Uchiha Yato's hands. Danzo Shimura could only resign himself, saying, "Find a real peeping Tom, and I will confess on my side. Just say I was impatient and misjudged the Uchiha clan as the culprits. I will apologize in person, and then this matter will be put to rest." This was Danzo's only recourse, for if a thorough investigation into his past deeds were initiated, many secrets might be exposed. Only by sacrificing a limb could he hope to preserve the resources he still had. These words struck a chord with Sarutobi. Taking a drag from his pipe, he said, "Very well, let us proceed as you suggest. Have the Shimura clan offer some concessions to the Uchiha. Meanwhile, I will demote your position by 1 rank as punishment. And let me warn you once more, do not let such incidents occur again. They are exceedingly difficult to manage." It could be said that this round truly resulted in losing both the lady and the soldiers, with no gain whatsoever. Along the streets of Konoha, Uchiha Yato spoke to Uchiha Kei, Lord Clan Leader, "It's best to return directly to the clan. Our Hokage's aides should behave more obediently for the time being." Kei replied with satisfaction, "It's so relieving to see them take a beating and be unable to utter a word of complaint. Truly satisfying." Yato said, "I'm going to visit the Senju clan's territory next. You should head back for now." Though Kei did not understand why Yato needed to go to the Senju lands, he nevertheless expressed his understanding. The two then parted ways. At the Senju clan's territory, Uchiha Yato and Tsunade stood before Mito Uzumaki. Tsunade vividly recounted the incident and offered her evaluation. "From what I see, either Danzo Shimura acted alone, or he deliberately sought to disgust others. Either way, I find it utterly repugnant." Yato listened silently, refraining from comment. After all, the most prominent woman in Konoha sat before him, and he wished to maintain a measure of respect. Yet to Mito Uzumaki, this restraint appeared somewhat evasive. After all, Yato was notorious in Konoha as a troublemaker. Now that he was silent and composed, it meant either he was remorseful or plotting mischief. After Tsunade's remarks, Mito Uzumaki spoke up, "I suspect ill intent on his part. The real peeping Tom is someone else." True to her seasoned ninja instincts, Mito needed only to hear Tsunade's account to piece together the entire scenario. Yato responded, "I agree. I trust the third Hokage and the others will clear the names of the Uchiha and the Sand Ninja." Suddenly, a Konoha hospital attendant burst in, informing Tsunade that a patient suspected to be the peeping Tom had been severely injured and required her immediate treatment. Tsunade reluctantly relinquished the stage, leaving Yato and Mito alone. Mito looked at Yato and said, "I assume you stayed behind to keep this old woman company. You're not here for idle chit-chat, are you?" Yato replied, "Danzo Shimura's deliberate framing of me has become too frequent. I decided to strike back hard. Otherwise, he would always think I was easy to bully." Mito Uzumaki, possessing keen insight, saw through any attempt to lie before her and urged him to speak plainly. "Is there nothing else?" she asked. Yato quickly complimented her. "I have borrowed Lady Mito's reputation before. The Konoha court also relied on her prestige. This time, I came specifically to report to you, to avoid any unnecessary misunderstandings." He elaborated that his visit had 2 purposes. First, to clarify the entire matter, as he had done nothing to betray Konoha. The first Hokage's widow would never act unjustly. The second was to deliver a harsher blow to Danzo Shimura. Mito smiled kindly and said, "You foolish child. It is a good thing that the Konoha court makes the regulations more transparent. Were I younger, I would gladly serve as a judge and would not tolerate a single lie." She took a delicate sip of tea and continued, "This time, you may stir the pot regarding Danzo Shimura's affairs." Yato responded, "Yes, but I never expected him to frame me. I mainly wanted to create some trouble for the Hokage's upper echelons. Keeping such a close watch on comrades from the same village isn't a good thing." At this point, Mito Uzumaki had a rough understanding. To put it plainly, Uchiha Yato had orchestrated a scheme to entangle the Konoha leadership and the Sand Ninja, thereby isolating the Uchiha clan. Then Yato continued, Yamato is Danzo's trusted aide. From his memories, I have uncovered some intriguing information. This statement instantly piqued Mito Uzumaki's interest. If Yato claimed to have uncovered something intriguing, it must be explosive. Yato said, Tsunade's first boyfriend's name was Kato Dan. Wasn't he it? Mito Uzumaki felt somewhat uneasy at this reference, yet it was consistent with Yato's manner of operation. She corrected him that was her first love. Could you at least call it that? Yato went on, based on the controlled segments of information. Kato Dan's death likely involved our Hokage's assistant. What had been a story to listen to casually suddenly unsettled Mito Uzumaki. Yato elaborated. Yamato was not a participant in that incident. Rather, he was an observer. The two-root ninja he mentioned likely no longer exist in this world, so evidence is hard to find. Mito Uzumaki's smile faded, replaced by a thoughtful expression. Yato sat quietly nearby, careful not to disturb her contemplation. After a moment, Mito said, You haven't told Tsunade about this, have you? If she knew, she would already be on her way to root. Yato nodded silently, offering no further comment. Mito was thoroughly pleased with Yato's conduct and said no more. Her expression then hardened as she inquired, Does Danzo Shimura have anything to do with Shibaki's death? This was her greatest concern. If her grandson had died at the hands of outsiders, she could only lament his lack of strength. However, if one were to perish at the hands of a fellow villager, this kunoichi possessed enough strength to take someone away without regret. Since this matter was of utmost importance to him, Mito Uzumaki addressed her directly by name, showing no intention of sparing her pride. Uchiha Yato declared, I truly wish to speak with you. I have uncovered his connection to Shigeru. Yet, to deceive the elder, my conscience would surely exact retribution. Upon hearing this response, Mito Uzumaki finally softened the terrifying expression she had worn moments before. This was precisely why Uchiha Yato had always managed to win Mito Uzumaki's favor. Apart from the upper echelons of Konoha, very few knew of her keen insight. From the very first time they met until now, Uchiha Yato had never uttered a falsehood in her presence. Moreover, after the troubles involving Shigeru and Tsunade, Uchiha Yato had sincerely come forward to encourage Mito Uzumaki. This was what granted the kunoichi great tolerance toward Uchiha Yato. As long as she lived and did not betray the village, Mito Uzumaki was willing to let him take the lead. The sheer volume of news heard today was quite overwhelming for an elderly person, adding considerable pressure. Uchiha Yato did not linger excessively. Before Mito Uzumaki could issue an order for him to leave, he had already tendered his resignation and departed from the Senju clan territory. At that moment, Uchiha Yato did not return home directly but instead chose to stop by a food stall to have a bite. Perhaps owing to his Uchiha heritage, he had an equal fondness for the tricolored dumplings. Just as Uchiha Yato finished packing the tricolored dumplings, a voice sounded from behind him. Long time no see, Uchiha Yato. Hearing that hoarse, somewhat deep voice, Uchiha Yato immediately knew who had arrived. Mr. Orochimaru, please don't startle me like that every time. People with weak hearts might easily be frightened to death. Indeed, the owner of the voice was none other than the enigmatic Orochimaru. Emerging gradually from the shadowy corner nearby, Orochimaru smiled and said, I hold grudges, you know. You destroyed 3 of my laboratories in Konoha. I haven't forgotten that debt. Don't think you can escape so easily. When Orochimaru mentioned this, his anger was genuine. The laboratories were even constructed beside restrooms, so when Uchiha Yato went to use one, he could easily discover them. If not for Uchiha Yato's Kekkai Genkai, the Sharingan, Orochimaru might have suspected his eyes were just a pair of pale orbs. Uchiha Yato, meanwhile, responded with playful banter, deliberately avoiding Orochimaru's provocations. Orochimaru had certainly come with some ulterior motive. Thus, Uchiha Yato could not simply acquiesce to his wishes. At the very least, Orochimaru had to contribute something to scientific research. Orochimaru, well aware of Uchiha Yato's temperament, was disinclined to engage in idle chatter any longer. I want the body of Shikaku the One-Tail. Can you get it for me? Uchiha Yato was not the least bit surprised by Orochimaru's request. He had long known about Orochimaru's human experiments. At that time, Orochimaru had even fought Uchiha Yato. Although Uchiha Yato could not defeat the then Kage-level Orochimaru, it was impossible for Orochimaru to kill him. Just as Orochimaru attempted to flee, Uchiha Yato said, What's the big deal? After all, we're both striving for the sake of science. As long as you don't use those harmful human experiments on me, everything else is negotiable. This viewpoint undeniably pleased Orochimaru. Since he began his experiments, Many had regarded him with misunderstanding, disdain, and disapproval. Although Danzo Shimura outwardly supported his experiments with words, he never participated nor truly appreciated Orochimaru's excitement in uncovering the secrets of the human body. This gave Orochimaru a fresh perspective on Uchiha Yato. At least at that time, he believed he had found a kindred spirit, and he immediately extended an invitation to Uchiha Yato. Uchiha Yato was straightforward and unreserved, accompanying him to a laboratory without hesitation. A sincere heart combined with resolute courage earned Orochimaru considerable goodwill. At that time, Orochimaru was virtually obsessed with experiments on wood release. Uchiha Yato then proposed his conjecture. Throughout history, the Senju clan had only one individual, Hashirama Senju, who possessed wood release. We saw the strength of his wood release and naively assumed it must be the strongest. But is that necessarily true? This statement made Orochimaru, who had been pleased and making progress in his experiments, somewhat uncomfortable. He retorted, "You cannot deny that its strength is unparalleled through the ages." Uchiha Yato raised another question. Uchiha Madara was strong enough, wasn't he? Does that mean all who possess the Sharingan can reach Madara's level of power? This question momentarily stunned Orochimaru, for Uchiha Yato's point was valid. The reality was that if all Uchiha could achieve Madara's strength, the current shinobi world would not exist as it does. This led Orochimaru to constantly ponder whether wood release was truly the mightiest power and whether obtaining it was necessary. Uchiha Yato then revealed his hypothesis about wood release. Generally speaking, the basic chakra natures number 5. Beyond these, the body inherently carries the two complementary natures of yin and yang. The so-called Kekkei Genkai are merely combinations of these chakra natures interacting within the body, akin to composite ninjutsu, resulting in various manifestations. For the Senju clan, the fundamental chakra natures are water and earth, but I believe there must be a third. These few words immediately broadened Orochimaru's thinking. You mean to say there should be an addition of either yang release or yin release chakra? He asked. The Senju clan is also renowned for their physical prowess, so it should be wood release composed of yang release chakra. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru was genuinely surprised. He had not expected this half-grown Uchiha child to bring him such a wealth of ideas. Then Orochimaru added, if that is the case, would the combination of 3 chakra natures be too difficult? Uchiha Yato replied, Uncle Orochimaru, you truly have a poor memory. That old Iwagakure elder and his master both mastered a ninjutsu composed of 3 chakra natures. The Iwagakure elder Uchiha Yato referred to was none other than the current 3rd Tsuchikage, Inoki, and his master, the 2nd Tsuchikage, Mu. Orochimaru expressed amazement. The bloodline is extinct. In terms of strength, Dust Release-S destructive power is indeed formidable, as is Wood Release-S. From a level of difficulty perspective, both require 3 chakra natures to achieve such effects, making them truly challenging for ordinary people to master. These insights thrilled Orochimaru immensely. Originally, his goal had been merely to find a young Uchiha to seize his Sharingan for research. But unexpectedly, this youth had presented him with astonishing hypotheses and ideas, which, judging by current evidence, were highly experimental and credible. Orochimaru composed himself and said, The Uchiha clan is truly a fountain of talent. Your observations and conjectures have left me deeply impressed. Uchiha Yato responded candidly, I still lack sufficient strength, and I also carry some blood of the Senju clan. Regarding wood release, I have some ideas. I hope to rely on your expertise, Uncle Orochimaru, to realize my wood release. So please, I ask for your assistance. From that time until now, Uchiha Yato occasionally visited Orochimaru to inquire about the progress of his experiments. As for Orochimaru, he naturally harbored certain reservations about this experiment. However, the one who was truly hesitant was not Uchiha Yato, but rather Danzo Shimura, someone who, like Orochimaru, possessed a curious mind and did not oppose his methods or actions. Orochimaru held a certain admiration for Danzo, which made him willing to engage in discussions with Uchiha Yato about his progress. The scene returns to the present moment. Uchiha Yato spoke lightly, I don't think Uncle Orochimaru intends to discuss matters on the street that outsiders must not overhear. It must be acknowledged that Uchiha Yato's linguistic artistry was indeed profound and far-reaching. With just this single sentence, numerous passers-by on the street who overheard it immediately pretended to be blind and deaf. Orochimaru paid no mind to such trivialities and swiftly extended an invitation to Uchiha Yato. The two of them promptly arrived at Orochimaru's experimental base. Naturally, these matters had to be handled discreetly. After all, if Danzo caught them in the act, it would be somewhat difficult to explain. Inside the laboratory, Orochimaru said, You need not worry about the wood release. I have other ideas on that front. What I want to ask now is whether you can obtain Raza's body. Uchiha Yato replied nonchalantly, alright. Isn't it just about researching a bloodline limit from another village? Don't beat around the bush with me. If you have something to say, just say it. Orochimaru was delighted to hear this and responded enthusiastically. Very well, to which Uchiha Yato answered. No. This sudden refusal instantly erased the smile that had appeared on Orochimaru's face, replacing it with displeasure and discontent. Hehe, no more hehe, Uchiha Yato remarked. Danzo is currently under punishment. If you cause trouble with the Sand Ninja now, the shinobi world will descend into chaos. No matter what, you are still a strong contender for the fourth Hokage. For the sake of your future resources and ambitions, you should take a step back. Though brief, these words struck directly at the heart of the matter. Orochimaru still harbored ambitions of becoming Hokage, and his dealings with Danzo were meant to encourage Danzo's support whenever circumstances allowed. Seeing that Orochimaru was still somewhat reluctant, Uchiha Yato continued, You haven't even fully understood your own bloodline limit, so why meddle with others? If you have the chance, why not acquire a couple of Sharingan from Danzo and study them? Wouldn't that be better than would release? Hearing this, Orochimaru finally relaxed and said, Alright, but I suppose there will be a match between Raza and you later. I'll settle for second best. I want his blood. You should be able to get it for me, right? This time, Orochimaru did not speak in a negotiating tone, but rather with a cooperative and resolute attitude. Uchiha Yato expressed no difficulty in fulfilling this request, marking the matter as settled. Subsequently, the two became engrossed in a discussion about their hypotheses regarding wood release. Orochimaru remarked, It is said that transplanting Hashirama S cells can grant wood release, but the failure rate is extremely high, and when it fails, the subject turns into a tree. What do you think is the cause? Uchiha Yato shared his thoughts. Hashirama Senju's abilities extend far beyond wood release. His mastery of senjutsu is also unparalleled. I believe this is the reason why those experimental subjects become trees. Orochimaru had considered this hypothesis but was unwilling to admit it. Finding a test subject who could use senjutsu was exceedingly difficult. Thus far, there had been no one in the shinobi world who wielded senjutsu and remained inconspicuous. Uchiha Yato then proposed, I have an idea. I wonder if Lord Orochimaru dares to attempt it. Normally, Uchiha Yato affectionately called Orochimaru Uncle Orochimaru, a term both warm and respectful. Yet when Uchiha Yato addressed Orochimaru with heightened reverence, it signaled that he was scheming something devious. Trouble was brewing. Intrigued by Uchiha Yato's words, Orochimaru asked, What devilish idea do you have this time? Let me hear it first. He remained cautious of Uchiha Yato, for the latter was known to effortlessly dismantle one of his experimental bases merely by visiting the restroom. Uchiha Yato said, There is currently someone before you who possesses the same bloodline as the first Hokage. Of course, he was referring to himself, a descendant of the Senju clan. He continued, But shouldn't his granddaughter be an even closer candidate? Upon hearing this, Orochimaru's gaze subtly shifted. The current relationship among the three legendary Sannin was excellent. Though there had been some estrangement due to Tsunade's issues in the past, her blood phobia had been cured, and the three had since restored their friendship, a matter not easily summarized in a few words. Just as Orochimaru was momentarily lost in thought, Uchiha Yato's next sentence nearly provoked Orochimaru to anger. Jiraiya also happens to be skilled in senjutsu, so the two most important test subjects are already assembled. Orochimaru paused for a moment, then said, You're quite bold to set your sights on them both at once. Observing Orochimaru's changing expression, Uchiha Yato inwardly teased him, Come on, look at how tense you are. If you could see yourself in the original story, you'd surely laugh to death. Not wanting to prolong the teasing, Uchiha Yato added, Why do you always assume your test subjects are doomed to die? I think that, after working alongside our Hokage's aides for a while, you've become nothing but cold-blooded, with no redeeming qualities. If that is your experimental attitude, I believe our cooperation ends here. Orochimaru understood that Uchiha Yato had been deliberately testing his attitudes toward the other two. The result was satisfactory. Uchiha Yato's words subtly conveyed, I am pleased with your performance. Otherwise, I would not be cooperating with you. Uchiha Yato clarified, I am not suggesting sending them to their deaths, nor am I saying anything about how to handle their bodies. Let me summarize for you. What you need now is to understand wood release. Tsunade carries the direct bloodline of Hashirama Senju. If she can manifest wood release, it would confirm its connection to the Senju gene. Jiraiya's mastery lies in senjutsu. If he can activate wood release, it would verify the influence of senjutsu on wood release. Don't you think these 2 points are worthy of investigation and development? Orochimaru, still somewhat puzzled, asked, What does using them as test subjects have to do with it? You can't guarantee they will be able to manifest wood release. Uchiha Yato responded, that is precisely why research is needed. If everyone could manifest would release with power equal to Hashirama Senju, then there would be no legend of Hashirama Senju in the shinobi world. Uchiha Yato's words sounded reasonable but only sounded so, for persuading these two to cooperate in would-release experiments was somewhat challenging. Tsunade was somewhat easier to convince, but Jiraiya posed a greater difficulty. Sensing Orochimaru's reservations, Uchiha Yato added, Tsunade's competitive spirit is so strong that a little provocation would suffice. Jiraiya is essentially Tsunade's bonus. Wouldn't he be even easier? Orochimaru remained concerned about these experiments, fearing that if Tsunade and Jiraiya found out, it would cause discord toward him. At this, Uchiha Yato was genuinely at a loss for words. In the original story, Orochimaru had been a remarkably capable antagonist, yet here he was hesitating and nitpicking over such matters. Just don't tell Tsunade you're conducting human experiments or that you want to investigate would release, Uchiha Yato said. As long as it falls within the realm of medical research, Tsunade would be highly supportive. While saying this, Uchiha Yato looked at Orochimaru with undisguised condescension, as if viewing a fool. For Orochimaru, this was quite a blow. Orochimaru replied, if that is the case, I understand. Then, shifting the tone, he added, you will help too, one to you? After all, your bloodline is rather unique as well. Yato Uchiha responded to this matter with remarkable ease. Naturally, as long as it did not involve the loss of his life, he was entirely amenable. Yato Uchiha held a profound admiration for Orochimaru as an individual, setting aside certain objective considerations. Whether in the original narrative or in his current endeavors, Orochimaru's actions were worthy of careful scrutiny, and his character was notably straightforward and honest. Were it not for the fact that he did not belong to the Uchiha clan, Yato would have been inclined to reveal the secrets of the Mangekyo Sharingan. However, in due course, there remained a possibility that Yato might confront Orochimaru directly. After all, given the nature of the system, once this upgrade was complete, the number of instances requiring the expenditure of emotional currency would likely increase. If Yato could employ Orochimaru's methods to autonomously upgrade to the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, or even the Rinnegan, it would save him a considerable amount of emotional currency. The emotional currency saved through such means would then be converted into various tools, which he would share throughout the entire shinobi world. As for how the test subjects would participate in the experiments, that was not a concern for Yato Uchiha. One of the most advantageous aspects of collaborating with Orochimaru was that Orochimaru himself was thoughtful and required no additional guidance. In the days that followed, life proceeded rather mundanely, punctuated only by minor incidents. For example, Danzo Shimura faced sanctions, and his residence was bombarded 7 or 8 times by bounty ninjas. Were it not for Yato's limited knowledge of civil engineering, he would have considered establishing a company adjacent to Danzo's home. After all, the repair expenses each time amounted to a considerable fortune. Some of the sand ninjas trained under Tsunade, and although there were occasional minor conflicts during this period, none were severe. Our Hokage's aide later found himself embroiled in disputes with the sand ninjas, primarily concerning the interests between the two villages. Since Hiruzen Sarutobi was unwilling to play the villain, that role fell to Danzo Shimura. Consequently, Danzo's good reputation was spread throughout the shinobi world by the covert operatives of various ninja villages and the Sand Ninjas. These matters were only brought to a halt with the final mission of the Sand Ninja Exchange Group. Within the Sand Ninja Exchange Group, Chiyo said to Raza, in the final 3 days we will engage in a match against the Jonin of Konoha. Our current plan is a 3-on-3, best of 3 rounds. This will be a contest of strength, so you must be fully alert. Upon hearing Chiyo's purpose in summoning him, Raza grew somewhat excited. Even before arriving, he had hoped for a decisive battle against formidable shinobi like Yato Uchiha. Meanwhile, at the Hokage's office, Hiruzen Sarutobi addressed Konoha's senior leadership, stating, the Sand Ninja Exchange Group will be departing Konoha in 3 days. Before their departure, they wish to engage in a friendly match with us. There are 3 available slots, and I encourage capable Jonin to volunteer. After Sarutobi announced this, the major ninja clans remained composed, while some civilian Jonin entertained ambitions. After all, this was an opportunity to appear before the Hokage's senior officials, which could be advantageous for one's future career. However, the clans were prudent. Matters discussed in such high-level meetings were typically prearranged, serving merely as formalities to seek their consent. Sarutobi had already chosen his candidates. Sending Jiraiya and 2 others would have been excessive, and he wished to assert Konoha's dignity. Yato Uchiha was one of his selections. Setting aside the boy's troublesome nature, his strength was undeniable. Sarutobi also sought to see if the Sand Ninjas could coax a few more cards from Yato's hand. If conflicts arose, They would be the concern of the Uchiha clan, not his. The second candidate was the young head of the Hyuga main family, Hisashi Hyuga. This was an opportunity to showcase younger talent and, by extension, demonstrate Konoha's mastery of Kekkei Genkai. The final candidate would be decided by the Sand Ninjas. If Chiyo herself were to participate, it would set up a match against Hatake Tsukumo, hopefully leading to a peaceful resolution. As everyone united in preparation for the competition, Yato Uchiha was ready to stir trouble once more. He declared, "Everyone must enthusiastically volunteer. This is a matter of honor for ourselves and for Konoha. We must display Konoha's true spirit." His words were highly motivational, yet he made no mention of his own intention to participate. This caused a slight furrow on Sarutobi's brow, who glanced at the remaining 3 members of Konoha's F4, hoping for their assistance. Very well. Yato gave a flirtatious glance to the blind man. Mitoiman Hamura and Koharu Udatane failed entirely to grasp Sarutobi's meaning. Danzo Shimura understood and then said to Yato, "Since you have spoken so much and your strength suffices, do you have no intention of participating?" Yato replied, "I have no particular plans. I am inexperienced and would rather not embarrass myself." This made Sarutobi aware of Yato's true stance. Simply put, if you do not contribute resources, I will not exert effort. Sarutobi said, "Very well, we will discuss this later. For now, let us encourage volunteers. Those selected after the trials will earn their places." Sarutobi chose to compromise, deciding to convene a smaller meeting to resolve the matter later. In the Hokage's office, Konoha SF4, Yato Uchiha, and Hisashi Hyuga gathered. Sarutobi said, "This exchange mission is quite challenging. Therefore, I would like you two to engage in exchanges with the Sand Ninjas." Upon receiving the Hokage's invitation, Hisashi Hyuga was overjoyed. In the traditional mindset of the ninja clans, gaining the favor of one's elders was a great honor. Hisashi gladly accepted and agreed to Sarutobi's request. Sarutobi was quite pleased with Hisashi's attitude. After all, he had summoned Hisashi primarily to exert pressure on Yato Uchiha, thereby securing a free labor force for himself. Yato smiled and said, "That's splendid indeed. Hisashi, you must display Konoha's true spirit." Any member of the Uchiha or Hyuga clans would have been delighted to hear such words. After all, there was considerable rivalry between Konoha's 2 great dojutsu clans, and it was heartening for the Hyuga to surpass the Uchiha in any aspect. Historically, the Uchiha had produced an abundance of talent, while the Hyuga had been somewhat weaker. However, Yato Uchiha was a different matter. Though he might genuinely mean well, he was certainly a provocateur. Sarutobi's arrangement was unfortunate, as Yato refused to take the bait. He stuck to his usual routine and principles. Unless Sarutobi demonstrated sincerity, Yato would never yield. Sarutobi patiently inquired, "Yato, do you have any thoughts? This is a significant matter for the village and must be cherished." His words boiled down to one thing: he wanted to freeload.
Yato replied, "Hokage-sama."
"It's not that I am unwilling to contribute, but the Uchiha affairs are numerous, and I am truly occupied." Sarutobi's interest was piqued, and he asked, "Are there any major developments within the Uchiha clan recently? I wonder if the Hokage can be of assistance." Previously, Yato's establishment of the Konoha court and the internal Uchiha kindergarten had brought substantial benefits to the Uchiha clan. Though not suitable for widespread promotion in Konoha, these could be implemented within the Sarutobi clan to generate revenue. Uchiha Yato remarked, "Since Lord Hokage is willing to assist, we might as well promote this throughout the entire village. Such an endeavor would undoubtedly bring benefits and is indeed a commendable undertaking." Sarutobi Hiruzen instantly sensed that the map of the Land of Swallows was somewhat brief. Within the span of a few sentences, Uchiha Yato had already voiced his thoughts and terms. Without allowing Sarutobi Hiruzen a moment to refuse or respond, Uchiha Yato continued, "I intend to establish a newspaper agency. This will serve as a daily conduit of news for the village hidden in the leaves." Regarding the conception of this newspaper agency, Uchiha Yato promptly produced a detailed proposal from a ninjutsu scroll. This caused the corners of Sarutobi Hiruzen's mouth to twitch involuntarily once again. Uchiha Yato had calculated his approach with ruthless precision. The proposal began with the establishment of a newspaper for the entire village hidden in the leaves, not merely an Uchiha-exclusive publication, which clearly indicated his initial intention to promote it village-wide. Sarutobi Hiruzen could only silently swallow his frustration before cautiously inquiring, "If you entrust this matter to the village to handle, there should be no further worries, correct?" Uchiha Yato replied, "Not at all. That would grant me ample time, and naturally I can bring honor to the village." At this point, what could have remained a cordial matter took a sharp turn as Uchiha Yato, unable to resist, added with a mischievous grin, "Actually, even if you hadn't mentioned it, I would have gone anyway. I have long arranged a match with Raza of the Sand Village. Such behavior typified someone who, having gained advantage, still feigned modesty, leaving Sarutobi Hiruzen with no choice but to hold his nose and accept. Reflecting carefully on recent events, after Uchiha Yato and Hyuga Hisashi departed, Sarutobi Hiruzen secretly opened the Hokage's hidden compartment, retrieved a fast-acting heart medicine, and took another pill to soothe his nerves. Within the Uchiha clan territory, Uchiha Yato informed Uchiha Kei, the newspaper agency I mentioned earlier has received the Hokage's approval. The matters we discussed previously can now proceed. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Kei was somewhat pleased, though a trace of displeasure lingered as he asked, is it truly impossible to keep the newspaper agency solely under the Uchiha clan's control? Why must other ninja clans be involved? Even allowing ordinary ninja to partake in the benefits? There was no remedy. Uchiha Yato's vision was exceedingly progressive. Indeed, from the perspective of the Uchiha clan head's interests, his ideas were sound. Uchiha Yato explained, I require the strength of others. If we wielded too much power alone, it would engender enmity from all. I must relinquish part of the benefits, binding them to us. Otherwise, they might directly act against us. Using the most tactful language, Uchiha Yato conveyed that they must not act as lone wolves but instead aspire to become the alpha wolves. He further elaborated, our Uchiha clan is part of the larger family that is Konoha. We not only aim to be masters within the Uchiha clan but also strive to become the masters of Konoha itself. Thus, distributing some benefits to have them regard us as kin is absolutely necessary. Uchiha Kei, befitting a clan leader, pondered briefly and understood Uchiha Yato's intention. The alpha wolf he spoke of was not merely the leader of the Uchiha clan but the leader of the entire Konoha. Yet, Uchiha Yato shifted his tone, saying, if we give too freely, they won't cherish it. These next few days we must use the Uchiha clan's funds to entertain them properly. Otherwise, they might think the Uchiha are easy to bully. This remark struck a chord with Uchiha Kei. The welcoming banquet for the Sand Ninja had allowed him to show off magnificently before the other clan leaders, especially infuriating Hyuga Hinata. There were so many treasures within the Uchiha clan that others had been completely unaware of until then. Uchiha Kei smiled confidently and assured, rest assured, this is the Uchiha clan's forte. We will handle it thoroughly and impeccably. Thus, Uchiha Yato had arranged the newspaper agency's affairs, and all was ready for its inauguration. After a period of adjustments, the final 3 days arrived, marking the commencement of the Sand Village exchange competition. Today was the beginning of the two villages' exchange meeting. Before the event began, Uchiha Yato proposed an idea, hoping to organize a distinct kind of exchange gathering. The context in which he voiced this suggestion was quite intriguing. It happened precisely while Chiyo and Sarutobi Hiruzen were deliberating. Sarutobi Hiruzen, mindful of Konoha's reputation, could not afford to display internal discord before Chiyo, so he consented. Chiyo, wishing to appear a gracious guest, accepted the host's request as well. This enabled Uchiha Yato to once again successfully coerce Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen knew Uchiha Yato's nature all too well and decided to regard it as mere entertainment. After all, Uchiha Yato was also a lead actor in this performance. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not believe he would set a trap for himself. At worst, he could drag the Sand Ninja down with him. Whether influenced by Uchiha Yato's imaginative ideas or not, the Uchiha clan's proficiency in infrastructure at present was remarkable. Essentially, once Uchiha Yato provided blueprints and project details, the clan could bring them to fruition. Classic examples included the Uchiha Kindergarten and the Konoha Court. This time, the battle stage had been transformed by Uchiha Yato into a forward-facing performance hall. The arena featured a massive central stage, surrounded by numerous seats serving as stands, resembling the previous battle platform. However, Uchiha Yato was not one to stop there. He added ambient lighting at the center of the stage and, at the opening ceremony, presented a fiery dance by the Uchiha female troupe. The stunningly beautiful Uchiha Kunoichi wore costumes designed by Uchiha Yato and performed an exhilarating dance. With that, the opening ceremony concluded. This spectacle instantly set the blood of every man present ablaze, forcing them to walk with bowed backs. Uchiha Yato had long told the female Uchiha ninja that this was a fashion statement and that they need not heed the lecherous gazes. Even Jiraiya had sneaked back to cover the event, but was promptly escorted away by Tsunade after Uchiha Yato filed a minor complaint. Meanwhile, Sarutobi Hiruzen quietly lamented that he had not obtained Uchiha Yato's recording device, and his crystal ball lacked video functionality. While observing the match on site, Sarutobi Hiruzen maintained a composed and benevolent demeanor, refraining from displaying overt emotions. At this moment, a female ninja from the sand side remarked, Konoha just loves these flashy, Showy things. I truly don't understand why you hold such prime land. Indeed, the speaker was none other than the Sand Village's Tsunade, the famed possessor of the most beautiful back in the ninja world, adept in scorch release, Yagura. Hearing Yagura's words, the leading Konoha elders were displeased, yet found themselves unable to retort due to rank, strength, and seniority. Sarutobi Hiruzen, however, hoped Uchiha Yato would respond with a sharp retort, but Uchiha Yato remained indifferent, absorbed entirely in the performance and feedback of the Uchiha female troupe. Unbeknownst to them, Uchiha Yato possessed an emotional currency system and was intent on capitalizing on this moment to amass a substantial amount of emotional currency. At this juncture, Hyuga Hizashi stood and said, "Please cease your absurd remarks. Our land is ours to manage. What concern is it of yours?" This statement was entirely justified, causing Uchiha Yato to be somewhat startled. He had not expected the ordinarily dull Hyuga Hizashi to utter such words. Whether it is the original work or the current world's Hyuga Hizashi, he exudes an aura of dullness, rigidity, and stubborn adherence to tradition. Yitsong did not follow this topic and instead taunted. Losing in the upcoming match would be far more interesting. I wonder what kind of opponent they'll assign me. Yitsong's impetuous outburst was born out of necessity. She was not part of the initial exchange delegation but joined only at the very end. Initially, she was occupied with a mission and thus did not participate, and later, due to a series of events, Chiyo petitioned the third Kazekage to have Yitsong join. Chiyo, originally indifferent to winning or losing, found her reputation somewhat tarnished by the peeping incident. Though she verbally dismissed it, inwardly she felt uneasy and was determined to regain some dignity by bringing a formidable jonin from the village to bolster their standing. At this moment, Uchiha Yato came back to his senses and looked at Yitsong, suggesting, "How about we make a private wager?" Yejang, unfamiliar with the depths of Uchiha Yato's character, hesitated. However, proposing a private bet in such a public setting seemed inappropriate. Upon hearing the mention of gambling, Tsunade's DNA stirred, and she wished to join the wager. Yet Uchiha Yato interjected, "If you lose, you'll become a wife to our Konoha village." This statement ignited the first wave of excitement from Chiyo. The Sand Ninja Village, barren as it was, had finally produced a talented kunoichi, and losing such an exceptional ninja over mere words would deeply sadden the Sand Village. Tsunade muttered quietly from below, questioning whether Uchiha Yato was reaching a certain age. Without granting Chiyo a chance to retract, Yitsong boldly declared, "Bring it on. I'm not afraid. I accept the bet." She then countered Uchiha Yato, "And if you lose, you'll come to our hidden sand village." As soon as Yitsong finished speaking, Chiyo immediately backtracked. No. A ninja sparring match turning into a human trading deal is unacceptable. Sarutobi Hiruzen almost agreed, as Uchiha Yato was arguably Konoha's greatest malignant tumor. Not only a blight within the Uchiha clan but also the entire village. If Uchiha Yato were to leave, dealing with the Uchiha clan would become simpler and easier. When Shimura Danzo heard of the prospect of Uchiha Yato's departure, he nearly jumped up in excitement, shouting, "Well done." The thought of this scene brought a satisfied and contented expression to both the third Hokage and Danzo. Seeing this, Chiyo immediately stepped back, puzzled by the sudden expressions on the faces of these two middle-aged men. Turning back, the two elders felt somewhat embarrassed and said nothing further, clearing their throats and continuing to watch the ongoing squabble below. Uchiha Yato remarked, "If I leave the village, I fear the Hokage might be reluctant to let me go. How about this? Before leaving the Uchiha clan, you may choose 3 items you desire." This wager stirred Chiyo's interest. Initially, she had been captivated by the sumptuous feast at the banquet, then by the clothing during the excursion, and finally by the Uchiha clan's ninjutsu. These were all scarce treasures for the Sand Ninja. Yet Chiyo worried that Uchiha Yato might not be capable of leading the Uchiha clan. At this moment, Uchiha Kei spoke up, "Rest assured, everyone. Yato is fully capable of leading the Uchiha clan. We are willing to offer whatever he promises, provided the wager is established." Uchiha Kei showed no concern over the consequences of losing these items, even if it meant surrendering the clan's ninjutsu, because the reason was simple. Anything that left Uchiha Yato's hands would be recovered manifold. This man was like a mythical beast that only takes in and never lets out. With all terms finally settled, Rosa began to feel uneasy, as the wager involved the Uchiha clan's finances. There was a strong possibility that if Uchiha Yato fought Yitsong, Rosa would have no chance to test himself against Yato, which was somewhat disappointing. At this point, Uchiha Yato resumed his role as host. The large screen behind him lit up, and he introduced to the attendees, "We are about to commence the first sparring match of the exchange tournament. Allow me to explain the function of this screen. It can freely display images from around us and will show information about the combatants, enabling an unobstructed view of the match from every angle. To provide a clearer explanation, Uchiha Yato thoughtfully invited an Uchiha ninja to stand up and demonstrate 2 ninjutsu techniques. Instantly, the large screen split into several smaller frames, showing the fight from various perspectives. This immediately piqued Sarutobi Hiruzen's interest, as the device was excellent for recording. Chiyo was somewhat amazed, marveling at Konoha's abundance of talent and resources, while also deeply sighing at the vastness of the land. After the introduction, Uchiha Yato continued, "Now, without further ado, let us welcome the first pair, Hyuga Hisashi versus Yitsong." As the display screen projected, photos of Yitsong and Hyuga Hisashi appeared before the crowd. One must admit, Uchiha Yato had a knack for selecting photos. At least he avoided those that would make one cringe upon exposure, which was a merit in itself. Uchiha Yato never missed a chance to harvest emotional energy. Turning to Hyuga Hisashi, he said, "Hisashi, do your best. Win and you'll have your wife." This remark, surprisingly, only fanned the flames further, causing Hyuga Himawari to blush instantly, who said only the blush of youth could conquer all. At this moment, Himawari's flushed face spoke volumes, revealing his profound displeasure with Uchiha Yato's attitude. In earlier years, during exchanges between clan leaders, the topic of outstanding younger members often arose. Hisashi was initially delighted, as his 2 sons were exceptionally talented. Uchiha Kei frequently teased him, "No matter how excellent your sons are, they can never surpass Uchiha Yato." Refusing to accept this, the 2 bet on the spot. In that match, Uchiha Yato single-handedly secured victory using an array of flashy ninjutsu, swift body techniques, and his sharp tongue. The defeat left Hisashi bedridden for 3 days in frustration. When Uchiha Yato learned of this, he spread the story widely, claiming Hisashi was impotent. This turned Hisashi into the laughingstock among clan leaders, who, upon seeing Uchiha Yato, wished they could devour him alive. Returning to the present, Hisashi remained deeply annoyed by Uchiha Yato's blatant provocation. Such audacious behavior was typical of Uchiha Yato. Chiyo's expression darkened. The match had not even begun, yet she was already certain Konoha would win. Everyone watched the contest with heightened emotions. Undeniably, Uchiha Yato's antics had generated a great deal of emotional currency. Soon, the 2 combatants entered the arena, and the sparring officially commenced. Due to Uchiha Yato's prior teasing, neither exchanged much trash talk and immediately launched into battle. Yitsong struck first, molding 2 enormous fireballs in her hands and charging forward. Uchiha Yato kindly explained, "This is Yitsong's Kekkei Genkai, Scorch Release. These fireballs are exceedingly dangerous. Contact could reduce one to a desiccated husk. The Hyuga clan primarily relies on gentle fist taijutsu, so Hisashi's offensive options are severely limited." Chiyo was shocked by how thoroughly Uchiha Yato understood Yitsong. The intelligence of a ninja was of paramount importance. Sometimes a lack of information could cost one's life. Yet Uchiha Yato had already revealed Yitsong's basic abilities and attributes in such a public setting, which carried a significance all its own. The expressions of Hiruzen Sarutobi and Danzo Shimura shifted instantaneously. The upper echelons of the ninja hierarchy were likely somewhat aware of this intelligence. However, none would be as brazen as Yato Uchiha to vocalize it so directly. Such conduct was not only profoundly impolite but also a blatant breach of confidentiality. Yato's actions were motivated merely by a desire for emotional currency and to convey the information in an entirely novel manner. For him, acquiring intelligence was effortless, and he had no intention of entertaining any improper thoughts. Hinata Hisashi's disadvantage against Yakura swiftly became apparent. Yato Uchiha's intelligence was not exclusive to him alone. Hisashi Hinata had long been privy to certain details about Yakura, which made him particularly wary of those massive fireballs. Consequently, Hisashi resorted to employing tools typically reserved for lower-ranked ninjas: kunai, shuriken, and explosive tags, launching these projectiles in an attempt to impede Yakura. Enhanced by the Byakugan, these throwing weapons possessed remarkable accuracy and disruptive capability, causing Yakura considerable trouble. This compelled the impatient Yakura to leverage the advantage provided by the fireballs and engage in close-quarters combat. Such proximity afforded Hisashi the opportunity to interfere while awaiting his moment. With the Byakugan's power, as long as he could seal certain essential pressure points, his opponent would be unable to manipulate chakra. Regardless of how formidable Yakura's fire release techniques were, they would be rendered unusable. Meanwhile, Yato Uchiha began to stir the pot. Acting as the commentator, he remarked, "It appears our competitor Yakura is growing desperate, opting for close combat." He continued, "And Hisashi is equally determined, preparing himself for the melee." At this point, Yato's tone remained relatively composed. Yet, as the two combatants grappled, his commentary grew increasingly peculiar. Yato narrated, "We see Yakura initiating with a left front kick, followed by a right leg strike. Our Hizashi is not to be outdone, delivering a rapid sequence of 5 whip-like strikes." Though the description was not inherently flawed, Yato's manner of explanation cast a shadow over the senior officials' faces. Unable to bear it any longer, Hiruzen Sarutobi approached Yato and whispered beside him, "Did you not notice the third Hokage's expression? Their faces have changed. Cease this tedious charade. What sort of explanation is this?" Yato responded with feigned innocence. "Isn't it just a punch and a kick? Doesn't this make the description more vivid and engaging? They're the ones fighting like this. I've merely been trying to enliven the atmosphere." Both combatants themselves were inwardly unraveling. At that moment, Tsunade thoughtfully approached Yato and said, "You've been speaking into that microphone the entire time. Your words have been amplified." This revelation plunged Yato into embarrassment. What was intended as a private quip had now become a public humiliation. Yet Yato refused to concede, resolutely adding, "They fought poorly on their own. Don't pin this on me. I won to shoulder the blame." The arena fell into a heavy silence. There was simply no stopping Yato's penchant for mischief. Chio regarded Hiruzen Sarutobi with some sympathy and remarked, "Konoha truly is fortunate. To have such a talent is a blessing to the land." Sarutobi forced a smile, replying, "It's just him. The others are fine. Let us not read too much into it." This was likely the unanimous sentiment among the senior leadership. They wondered, when will this troublesome fellow finally suffer a loss? He has been a constant annoyance. Meanwhile, the tide of battle had shifted. Hizashi capitalized on 2 of Yakura's mistakes, causing her chakra to become somewhat disordered. Though not yet to the extent of rendering her fire release unusable, 2 of her previously conjured fireballs had vanished. Sensing this, Hizashi pressed the attack relentlessly, affording Yakura no respite. In truth, Hizashi's gentle art bore a resemblance to Yato Uchiha's style of commentary. This caused Hinata Hyuga, watching from above, to blush slightly. Witnessing a match hosted by Yato twice was enough to ruffle anyone's composure. As Hizashi prepared to use his verbal persuasion to urge Yakura to surrender, she launched another fierce assault. Though puzzled, Hizashi respected her resolve and responded with unyielding counterattacks. At the climax, as Hizashi attempted to persuade Yakura to concede, she declared, "You have lost." Hizashi was momentarily stunned upon hearing this, but the heat above his head confirmed the truth. Indeed, Yakura's relentless assault had been a calculated experiment to probe the visual blind spots of the Byakugan. Lacking extensive intelligence on Hizashi, she relied on risking injury and pressure point strikes to conduct her trial. The outcome was favorable. She gathered the last of her chakra into a fireball concentrated above Hizashi's head, ultimately achieving a comeback victory. Observers outside the arena had a clearer understanding of Yakura's strategy. In essence, she was buying time, using thrown shuriken to obstruct Hizashi's vision, then pushing the chakra fireball skyward, allowing it to gradually descend onto Hizashi's crown. Both Chio and the Sand Ninja representatives were elated. After all, winning the first match was cause for celebration. However, the senior Konoha officials, including Hiruzen Sarutobi, remained somewhat dissatisfied. Their plan was straightforward: to secure victories in all 3 matches, leaving the Sand Ninjas with no grounds for pride. Yato Uchiha cheerfully congratulated Yakura on her victory. Yet, upon seeing Hizashi's avatar on the large screen, the color drained from his face. Surrounding Yakura's portrait were numerous flowers. If it weren't for the color photograph, one might have mistaken it for a funeral arrangement. This instantly wiped the joy from Yakura's expression, and she cast a resentful glare at Yato. The first match had been thrilling. Both Hizashi's offense and Yakura's final counterattack were impressive. At that moment, Yato announced a half-hour intermission before the second round commenced. As Yakura left the arena, she teased Yato, "Konoha Village won to lose all 3 matches. Will it? If so, your occupation of this place seems pointless. You might as well give it up." Yato dismissed her, saying that it's impossible. It's daytime. Don't indulge in such unrealistic dreams. Nonetheless, congratulations on winning the first match. Perhaps you can contemplate what you might gain from the Uchiha. Or, are you secretly hoping to marry into Konoha's side? That wouldn't be entirely unacceptable. Yakura had intended to taunt Yato further but found herself appearing somewhat petty after those few remarks. With a final eye roll, she departed. Following the brief respite, preparations for the second round S-card draw commenced. This time, the final 2 shining portraits were those of Yato Uchiha and Raza. This was a matter of considerable interest to both sides' leadership. Hiruzen Sarutobi harbored deep skepticism that Raza could defeat Yato, hoping he could force more of Yato's trump cards into the open. Chio, perhaps influenced by the previous round, felt that if Raza were not constrained by the Sharingan's Genjutsu, he might very well overcome Yato. The two combatants wasted no time exchanging pleasantries. Upon entering the arena, they immediately engaged in battle. Raza swiftly unfurled 2 ninja tool scrolls, releasing a torrent of sand particles. He shouted, "Sand control. Sand gold collision." A massive cloud of sand surged toward Yato Uchiha. Cleverly, Raza retained a small quantity of sand around himself for protection. This style of combat closely resembled that of Yato Uchiha, both being artillery-style mages. Yato Uchiha, unwilling to be outdone, immediately unleashed a wildfire inferno. Instantly, the entire battlefield was engulfed in flames emanating from Yato Uchiha's fiery onslaught. Though these flames had little effect on Sabaku-kin, they caused considerable discomfort for Raza, thereby diminishing his chakra control. Deprived of clear vision and partial control, Raza's squad found it easier to evade attacks. With the dynamic visual prowess granted by the Sharingan, coupled with Yato Uchiha's inherent strength that met the standards of a Jonin and even the shadow-level threshold, failure to dodge was entirely Raza's own fault. However, for the spectators in the stands, the scene was quite overwhelming. The power of these flames was indeed formidable, and their reach was extensive. Yato Uchiha employed his usual tactics, not giving his opponent much chance to react, swiftly following up with a massive meteor strike. This combination instantly made Raza experience the joy of the AB brothers. Yet this time, Yato Uchiha incorporated other ninjutsu into his assault. The dust covering the ground obscured Raza's sight, making it exceedingly difficult for him to discern Yato Uchiha's figure. Moreover, Yato Uchiha mischievously utilized a subtle wind-style technique, gently blowing the smoke toward Raza, creating the illusion from an outsider's perspective that Raza was isolated within a single area. Seeing this maneuver, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but express his admiration. In terms of talent within Konoha, Yato Uchiha undoubtedly ranked among the top. Here, top was measured against the first and second Hokage. If not for their untimely deaths, it would be hard to say whose talent truly surpassed the other. The precise control over the faint wind technique, which maintained the smoke's presence within a confined area without dispersing, astonished Danzo Shimura, a veteran wind user. At this moment, Yato Uchiha ceased his attack and bowed toward the audience. Recognizing this gesture, Sarutobi Hiruzen knew this young man was about to pull another stunt. And indeed, he was not disappointed. Yato Uchiha retrieved his ninja tool pouch and produced numerous shurikens and other throwing weapons. He then began hurling these into the misty circle, with Raza at the center as his target. Within the smoky enclosure, Raza was simultaneously scorched by fire, suffocated by smoke, and forced to dodge shurikens launched from various directions. This spectacle caused Chio, watching from above, to feel anxious and pained. After all, Raza was a pillar of the village, and it was impossible not to feel concerned for him. Trapped within the ring, Raza had no effective countermeasure other than to use sound to thwart Yato Uchiha's advances. Gradually, he extended some sand gold probes to locate Yato Uchiha's position and use them as sensory eyes. At a critical moment, Yato Uchiha inadvertently stepped on the sand gold, which seemed to come alive, instantly enveloping his entire body. Within the encirclement, Raza declared, "You can concede now. Bound by my sand gold, there is no escape." Yato Uchiha remained silent, prompting Raza to continue, "We are merely sparring here. On an actual battlefield, my sand gold would have already buried you alive." Only then did Yato Uchiha speak. "Haven't you noticed anything until now?" Faced with this sudden inquiry, Raza felt somewhat bewildered. Meanwhile, those outside the arena had already discerned the outcome of this duel. Yato Uchiha was destined to emerge victorious. From their vantage point, Raza was fully exposed, and he was staring directly into Yato Uchiha's Sharingan. Unaware that he had fallen into the illusion cast by the Sharingan, Raza was engaged in a mental battle within the Genjutsu. Outside, Yato Uchiha was playfully teasing the crowd, while inside the illusion, Raza wrestled with himself. Beyond merely seeking to boost his popularity, Yato Uchiha aimed to test the capabilities of his Mangekyo Sharingan against high-level ninjas. From the very start, Yato Uchiha had already activated the Mangekyo Sharingan's power. Otherwise, there was a real possibility that Raza might have captured him. However, Yato Uchiha had altered the flow of time within the arena, slowing it slightly so that Raza's abilities would also operate at a reduced pace. Through this test, Yato Uchiha confirmed that the wandering ninjas they had encountered earlier ranked between Chunin and Jonin. In contrast, Raza's control using the same ocular power was slightly diminished. As Yato Uchiha had anticipated, even with supernatural enhancements, there were limits. The law of conservation could not be defied. He even taunted Raza, who was indulging himself within the illusion. Naturally, upon concluding the experiment, Yato Uchiha made sure to collect some of Raza's bodily samples, honoring his prior promise to Orochimaru regarding experimental materials. Once all experimental procedures and personal objectives were completed, Yato Uchiha generously bestowed his unique genjutsu upon Raza. Observers initially saw Raza motionless and seemingly unharmed, but suddenly he began to perform a grotesque dance. This bizarre display instantly triggered memories among many present. Select key figures: several rebellious Uchiha, a few Tsunade ninjas, and Ryoma Aburame, found their shoulders twitching involuntarily upon witnessing the dance. Konoha's senior officials, including Sarutobi Hiruzen, remained silent. Having lost the previous match, they were eager to reclaim their standing through any means necessary. As long as Yato Uchiha refrained from killing Raza, they would seek every possible way to punish the Sand Ninja. Alas, Konoha's Elite Four were notoriously petty, a weakness Yato Uchiha exploited to achieve his goals. Close to this genjutsu stood Obito Uchiha and Hyuga Hizoya, along with Sarutobi Tsuru. The three were deeply unsettled. Watching the match on tape and witnessing it live evoked entirely different feelings. Those unaccustomed to genjutsu could easily fall into such a dance, let alone someone already ensnared by illusions. Yato Uchiha did not prolong the prank. He promptly dispelled the genjutsu. At this point, the referee announced, "Yato Uchiha is the victor." The large screen immediately displayed Yato Uchiha's victory, accompanied by jubilant icons celebrating his triumph. This left Yukura feeling quite disheartened. In the last match's final tally, the surrounding flowers combined with her photo created a somber, funeral-like atmosphere. In contrast, Yato Uchiha's victory was met with celebration and cheers from those around him. Having momentarily set aside her grievances, Yukura's resentment toward Yato Uchiha reignited. Sarutobi Hiruzen stepped forward to mediate, preventing any further discord. The two matches for the day had concluded, leaving only one final bout. Originally scheduled over 3 days, one match per day, the addition of Yukura and pressure from the Kazekage's side accelerated the tournament's conclusion to 2 days. As they prepared to depart, Chio inquired of Sarutobi Hiruzen, "You've been in Konoha for nearly 3 months. Why haven't we seen your white fang of Konoha?" Having lost her son and daughter-in-law at the hands of Tsukumo Hitaki, how could she not harbor lingering thoughts? For the final match, Chio intended to fight personally, eager to test Tsukumo Hitaki's true strength. Should the opportunity arise, she might disregard the rules entirely and kill Hiruzen. Sarutobi declared that the final match would, of course, be fought by him. He had been away on other missions until recently returning to the village, and they still needed to inform him. There was no alternative. This was simply the nature of the interests among the upper echelons. At this moment, Chio respectfully spoke. "Then I shall trouble the third Hokage to make the arrangements. This old woman eagerly anticipates tomorrow's final bout." Having said this without much hesitation, she proceeded to check on Raza to assess the severity of the genjutsu inflicted upon him. The Hokage's senior officials found it difficult to intervene, especially since they had pressing matters to discuss with Shikaku Nara. As evening fell within Konoha Hospital, a gathering of Sand Ninja elders convened in Raza's recovery room to deliberate. Yukura asked, "Is Raza alright? I've heard that Uchiha Yato's genjutsu is particularly nauseating. You must be cautious." Upon hearing this, Raza's stress response was triggered immediately. An experienced Sand Ninja promptly delivered a palm strike, knocking him unconscious. This was their sole method of evading such terrifying illusions. Chio sighed upon witnessing the scene and reassured them. He will recover with some rest. The willpower of high-level shinobi is far stronger than you might imagine. Yukura has done well this time, she continued. We can acquire 3 items from the Uchiha clan, which allows us to strategize effectively. Glancing at the other elders, Chio resumed, "This old woman, relying on her age and experience, has an unwilling request. Should I meet an untimely demise in battle against Shikaku Nara, I ask that you look after my unworthy grandson." As she spoke, the elderly woman bowed deeply to the others, conveying her respect. This moved the already sensitive Yukura to tears, who exclaimed, "Grandmother, what are you saying? We're all aware of the mortal enmity between Konoha Whitefang and you. I will take that wretched life upon myself. There is no need for you to intervene." Chio cut off their attempts to dissuade her and replied firmly, "I have pondered this long and hard. Which is more important, the dead or the living? Whether from an emotional standpoint or the nation's interest, Exchanging one Konoha White Fang for myself is a guaranteed gain. Moreover, this is merely my worst-case scenario. The outcome is still uncertain. Noting the somber mood of the assembly, Chiyo brightened and said, "Let us discuss the 3 items we need to obtain from the Uchiha clan." One Sand Ninja proposed, "During our time with the Uchiha, we came to appreciate their clan's provisions greatly. Indeed, as Sand Shinobi we were insignificant before them. I personally suggest bringing back a type of preserved food called canned goods." Chiyo understood this proposal well. She knew such canned foods could be stored long-term and were quite palatable. Yakura added, "The Uchiha clan also possesses numerous fire-style jutsu. For example, the black ash technique used by Uchiha Yato likely originated from the Sarutobi clan. Could we request their ninjutsu, thereby sowing discord?" This idea sparked a gleam in Chiyo's eyes. After all, it was not inherently Uchiha's own technique, yet whether to grant or withhold it would have significant repercussions. Yakura's suggestion was also motivated by a desire for retribution against Uchiha Yato, who had mocked and humiliated him. If he did not regain some dignity, he would cease to be Yakura. At this point, a bold ninja proposed that the Uchiha clan contribute 1 or more pairs of Sharingan eyes. This suggestion was immediately rejected within the hospital. It never left the room. "You may ask, you may wish for it, but you are not permitted to entertain such fanciful notions," they declared. Finally, Chiyo proposed that the Uchiha clan provide a greater sum of wealth, marking some measure of success for the exchange. Meanwhile, as they deliberated within Konoha Hospital, a ninja concealed in the shadows slipped away unnoticed. This shadowy figure proceeded to root headquarters to relay the overheard attitudes and intelligence to Danzo Shimura. Danzo paid little heed to their desire for items from the Uchiha clan. What intrigued him were the attitudes he had heard. First was Chiyo's stance toward Konoha White Fang, which delighted Danzo immensely. This presented an opportunity to eliminate a major adversary, Chiyo, and simultaneously remove a significant personal threat, Shikaku Nara. A proverbial 2 birds with 1 stone. Additionally, the matter of the Sand Shinobi requesting ninjutsu, specifically, the ash accumulation technique belonging to the Sarutobi clan, piqued Danzo's interest. He was eager to see how Uchiha Yato would respond. Having been chastised by Hiruzen Sarutobi previously, this time Danzo chose to observe quietly. After all, he could stoke the flames during the ongoing negotiations. At the Nara residence, Shikaku Nara was advising Kakashi Nara, "Kakashi, behave yourself. You're no longer a child. Take good care of yourself." Kakashi was puzzled. His father was merely attending an exchange meeting, so why the solemnity? Since returning, Shikaku had persistently urged Kakashi to be cautious but had not disclosed the reasons. Shikaku himself was reluctant but had received a secret order from Danzo Shimura. The directive was clear. To preserve Konoha's honor, Shikaku was to fight valiantly if necessary. The wording was subtle. What did it mean to preserve Konoha's honor? What did it mean to fight valiantly? Shikaku was no fool. He understood the implications, which explained his stern counsel to Kakashi. At that moment, Uchiha Yato entered through the window, remarking, "It seems I have arrived at an inopportune time, disturbing this warm father-son moment." Kakashi greeted him politely, as Yato was somewhat of a mentor to him. Shikaku recognized Yato's intent and excused Kakashi, sending him away. Once Kakashi had left, Yato began, "You truly are weak. Do you give up your life so easily after a few words?" This was not due to Shikaku's weakness. He had already been assigned a covert mission, to lie in ambush and gather intelligence in the Land of Lightning. During this operation, Shikaku had keenly sensed something amiss. He knew the Konoha leadership no longer tolerated him. As a time traveler, Uchiha Yato was certainly aware of these events. The suicide of Konoha Whitefang was one of the catalysts for the Third Great Ninja War. Otherwise, how could the Wind Village have dared to attack Konoha after losing their third Kazekage? It would have been sheer folly. Yato continued, "Don't be so pessimistic, and don't give up on yourself so easily. You don't still naively believe in the Konoha leadership, do you?" As he spoke, Yato pointed to a large tree outside the window. "There's a root ninja stationed up there, but rest assured, he is already under the control of the Sharingan." Yato understood Shikaku's anguish. It was simply that his faith had been shattered, and he struggled to accept it. For Yato, if one's faith crumbles, one simply establishes a new one. After all, his principles were flexible, though never to harm his family. That was his true bottom line. After much contemplation, Shikaku entrusted Kakashi to Yato, saying, "Kakashi is in your care. I trust you will look after him well." Yato replied, "Don't you know what kind of person I am? Believe it or not, after you die, I'll starve Kakashi 3 days out of 9. I'll fill his head with twisted ideas. Live in your house." Shikimaru Tsukumo, somewhat taken aback, retorted, "What is it that you intend to do?" but under no circumstances can it be detrimental to Kakashi. Uchiha Yato chuckled and proposed, "Shall we make a wager?" In the blink of an eye, a night had passed, and they had arrived once more at the battleground. Today, as ever, Uchiha Yato shone brilliantly, assuming the roles of both referee and commentator. He stated plainly, "Due to the deliberations of yesterday, there will be no card-drawing segment today. Instead, today's match will be between our very own Konoha White Fang and Chio." Though this announcement had been discussed beforehand, hearing it aloud still sent a jolt through many. In the hearts of the common folk, Konoha White Fang was a heroic guardian of the village, viewed through a lens of utmost admiration. Today, Sarutobi Hiruzen bore far less smile on his face than he had yesterday. As the Hokage, he was allowed personal biases, yet at times even he found himself powerless. The so-called secret order from Shimura Danzo was, in truth, issued by Sarutobi Hiruzen himself. The motive behind this was clear. Hiruzen himself felt threatened by Shikamaru Tsukumo's rising reputation. Shimura Danzo was aware of the Sand Ninja's stance. So his approach today was simple: sit back and watch the tigers fight. As Shikamaru Tsukumo and Chio entered the arena, the battleground reached its zenith. Countless spectators and members of the exchange delegation roared and cheered, while only a small fraction of the Sand Ninja leadership felt a trace of anxiety. Earlier, Chio had already, as if making arrangements for her affairs, explained the situation to everyone. There was no alternative. Even Yagura, a fellow female ninja, had privately urged her numerous times, but Chio's resolve was unwavering. It could only be said that this battle was held in high regard by many influential figures, an unconventional contest not only to determine superiority but also to decide life or death. Neither combatant chose to exchange many words. Presently, their speech on the field was hollow. The first to strike was Chio, unleashing her most prized technique, the Chikamatsu 10 puppets. Without any flamboyance, she directly manipulated 4 puppets to attack Shikamaru Tsukumo. Tsukumo, showing respect to Chio, grasped his short blade and charged at the 3 puppets bearing down on him. Chakra infused the blade, sharpening its edge to an even greater degree. Tsukumo was capable of channeling chakra through the blade, slinging forth razor-sharp blade energy. In close combat, he could wrap this white blade energy around the weapon, enhancing both its sharpness and reach. When ranged attacks were necessary, he simply released the blade energy outward to strike from afar. Confronted by 4 puppets advancing to harass him, Tsukumo deftly employed his footwork combined with the enhanced length and sharpness of his short blade to easily counter their assault. Yet Chio's repertoire was not so limited. Soon, she recombined 3 puppets into one, and uttered the technique's name, Sanpukuketsu. A massive tornado formed from the 3 puppets at range, persistently disrupting Tsukumo's movements. True to his status as a shadow-level ninja, Tsukumo reacted instantly, withdrawing and countering with his ranged blade energy. He increased the distance to avoid being drawn into the tornado's grip. There were 10 puppets on the field. 4 engaged in close-quarters interference. 3 wielded the tornado to attract Tsukumo from afar, and 2 stood beside Chio as guards to prevent any sneaky maneuvers from Tsukumo. Upon noting the puppet count, Tsukumo realized one was missing. Chio spared him no time to ponder. The final hidden puppet was secretly seeking the perfect moment to assassinate. A brief moment of distraction cost Tsukumo dearly, as Chio seized the chance to launch 2 poisoned shuriken at him. Tsukumo narrowly evaded with a substitution technique. Paying the price of his decoy, Tsukumo did not hold back. Infusing his blade once more with lightning-release chakra, the blade energy now glowed blue and crackled with thunder as he attacked. Unlike before, this blade energy shattered the arm of a puppet outright, not merely leaving a wound but completely destroying the limb. This forced Chio to take Tsukumo's prowess more seriously. The initial 4 puppets alternated to disrupt Tsukumo's offense as much as possible, while the 3 ranged puppets steadily closed the gap. Tsukumo shouted Earth Release, Earth Flow Wall, raising a solid earthen barrier resembling the dog-headed walls of Kakashi's fortress. Not just a single wall, but one that segmented the entire battleground. Such a spectacle was irresistibly thrilling, especially for genin and those aspiring to become chunin, pure excitement. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed quietly. If not for Tsukumo's undeniable threat to his Hokage position, he would never have resorted to such drastic measures. Suddenly, the tide shifted. The once fierce Chikamatsu 10 puppets had 4 of its number obliterated by Tsukumo's blade energy. This made Chio realize why her son's puppet techniques had been so thoroughly defeated by the White Fang. Now, she relied heavily on her numerical puppet advantage to gain the upper hand. The previously covert assassination puppet now revealed itself openly, deploying various poisoned hidden weapons to harass Tsukumo. This precarious situation was the only way to maintain a stalemate. Fortunately for Chio, She could precisely control the remaining 6 puppets with her extra fingers, slowing down Tsukumo's attacks. After all, the poisoned weapons could prove fatal if even a slight scratch touched the body. All ninjas were high offense but low defense. Even the most formidable jonin would perish if their heart were pierced. Amid this tense deadlock, Tsukumo made the first move. Lightning-shaped sparks trailed his blade as he swung, releasing a far more intense glow than before. Chiyo chose not to evade, instead deploying defensive puppets to block the strike, sacrificing one puppet to absorb the blow. Tsukumo's assault did not cease. He switched to throwing weapons laced with lightning chakra, aiming to destroy every puppet on the field. Such powerful offense came at the cost of reduced agility and heightened concentration. Chiyo's assassination puppet came perilously close to success several times during the following rounds. At one moment of Tsukumo's lapse, Chiyo seized the opportunity, about to strike him. Just then, Uchiha Yato announced, "Shikimaru Tsukumo is the victor." The long spear wielded by Chiyo's assassination puppet was suddenly grasped by a colossal gray skeletal hand, halting its advance entirely. The crowd erupted in astonished cries. Who or what was the owner of this enormous gray skeleton? Uchiha Kei was surprised. He had not expected Uchiha Yato to reveal the Mangekyo Sharingan for a mere minor match. The Konoha F4 advisors were equally stunned, whispering, "Is that Susanoo? Isn't that ability exclusive to the Mangekyo Sharingan?" Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo needed no explanation. They immediately knew who in the Uchiha clan could wield such power: Uchiha Yato himself. Even Chiyo, well-versed from serving the first Kazekage, was taken aback. She questioned sharply, "What do you mean? Surely Konoha would not seek to trap an old woman like me here?" Uchiha Yato calmed her. "Granny Chiyo, please, take a look at the 2 puppets closest to you." At his prompt, Chiyo's pupils constricted as she noticed both puppets were embedded with kunai infused with lightning release chakra. The crucial point was that there were 2 kunai, and with just a slight additional effort, they could pierce Chiyo. Chiyo, who possessed the strength of an Umba-level shinobi herself, clearly understood what this implied. Tsukumo Hitaki had deliberately held back, and the reason for his leniency was easy to surmise. It was simply to alleviate the hatred in Chiyo's heart through his own demise. This left Chiyo at a loss for words. It was impossible to forcibly eliminate Tsukumo Hitaki. Even if Konoha's higher-ups tacitly approved, Yato Uchiha would never grant such an opportunity. Without further ado, Yato Uchiha declared Tsukumo Hitaki the victor. Under the combined mental and physical strain, Tsukumo Hitaki fainted and was sent to Konoha Hospital to recuperate. Thus, the Konoha sparring and exchange meeting concluded satisfactorily. Naturally, the villagers of Konoha rejoiced in their village's victory, but not everyone shared their enthusiasm. Hiruzen Sarutobi still needed to maintain appearances, so he stayed behind to discuss matters with the Sand Village's shinobi leaders. However, Danzo Shimura, the Shadow Hokage, had no such social obligations. At that moment, Danzo's mind was entirely consumed by Yato Uchiha's Mangekyo Sharingan and the colossal skeletal form of his Susanoo. He could hardly believe that Yato had concealed such power. Having been the disciple of the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, Danzo was well aware that the Mangekyo Sharingan signified Umba-level strength. Despite his thirst for power, Danzo was no fool. He could not afford to abandon the plans he had meticulously devised. Chiyo shared a similar sentiment. The Uchiha clan had once again produced a Mangekyo Sharingan wielder, a matter of utmost significance. As the Konoha exchange meeting drew to a close, the Sand Village's shinobi prepared to depart, marking the end of a peaceful day. Night fell over Konoha village. Hiruzen Sarutobi sat alone in the Hokage's office, still struggling to believe the scene he had witnessed earlier that day. Yato Uchiha had awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan and successfully manifested Susanoo. This weighed heavily on the third Hokage's mind. He was reluctant to resort to the same ruthless methods against Yato, especially considering he had watched the boy grow up. Unlike Danzo Shimura, a man driven by pure self-interest and cold-heartedness, Hiruzen found such cruelty unbearable. Just then, Danzo Shimura entered and remarked, "You're troubled by Yato Uchiha as well, aren't you? You should have listened to me from the start. Just eliminate him once and for all. Now that he has awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, he has fully matured, and it's impossible to suppress him." Hiruzen responded firmly, "I won't trouble you with this. At this point, just don't give him any reason to catch you off guard. If he truly wants to make an example of someone, there's nothing I can do." Though Hiruzen's words sounded harsh, Danzo understood his limits and did not push further. Hiruzen took a drag from his pipe and sighed resignedly. "As long as he does not betray Konoha, I believe in his will of fire." Danzo had more to say but decided against it given the circumstances. He changed the subject. inquiring about the final arrangements concerning the Sand Village Shinobi and Tsukumo Hataki's status. Hiruzen was troubled. Ideally, Tsukumo Hataki would have died in battle, and then he could find a way to eliminate Chiyo, stabilizing both villages. But that was proving difficult. He had already lost the trust of Konoha's higher-ups in Tsukumo Hataki, and with another formidable Umba-level warrior present, outright assassination was nearly impossible. Hiruzen concluded, let him continue his ambush in the Land of Lightning. Keep a close watch on his son. That will have to suffice. As in the original narrative, Danzo Shimura was already contemplating a sinister scheme to undermine Tsukumo Hataki, ruining his reputation so thoroughly that he would be abandoned by his own beliefs, ultimately leading to his suicide. At worst, he would lose public support and be disqualified as a candidate for Hokage. Meanwhile, Yato Uchiha arrived at the Sand Village Shinobi quarters. He addressed Chiyo directly, Grandma Chiyo, don't stare at me so rigidly. His words made Chiyo uncomfortable, and Yagura, hiding behind the screen, was covered in goosebumps. Chiyo composed herself and said, speak properly, or we have nothing to discuss. Yato immediately adopted a more respectful tone. Chiyo said, first, let us fulfill the promise you made earlier. We will take 3 items. The first is the canned goods you mentioned, 3,000 units, all meat-based. The second is your ninjutsu, the technique you used to release that vast cloud of gray smoke. Lastly, I initially intended to ask for money, but I hope you will answer one question instead. Yato explained, I made a bet with you, but I am not the clan head. So the final decision rests with the clan leader. Hearing this, Chiyo suspected Yato of trying to renege on his promise and refusing to pay the wager. Unexpectedly, Yato pulled Yuki Uchiha through the back door, who was sitting by the entrance. Yuki looked embarrassed but forced himself inside, maintaining the dignity befitting the head of a great clan. Yuki said, I will increase the canned goods to 5,000 units. As for the ninjutsu, you should ask Yato. After all, I have not seen that technique in the clan's archives. Yato then produced a scroll of ninjutsu from his bosom and handed it openly to Chiyo, which puzzled her. Unable to resist, she asked, aren't you afraid that Konoha's clans will come after you for illegally selling secret information? Yato replied, I'm giving it to you, but you might not be able to learn it. Chiyo did not react much to this, but Yagura behind the screen did. Yagura specialized in the Blaze Release Kekkei Genkai and was herself a skilled pyromancer, feeling extremely challenged. Yato, without sparing Chiyo, bluntly said, then let that little fireball girl of yours come out and try it. Let us see how long it takes her to learn. This was a direct provocation, implying that if she came out, it meant she had been eavesdropping, somewhat unethical. If she refused, it would mean she was afraid and lacked the skill. Yato, ever playful, made a gesture and said, if you're weak, just practice more. Don't play if you can't handle losing. The combination of this teasing and Yato's expression drove Yagura to lose her composure. Without hesitation, she stepped out from behind the screen, opened the ninjutsu scroll, and began studying. To her dismay, the scroll contained instructions for 2 techniques, making it difficult for her to grasp and utilize them immediately. Yato waved his hand and said, see, don't doubt me. I'm a good person, and everything I say is true. Just as Chiyo was about to ask her final question, Yato interrupted, it's getting late. Everyone, please take your leave. Chiyo, puzzled, asked, I still have one question left. Yato responded, didn't you just ask me that? This infuriated Chiyo, who mentally cursed for at least 60 seconds. Fearing her wrath, Yato feigned a sudden heart attack and played the victim, saying, there are still some things I want to clarify with you all. Hearing this, everyone realized that the most important matter of the evening was about to be addressed. Calm once more, they settled down, prepared to listen to what Yato Uchiha had to say. Yato Uchiha remarked, indeed, today belongs to Shikamaru Hataki's victory. I harbor no partiality, and I trust Grandma Chiyo can comprehend this. He left no room for Chiyo or the Sand Shinobi to offer any objections. Yato continued, what transpires on the battlefield must remain eternally confined to it. Among today's spectators was Shikamaru Hataki's son. Surely, Grandma Chiyo would not wish for this animosity to be passed down to the next generation. Although Grandma Chiyo understood Yato's words rationally, emotionally she could not come to terms with the disappearance of the warm family that once was her son and daughter-in-law's. Her grandson, Sasori, was also in a deteriorating state. Aware that a few words would not suffice to ease Chiyo's heart, Yato proceeded, I believe you have noticed today that Shikamaru Hataki deliberately held back. Otherwise, his kunai should have broken through your defenses earlier. This truth was the source of Chiyo's deepest anguish, that her sworn enemy, for various reasons, had spared her life. She had confided this to no one upon her return. The sand shinobi who heard this were momentarily at a loss for words. Yato granted them a moment to ponder before Chiyo finally spoke. I understand. You are right. Let the sorrows of the previous generation remain buried beneath the yellow sands. As always, it is a matter of differing perspectives. Otherwise, how harmonious this could have been. It was due to such circumstances that Uchiha nearly doubled the items previously requested by Chiyo and her group. After further negotiations on various matters, Chiyo led the sand shinobi away from the meeting place. Only after their departure did Yato say, very well, the matter is settled, and you may now rest assured. It is time we discuss the matters between you and me. With a nimble leap from the rooftop, none other than Shikamaru Hatake himself appeared. Long before, when Yato had advised Shikamaru, they had struck a wager. Yato said, let us make a bet. If I can alleviate the concerns of the sand shinobi for you, then you shall relocate to the Uchiha and serve as a teacher at the Uchiha kindergarten. Yato's implication was clear. The Konoha leadership would not accept Shikamaru's return. Since he could not go back, it was better to join Yato's side. The Uchiha clan's gates would always remain open to him. At that time, Shikamaru, utterly despondent, straightforwardly replied, I accept. If you win, I will become your teacher. If you lose, please take good care of Kakashi. The wager had now been fulfilled, with Yato clearly emerging victorious. Yato resumed, adopting a playful tone. Even if you return to the higher-ups, they will only find ways to ruin you. Better to stick with me. This remark caused Shikamaru, a proud man, to feel somewhat uneasy. How did it sound like a bully teasing an innocent woman? Shikamaru then stated, the third Hokage has already sought me out, hoping I will continue to operate undercover in the Land of Lightning. I agreed, as long as I can leave once the mission is complete. Upon hearing this, Yato discerned their ulterior motives. In the original narrative, Shikamaru's suicide was driven by the village's slanderous rumors. It seemed they intended to repeat history, forcing Shikamaru to perish once again in such a humiliating manner. Yato cautioned, mark my words. Whatever they tell you, regard it as nothing but filth. You no longer belong to the Hokage's faction. You belong to the Uchiha. At this moment, Yato was somewhat stoking the flames, driven by a simple reason. He was eager to claim Danzo Shimura's life. The previous Konoha tribunal had been convened to ensure Danzo's fair and public execution. During prior events, Yato had stirred some animosity between the third Hokage and Danzo Shimura. At the banquet for the Sand Shinobi, many delicacies and benefits were shared with various ninja clans, except the Shimura clan. The others either received provisions or favors from Yato or exchanged goodwill with the Uchiha clan. Coupled with the earlier incident involving Hiruzen Sarutobi and Hayashi Hyuga, the Shimura clan now found itself isolated. The next step was for Danzo Shimura to be despised by civilians and abandoned by friends, paving the way for Yato to deliver the final blow. Until now, the only concerns Yato harbored were the trump cards every ninja possessed, Sarutobi's Reaper Death Seal, Shimura's Four Symbol Seal, and so forth. This world was not the book's universe. Caution was paramount, and overconfidence was unwise. Returning to the present, Yato concluded with several final instructions to Shikamaru, thereby ending their conversation. The last person Yato spoke with was Uchiha. Said, I understand your considerations clearly. Rest assured, I comprehend your intentions. Yato candidly replied, I have no desire to become clan leader, so His Excellency the clan head need not worry or heed the whispers of others. To Yato, whether or not he held the title of clan leader was inconsequential. It was not as though clan members would ignore him otherwise. This kind of uncrowned king was the strongest of all, free to command personnel at will and pursue his endeavors with a mischievous flair. Had he become clan leader, he would be bound by endless considerations and restrictions, limiting his freedom. Moreover, the system imposed no stringent demands for him to occupy any particular position. He could comfortably remain an uncrowned sovereign. Kei then asked, why is it necessary to provide the Sand Shinobi with extra supplies? If someone reports you afterward, they might accuse you of aiding the enemy. This was indeed Kei's greatest concern. If discovered, Yato's actions during wartime could lead to his immediate execution. Yato explained, a modest amount of provisions and resources buys their silence. Chiyo and her group are no fools. Their homeland is barren. They are wary of the Uchiha's goodwill and the military might we now wield. Still somewhat perplexed, Kei received a straightforward answer from Yato. Enough of that. Simply put, I trade those resources for their silence and Shikamaru's wholehearted integration into the Uchiha. With this, Kei understood. This bargain was exceptionally advantageous. Some Uchiha specialties in exchange for a ninja of Hokage level strength, plus a future Hokage level talent in Kakashi. It was an unequivocal gain. Yato further elaborated. If the Uchiha clan aspires to greatness, we cannot rely solely on our own bloodline. Capable civilian ninjas are entirely welcome. They can gradually temper the clan's arrogance and pride. This was the grandest plan Yato had laid out in prior groundwork. He not only sought to elevate the Uchiha clan to the pinnacle but also to perfectly accommodate others within it. The Uchiha were not malevolent. Their moniker, the Clan of Love, was ample proof. Yato intended to lead them in gradually seizing control of the Land of Fire and dominating Konoha village. Revealing the Mangekyo Sharingan was a show of strength, signaling to Konoha, "I fear you not." To the Sand Shinobi, "I am unafraid of your treacheries." At worst, Yato would begin plotting now, preparing a path for the Uchiha to break free from Konoha. Evidently, the clandestine negotiations behind this were far from concluded. Within the mountainous graveyard, Madara Uchiha watched Yato Uchiha's performance with unbridled delight. This was the true spirit of the Uchiha, wielding formidable power capable of overturning the very table. As a seasoned political strategist, Madara clearly discerned Yato's intent, to bare his claws and intimidate all adversaries. He was immensely satisfied with Yato, yet lamented that Yato remained oblivious to the ancestral stone monument and the Moon Eye plan, matters that troubled him deeply. Kuratsuchi observed Yato's display with equal satisfaction, fully regarding Yato as the second Madara Uchiha. After Madara's demise, Yato could serve as a new formidable pawn. At this moment, Madara instructed the Sand Ninja to gather reinforcements upon their return, ensuring that half of the Sand Ninja exchange group would perish this time. The purpose was straightforward, to divert hatred away from Yato. The likelihood of Yato openly revealing his strength was slim, but Konoha's retaliation was far more probable. Madara's strategy was to provoke the Sand Ninja's resentment toward Konoha rather than toward the Uchiha, thereby granting Yato more time to mature and evolve. Indeed, Madara was a man whose exterior was stern yet whose intentions were benevolent. Whether aiding Yato now or grooming Obito into a genuine pawn, he remained considerate toward his successors. Upon hearing this, Kuratsuchi also commenced preparations. Meanwhile, Konoha village was poised to undergo a thorough reshuffling. As autumn gave way to spring, Konoha had experienced a period of relative calm. The Sand Ninja who had returned previously suffered an ambush by rogue ninjas upon departing the Land of Fire, causing some trouble for Konoha in the aftermath. During this time, the entire shinobi world remained unusually peaceful. Until today, when a sudden announcement rippled through Konoha. The Konoha newspaper had been established. Since the Sand Ninja's departure, Yato Uchiha had been orchestrating this endeavor. Kakashi was now 4 years old, with 1 year remaining before it was time for figures like Danzo Shimura to act. Yato was steadfastly determined that Hatake Tsukumo, whom he had recruited, would not come to harm. To wage a battle of public opinion, one must first control the sources and channels of information. The Konoha newspaper served precisely this purpose. If necessary, news could be quietly suppressed, ensuring that Tsukumo would not endure the suffering he had in the original timeline. Why then, could Yato not simply overturn the table outright? Until now, Tsukumo had only given verbal consent and remained a member of the upper echelons, effectively a man in Chao's camp with his heart elsewhere. Tsukumo had once proposed faking his death to escape Konoha's leadership, but Yato refused outright, insisting that Tsukumo walk openly and honorably through Konoha's streets. Should conflict erupt, the Uchiha had 2 Kage-level warriors on their side. It was uncertain where Orochimaru's loyalties lay, and both Tsunade and Jiraiya were indecisive. In a few years, once the new generation matured, there would be even less cause for fear. At present, this opportunity could be seized to erode Danzo's popularity and allow him to experience the anguish Tsukumo once endured. Danzo's demise was imminent. He only needed to lose the people's favor for the third Hokage to abandon him completely. Regarding the promotion of the Konoha newspaper, Hiruzen Sarutobi remained highly supportive. Yato's proposal was crystal clear. This would enable villagers to better understand the Hokage's policies. Yato thoughtfully led by example, eliminating the need for Hiruzen to deliver speech after speech extolling the will of fire. Now, a single page in the newspaper could convey this message. To enhance authenticity, Yato even took care to laud Hiruzen's deeds in the first 3 issues. Though Hiruzen protested that such praise was unnecessary and consumed resources, Yato insisted the newspaper was established with the third Hokage's endorsement and thus must reflect his principles. This constituted Yato's second plan, to flatter Hiruzen so as to inflate his ego while simultaneously provoking Danzo's ambition to become Hokage. If one attempt failed, multiple provocations would eventually sow discord. Now recognized openly as a Kage-level powerhouse, Yato's compliments pleased Hiruzen quietly. Soon, the Konoha newspaper, founded jointly by various ninja clans, began printing. The layout was simple. A single sheet of paper. At the top, naturally, were paeans to the Hokage. Yato also proposed glorifying the achievements of the first and second Hokage. However, this sparked unscrupulous writers to concoct various romantic pairings and, to attract villagers' interest initially, Yato deliberately included several sensational stories for added flair. Headlines such as shocking, "The widow's door opens at midnight," "It was him," and terrifying, "An elder committed such deeds," drew considerable attention, prompting many eager readers to purchase the paper. Some sought to exploit this for profit, but Yato firmly decreed this was a public service and forbade excessive charges. A single issue cost about 5 taels, exceptionally affordable. While all benefited, Danzo Shimura suffered unfair treatment. The reason was simple. The elder referenced in Yato's headline was none other than Danzo himself. Though he had done nothing, a video showing him entering route was captured by the Hyuga's paparazzi. The Hyuga possessed the Byakugan, granting them unparalleled ability in stealth photography and tracking. Not that the Uchiha's Sharingan was ineffective, but specialization was key, and all clans needed to feel involved. For instance, the Inuzuka assisted in capturing humorous photos, the Akimichi aided in gathering precise information, and the Yamanaka helped with delicate operations. Yato had effectively harnessed the strengths of every clan within the Konoha newspaper. Danzo was relentlessly photographed by Yato and a group of young chunin from various clans, transforming him into a key analyst for village intelligence at the village gates, a gathering place for elders and common folk alike. Yato was particularly mischievous, mixing truth with falsehoods and releasing them. Rumors circulated that Danzo remained unmarried due to inadequacies in certain areas, and that he had long held Konoha back, preventing the village from advancing by over 20 years. Unlike before, when Danzo could walk through the streets unnoticed, now even those apprentices he favored en route recognized him as an elder of Konoha, a crafty aide to the Hokage. Presently, he was the village's second most discussed figure. You ask who held the top spot? Undoubtedly, it was Yato Uchiha himself. Yato understood that if he remained outside the spotlight, Danzo might undermine him. By placing himself at the center of attention, no amount of negative press could overshadow his prominence. Moreover, Yato's antics were mostly harmless pranks, such as distributing wedding candies at funeral processions to bring good fortune. Although the funeral teams were initially displeased, Yato's playful antics gradually lifted their spirits. Just like before, a little girl, still immersed in the sorrow of her grandfather's passing, found her grief suddenly lightened by Yato Uchiha's playful antics and his strikingly handsome visage. It was unclear whether this shift in everyone's mood was due to their changing mindset or if the old man truly wished for everyone's happiness. Not only did the subsequent funeral proceedings go remarkably smoothly, but even the photograph on the late elder's portrait seemed to wear a smile. This lighter, more joyful atmosphere gradually spread throughout the Hidden Leaf village. These common folk, unburdened by the darker realities of the shinobi world, could enjoy the village's protection, a form of happiness in itself. Yet, alas, this good fortune was short-lived. News swiftly returned to the Hidden Leaf village. Shikaku Nara's mission failed due to saving a comrade. With the current operation of the Konoha news agency, this news spread through the mouths of every villager in barely 2 days. Yato Uchiha and Danzo Shimura, once the most talked-about figures, were abruptly replaced, and Shikaku Nara found himself at the center of the storm. Both Yato and the Konoha leadership understood. The opportunity had arrived. The Konoha news agency almost immediately released the details that Shikaku had permitted to be disclosed. In brief, a comrade had accidentally been exposed, and Shikaku's attempt to save this teammate led to the failure of the covert mission. Danzo Shimura was delighted. This development orchestrated by Yato and the news agency had done him a great service. Without having to deploy much root faction effort to smear Shikaku, the spotlight was directly shifted onto him. Now, Danzo was steering the public discourse, casting the Hidden Leaf village into a passive stance, asserting that a shinobi's foremost duty must be the mission. Such rhetoric stirred public sentiment. At this very moment, Yato Uchiha was with the children and Shikaku's family. He asked Kakashi and Sai, "Who do you think is right or wrong in this matter?" Kakashi, only 5 years old, possessed the skills of a genin, but was still too young to make such judgments. Sai replied, "I think Uncle Shikaku did nothing wrong. Missions can fail, but a teammate's life is only one." Yato was pleased with Sai's answer but said sternly, "What you said is correct, yet the villagers will not listen right now. Look at how the public opinion is turning against Uncle Shikaku. But he did protect his comrade. Why is he being blamed?" This was exactly what troubled Kakashi the most. His father had failed a mission to save someone, yet the villagers still criticized him. The two little ones pondered but found no answer. Shikaku, somewhat dejected, spoke up. Because this is a difficult question. What is more important, a village or one person's life? Yato understood this well. It was the classic trolley problem. Seeing the two children still deep in thought, he explained, "Imagine a group of people stands before you, and I wield a fire release, great meteor technique ready to strike them down. You have the power to change its course. Beside you is another individual. You only have to speak, and I will redirect the meteor towards that one person instead of the group. So, which is more important to you, the one person or the group?" Originally, this shouldn't have been a trolley problem, but public opinion had conflated the village's safety with this incident, altering the matter's nature. Kakashi answered, "If more lives can be saved, sacrificing one shouldn't be a problem, right?" Yato raised the stakes. "But the group are innocent bystanders while that one person is your dearest loved one. For example, Rin Noara, Obito Uchiha, or your father. What would your choice be then?" Kakashi, about to argue, suddenly fell silent. Sai beside him was equally puzzled by the complexity of such a question. Yato said, "You've all fallen into a cognitive trap." This gave the three hope as they looked at Yato expectantly for an explanation. Yato continued, "The assumption I presented was simple. Why can't you try to think beyond this circle?" This left the three utterly bewildered. What if you could kill me, the one casting this technique? Then, both sides could be saved, and your conscience would bear no guilt. The two children remained confused, but Shikaku sensed he had grasped something. A fleeting spark of insight. Yato clarified, "Originally, this was merely a question of mission versus individual. But after being manipulated by those with ulterior motives, it has become the village versus one person. Which is more important? Shouldn't he, the one spreading rumors, be caught and this farce ended?" This revelation dawned on all three, and Yato's meaning became clear. Observing the situation unfold from the shadows, Madara Uchiha shared the same sentiment. In the Warring States period, power dictated authority. This immutable law of the shinobi world held. As long as one had the strength to overturn the table, one became the architect of the rules. Yato conveyed a subtle message to Shikaku. The Hidden Leaf's upper echelons no longer shared his previous ideals. They wanted him eliminated. After all, before Shikaku had earned the Hokage's trust, his relations with Hiruzen, Sarutobi, and others were decent. Now, however, they were growing distant. With a grand gesture, Yato said, "Enough of these troubles. Forget them for now and spend time with Kakashi. Kakashi, don't dwell too much on these questions. You'll understand when you grow up." Turning to Sai, he repeated the same advice. He only wished for the two youngsters to develop independent thinking, not become ensnared by such a dilemma. After sending the children away, Yato formally addressed Shikaku. "There is no need for me to say much. I'll say this once, I'll handle what's coming. You just focus on Kakashi and fulfill your duty as the Uchiha Kindergarten's swordsmanship instructor." Shikaku felt grateful to Yato, an old colleague. Yato worried about Shikaku's inability to act openly and thus took all matters upon himself. Shikaku nodded slightly in agreement. With the responsible party's consent, Yato smiled confidently. Those familiar with him would know. When Yato smiles, life and death are unpredictable. To prevent Danzo Shimura from acting recklessly, Yato needed to pacify the public. There was no choice. Without a system that allowed him to slack off, he would have already decisively eliminated Danzo, sparing himself these troubles. In the Senju clan's territory, after completing her tasks for the day, Tsunade returned to the Uzumaki family home and happened upon Yato Uchiha chatting with Mito Uzumaki. Yato greeted, "Grandmother Mito, I hope you have been well lately." Here, a note on Yato's modes of address. When he calls someone sir or madam, it signals a formal business matter. A more familiar term indicates he's just stirring things up casually, and an intimate nickname suggests he's about to seek some personal benefit. Understanding Yato's habits, Mito Uzumaki nodded with a gentle smile, maintaining her kindly demeanor. Yato continued, "Lately, someone in the village has been causing trouble, constantly throwing dirt on Uncle Shikaku. Shouldn't you, Grandmother Mito, do something about it?" In this matter, Yato Uchiha's words were utterly incongruous. Mito Uzumaki had long since ceased to concern herself with the village's administrative affairs. If Yato Uchiha came to her to discuss such matters, it could only be said that he had come to the wrong person. Before Mito Uzumaki could respond, Tsunade interjected, saying, "Grandmother doesn't involve herself in these things. Why trouble her?" She then inquired, "By the way, what have you been occupied with lately?" Yato Uchiha replied, "Nothing much. I've been focused on awakening my wood release." Upon hearing this, the grandmother and granddaughter both instantly tensed, their earlier expressions tightening. Tsunade remarked, "You still have the leisure and refinement to dabble in that? However, with your talent, awakening wood release is not beyond the realm of possibility." Her words carried a subtle tinge of envy, for as the granddaughter of Hashirama Senju, she herself was the most likely candidate to awaken would release. Yet, the reality was that, to this day, she could only wield the Senju clan's famed brute strength, stamina and chakra. Mito Uzumaki also grew intrigued. Would release was not something one could awaken at will. Yato Uchiha was not the type to boast, so she too looked forward to what would come next. Yato Uchiha explained, "Some time ago, I was researching with Orochimaru and inadvertently made some breakthroughs. If successful, awakening would release is indeed possible." Upon hearing this, Mito Uzumaki felt a slight unease. The name Orochimaru was not unfamiliar to him. Like Tsunade, he was known as one of the legendary Sannin, and as Jiraiya's predecessor, how could he not have heard of him? However, the entanglements between him and Danzo Shimura were matters that only the higher-ups were somewhat aware of. Tsunade then said, "It wouldn't be that Orochimaru invited you to participate in would release experiments, would it? He approached me before, and at the time I thought he was joking." Yato Uchiha responded, "Don't view these human experiments so one-sidedly, alright? Is it that, after spending time with Danzo, everyone becomes so narrow-minded?" This defense of Orochimaru was not merely to clear his name. Yato Uchiha aimed to win over the Sannin, as that would be advantageous for their future endeavors. In the original narrative, it was due to various factors that discord arose among the legendary Sannin. Now, if Danzo Shimura could be dealt with, a Konoha possessing all three Sannin would be a formidable force. Yato Uchiha's vision was straightforward, not necessarily to dominate the ninja world, but at least to make the ninja realm his personal playground during his lifetime. His ambition was clear, to distribute the items and toys granted to him by the system to the entire ninja world. Upon hearing Yato Uchiha's declaration, Mito Uzumaki asked, "Won't this have adverse effects on your body?" Yato Uchiha briefly explained the concept of volunteers and also imparted some medical knowledge. With Tsunade's expertise in medical ninjutsu, she could corroborate whether Yato Uchiha's claims were accurate. Yato Uchiha then elaborated on his hypotheses regarding would release. "Therefore, I believe it is entirely necessary to investigate this further, which is one of the reasons I have come to see you." Mito Uzumaki roughly understood Yato Uchiha's request, to have Tsunade join the would release research team and ensure that there would be minimal harm to herself. Tsunade was actually quite eager. From Yato Uchiha's description, it was evident that Orochimaru's human experiments were, in some respects, related to medical research. For a ninja passionate about medical ninjutsu, this was a common ground. She could engage in medical discussions with Orochimaru and simultaneously attempt to awaken would release, fulfilling a long-held wish. It was truly killing two birds with one stone, so Tsunade hoped her grandmother would consent. Mito Uzumaki, observing the hopeful expressions on both their faces, did not insist excessively. He instructed Yato Uchiha to ensure the safety of both Tsunade and himself. Otherwise, he would never approve their participation in would release experiments. Yato Uchiha, who aspired to dominate the entire ninja world in the future, would never take his own life so lightly. At that moment, Yato Uchiha tactfully introduced another topic. "Uncle Tsukumo has had a rough time lately, being wronged once again. If this matter is exploited by those with ill intent and the plan succeeds, how will the will of fire proceed?" Alas, Yato Uchiha deliberately shared these words with Mito Uzumaki, his meaning clear: human life is more important than missions, and currently, someone was stirring the pot behind the scenes. If mishandled, it would spell disaster for the entire Konoha village, so caution was imperative. Mito Uzumaki found an excuse to send Tsunade away and then asked Yato Uchiha, "You must have a plan by now, right?" Yato Uchiha shyly smiled, signaling that he indeed did. Mito Uzumaki patiently said, "First, you must have irrefutable evidence. Second, you must not resort to excessive measures or force. Provided these two conditions are met, no matter who it turns out to be, I will permit you to use force directly." Yato Uchiha had obtained the offer he most desired, the guarantee and support from the Konoha Empress Dowager. Within Orochimaru's laboratory, an unexpected visitor arrived, Mito Uzumaki. She wished to see whether Orochimaru's experiments were truly harmless and beneficial. Her gaze conveyed a different kind of sentiment to Orochimaru, reminiscent of a mother-in-law scrutinizing a prospective son-in-law, filled with both appraisal and disdain. "Give me even the slightest unsatisfactory thought, and I guarantee your project will be terminated," her eyes seemed to say. Orochimaru personally guided Mito Uzumaki through his most conventional laboratory. Yato Uchiha had previously requested that his laboratory maintain formality, but he had not anticipated that the inspecting leader would hold such authority. Even his teacher, Hiruzen Sarutobi, seemed indifferent to what he saw, turning a blind eye. But Mito Uzumaki was different. She was not so easily deceived. Fortunately, Orochimaru had no intention of deception. The experimental data and equipment appeared normal, with no grotesque animal or biological specimens, nor jars filled with organs. This visit also bore positive implications. If Orochimaru passed Mito Uzumaki's certification, then his future release research would become a legitimate procedure within Konoha, no longer hindered by Danzo Shimura's obstruction of experimental funding. Yato Uchiha would finance the project, as it was personally relevant to him. Thus, investing a modest sum was also an investment in his own development. Mito Uzumaki was generally satisfied and finally admonished, experiments are, after all, experiments. One must remain rational. Human trials require even greater caution, but no one must be harmed. Her warning was unmistakable. You may conduct experiments. I consent to your research, but you must not harm others. If anything goes wrong, I cannot protect you, so you must be vigilant, ever vigilant. Orochimaru thoughtfully presented the initial plan for release research. He personally believed that the Senju bloodline was crucial. Therefore, the first official release experiment would revolve around Tsunade. In the subsequent process, Yato Uchiha might also need to participate. This effort to exonerate Orochimaru was also intended to cut off one of Danzo Shimura's escape routes. At this point, Danzo's only remaining allies were his own clan and Hiruzen Sarutobi. Yato Uchiha felt confident about winning this battle. After all, he had already laid substantial groundwork, and some of it had borne fruit. Take the simplest example. Danzo Shimura had been caught by paparazzi. This is precisely the so-called a picture at the start series, where the entire narrative is fabricated. A mere image of Danzo Shimura entering the route could be twisted by them into all sorts of rumors. And Danzo Shimura would certainly not tolerate anyone sullying his reputation, so he deliberately enlisted the help of the Umbu, Root, and the Hokage to handle the matter. Yet, in the end, the incident faded away without resolution. The reason behind this lay with two individuals behind the scenes, the two victims from the previous Ryoma Aburame incident, Hakuja Sarutobi and Hyoya Hyuga. Hyoya Hyuga was actually among the paparazzi. As long as he snapped photos, that was sufficient. The obstruction of the subsequent investigation was related to Hakuja Sarutobi. Under pressure from both sides, no one dared to allow the Yamanaka clan to use memory techniques to probe into the memories. This led to the case slowly fermenting without any way to identify the perpetrator. Uchiha Yato intended to leverage the power of the people to once again administer a bitter lesson to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Uchiha Yato came directly to the Konoha newspaper office and told everyone that he had just come from the Konoha security squad. A large number of infant corpses and severed limbs had been discovered in a certain location. This should be major news, and he hoped the entire newspaper office would mobilize to contribute to Konoha. Indeed, Uchiha Yato was determined to use the origin of the Root Ninja as leverage. The origins of Root Ninjas were nothing more than two categories: civilians and ninja clans. Civilian ninjas were those whom Danzo Shimura had identified as promising talents and invited them, branding them with the cursed seal of the tongue, then training and brainwashing them through Root to transform them into qualified Root Ninjas. Ninja clan ninjas were simpler: report to the Hokage who would approve, then request individuals from the ninja clans one by one, brand them with the cursed seal of the tongue, train and indoctrinate them, and they would become Root Ninjas. Uchiha Yato had already thoroughly investigated the infant corpses. Basically, they were all orphans from the Konoha orphanage. Some had died as a result of experiments, likely the handiwork of Orochimaru and Danzo Shimura. However, Orochimaru had already been somewhat exonerated by Uchiha Yato. Essentially, Orochimaru's side was considered free of issues. The incriminating evidence would be shifted onto Danzo Shimura, thereby fully absolving Orochimaru. Another portion of the deaths resulted from the selection process for Root Ninjas. Danzo Shimura undoubtedly exploited these orphans, fatherless, motherless, and without relatives, raising and training them to meet the conditions of loyal death soldiers. What happened to those who failed the training? These children in the mass graves were the most damning proof. Inside the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen had also learned of this news. He was already aware of some of Danzo's actions but chose not to intervene, as they all served to consolidate his position and promote Konoha's development. The children who died were orphans of civilian ninjas, not children from ninja clans, let alone from the Danzo or Sarutobi clans, so he was inclined to turn a blind eye. However, this matter must not be exposed. Once it was, the Hokage's prestige would suffer a tremendous blow. Therefore, he immediately ordered the Umbu to the Konoha newspaper office to prevent the public disclosure of these events. Uchiha Yato would not make such a foolish mistake. He had long since contacted civilian ninjas to investigate and report on the matter. Ninja clans might be somewhat indifferent, but civilian ninjas had no reservations. They must fight to secure the greatest protection for what might lie ahead. These civilian ninjas, should they learn the truth behind this incident, would undoubtedly resist to the very end, for this concerned the fate of their orphans if they were to fall in battle. It was impossible, everyone was a Dragon King. Upon returning to find his wife and daughter living under a bridge, enacting the Dragon King scene, he would overturn all of Konoha. They were civilian ninjas, a group slightly stronger than the wandering ninjas. The earlier establishment of the Konoha court was precisely to safeguard their interests, which is why the court continuously enjoyed their active protection. Uchiha Yato acted swiftly, arriving at the accident site with the security squad and a paparazzi team formed by civilian ninjas. Only when these ninjas arrived could they witness the harrowing scene. Some more sensitive female ninjas immediately vomited at the sight. No wonder, the scene was far too brutal and gory. A ninja from the Uchiha security squad stepped forward to present their investigation report. Lord Yato, these children were all killed by sharp weapons after undergoing extensive training. We found numerous wounds, knife injuries, and traces of poisoning on their bodies. The reporting ninja paused, unable to bear the details, then continued. The youngest we found was about 2 years old, and the oldest did not exceed 11 years. Such data and intelligence fell upon the ears of everyone present, making it hard not to be moved. At this moment, a ninja raised a question. This is not a time of war. How could such young children suffer such cruel deaths? May I ask if this was a failure of your Uchiha security squad? Did you fail to protect Konoha, resulting in the brutal murder of Konoha's children? This ninja-s question was objectively posed. Uchiha Yato was very pleased with this ninja-s words. Without bias or evasion, he directly held the Uchiha accountable, which was the conduct expected of a thoughtful ninja. Uchiha Yato inquired about this ninja-s name. Koben Hichiro. Uchiha Yato shouted, interrupting the ninja who had spoken. It was no fault of the Uchiha ninja that he laughed in such a grim setting. The name was somewhat peculiar. The ninja then clarified, my name is Tsunade Hikawa. Enough, I can no longer bear to look at that name, but you are indeed a useful person. Uchiha Yato explained, protecting Konoha is indeed the security squad's responsibility, but I must correct your phrasing. Please do not refer to the Konoha security squad as the Uchiha security squad. The security squad includes not only Uchiha ninjas but also civilian ninjas. This has been publicly known for some time. Please discard such outdated notions. Because this matter was particularly important, Uchiha Yato did not involve the civilian ninja security squad. If Danzo Shimura found an opportunity to overturn the situation, it would be a double loss. Uchiha Yato continued, we cannot confirm whether this atrocity was committed by outsiders. We hope the Konoha newspaper can help publicize this and alert the entire village to remain vigilant. Indeed, this was Uchiha Yato's trump card. To use the will of the people to pressure Sarutobi Hiruzen into abandoning Danzo Shimura. Do not think of defending Danzo again as before in the Konoha court. This time he had cut off all of Danzo's escape routes. Either Danzo was executed as the mastermind behind the scenes, or he would betray Konoha and become a rogue ninja. Uchiha Yato was truly eager to see how their Danzo Shimura would choose in the end. Upon hearing Uchiha Yato's explanation, Koben Hichiro ceased questioning and began recording. These explanations and records would serve as the best evidence for publication in the Konoha newspaper. Uchiha Yato thoughtfully provided photos taken by the security squad to publish alongside the report to enhance its credibility. All of this was completed before the Umbu arrived. The Umbu were very surprised that their message delivery had taken so long. Indeed, it was Uchiha Yato's Mangekyo Sharingan at work. Long before they went to gather evidence, the Umbu had already arrived. Yato Uchiha adjusted the flow of time around himself and a small surrounding area, remaining entirely unaffected by any external jutsu. He could only marvel at how late he had arrived. Afterwards, Yato merely needed to recalibrate his perception to flawlessly circumvent this minor crisis. Long before the trio came to assassinate him, he had already discerned the cost of his ability to manipulate both the temporal field of a region and his own time. During his confrontation with Raza, he honed this skill further through the use of genjutsu. Naturally, there was a price to pay. Yato's ocular power diminished, and he could only contemplate replenishing it once the system update was complete. The Umbu could not intervene despite the incontrovertible evidence at hand. After all, with civilian shinobi observing nearby, any attempt to halt the matter would imply that the upper echelons of the Hokage were aware of the conspiracy, or worse, orchestrating it themselves. Such an act of self-incrimination was something Hiruzen Sarutobi would never allow. Yato had originally thought Danzo Shimura would be unable to resist taking direct action to suppress the situation, but unexpectedly, Danzo behaved unusually obediently this time. There was no choice. The ongoing matter involving Shikaka Nara gave him hope, keeping him preoccupied and unable to attend to the greater conspiracy about to befall him. Within the root headquarters, Danzo Shimura listened intently to the intelligence provided by root operatives. The first priority was to ascertain the movements of various nations. The previous issues with the hidden sand village had caused Danzo considerable trouble, forcing him to clean up the mess himself. Additionally, certain minor villages maintained extensive collusion with Danzo. For instance, Hanzo the Salamander of the Hidden Rain Village was one of the few whose strength and influence matched Danzo's and with whom he could engage in dialogue. Hanzo requested Danzo's assistance in investigating a newly emerging faction near the Hidden Rain Village, the Akatsuki. Having dealt with these matters, Danzo turned his attention to affairs within the Hidden Leaf Village. The incident involving Shikaka Nara had already been manipulated by Danzo through various root tactics and family networks to spread rumors. Moreover, he had legally and legitimately employed the Konoha newspaper to publish these stories. As a result, within 2 days, the affair had spread throughout every corner of the village. Being both the originator of the rumors and the incident, Danzo was able to skillfully steer public opinion in the direction he desired. At that moment, someone reported to him, "Lord Danzo, there is a recent rumor circulating within the Hidden Leaf Village." Instantly piqued, Danzo realized that if public opinion could crush Shikaka Nara, the same strategy could be employed against Yato Uchiha. Yato was inherently a figure of considerable notoriety. If given the chance, Danzo would not hesitate to crush him as well. Thus, he inquired of the root operative what had transpired. The root ninja replied that the guard squad had unearthed numerous infant corpses at a certain location. Given the grim circumstances, preparations were underway to publish the findings, warning all households to be vigilant against the possibility of their children being murdered by external shinobi. Upon hearing this, Danzo's expression immediately darkened. As the root member presented the collected intelligence and photographs, Danzo's alarm bells rang loudly. As the head of Root's influence within the Hidden Leaf Village, he represented the village's deepest shadows. He was thus well aware that such an infant graveyard must be connected to his own operations. Further inquiries into the site's characteristics and minutiae confirmed his suspicion. The location was used to dispose of the children of eliminated root members. Indeed, the discovered site pertained solely to the children's group. Other failed missions or defectors were undoubtedly buried elsewhere. At that juncture, Danzo desired to halt the newspaper's publication, but it was clearly too late. Yato Uchiha, meanwhile, was urging and overseeing the release through the Konoha newspaper, precisely to prevent desperate individuals from making reckless moves. Because the incident had impacted the guard squad considerably, Uchiha Hiruzen had already mobilized the Uchiha's Jonin and civilian shinobi from the guard squad to conduct a thorough search of the entire village. Their response was swift. By the time the third Hokage received word, the search had been ongoing for over 2 hours. Hiruzen Sarutobi was then faced with a difficult decision. Danzo's actions were meant to shield him from blame. They were the light and darkness of Konoha. Yet preserving Danzo now seemed fraught with difficulty, given the guard squad's rigorous investigation. Should the origins of these children and the truth behind their deaths be uncovered, even Hiruzen's efforts to protect Danzo would be in jeopardy. At this moment, 2 advisors approached Hiruzen to confer. Mito Munin remarked, "Sarutobi, you must be aware of the current situation in the village. This matter has instilled great fear among many civilian shinobi, with numerous ninja now petitioning for answers beneath the Hokage's office." Tsunade Koharu, whose expertise lay in medical matters, added, "Many villagers and shinobi have also inquired whether this relates to the Hidden Leaf Hospital. The panic has reached alarming levels." Only then did Hiruzen grasp the terrifying power of public opinion. Although the Konoha newspaper had yet to publish any related news, the village was already in turmoil. Once the story broke, a thorough investigation would be inevitable. How should they manage the aftermath? At this juncture, Danzo Shimura arrived at the Hokage office to discuss the matter. Having overheard the conversation, Danzo acknowledged the gravity of the situation and proposed a plan. "Let us first divert this segment of public opinion onto the foreign shinobi. Then, we will escalate the Shikaku Nara incident, shifting all civilian attention toward him." Danzo's suggestion aligned well with Hiruzen's own thoughts, steering the narrative and redirecting blame eastward. After a period of cool-headed handling, they could introduce a minor scapegoat for the villagers to vent upon, thereby resolving the crisis. Danzo's strategy was purely self-preservative. He was fully aware of Hiruzen's own skeletons in the closet and remained unperturbed by Orochimaru's dealings with him. Holding 2 trump cards and the current plan, Danzo was instantly reassured. He even contemplated orchestrating another scheme to make Yato Uchiha the centerpiece of the controversy. A storm of internal public opinion warfare was about to engulf Konoha. At this moment, Yato Uchiha remained oblivious to the countermeasures being devised by Konoha SF4. Even if he knew, he likely would not regard them highly. He currently held sway over the public's attention, and as long as he could present further evidence, he could maintain his leverage. Thus, Yato confidently arrived at the Hidden Leaf Orphanage. Judging from Danzo's earlier discovery of Medic no Uchiha, it was highly probable that the source of these children was the orphanage itself. Perhaps, on this visit, he might even encounter the current Medic no Uchiha, potentially gaining an additional ally. Outside the Hidden Leaf Orphanage, a member of the guard squad inquired, "Captain, why have we come to this place?" Yato replied, "Use your keen intellect to ponder what I am about to say. Where can a large number of children be found? Where can many children disappear without anyone noticing? Where is the easiest place to come into contact with orphans?" The answer to all three questions is the orphanage, for the war has rendered many children parentless. These orphans are not only from Konoha. Children from the village itself have also been rescued from battlefields by shinobi. Thus, when Orochimaru previously sought children with special bloodlines, it was quite effortless for him to come here in search. He did not need to leave the village to find children with extraordinary bloodlines. Naturally, the vast majority of these children were trained to become shinobi designated for tasks that could not be openly acknowledged. In Konoha's case, of course, it was our Hokage, Danzo Shimura, who managed this matter. Uchiha Yato entered the orphanage directly to inquire with the current headmaster, seeking some basic information. For instance, whether any children had gone missing from the orphanage, and where these children were sent upon reaching adulthood. The orphanage headmaster was himself a member of Root and had, naturally, been trained in some basic rhetoric. However, Uchiha Yato was not inclined to treat him as a mere human. He immediately activated his Sharingan and cast a genjutsu, because Root bore the cursed seal of tongue severance, preventing them from revealing critical information. Uchiha Yato had no intention of interrogating the Root shinobi's thoughts and instead employed honorable means to conduct a raid. Since this place served as Danzo Shimura's makeshift barracks, his search here was bound to uncover some clues. If nothing surfaced here, he would directly question where Danzo had procured Orochimaru's operatives. After all, this burden, whether accepted or not, was his to bear. The difference lay in whether Uchiha Yato would shove this burden onto Danzo's face himself or bring others along to do so. Of course, perseverance paid off. Uchiha Yato soon discovered some records, though they were rather cryptic, listing only names accompanied by various circles and symbols. Moreover, in a room he had previously examined, he found a few photographs of orphanage children. There were not many, only 5 or 6, and it was presumed that some photos had been destroyed upon the children's deaths. Yet, even with these conditions, there was insufficient concrete evidence to directly link Danzo Shimura to the matter. At this point, Uchiha Yato turned his attention to the orphans themselves. He kindly addressed a little girl of about 5 years old. The child was remarkably composed and showed little fear despite the large group of visitors. Such fearlessness suggested either a calm mind or excellent protection. "What is your name?" he asked. "Ui," she replied. "Ui, do you know where your former companions or the older children have gone?" Uchiha Yato inquired. Ui responded, "I don't know. There was an older brother who was very kind to me, but I never saw him again afterward." Uchiha Yato asked, "Do you have a photo of your brother? We've come to find those missing friends. If you have a photo, give it to me. I will help you find him." As long as Uchiha Yato did not cause trouble, his appearance was quite disarming. After pondering for a moment, Ui said, "I have a photo of him. Big brother, can you help me bring him back?" As she spoke, she handed Uchiha Yato a yellowed photograph. In the picture were 2 children, one older and one younger. The little boy's face beamed with joy, and the little girl's expression was one of innocent delight. Upon seeing the boy, Uchiha Yato immediately instructed a bespectacled subordinate to retrieve photographs of children who had been killed in the infant pit for comparison. After several breaths, Uchiha Yato said to Ui, "Ui, how about going to live somewhere else with your brother? The headmaster must have told you that if someone is willing to adopt you, you can leave the orphanage, right?" Having found the answer he sought, Uchiha Yato now needed to secure living witnesses. After some persuasion, the little girl agreed to follow his words. Uchiha Yato then called over a civilian shinobi, hoping he could take care of the child for a while. Any expenses during this period would be covered by the Uchiha clan. The civilian shinobi did not hesitate and readily agreed to the request. However, upon seeing the shinobi's vibrant green tracksuit, Uchiha Yato felt a vague sense of familiarity. He then asked for the civilian shinobi's name. The man replied, "My name is Might Due." Good heavens! It was none other than Might Gaia's father. When did such a formidable figure join the Konoha guards without Uchiha Yato knowing? This was not the time for idle chatter with Might Due. After a brief exchange, he entrusted Ui to Might Due's care and sent her home. Now armed with evidence indicating the orphanage's connection to Root, along with both material and eyewitness testimony. Uchiha Yato was not entirely confident but was at least 80 to 90% certain that he could make Danzo Shimura pay dearly. At that moment, an Uchiha shinobi summoned Uchiha Yato to return because the clan leader was convening a meeting at the Nanka Shrine. This news instantly invigorated Uchiha Yato, as it was a perfect opportunity to inform the Uchiha clan on how to steer the narrative. Following the lead of the Uchiha shinobi, Uchiha Yato arrived at the Nanka Shrine's conference venue. Just then, Uchiha Hiru spoke. Due to the infant pit incident, many are currently dissatisfied with the Uchiha Guard. I hope everyone can offer their opinions and countermeasures, as this concerns the honor of our Uchiha clan. Hearing Uchiha Hiru's remarks, it was clear that some Uchiha had brought back a cut version of the Steel Plate Sun's speech. However, this time, Uchiha Yato chose to remain silent and watch the proceedings unfold. Suddenly, the Great Elder stepped forward and declared, I don't know how you intend to handle this, nor do I care. Let me be clear. If you do not perform well, I will have Uchiha Yato take over. Consider carefully what kind of methods that young man possesses. This caught Uchiha Yato, who had intended to be a mere spectator, off guard. A slight murmur arose as an Uchiha Jonin noticed Uchiha Yato entering. A startled exclamation drew everyone's attention. The once relaxed Uchiha Yato instantly found himself thrust into the spotlight. Sheepishly, Uchiha Yato said, Don't just stare at me all the time. Continue your discussion. This silenced those who had been ready to speak ill of him. The Great Elder scolded, You rascal, just discuss clearly with them how to resolve this. Don't keep troubling us old folks. You're not 3 years old, unable to handle anything. Why do you keep making trouble for the elders? The elder's implication was unmistakable. The younger generation must learn more and not rely excessively on their elders. The greatest flaw of the Uchiha clan was the serious misguidance passed down from the older to the younger generation. The so-called glory of the Uchiha had all but vanished when Madara Uchiha left Konoha. Yet, some old men still liked to leverage that glory to criticize. The elder's words effectively silenced certain old-timers. Subsequently, the room fell into a profound silence. Uchiha Hiru said, Then, Yato, please supervise them carefully this time. If another blunder occurs, you have the authority to act first and report later. Good heavens! Uchiha Hiru's move was ruthless. Granting Uchiha Yato the power of acting first and reporting afterward was truly a carte blanche. Uchiha Yato did not hesitate. Upon receiving this authority, he immediately began arranging personnel and making plans. I require 2 contingents of guards to be assigned to protect the baby pit, ensuring that no one tampers with it in any way. Such an arrangement is entirely reasonable, and no member of the Uchiha clan would dare to step out of line and cause trouble at this juncture. After all, the matter now concerns the honor of the Uchiha, so no one recklessly challenges the status quo. Uchiha Yato then continued, expressing his hope that venerable and respected individuals would assist in negotiating with the elder representatives of other ninja clans in the press. After all, my influence is limited. I still need you, the elders, to lend your prestige and negotiate on my behalf. This remark somewhat unsettled the 2 elders present. Seeing their displeasure, Uchiha Yato quickly clarified, Look at you, well advanced in years, yet you have learned from others in different villages to call you elders. If I truly disrespected you, I would have called you old fools. In any case, Uchiha Yato's words were justified, and the elders did not wish to argue excessively. They merely voiced a brief objection and let it pass. Having the elders step forward was not only to prevent their influence from waning but also to foster interactions among the elders of various clans. This matter could very well bring disgrace upon the entire upper echelon, so it is imperative to adopt a conciliatory approach. Finally, Uchiha Yato declared, I intend to enlist assistance from forces outside our village. Is there anyone willing to deliver a letter to Chiyo? At this statement, the Uchiha clan fell into silence. As expected, this letter's implications extended beyond Danzo Shimura alone. It would also entangle the hidden sand village. A clever Uchiha ninja suddenly pinched the thigh of the person beside him, provoking a sharp cry that captured everyone's attention. Uchiha Yato, ever perceptive, immediately said, Quiet. I knew you would accept this task. At this moment, Uchiha Ren was like a mute swallowing a bitter pill, unable to voice his grievances. He had intended to shirk the obligation, citing his duties as kindergarten principal, but Uchiha Yato promptly assigned the responsibility to the clan leader's wife. Thus, Uchiha Ren once again became Uchiha Yato's exclusive errand boy. Having resolved internal clan matters, Uchiha Yato planned to seek external aid from Orochimaru. Within Orochimaru's base, Jiraiya had somehow stealthily returned. At this time, the 3 legendary ninjas of Konoha were all present in Orochimaru's laboratory. Upon recognizing Uchiha Yato, Jiraiya cheerfully approached to ingratiate himself. From brief exchanges, Uchiha Yato understood Jiraiya's intention. He desired the dance performance and video recordings of the Uchiha female troupe. Uchiha Yato exclaimed loudly, "What? You actually want the video footage and personal garments of the Uchiha female troupe?" The mention of personal garments was an addition by Uchiha Yato himself, yet Tsunade was also present. This instantly shifted the focus onto Jiraiya. Uchiha Yato, ever considerate, stepped aside to let Tsunade handle the matter. Jiraiya found himself unable to deny or blame Uchiha Yato. Fully aware that neither Orochimaru nor Uchiha Yato would come to his rescue, one found him noisy, and the other was the root cause of his troubles. Orochimaru, fully cognizant that Uchiha Yato's arrival indicated a matter to discuss, seized the opportunity to dismiss the two men. After their departure, Orochimaru said, "You never come without a reason. What gift have you brought me this time?" Uchiha Yato replied candidly, "Indeed, it is a grand gift. I require some cooperation from you. As for the benefits, we can discuss them later. For now, just listen to what I have to offer." Hearing this, Orochimaru realized the matter was not trivial. You expect someone devoted solely to scientific research to comprehend the political affairs and historical events of that time?
Impossible.
Thus, Uchiha Yato earnestly relayed the intelligence to Orochimaru. Although Orochimaru was unfamiliar with political matters, he was by no means foolish. He licked his sticky tongue and said, "So, you want me to help you find concrete evidence? Correct? And what benefits shall I receive?" Uchiha Yato responded, "Benefits are merely an add-on. I will give you something extra. You can lay all the blame on Danzo Shimura. So all those unsavory matters will no longer concern you. As a token of gratitude, I will provide you with 10 million yen in experimental funding. How does that sound?" Orochimaru pondered briefly before replying, "Help me find more ninjas with unique bloodlines, and assist me in collecting more secret knowledge regarding immortality." Hearing this, Uchiha Yato sighed. "So much time has passed, yet you still cannot overcome that hurdle? The truth behind Shursue's death may soon be uncovered. There is no need to dwell endlessly on the meaning of life." The pursuit of immortality had taken root in Orochimaru's mind precisely because he had witnessed Shursue's demise. It was the realization that a simple explosive tag could claim the life of a Senju heir that sparked this obsession. Uchiha Yato's jest and inquiry met with silence from Orochimaru. Recognizing his counsel was ineffective, Uchiha Yato tactfully said, "Very well, I understand. But let me be clear in advance. You must not kill any ninjas with special bloodlines." Uchiha Yato intended to cultivate a special cadre of his own, and could not allow Orochimaru to recklessly dispose of them. Orochimaru, upon hearing this, did not object vehemently. He recounted to Uchiha Yato the experimental subjects previously provided by Danzo Shimura and the locations from which they originated. Having obtained the information he sought, Uchiha Yato departed from Orochimaru's laboratory. Naturally, they also discussed the recent progress in wood-release experiments. The recent developments were promising. It had been confirmed that wood-release experiments could indeed prosper among the Senju clan. The reason was straightforward. Tsunade had already begun to sense some form of powerous pull, marking a very auspicious beginning. Returning to the present, Uchiha Yato procured the desired data and immediately dispatched 2 guard teams to search the locations indicated by Orochimaru's intelligence. After the teams departed, Uchiha Yato gazed at the moon and murmured, "Now the grand performance begins." Uchiha Yato returned to the clan's territory to await developments. Soon, both teams arrived at the clan leader's residence, bearing the evidence and answers Uchiha Yato had sought. Why convene at the clan leader's residence? Because, leveraging this incident, Uchiha Yato intended to give Uchiha Kei and Uchiha Fugaku a lesson. First, Uchiha Yato carefully reviewed the documents and evidence. Then, he handed them over to the clan leader and his son. After they had examined the materials, Uchiha Yato posed his question. "Clan leader, how do you think we should proceed from here?" This was an inquiry regarding the future direction of the Uchiha clan. They now possessed evidence of Danzo Shimura's brutal killing of children during Rude's training. Previously, Uchiha Yato had told Uchiha Kei that the clan's current adverse circumstances were connected to the upper echelons of Konoha. Uchiha Kei replied, "In this incident, the primary victims are civilian ninjas. Their orphans have little chance of protection, which damages the reputation of Konoha's leadership. Therefore, I believe this is an excellent opportunity to unseat Danzo Shimura and simultaneously warn Hiruzen Sarutobi and his associates." Uchiha Yato neither liked nor disliked this approach, as it was exceedingly conservative. He could only acknowledge that, as expected of Uchiha Fugaku's son, he too was somewhat indecisive in his actions. However, cannot be said that this is entirely negative. Had this situation involved certain radical factions, it is highly likely that the Uchiha clan would have unleashed their full strength in a direct bid to claim the position of 4th Hokage. At this moment, Fugaku Uchiha also remarked that the Uchiha Guard had exerted considerable effort during this operation. Could it be that the upper echelons of Konoha would not hold this issue against the Uchiha clan, only to seek retribution at a later opportunity? Quite splendid. Truly a Fugaku-worthy conduct. It is as if he has emblazoned his submission plainly upon his own face. Yato Uchiha found it utterly perplexing. How could this version of Fugaku Uchiha later carve out such a formidable reputation with the Mangekyo Sharingan during the Third Great Ninja War? Yato offered no answer, merely clarifying, "Here, I am expressing only my personal viewpoint. After all, the development of the Uchiha clan remains at the discretion of the clan head. I rather see this as an opportunity to educate the new generation of the Uchiha, allowing them to encounter some of the village's underlying discord," he continued. This notion was something they had not previously considered. After all, mishandling such matters could easily ignite internal strife within the Uchiha clan. Yato Uchiha went on to say, "Danzo Shimura is unlikely to perish, but I shall make sure he does not live comfortably. If he wishes to survive, he must become a rogue ninja and leave the Hidden Leaf Village. Otherwise, death is inevitable." With debts and enmities already in place, Yato Uchiha was absolutely uncompromising in this regard. Observing the father and son still deep in thought, Yato Uchiha judiciously took a copy of the evidence and departed. That very night, he arrived at the Konoha News Agency, unleashing a cacophony of wails and cries among all present members. One news staffer thought to himself, "Damn you, Yato Uchiha. I was about to leave work in a minute. If I weren't no match for him, I'd make him see why the flowers bloom so red." When Yato Uchiha presented the materials slated for publication, the news staff found themselves in a quandary. Indeed, these were the incriminating dossiers against Danzo Shimura, the Hokage's aide, dark and boundless in scope. Sensing hesitation among the staff, Yato Uchiha encouraged them. "I am the initiator of this incident. You bear no responsibility." Yet, some staff, especially those of the shinobi clans, remained reluctant to act. Yato Uchiha, stoking his temper at home, warned, "Think carefully. This is presently the most pressing matter in all of Konoha. If mishandled, I will petition the Hokage to replace every one of you." This threat struck at their core. Initially, the group had underestimated the significance of this small news agency, but as events unfolded, they realized the Konoha News Agency wielded pivotal influence over public opinion. Every shinobi clan held allocated seats, so they treated this opportunity with due seriousness. Furthermore, the civilian ninja, upon hearing the news involved infants, immediately shook off their earlier despondency. These civilians clearly understood that the welfare measures were fought for on their behalf. If they failed to seize this moment, then when they faced the battlefield and were left orphaned, who would bear responsibility for them? Thus, what had been a decided end to the workday at the Konoha News Agency turned into an all-night session of printing and layout revision to ensure the story broke the very next day. At dawn the following day, a bombshell of news exploded throughout the Hidden Leaf Village, courtesy of the agency's dissemination of Yato Uchiha South revelations to every street and alley. The profession of newsboy, spawned by the agency, was on full display. A grand spectacle unfolded. A troop of newsboys, united in purpose, clutched bundles of newspapers and distributed them far and wide. These couriers had placed advance orders with the agency and were exempt from payment. Within a single morning, the story fermented so thoroughly that it eclipsed the prior scandal involving Tsukumo Hitaki. The collaboration between Yato Uchiha and Orochimaru was flawless, having effectively stripped Danzo Shimura bare. Every scandal, great and small, was meticulously documented and analyzed. 75% of the newspaper's content focused on this matter, with the remaining 25% devoted to advertisements. Undoubtedly, today Comrade Danzo Shimura was the epicenter of discourse and the focal point of public scrutiny. Meanwhile, what was Danzo Shimura himself doing? Within the root base, numerous root operatives busily collected all the newspapers they could seize, gathering them to be incinerated with a single fire-style jutsu. They had made every effort to retrieve the papers sold by the newsboys today, bringing them back to the base for destruction. Danzo Shimura was visibly unsettled, cursing Orochimaru countless times in his mind. Upon careful examination of the contents, he realized that some information was deeply concealed, knowledge only Orochimaru, who had provided experimental intelligence, would possess. Muttering to himself, Danzo Shimura said, "So, it's you and Orochimaru together scheming against me. You think that if I fall, you can escape?" At this point, Danzo still naively believed that wielding the blackmail against the Third Hokage and Orochimaru would ensure their loyalty and efforts to protect him. Little did he know, Yato Uchiha had long been strategizing in this domain. Previously, he had instructed clan elders to report the news to the major shinobi clans, hoping Danzo Shimura would become a scapegoat, a sacrificial lamb to settle the accounts. This prospect deeply enticed many clans, who had already begun preparations and plotting. Danzo Shimura invincible? They scoffed. No way. Who else will settle these scores? Yato Uchiha had effectively sealed every avenue for Danzo Shimura's escape, leaving him with no recourse but to either confront the matter head-on or submit to the Hidden Leaf Tribunal. At this juncture, a root operative reported, "The Uchiha children have also joined the ranks of newsboys distributing newspapers. Shall we intercept them?" This sparked a sinister gleam in Danzo Shimura's conspiratorial eyes. His plan was simple. Kidnap Yato Uchiha's younger brother, forcing Yato to obey him no matter what. Suddenly, Danzo felt foolish for not having captured Shisui Uchiha earlier. Doing so would have provided leverage over Yato Uchiha. Once this thought took root, it would not be shaken. He immediately summoned a squad from the Umbu, of course, the team led by Ryoma Aburame. Upon their arrival, he said, "Yato Uchiha has been slandering my name incessantly. Ryoma, take Yato's younger brother, the child named Shisui, back with you." Without hesitation, Ryoma Aburame accepted the order and proceeded toward the streets. On the streets of Konoha, at this very moment, Tobi Uchiha, Shisui Uchiha, Kakashi Hatake, and Rin Noera were distributing newspapers. Their presence there was due to a kindergarten event. Yato Uchiha had already notified the Konoha news agency that a group of children would be participating as newsboys, assigned certain tasks. This marked Shisui Uchiha's first overt stroll through the streets of Konoha. Previously, the clan elders had instructed that the outside world posed considerable dangers, forbidding children under 5 from venturing out before entering the ninja academy. Tobi Uchiha asked, "Shisui, do you want me to carry you? After all, having you hold a newspaper taller than you seems a bit like child labor exploitation." Shisui replied, "It's alright, brother Tobi. This is also a form of training for me." Rin Noera felt some sympathy for Shisui, but since he insisted, she refrained from saying more. At that moment, Ryoma Aburame and his team arrived. Having been ambushed many times before, Ryoma had learned his lesson by now. After a brief observation, the 4 children at the front confirmed that Shisui Uchiha was among them, and then spoke to the teammates behind them. "Bring the child inside named Shisui Uchiha to Lord Danzo." The root shinobi did not refuse. Instead, they immediately advanced forward to investigate. Yagura Ryoma, however, chose to leave ahead of them. The lesson he had learned from Obito Uchiha was still vivid in his mind, so he had become quite savvy, determined to secure an alibi for himself. He casually entered a dango shop and ordered some tricolor dango to eat. Meanwhile, these root shinobi had overlooked a crucial issue. They did not actually know which ninja was Shisui Uchiha. By sheer coincidence, Rin Noera called out Shisui's name. Because Shisui was so slight and diminutive, the root shinobi who saw them could only perceive a misalignment. They mistook Obito, who was ahead, for Shisui, and when they saw Obito nod in response, it only reinforced their conviction. So they began to prepare their operation. In the blink of an eye, their professionalism was evident. They effortlessly threw a smoke bomb. This sudden move caused Obito and the others to panic momentarily. Then, a sack descended from above, capturing Obito. Surrounded by smoke, they were unable to accurately determine their positions. Obito anxiously shouted, "Who are you? Let me go. Are you trying to make enemies of the Uchiha clan by causing trouble in Konoha?" Obito Uchiha had been taught by Shisui from the very beginning. In emergencies, the simplest method was to declare oneself as a member of the Uchiha clan, which would easily instill caution in the opponent. Generally, within the ninja world, hearing that a ninja belonged to the Uchiha clan would garner some respect. However, root shinobi were not naive. They paid no heed to Obito's cries. They executed their operation in full. Smoke bombs, sack bindings, disrupting the vision and senses of nearby shinobi, and then retreating to conclude their mission. Yagura Ryoma arrived at the end to assist, deliberately scattering insects to interfere with their senses. He then inquired, "Have you captured Shisui Uchiha, the brother of Uchiha Yato?" The 3 root shinobi exchanged glances and nodded, indicating the task had been completed. This immediately relaxed Yagura Ryoma's mood. He had been worried this might be a conspiracy, but it seemed even Uchiha Yato could be careless at times. The group then returned to the root base. Around a corner, Uchiha Yato emerged with some resignation. He truly had not expected Danzo Shimura to take the reckless step of abducting a hostage. He had set up shadow clones in several key locations. Danzo himself probably did not anticipate that his subordinates would capture the wrong person. Still, Uchiha Yato was more curious whether Danzo's reaction upon learning this would be more disappointment or anger. As such a prime opportunity, Uchiha Yato intended to pay a visit to Hiruzen Sarutobi and subtly remind him of certain matters. Inside the root base, Yagura Ryoma reported to Danzo Shimura, Lord Danzo, we have completed the task you assigned and captured Shursui Uchiha. Danzo did not inspect further. To him, this was merely a bargaining chip. Hearing the muffled shouts from within the sack and sensing that proud spirit, he knew it was indeed an Uchiha. Danzo said, Ryoma, you did very well this time. Take a rest. Then go and inform Uchiha Yato about Shursui being in my custody. Make sure he behaves himself. Meanwhile, what was Uchiha Yato doing? Indeed, he was in the Hokage's office. At this moment, Uchiha Yato resembled a little demon, deliberately playing with Hiruzen Sarutobi's emotions. Do not misunderstand, he was not a succubus but a genuine demon. Uchiha Yato said, Hokage-sama, Lord Danzo has been engaging in too many underhanded deeds behind the scenes. You must think carefully. Yato, you need to be cautious. Danzo is now like a rat scurrying across the street. Do not follow in his footsteps. Hiruzen Sarutobi replied. It could also be a ninja from another village impersonating him. I trust Lord Danzo's character. Sarutobi. After all, he is my subordinate. I must give him some benefit of the doubt. Don't push too hard. Uchiha Yato, unwilling to waste time on rhetoric, dropped a bombshell. Some of the places we uncovered were discovered with the assistance of Lord Orochimaru. I believe this might be his way of atoning for past deeds. Yato, your own apprentice helped out. Why hold on so stubbornly? Just let him die already. Hearing this, Sarutobi's mind went blank. He did not expect his disadvantage to be so severe. His own disciple had already turned against him. He had no choice but to calm himself, taking a drag from his pipe. Then he said, I will invite Lord Danzo for a confrontation. If that fails, we will convene the Konoha court. Sarutobi, let me buy some time. This delaying tactic needs to be used once more. Uchiha Yato agreed. Very well, Hokage-sama. If the Konoha court is to be convened, I will have Lord Mito serve as the judge. Yato. Okay, you want to smooth things over? I'll let you handle it. But see how you talk to Uzumaki Mito after this. Without giving Sarutobi a chance to refuse, he bowed and left, adding as he departed, I will prepare the court attire immediately. Please think carefully, Hokage-sama. Uchiha Yato had, in effect, stripped Sarutobi of his dignity, half confrontational, half diplomatic, leaving Sarutobi deeply troubled. He had to make a decision. Not long after Uchiha Yato's departure, a member of the Umbu reported, it seems Lord Danzo has kidnapped Shursui Uchiha. Upon hearing Shursui's name, Sarutobi paused for 3 seconds before his expression turned into a shout. Hiruzen Sarutobi exclaimed, Quick! Summon Uchiha Yato back at once. Sarutobi had now come to a clear conclusion. Having a powerful ally like a balanced sage and the Uchiha clan was crucial. Moreover, if Uchiha Yato learned of this and did not unleash his Susanoo to deal with Danzo, at least half of Konoha would be destroyed. Murphy's law dictates that the solution is often just one step away. Yagura Ryoma, running as if chased by the devil, hurried to Uchiha Yato and said, Danzo sent me with a message. Your brother is currently in Lord Danzo's hands. He advises you not to struggle pointlessly. Hearing Yagura Ryoma's tone, Uchiha Yato sensed a traitorous flavor. Without wasting words, he immediately subdued him with a genjutsu. But this time, Yagura Ryoma had learned his lesson and used an insect clone instead. Having obtained the necessary information, Uchiha Yato returned to the Hokage's office. Their second meeting within 5 minutes was somewhat awkward. Uchiha Yato employed his usual tactic. He cried. Tears streaming, Uchiha Yato said, Hokage-sama. My brother has been captured. You must stand up for me. This finally broke Sarutobi's heavy heart. He had originally intended to detain Uchiha Yato here and let Umbu negotiate privately to resolve the matter quietly. Now that Yato knew, that plan was no longer viable. Sarutobi resigned himself to the situation, retrieving a dose of the rapid-action heart-saving pill from a concealed compartment. He held it in his hand and fixed his gaze upon Yato Uchiha, saying, Speak then, what is it that you truly intend to do? I can endure it. His demeanor gave the impression that Yato Uchiha was some grand villain, coercing the virtuous into despair. At that moment, Yato Uchiha, in a mood to jest, retorted, Shall I have someone bring in a coffin for you? This caused Hiruzen Sarutobi to lose his composure first. Yato, however, remained unruffled. After all, it was Obito who had been captured, not his own brother. Perhaps Madara Uchiha, lurking in the shadows, was still protecting Obito, so what was there for him to fear? Sarutobi spoke up. What Shursui Danzo did was indeed wrong, but it hardly warrants complete annihilation. As he spoke, the remaining 2 members of Konoha's Elite F4 arrived. Koharu Udatain immediately addressed Yato Uchiha. Don't be so arrogant. Have you no sense of rank and respect? After all, Elder Danzo is your senior. Is this how the Uchiha clan raised you? Hearing these words, Yato Uchiha wondered where they found the audacity to speak in such a manner. He shot back. I hear there have been quite a few issues recently in Konoha's medical division. Tsunade mentioned that someone has been embezzling medical funds, leaving the hospital bereft of proper medicine. I think this matter deserves an investigation as well. Don't you agree, Hokage-sama? Yato was clearly fanning the flames. Koharu, responsible for the medical department's finances and certain expenditures, was well aware of the situation, but usually turned a blind eye. Yato's sudden mention was purely to mock and suppress Koharu. Yet now, having stirred up trouble, he preferred to remain silent. Those who have never committed a misdeed understand the truth best. Koharu immediately escalated her tone. Yato Uchiha, do you think you have the authority to meddle in the Hokage's affairs? This is not a place for your nonsense. Yato responded without conceding. Then, Elder Uchiha, what brings you here? To reprimand a junior like me? You may have the years, but do you possess the strength to say such things? Though Danzo's actions were loathsome and detestable, at the core, his sole ambition was to become Hokage, fueled by a power that did not match his desires. To be frank, among Konoha's F4, the ones Yato Uchiha despised most were Koharu Uchiha and Shimura Mitokado. These two relics were utterly useless and contributed nothing. During the Third Great Ninja War, every Tsuchikage and Reikage took part, but Konoha was burdened with a cadre of power-hungry elders who accomplished nothing, leading to frequent crises and tragedies. As he spoke, Yato's playful demeanor vanished, replaced by the fierce gaze of a lion freshly awakened. This startled Koharu, for she noticed Yato's eyes had transformed into the iconic three-tomo Sharingan. One more surge of emotion, and she might witness the Mangekyo once again. Usually, Koharu's cutting remarks were met with a few teasing retorts from Yato before the matter was dropped. But today, something had ignited within him, and he snapped without restraint. Sarutobi, witnessing the scene, was at a loss for words. He could only lament that the timing was terrible. Obito was just captured, and now they were all mocking him. Were it not for their advisory positions, it was uncertain whether these two would still be around. Shimura Mitokado stepped in as peacemaker. Enough, Koharu. Be quiet. Yato, you too. Elder Uchiha has her temper. There is no need to stoop to her level. We came here to resolve matters, so let us not worsen relations before we do. He had a knack for smoothing things over without truly addressing the issues. Yato had no intention of a total rupture. His mood shifted as swiftly as turning a page, returning to his usual cheerful, carefree self. Shimura oversaw Konoha's procurement, so he too felt the tension of the current situation. Yato said, Elder Danzo committed wrongdoing and should be punished accordingly. Koharu was about to respond when Shimura cut her off. Elder Danzo made a mistake, but it is not a crime worthy of death. Sarutobi, say something too. This old group was clearly accustomed to muddling through without decisive action, leaving Sarutobi to bear the burden. Such was the caliber of Konoha's upper echelon. If fortune had not smiled upon them with so many talented individuals, their tenure would have been short-lived. No wonder the aged Sarutobi was so despondent. It was the result of indulging this lot. With no alternative, Sarutobi instructed the Umbu, detain Elder Danzo for the time being. Once the investigation concludes, we will deliberate further. There was no choice. Yato possessed overwhelming evidence. Moreover, his influence among both the Uchiha clan and the common ninja was considerable. Should he stir up a storm, it would plunge Konoha into chaos. The Uchiha clan, now under Yato's tutelage, had been tempered to possess a pride surpassing even the original's tenfold arrogance, and had become relatively familiar with the common ninja. These two advisors had ostensibly come to offer counsel, but after Sarutobi made his decision, they were left speechless. Just as Yato prepared to escalate matters, a voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding! System update complete. Host, please collect your update gift package. Upon hearing this, Yato knew he could no longer linger. He intended to address Obito's situation and the system's matters, leaving Sarutobi and the others to deliberate among themselves. Danzo was already imprisoned for now. Later, whatever Sarutobi decided, Danzo's fate was sealed. Originally, it seemed Yato would continue to spar with Sarutobi for some time. Instead, he surprised everyone by conceding immediately. In their eagerness to see this troublemaker gone, the two advisors remained silent. Yet, this very attitude prompted Yato to mock them once more before departing, leaving the two advisors flushed with anger but unable to retort. Sarutobi, too, had learned a bit of mischief, choosing to watch the spectacle without intervening. After all the harsh words were theirs to say, and Sarutobi was left to clean up the mess, which he was unwilling to do. Yato then led the Umbu directly to the root base. This time, he intended only to observe the unfolding events, a dog-eat-dog scenario warranting close scrutiny, leaving no detail overlooked. He even produced his video recorder to film and document the events, acting as a battlefield reporter providing live coverage. Yato declared, "To those inside, listen well. You are already surrounded. Those who understand the times are wise. If you come out now, the third Hokage may still spare you." His provocative words left the shinobi both inside and outside Root perplexed. Those within Root thought Yato mad. They mused, "Your brother is still in our custody, yet you dare to bluster? Truly reckless." Meanwhile, the Umbu outside Root also considered Yato insane. They thought, "We have merely detained Elder Danzo pending trial. The final outcome remains uncertain, yet you act so arrogantly?" No matter what, Yato Uchiha embodied the clan's pride to some extent. At this moment, Danzo himself was the most bewildered. Sensing the situation was amiss, he summoned Ryoma Aburame for questioning. "Didn't you say you had already informed him about his brother being taken hostage? How is it that he still maintains such an outrageously arrogant demeanor? No wonder Danzo is oblivious. First of all, he apprehended the wrong person, and secondly, the order now comes from the third Hokage himself." At this moment, Ryoma Aburame too seems to experience a brief mental shutdown. Ryoma Aburame remarked, "I truly have conveyed this information to him. Could it be that he feels invincible because the third Hokage is backing him?" Upon hearing Ryoma's analysis, Danzo Shimura remained utterly indifferent. He and Hiruzen Sarutobi are inseparable allies. Even Uchiha Yato's complaints fall on deaf ears. One could even say Danzo is particularly naive at present. He still believes Orochimaru has not betrayed him, and that Sarutobi and their two advisors have not abandoned him. Perhaps it is premature to say they have forsaken him entirely, but certainly their attitudes have shifted somewhat. Seeing Root's lack of response, Uchiha Yato decided to escalate the assault. Before anyone could react, he launched a zero-frame attack. A colossal meteor descended from the heavens to target the gates of the Root base. The impact of this meteor instantly reduced the entire Root compound to ashes. What had previously been merely disguised to resemble a barren wasteland now truly was one, with no need for concealment. Unable to contain his impatience, Danzo Shimura emerged, preparing to confront Yato directly. After all, he held a hostage in hand and was unafraid of any personal harm Yato might inflict. "Uchiha Yato," Danzo declared, "think carefully. I have a hostage. If you push me too far, neither of us will be able to escape. Besides, do you really believe the third Hokage would punish me?" Yato showed no expression at these words, though some of the Umbu behind him began to hesitate. As Danzo had said, Sarutobi's reliance on Danzo remained considerable. Ignoring Danzo, Uchiha Yato addressed the Umbu behind him. "Have you all listened to his words and now intend to oppose me?" Their momentary hesitation gave Yato the opportunity to strike. Clutching a recording device, he began filming the scene live. The three tomo of his Sharingan manifested, transforming swiftly into the Mangekyo Sharingan. Time around him was immediately manipulated, slowing universally. With the System-S restoration at his disposal, he was unfazed by the ocular chakra S-drain. Then he summoned his Susanoo. The skeletal frame of its first form, pale gray and bony, erupted from the ground. Flesh rapidly grew upon this skeleton, completing the second form. It would be a tremendous waste not to seize this moment to test his powers thoroughly. This time, Yato intended to attempt a second experiment. He gradually enveloped his Susanoo with his fire-style chakra, layering a flaming armor upon it. Thus, a limited-edition fiery armor-clad Susanoo was forged. Without pause, he launched a relentless assault akin to a Gundam in full throttle, targeting primarily Root operatives. Anyone from Root caught by him was guaranteed to leave nothing but ashes. Witnessing this, Danzo immediately ordered the sack containing Uchiha Obito to be brought forth. "Uchiha Yato," he warned, "if you do not want your brother harmed, heed my words carefully. If you continue this reckless behavior, I will sever one of his fingers." Yato retorted, "Enough. You must understand, that's not my brother at all. You Root fools even smashed him and didn't bother telling me." At this juncture, Yato allowed Danzo a moment to realize his grievous error. Upon careful comparison, Danzo's eyes flashed with anger. Indeed, he confirmed Root had captured the wrong individual. Yato, however, did not give him time to vent his wrath. After all, if he accidentally killed Obito, it would be a devastating loss for the Uchiha clan. It had been no easy feat to bring this young man back on the right path. Such a blunder was unacceptable. Approaching with speed nearly rivaling the Flying Thunder God technique, though not quite matching it, Yato charged forward and snatched Uchiha Obito from Danzo's grasp. Danzo was momentarily stunned, not by Yato's newfound mastery of the Flying Thunder God technique, but by the sudden loss of his hostage. He immediately counterattacked with his wind-style ninjutsu. Wind release, great breakthrough, followed by wind release, vacuum great sphere. Seeing Danzo's retaliation, Yato's blood surged with excitement. He unleashed fire style, wildfire blaze and fire style, perfected flame technique. Danzo Shimura's skills remained at an umbu level. His wind techniques formidable enough to match Yato, who had yet to fully engage in combat. Yato's Susanoo cleaved through with satisfying force. Emboldened, Yato prepared a new fire style technique. Fire style. 10,000 swords returned to origin. His Susanoo and he executed the same hand signs, and fiery sparks appeared around him. These points of light coalesced into gleaming swords, suspended in the air, all pointed toward Danzo Shimura. Danzo's heart raced as he attempted to counter with water and earth-style ninjutsu. But Yato showed no mercy, unleashing a volley of arrows. Once again, the region was engulfed in flames and searing heat. After a pause, as the smoke cleared, Danzo emerged from the ruins, his face smudged with ash and dirt. This did not mean he was unharmed. This attack had nearly annihilated all of Root. Yato had deliberately targeted areas with high concentrations of Root members. Those who had previously protected Danzo now lay crushed and lifeless. Danzo's survival indicated he had employed some secretive means to preserve himself. Yato muttered to himself, "Looks like he used Izanagi. I don't believe he has any other methods to save his life." Yato had no intention of prolonging matters and resolved to end it then and there. At this critical moment, he could not afford to let the third Hokage find an opportunity to trap him. That would be far too disadvantageous. Before Danzo could speak, Yato cast a genjutsu upon him. Danzo was at his weakest now. A genjutsu at this moment would surely rouse him from his dreams with a start. Meanwhile, the umbu who had been hiding nearby emerged. Yato, aware of their vigilance, nonchalantly remarked, "Rest assured, our elder Danzo is unharmed. I merely cast a genjutsu upon him." As he spoke, Danzo began to tremble noticeably. Yato would not be as lenient as before, when he had casually toyed with others. This time, he activated his Mangekyo Sharingan, infusing the genjutsu with ocular chakra. If one could see from Danzo's perspective at this moment, this genjutsu would feel quite different. Let us glimpse Danzo's viewpoint. Originally, the genjutsu depicted a dancing chicken that could split itself. Now, regardless of whether one attacks or not, the chicken splits and forces you to dance, leaving no room for refusal. At this moment, Danzo's entire body was surrounded and grasped by chickens, pulling him into an endless, relentless dance. Thus, this could be regarded as an enhanced form of genjutsu, and the considerate Yato Uchiha intermittently replaced the clucking chickens with his own laughter and smiling visage, mockingly accompanying the spectacle. This bestowed upon Danzo an exquisitely perfect delight. At this moment, Yato Uchiha could joyfully utter these words. Immerse yourself in the kaleidoscopic illusion. Subsequently, Danzo was escorted by the umbu to the Konoha prison for confinement. After a day of toil, Yato Uchiha hoisted Obito from the sack and returned together to the Uchiha clan territory. Within the Uchiha clan grounds, at this very moment, Kakashi Hatake, Rin Noara, and Shursui Uchiha were all awaiting Yato's return. When Obito was previously captured, Yato had deliberately used his shadow clone to assure the three that he would retrieve Obito. The trio obediently awaited Yato's return at the clan's entrance. Upon spotting Yato's figure, carrying a sack upon his shoulders, they immediately knew that their comrade had been successfully rescued. The first to rush forward was, as expected, Rin Noara. She immediately examined Obito's body and, upon seeing the wounds, felt a pang of sympathy. Rin then applied the medical ninjutsu she had learned from Tsunade to tend to Obito's injuries. Kakashi, seeing that Obito was unharmed, hurried over to inquire about the situation from Yato. At this juncture, Yato was anxious beyond words. After all, the system had just updated and even bestowed a gift package, and he was itching to check it out, as if a cat were clawing at him. Yato told the trio to take care of Obito, noting that he likely only had some minor superficial wounds and urging them to watch over him carefully. Shursui, come home with me, he said, taking Shursui's hand and departing from the small group of Kakashi and the others. On the way back, Shursui asked, was this done by someone from the village? Curious about why Shursui would ask such a question, Yato retorted, how did you figure that out? Shursui replied, you once warned us outsiders that if we heard about the Uchiha clan, people would generally show some respect. As long as they are not enemies or mortal foes, it's difficult to make a move against them. But their actions were very skillful and they directly targeted Brother Obito, so I believe this was premeditated. Under such circumstances, people from the village fit the profile. Yato was greatly satisfied with Shursui's answer. He had foreseen all these possibilities in his earlier warnings. He did not withhold anything and roughly explained the matter to Shursui. Yato said, "Not everyone in the village is bad. Think about your uncle Hitaki and those civilian shinobi. But there will always be some who want to stir up trouble, thereby disrupting the hard-won harmony." Seeing Shursui deep in thought, Yato raised an example. "Think about the elders in our clan. Aren't most of them arrogant? Some high-ranking officials in Konoha are just like that, which leads to some unsavory elements in the village." Admittedly, this example was straightforward and easy to grasp. At this moment, Shursui sighed and said, "That's why many elders in the village often say, 'Brother Yato, you are the most disrespectful of all.'" The elders in the clan, especially the second elder with his fiery temper, would always scowl, glare, and gnash his teeth whenever your name is mentioned. There's no helping it. Young Yato was just as mischievous back then. When the second elder saw such a promising youth, he naturally wanted to educate him. As it turned out, Yato cooperated fully with the second elder's tutelage. Because Yato's learning ability was so exceptional, the second elder soon dared not teach him any swordsmanship, fearing he might lose. Instead, he taught him how to play shogi. "Good grief, you walked right into that one yourself. I never forced you, Yato responded. Yato then recounted. The second elder said that if he lost, it wouldn't be fun without a wager. He asked, "What if I pluck a whisker from you?" When the second elder heard that this kid dared to look down on him, he immediately agreed without asking what my bet was if I lost. In the end, Yato spent 2 months successfully crafting a brush from the second elder's whisker, the very brush he often uses for writing now. It was exclusively sponsored by the second elder. This also caused the second elder's attitude toward Yato to be extremely poor. Whenever anyone praised Yato, he would inevitably speak ill of him. Upon hearing Shursui's story about the second elder, Yato sighed. "Back then, if I had tried harder, I could have become a broom. Neither the first elder nor the third elder contributed anything. Had I known, I should have asked them to lend a hand." After returning home and entrusting Shursui to the first elder, Yato swiftly went back to his room. He was eager beyond measure to discover what kind of grand gift the system had bestowed upon him in this update. Once inside his room, Yato closed his eyes to meditate and mentally address the system. "Dear system, please loudly tell me, what wonderful things have you brought me this time?" Immediately, a joyful response echoed within Yato's mind. "Ding. During this update, you have earned a total of 80,000 emotion coins, along with a system gift package. Would you like to claim it immediately? The card drawing function has also been unlocked. Please explore at your leisure." Upon hearing 80,000 emotion coins, Yato's lips struggled to contain a smile. Overnight fortune had made his grin even harder to suppress than AKS. After an excited little dance, he remembered the system gift package and eagerly commanded, "Open it at once. Open it at once." Suddenly, a gift box materialized before Yato. It was unclear whether this box was visible to others, so Yato carefully placed small anti-peeping barrier talismans around him. With a trembling heart and hands, he opened the gift box. "Congratulations, host. You have received a portable, modified phonograph, Naruto edition, a record player blueprint, and a summoning beast, Ninja Cat Tom." Seeing these items, Yato's eyes brightened. A Naruto-themed phonograph was undoubtedly a fine acquisition. Glancing briefly at the instruction manual, Yato roughly understood its purpose. Henceforth, he could be a man who played background music at will. Its main functions were as follows. 1. As long as Yato imagined a piece of music in his mind, it could be played aloud, and even the sheet music could be accessed. The first 5 songs were free. Subsequent ones required emotion coins. 2. Under emotional enhancement, screenshots could be created. These screenshots could be exchanged for emotion coins in the system mall or handled independently. 3. The phonograph could be upgraded later with emotion coins to unlock additional features. Undeniably, this item felt immensely satisfying to Yato. His original social circle featured many famous Naruto character themes, which he could release at opportune moments to generate extra income. How splendid! The blueprint for the record player allowed him to envision a future where none of those people could escape unscathed. They would all be made to listen to the music. The last item was somewhat special. Mentioning a summoning beast naturally brought to mind the 3 great sacred sites. However, the Uchiha clan had a contract with the Ninja Cat clan. Yet, the cat's name did not sound Japanese at all. This name gave Yato a strange sense of familiarity. Unrolling a scroll adorned with a blue cartoon cat emblem, Yato saw the first name inscribed on it. His own, Yato Uchiha. Invoking the summoning technique, a blue cartoon cat suddenly manifested before Uchiha Yato. Without hesitation, Yato confirmed one thing. This cat was exactly the one he had envisioned. Intrigued, he grew even more curious about the creature's abilities and skills, stepping forward to inquire. "Hey, Tom, can you understand what I'm saying? Tom the cat remained silent, but incessantly scratched at his paws and body. Then, from somewhere behind him, he unexpectedly produced a slip of paper. Boldly inscribed upon it were the words, Tom Cat Care Manual. 1. Although cats cannot speak, they comprehend your intentions. Naturally, if you possess emotional coins, you can upgrade. 2. The effects and emotions generated by the cat will be converted into emotional coins for the host. 3. Food for Tomcat can be stored in the dimensional storage space behind him. You may purchase cat food from the system shop to enhance his fur-esque appearance. 4. Do not provoke him. Small in stature, but mighty in presence. Reading the contents of this care manual, Uchiha Yato's inner thoughts brimmed with sarcasm. Care manual? This should be called a user-esque guide. Soon after, Yato's mischievous nature took hold as he concocted some devious experiments. First, he tested whether the dimensional storage behind Tomcat was accessible to himself. Evidently, his experiment succeeded. Yato discovered that both food and items could be placed within this storage space. Moreover, Tomcat obediently obeyed commands and could be kept nearby. Now, Yato grew somewhat curious about what would happen should Tomcat become angry. Yet, lacking a suitable volunteer and constantly pestering Uchiha Obito for resources, he suspected that the latter would bear a grudge against him in the future. This realization left Yato somewhat vexed. 80,000 emotional coins, neither too much nor too little. Then, he recalled the newly unlocked card drawing feature and thoughtfully activated it. The function was straightforward, a pack. According to the system's description, the color revealed upon opening indicated the difficulty level. One could obtain otherworldly items or bloodline enhancements. Yato opened the reward list and beheld the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan he had long dreamed of, alongside an introduction to the Rinnegan. All these belonged to the legendary Golden series, with others in purple, blue, green, and white. Each draw cost 100 emotional coins, and a tenfold draw required 1,000. The crucial point was that Yato searched in vain for the guaranteed minimum feature. As a notoriously unlucky player, Yato was well aware of the pitfalls of a card drawing system without any guarantee. Thus, he kindly queried the system. My dear system, is there a guaranteed minimum mechanism in the card drawing system? The electronic voice responded, No, host. If you desire one, you must draw 500,000 times to unlock the guarantee. Yato's expression changed faster than turning a page. He angrily cursed, We are one and the same. Can't you give me a little preferential treatment? This card system is obviously a scam even a fool could see through. No matter how vehemently Yato berated it, the system remained indifferent. Ultimately, he had no choice but to abandon this last hope. Having lingered in the ninja world for so long and feeling restless, Yato vowed to test the waters with only a few draws. With eager anticipation, he opened a card pack, slightly parting the seal to glimpse the glow within. It's a dazzling blue. Yato asked the system, Can I request a refund? This color isn't to my liking. This time, the system seemed somewhat exasperated, projecting a large middle finger into his mind. Thus, 100 emotional coins were exchanged for a blue card pack. Deep down, Yato knew exchanges were impossible, but there was still a 15% chance with blue. Trembling with excitement, he opened it to find a small bottle of pills placed before him. It was unmistakably familiar, the quick-acting heart-saving pill sold in the shop for 150 coins a bottle. Fortunately, this draw slightly boosted his pride as an unlucky player. The system tempted him, keep drawing. Better items await. Feigning delight, Yato replied, Then I shall continue drawing. Yet, with the system's hopes high, Yato promptly closed the card interface and prepared to sleep. Had the system offered emotional coins, he might have at least recouped the last 100 spent. This system upgrade had brought him many benefits. At worst, he could vex the system and try again tomorrow. The next day, unable to resist, Yato performed a tenfold draw. Upon glimpsing the purple card, his mood brightened. Seems I'm not that unlucky after all. At least there is something worthwhile. Then came an electronic voice. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 20 shurikens, 5 healing potions, 2 quick-acting heart-saving pills, and 30 kunai. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 2 eternal Mangekyo Sharingan fragments. Glancing at the fragments and their description, Yato calmly greeted the system with a sarcastic hello to your parents. The system offered no response, as if anticipating his remark. Such fragments were straightforward. Once 10 were collected, they could be exchanged for the corresponding item. Yato had just checked. The eternal Mangekyo Sharingan fragments required 10 pieces to redeem his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. But the key was the absence of a guarantee. What if he obtained 9 fragments and nothing else? He reassured himself, I am a man of discipline. How could I learn gambling from Tsunade? Nevertheless, He proceeded to burn 12,000 emotional coins in the lottery. Okay, this confirms one truth. Gamblers never prosper. A pile of useless ninja tools, some potions, and quick-acting heart-saving pills appeared. He nearly used the heart-saving pill on himself out of frustration. The good news. He gained 2 more fragments, bringing his total to 4. Time passed peacefully and uneventfully for several days. These days were spent entirely focused on the aftermath of the baby pit incident. Since the third Hokage had shown considerable grace, the Uchiha clan refrained from pressing too hard. Soon, Uchiha Ren returned to Konoha and called at Yato's door. Uchiha Ren said, "Chio's letter for you, I brought it back. How have you been?" Ren, having overheard some gossip from villagers along the way, awaited Yato's response. Yato replied calmly, "Danzo will either die or become a rogue ninja. It depends on how the sand ninja you brought back respond this time." While speaking, Yato opened the letter from Chio. Its content was simple. They were willing to assist Yato this time, but in return, they required a favor. The favor was straightforward. They hoped Yato would bring some talents from Konoha for a return visit and exchange. Upon seeing this request, Yato said nothing further. The so-called return visit request was essentially for Yato Uchiha and his group to undertake an exchange delegation trip to the hidden sand village. Yato Uchiha readily agreed and entrusted Ren Uchiha with a reply letter to deliver to the hidden sand village. Naturally, Yato Uchiha was not in a hurry to send Ren immediately. He suggested Ren rest at home for a while and take the opportunity to inform the clan leader, so as to prevent any petty schemers from stirring up trouble again. Inside the Hokage's office, Hiruzen Sarutobi was deeply troubled as he gazed upon 2 intelligence scrolls. Indeed, 2 ninja villages had sent him legal notices, one from the hidden sand village and the other from the hidden cloud village. There was no need to elaborate on the hidden sand village's letter, as Sarutobi was well aware of the minor frictions that had existed between Danzo Shimura and the hidden sand village. Thus, it was understandable that upon hearing of Danzo Shimura's downfall, they either sought his life or demanded a substantial compensation. As for the hidden cloud village, the reasons behind their demands were unclear. At that moment, Yato Uchiha thoughtfully arrived at the Hokage's office and nonchalantly reported the recent developments to Sarutobi. Upon seeing Yato's arrival, Sarutobi greeted him warmly, saying, "Yato, do you have any intelligence regarding the hidden cloud village?" Yato Uchiha responded tactfully, "I'm not quite sure. Perhaps Elder Danzo had some prior dealings with them." His answer was delicately veiled, implying, "That's definitely your precious protege, the Hokage's aide causing all this trouble. Don't ask me, ask yourself." Indeed, Sarutobi knew Danzo Shimura's character well, and had roughly pieced things together, so he let the matter rest. The demands from the hidden cloud village were far more excessive than those from the hidden sand village. They not only required compensation but also demanded secret techniques and even the Byakugan, a bloodline limit. Sarutobi, still relatively strong, had no intention of acquiescing to this list. Sarutobi and Yato Uchiha exchanged a few casual words, both tacitly avoiding any mention of Danzo Shimura. After Yato departed, Sarutobi produced a 3rd piece of intelligence. Upon reading it, he sighed deeply and muttered to himself, "Danzo, are you doing this for Konoha, or for yourself? You've truly alienated a great many people." Sarutobi earnestly entrusted these matters to the Umbu for handling, compensating and appeasing the hidden sand village's demands, coldly dismissing those of the hidden cloud village, and merely conducting brief communication and cold treatment regarding the last party. The turmoil surrounding Danzo's affairs had already thrown everyone into chaos, a situation Sarutobi did not wish to witness. As Hokage, he had to consider far more. What about Root next? Managing those ninjas was a significant headache. Given Sarutobi's personal disposition, he was reluctant to see Danzo Shimura killed. If it weren't for the 2 advisors' exceedingly poor abilities, which rendered them useless, Sarutobi would not be so troubled. At present, the Umbu commander was his eldest son, Shinosuke Sarutobi. Shinosuke said, with Lord Orochimaru's experience, he should be capable of managing Root, shouldn't he? Besides, Lord Orochimaru was once close to Lord Danzo and should be familiar with his duties. Sarutobi pondered for a moment, then shook his head and said, "That won't do. Orochimaru has barely shaken off his tainted reputation. I cannot bear to see him fall back into darkness." In truth, Sarutobi's true thoughts were otherwise. Among his 3 disciples, Orochimaru was the most outstanding, and Sarutobi genuinely wished to groom him as his successor for Hokage. That was the real reason Sarutobi was unwilling to assign Orochimaru to Root. At this time, Sarutobi had not yet given up on Orochimaru. To say that Orochimaru currently had no ambitions for the Hokage position was simply impossible. Within Konoha's prison, Danzo Shimura had just awakened from Yato Uchiha's Jinjutsu. It must be said that high-level ninjas did possess the ability to dispel genjutsu, but judging from the continuous spasms in his body, the illusion was dispelled but not entirely broken. Danzo Shimura then faced the person he least wished to see, Yato Uchiha's arrival. Looks like you've been resting well here. You've even gained quite a bit of weight, Yato teased. Hearing this mocking tone, even the best Qigong practice would instantly falter. Danzo angrily retorted, Yato Uchiha, don't get cocky. Once I'm out, even if I don't kill you, I'll make sure you suffer. There was nothing left to say. The mask had been torn off, and there was no need to preserve each other's dignity. Yato Uchiha officially stated, tomorrow you, Danzo Shimura, will face trial in court. Please be sure to wear the special uniform I provided. Speaking of which, Danzo was infuriated. His previous uniform had made him look like a clown, an object of ridicule. And once again standing trial in Konoha only nailed him more firmly to the pillar of shame. This was precisely the effect Yato sought, coming merely to summon and notify, while collecting some emotional currency along the way. Ding! Congratulations, host. Danzo Shimura's emotions have shifted. You have gained 200 emotional currency. It was clear that Danzo's emotional fluctuation this time was no small matter. With everything prepared, the trial was set to commence. This marked Danzo Shimura's second appearance before the Konoha court. Unlike before, the existence of the Konoha news agency meant that this news spread rapidly, causing the event to be far more sensational than previously imagined. The judge for this session was not Hiruzen Sarutobi but Mito Uzumaki. Yato Uchiha had previously leaked the news that Mito Uzumaki would preside as judge, aiming to ensure the public saw clearly, preventing any embarrassment or loss of trust among Konoha's elite. The trial and procedures followed the previous regulations. This time, Yato Uchiha served as the security guard conducting the prosecution, presenting Danzo Shimura's egregious deeds in full. The charges read as follows. The infant pit incident was orchestrated by Root under the leadership of Danzo Shimura during the selection and training process, causing significant damage to the reputation of many Konoha orphanages. After thorough investigation by the Konoha security forces, we have confirmed a direct connection between this incident and Danzo Shimura. Subsequently, Yato Uchiha played the admissible photographs from the security investigation for the villagers of Konoha to see. There was no denying that the expressions of the deceased infants and the severed limbs were horrifying, no matter how many times one viewed them. Some of these photos were even seen for the first time by Hiruzen Sarutobi and Mito Uzumaki. At the outset, Yato had cautioned Mito Uzumaki that the images were excessively graphic and suggested that, given her age, she might want to skip viewing them. However, due to the severity of the case, Mito felt she could not turn a blind eye. She told Yato, an old woman like me has seen many storms. If I can help, I will. If you truly respect me, try not to make me angry. Of course, Yato Uchiha was considerate and promptly produced 2 bottles of quick-acting heart medicine, offering them to Mito Uzumaki. As she listened to Yato explaining the miraculous effects of the medicine, she was filled with delight. She had previously heard from Tsunade that this little rascal Yato Uchiha possessed a medicine of exceptional efficacy, but he never sold it externally. Now, she had received 2 bottles for free, which surely helped her endure the difficult scene. Returning to the present, Mito Uzumaki took a brief glance and thought, at my age, what great storms have I not weathered? However, witnessing the harrowing plight of these infants still sent a chill through her heart. There was simply no denying the sheer brutality of it all. This grievous reality incited the common folk to the point where they longed to pelt Danzo Shimura with rotten eggs and vegetable scraps. The shinobi of the ninja clans fared somewhat better, for their children could be entrusted to their respective clans for protection. Take Yato Uchiha. For instance, his offspring would be fostered either by the Senju or the Uchiha, never left to wander as orphans. Upon observing that the anticipated outcome had been achieved, Yato Uchiha proceeded to pile more weight upon Danzo Shimura's shoulders. He continued, moreover, Danzo Shimura stands accused of engaging in a variety of illicit experiments. Thanks to intelligence provided by the esteemed Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin, we have uncovered some of the deleterious consequences stemming from these unethical human trials. As he spoke, members of the security detail once again presented the assembled crowd with evidence and documents to peruse. The intricate scientific data passed over most eyes in a blur, save for Mito Uzumaki, who pored over the details with meticulous care. It was understandable. Some of these experimental results could very well pertain to her granddaughter's safety. After roughly digesting the contents, she came to comprehend why Yato Uchiha had emphasized the perilous and adverse nature of these experiments. Comparing what she knew of Orochimaru's work with this new information, it was clear that some aspects were truly unspeakable. Fortunately, her advanced years and broad experience granted her the fortitude to endure such revelations. After all, her own family included a younger uncle who was also adept at such research. Danzo Shimura's countenance, in stark contrast, grew increasingly grim, his face darkening to the point where it seemed to drip with gloom. He had never anticipated that Orochimaru would betray him so utterly. The Root faction had previously invested vast sums into Orochimaru's human experimentation and would release studies. Now, having been thoroughly exploited, Orochimaru had simply walked away, leaving nothing behind. Furthermore, Yato Uchiha had thoughtfully arranged for the various clan leaders to act as conduits for the grievances of the common people. It was an unearned gift, a golden opportunity not to be squandered. Among the delegation were numerous clans that had previously been wronged by Danzo Shimura. Leading the charge, of course, were none other than Hiruzen Sarutobi and Hayashi Hyuga. Though these two harbored resentment toward Yato Uchiha, their hatred for Danzo Shimura burned far fiercer. The collective outcry from the populace was a decisive blow to Danzo, leaving him no room for rebuttal. Yato Uchiha then unveiled a mountain of previously recorded accounts from the clans, causing the remaining 3 members of Konoha SF4 to twitch uncontrollably at the corners of their eyes. Even Mito Uzumaki, seated in the judge's chair, was at a loss for words. The sums involved, if ever reimbursed, could easily total 2 billion ryo. It was evident that the ninja clans were far from pristine, each clutching some shadowy ledgers of their own. Most ironically, the Shimura clan claimed a full 500 million ryo, citing the numerous troubles Danzo Shimura had inflicted upon their clan during his tenure. They required vast funds to appease the wrath of other clans, thus explaining the substantial financial shortfall. Disregarding the feelings of others, Yato Uchiha could not help but grin broadly. His original intent had been merely to encourage a bit more clarity in the clan's previous accounts. Yet it was their own kin who struck the harshest blows. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had hoped to offer some defense, acknowledged the truth when he saw the combined claims of the Sarutobi and Shimura clans nearing 900 million ryo. It was undeniable that Danzo Shimura could no longer be spared. Seizing the moment, Yato Uchiha extended a conciliatory gesture. We now suspect that elder Danzo Shimura suffers from persecutory delusions, prone to lashing out with inflammatory remarks. We urge the villagers to remain vigilant and not to lend credence to baseless rumors. Should such rumors arise, the security forces will promptly investigate and publish clarifications through the Konoha News Agency. This pronouncement severed yet another lifeline for Danzo Shimura. The implication was clear. No one would believe his words henceforth. Attempts to malign Konoha's leadership or Orochimaru would invite swift retribution from the village's security forces. This calculated support from Yato Uchiha earned unanimous praise from both the Hokage's inner circle and the ninja clans alike. Rarely had Hinata Hyuga found herself silently commending someone in her heart. This young man was indeed commendable, at least for his ability to pacify the masses. With the lawsuit concluded, the final sentencing followed. Mito Uzumaki declared, "The evidence unequivocally demonstrates that Danzo Shimura has inflicted grievous harm upon our village's development. After due deliberation, the court sentences Danzo Shimura to death. The execution shall be carried out before the memorial monument in 3 days' time." Thus, Yato Uchiha accrued a substantial reservoir of political capital from this Konoha tribunal. He owed thanks to Danzo Shimura's own misdeeds, which had once again allowed Yato to reap the benefits. Once the trial adjourned, Yato Uchiha promptly cast an illusion to prevent any unforeseen incidents. After the proceedings, he escorted Mito Uzumaki home. "Grandma Mito, really now," he chided gently, "I told you it's just a formality. No need to get so worked up." Mito Uzumaki felt an inexplicable warmth at Yato's considerate words. Had her grandson still been alive, and as amiable as Yato, he too would have been just as endearing. Having indulged in this fleeting moment of sentiment, Yato Uchiha began to jest. "But don't worry, I have a fast-acting heart medicine prepared for you. It'll keep you safe and sound." The brief comfort vanished in an instant. Mito Uzumaki confessed, "Seeing those infants' bodies stirred an unexplainable ache in my heart. The children of the ninja clans fare somewhat better. They would never be subjected to such fates. One can only imagine the despair those children must have felt in their final moments. Indeed, such sights were especially heart-wrenching for female shinobi." Tsunade had already seen those photographs and had promptly delivered 2 slaps to the illusion-bound Danzo before rushing to bury the infants. Her sorrow for those children was genuine. At this moment, Mito Uzumaki, uncharacteristically, addressed Yato Uchiha by name. He understood her implication and nodded gently. Producing a bundle of scrolls retrieved from Danzo Shimura's secret chamber, Yato Uchiha was about to offer an explanation when Mito Uzumaki, without uttering a word, nodded in acknowledgement and signaled for him to depart. It was understandable. Knowing that her grandson's death was connected to the village's affairs was a bitter pill for any grandmother to swallow. Before leaving, Yato Uchiha summoned a member of the Anbu to accompany and protect Mito Uzumaki. Such measures did not require his unilateral decision. Had he simply informed the third Hokage, she would have been afforded 24-hour, comprehensive care. Departing from the Senju clan's territory, Yato Uchiha immediately sought out Orochimaru, intent on capitalizing on the advances in wood-release research. Without beating around the bush, Yato Uchiha declared, "I intend to pilfer your wisdom." Orochimaru was left momentarily speechless by Yato's brazen frankness. "So blunt, is it?" was not Orochimaru's remark but rather that of Jiraiya. Since the official endorsement of the wood-release experiments, Jiraiya had been known to visit Orochimaru from time to time. Largely, it seemed to catch a glimpse of Tsunade. Yato Uchiha remarked, "Uncle Orochimaru just adores a personality like mine. There's no helping it. I'm simply irresistible." Jiraiya did not comment further, as he was all too familiar with Yato Uchiha's demeanor. After exchanging some brief pleasantries, Jiraiya settled down beside Orochimaru's laboratory to continue his writing. Yato Uchiha teased, "Aren't you afraid Tsunade will catch you, and then give you a rising dragon punch?" Jiraiya replied confidently, "What's there to fear? I am a man of honor and integrity. Besides, Tsunade's been quite exhausted lately. She's not only managing the Leaf Hospital but also dealing with the infant crisis. Orochimaru has called her twice for the wood release experiments, and both times she didn't come. That's the main reason I dare to openly write my risque novels here." At that moment, Orochimaru interjected, "You should contribute your body as well. The experiments have hit a slight bottleneck." Yato Uchiha listened briefly to the challenges Orochimaru was facing. It was now tentatively confirmed that there was indeed a possibility of synthesizing wood release within Tsunade's body. Yato Uchiha might also possess this potential. Both Jiraiya and Orochimaru had tried, but the results remained elusive. Yato Uchiha said, "Shursui Danzo should soon be sentenced to death. Isn't it reasonable for his body to contribute to scientific research?" Orochimaru's interest immediately piqued upon hearing this. Danzo had previously undergone Hashirama's cell transplants, but only in a dormant state that could no longer be fully activated. This fact opened up another avenue of thought, which greatly intrigued Orochimaru. Orochimaru teased, "You're truly wicked, refusing to let him rest even in death, insisting on using him as experimental material." It must be said that after spending so much time with Yato Uchiha, Orochimaru's own temperament had softened considerably compared to his original characterization. Yato Uchiha retorted, "Don't say that, it's called contributing to scientific progress. He's a volunteer." After providing some of Danzo's cells to Orochimaru and sponsoring an additional 5 million yen for the experiments, Yato Uchiha took his leave from Orochimaru's laboratory. 3 days swiftly passed. Today featured Danzo Shursui, the condemned man at the vegetable market, as the central figure. Yato Uchiha had meticulously recreated an ancient execution platform for the event. Upon seeing the setup, Danzo immediately began babbling incoherently, railing against everyone. "Sarutobi Hiruzen, may you meet a miserable end. I'll bear the blame for you. Orochimaru, how could you betray me so suddenly, disregarding your experiments? Mito Manryu, you embezzled funds from the materials department and pinned it on me. Tazuna Koharu, you stole Tsunade's medical equipment and blamed me. Clan leader Danzo, how could you leave me to shoulder your debts? Where is your conscience?" Having been preemptively warned by Yato Uchiha, and now with the upper echelons aligned against him, Danzo's outbursts fell on deaf ears. After his tirade, Yato Uchiha, moved by some compassion, allowed him to continue lost in his illusion. The stirring moment, when Danzo was to be executed, was destined for Yato Uchiha himself to act as the executioner. The first to shed tears upon witnessing the death of this notorious killer was the great elder. The grudge held by his daughter, Michiko Uchiha, was finally avenged. Yato Uchiha then explained, "We have also established a new policy regarding Danzo Shursui. His case will serve as a warning with a pillar of shame erected. Anyone who commits grave offenses against Konoha will be nailed to this pillar, to be scorned by future generations." This pronouncement caused a collective intake of breath among both the ninja clans and civilian shinobi present. Everyone hoped to leave behind a respectable legacy, but Yato Uchiha's measure ensured that all future generations would regard Danzo's disgrace as a cautionary tale. The reputation of the Danzo clan itself was now irreparably tarnished. However, under the current circumstances, the Danzo clan had no room for negotiation. Anyone daring to oppose or question this decree would be deemed an enemy of the entire Leaf Village. To demonstrate formidable resolve, Yato Uchiha summoned Susanoo and used the giant's cleaving blade to execute Danzo Shursui. This blade was a sacred weapon, of course drawn from the system by Yato Uchiha. The clan's narrative claimed it was found in the Nanga River, while the Hokage's account held that it had been preserved by Ashiri all along. Undeniably, Susanoo wielding the sword added an imposing aura. Though it might have seemed like using a cannon to swat a mosquito, the intention was to send a clear, intimidating message to all rebels. As the colossal execution blade slowly descended, it marked the end of Danzo Shusui's life. At that moment, no one spoke, for all understood that the matter was conclusively settled. Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart was heavy with complex emotions. His longtime comrade, who had fallen into darkness for the sake of protecting Konoha, was truly gone. Meanwhile, Yato Uchiha felt a profound sense of relief. He had fulfilled his vow to avenge his aunt and had suitably demonstrated the changes within the Uchiha clan. Suddenly, an unexpected event occurred. Danzo Shusui's corpse vanished. This astonished many present. Sarutobi Hiruzen thought anxiously, this old fox must have a contingency plan. Should I whip his corpse again just in case? Orochimaru worried. Could he have escaped? What will become of my experimental material? Yato Uchiha pondered. Could he have been taken by that figure? It shouldn't be possible. He is not an Uchiha. Upon witnessing the disappearance, Yato Uchiha's first thought was that Danzo had activated Izanagi. Scanning the surroundings, no trace of Danzo reappeared. He surmised it was highly likely that Madara Uchiha had rescued him, intending to use him as a pawn to vex Yato. The reality aligned closely with Yato Uchiha's suspicion. This incident was not orchestrated by Madara but by Kurizetsu. Madara despised such oppressive tactics and the Uchiha clan engaging in such unsavory deeds. Even if he sought pawns, he would not choose someone so reckless, ambitious, and incompetent. Yet, such a person was precisely Kurizetsu's favorite. Hence, a smokescreen was created to render the affair both plausible and dubious. Yato Uchiha found himself uncertain and, given the current circumstances, struggled to discern the truth. He turned to the third Hokage for guidance. At this juncture, the third Hokage was himself bewildered but, through years of leadership, understood that the people must not lose faith in Konoha. Danzo Shursui has been executed. The Umbu will handle the aftermath. Anyone approaching the execution platform is to be treated as a spy. This was the only solution he could conceive to prevent outsiders from perceiving any weakness in the Leaf Village. Yato Uchiha was at a loss for words. He could not fathom why Madara Uchiha would save Danzo. Meanwhile, Kurizetsu escorted Danzo away, still contemplating how to explain matters to Madara. Soon, the two were brought before Madara Uchiha himself. Madara appeared puzzled. I was enjoying watching through White Zetsu just now. Why are you causing trouble all of a sudden? Kurizetsu said, Lord Madara, I believe this man still has some use. Cultivating covert forces for you could be beneficial. Madara scoffed, come on. Someone who can't even defeat Yato Uchiha, what is the point? He mercilessly harmed the Uchiha. He deserves his fate. Kurizetsu pressed on, more people means more strength. After all, his power is not insignificant. We'll treat him as a mere pawn. No need for him to have independent thought. The meaning of this sentence is quite straightforward. Use the Sharingan to control him and have him do our bidding. This remark made Madara Uchiha feel somewhat more at ease. Seeing that it was effective, Kurizetsu continued flattering him, saying, moreover, we need some people working for us outside. After all, having influence is always advantageous. Lord Madara's martial prowess remains intact here, and he cannot escape your control. With these two bursts of flattery, it must be admitted that Madara felt quite comfortable. Madara Uchiha said, very well. Since he is currently trapped in Genjutsu, you release him from it, and I will cast a new one upon him. Having obtained Madara's consent, Kurizetsu eagerly rushed over to dispel the Genjutsu. However, Yato Uchiha's Genjutsu came equipped with its own firewall. Instantly, Kurizetsu fell into the trap. A black, viscous substance materialized into a humanoid figure, incessantly mimicking dance moves. The sight was as comical as it was absurd, yet it left Madara Uchiha somewhat astonished. Immediately, he developed a certain interest in Yato Uchiha's Genjutsu and decided to investigate it himself. To his surprise, he too was momentarily ensnared. Of course, relying on Madara Uchiha's years of experience, although his physical abilities had somewhat declined, he was still able to cope. After breaking free from the Genjutsu, Madara harbored a measure of apprehension regarding the recent scene. Previously, when he saw how the Konoha ninjas who had been afflicted by Yato's Genjutsu reacted, he thought they were overreacting. What kind of Genjutsu could make them perceive Yato as a demonic presence? Now, Yato Uchiha's Genjutsu had gained notoriety even with Madara. Naturally, the subsequent situation became considerably more relaxed. Madara Uchiha had gained another ally, Danzo Shimura. Meanwhile, the black, viscous substance that had been writhing nearby was promptly taken away by Byakuzetsu to dance to his heart's content. There was no other choice. This creature had caused Madara to lose face in front of Byakuzetsu. After clearing out a group of Byakuzetsu's men who had witnessed the truth, Koruzetsu felt compelled to let him truly experience such torment. Koruzetsu never imagined that, as a seasoned schemer of the ninja world, he would be so utterly exhausted in body and mind by this genjutsu. He came perilously close to abandoning his desire to resurrect his mother and wished to kill Yato Uchiha instead because of it. The scene shifts back to Konoha village. Hiruzen Sarutobi summoned a large group of people for a discussion. After all, some matters could not be concealed. They needed to be resolved properly. Hiruzen Sarutobi asked, Yato, can you confirm that your strike has taken care of Danzo Shimura? This was a classic political move. The first instinct was to shift the blame. Yato Uchiha replied, he should be dead. Otherwise, Lord Hokage, you wouldn't be asking that question. Yato's words muddied the waters further. The implication was clear. If even the Hokage knows about this, could it be that you yourself were involved? At this moment, Hiruzen Sarutobi knew exactly what he ought to do, distancing himself as much as possible from Danzo Shimura. Post Danzo Shimura's bounty in the underground bounty office. Alive or dead, he must be found. This was the Hokage's way of taking a stance, providing an explanation to the heads of the various ninja clans. With his objective achieved, Yato Uchiha relaxed. At this point, Orochimaru quietly approached Yato. Well, my experimental subject is gone now. Such a pity he is dead. Yato Uchiha replied, you still haven't finished working on my bodily samples. It's just that one specimen is missing, but it's no big deal. Seeing Orochimaru's lingering disappointment, Yato continued, in a couple of days, I'm heading to the land of wind. If I come across any interesting experimental subjects, I'll bring them back for you. How does that sound? After all, outsiders and non-Konoha human specimens don't have to go through Konoha's usual procedures. This remark struck a chord with Orochimaru, lifting his spirits somewhat. Tsunade then walked over and said, TCH, he really got off easy. If I catch him alive, you'll see me deliver a devastating kick to him. There was no helping it. Tsunade had been busy these past few days helping Danzo Shimura clean up his messes. The root organization had been taken over by the Umbu and was now part of the Umbu Training Center, making Hiruzen Sarutobi's transition work even busier. Yato Uchiha formally proposed, since you're not in a good mood, how about we play a different kind of gamble? The mention of gambling somewhat lifted Tsunade's spirits. Yato was particularly mischievous, for what he was about to introduce to Tsunade was a national treasure, mahjong. After explaining the rules, Tsunade's eyes lit up. Orochimaru, initially troubled, accepted Yato's invitation to relax together. Jiraiya needed no invitation. He was like a persistent leech who would attach himself without being asked. Thus, the four happily faced the setting sun, heading to the Uchiha clan lands for rest. Upon arriving at the Uchiha lands, night had fallen. The three gathered in Yato Uchiha's room. To prevent boredom, Yato summoned his summoned beast, Tom. He had no choice. He needed to cook personally. He chose Chinese cuisine and hot pot. This time, he was determined to drain a significant amount of emotional energy from the three, or else he would not relent. Why Chinese cuisine? Because he had spent over 10,000 emotional coins, acquiring a large assortment of ingredient packs and foods. Not spending them made him uneasy. What? Didn't you say Yato Uchiha didn't gamble? Yato said, the law of irresistible temptation never goes out of style. Orochimaru grew intensely interested in Yato's summoned beast, as it appeared to possess its own spatial dimension, capable of carrying items, and was unusually obedient for a summoned creature. Orochimaru asked, where did you contract this strange little fellow? Such a peculiar creature with extraordinary abilities. Yato replied while preparing the meal, it's a freak from the ninja cat family. No one else wanted to contract with it, so I was the only one left. It must be said that fluffy little animals like this are the easiest to win the favor of girls. When Tsunade saw Tom, she immediately scooped him into her arms, which stirred a pang of jealousy in Jiraiya. He thought to himself, do you realize what you're lying on? Such a magnificent bosom. Is that something you can just lie on? Move aside, dead cat. Let me bear this torment. Of course, he only dared to say such things. If he were to actually attempt it, Tsunade could hospitalize him for 3 months, and once in her territory it would be even longer. While they were admiring Tom, Yato's meal was ready. Hot pot is a fairly simple dish. The novel dining style surprised the three ninjas. This was exactly the effect Yato wanted. Otherwise, how else would he siphon off their emotional coins? Just as they were about to eat, they noticed an additional person had joined them. Indeed, it was Shursui Uchiha coming to dine. Yato Uchiha did not live with the great elder, despite custody being granted to him. Yato was more understanding. Shusui's lodging was arranged by the Great Elder, but meals were provided by Yato. The main reason was that the Great Elder's home was adjacent to Yato's. Yato suspected the old man might have overheard the secret relationship between Kagami Uchiha and his wife. Yato had even asked about it once, only to receive a severe beating from the Great Elder. Regrettably, the Great Elder failed to apprehend the matter before it ultimately faded away unresolved. As for Uchiha Yato's personal culinary endeavors, Shursui wielded considerable influence. Upon hearing that Uchiha Yato was cooking, it was enough to awaken Uchiha Kei's appetite so profoundly that he found no desire to return home. This circumstance left the clan leader's wife quite perplexed for a time, leading her to suspect that Uchiha Kei might be engaged in an extramarital affair. However, after thorough investigation, it was confirmed that Uchiha Kei's daily outings were entirely ordinary, without any irregularities. The clan leader's wife even enlisted Uchiha Yato as a private detective to assist in the inquiry. The two trailed the subject together, only to discover that their pursuit led back to Uchiha Yato's own residence. This revelation rendered both of them deeply embarrassed. Eventually, they came to understand that the true cause was Uchiha Yato's exceptional culinary skills. Subsequently, the clan leader's wife even took lessons from Uchiha Yato in the art of cooking. This development greatly delighted Tsunade. Not only could she tease young Shursui, but she could also indulge in petting cats while enjoying a sumptuous feast prepared by Uchiha Yato. On top of that, she was introduced to a novel form of gambling game she had never encountered before. Once Uchiha Yato had served all the dishes, the feast commenced. The one who was least reserved was none other than Uchiha Shursui, who had long been eager to sample the array of innovative delicacies crafted by Uchiha Yato. Therefore, Uchiha Yato thoughtfully prepared both a tomato hot pot and a 3-flavor hot pot for him. Aware that Shursui could not tolerate spicy food, he specially arranged 2 different pots. In addition, there was a purely spicy pot, bringing the total to 3 distinct broth bases. These were complemented with 5 or 6 different dipping sauces, provoking intense envy among all present. Uchiha Yato patiently explained the proper way to enjoy the meal. After Tsunade tried it once, she instantly fell in love with the spicy hot pot, savoring the meat and sipping wine. Uchiha Yato also made sure Tom brought out 2 bottles of strong white liquor for everyone. To accompany the atmosphere, they played music on a gramophone that had been previously drawn. In an instant, a warm and harmonious feeling permeated everyone's hearts. For Tsunade, she was utterly enamored with this ambience. Having once suffered from hemophobia and lost faith in Konoha village, which led her to leave, she had spent that period drowning her sorrows in alcohol and enduring all manner of hardships. Yet, such a tender and cozy scene captivated her deeply. At that moment, Tsunade suddenly remembered her grandmother was still at the old residence and wished for her to come and partake in this tranquility. Uchiha Yato had long anticipated Tsunade's intention. Meanwhile, at the Great Elder's residence, several venerable elders of the ninja clans and their wives were gathered. Among the group of wives was undoubtedly our very own Mito Uzumaki, also enjoying the same exquisite cuisine. Upon hearing Uchiha Yato's assurances, Tsunade immediately relaxed completely. Jiraiya was also immensely fond of the meal. Beyond his love for the spicy hot pot, he delighted in Uchiha Yato's specially crafted sauces. Even Orochimaru found no discomfort in this warm atmosphere. With Uchiha Yato's support, the ongoing experiments were proceeding smoothly, allowing him to momentarily forget the vexation caused by the disappearance of Danzo Shimura's corpse. He too joined this convivial banquet. After the feast and ample drinking, young Shursui reached his bedtime. Uchiha Yato was considerate enough to serenade him with a lullaby and arranged for Tomcat to accompany him to sleep. The remaining time was devoted to Uchiha Yato teaching the 3 legendary Sannin how to play mahjong. Having given a general explanation, the fastest learner was Orochimaru, who grasped it at once. Next was Tsunade, who, having frequented casinos, picked it up after a single round. Finally, there was Jiraiya, whose luck was extraordinary, consistently drawing excellent tiles, but despite that, he could not learn the rules properly and merely played haphazardly. At the start of the game, Uchiha Yato eased up, allowing everyone to perform steadily. The greatest winner was Orochimaru, followed by Jiraiya, whose exceptional luck even granted him a heavenly hand once. Third place was Uchiha Yato, with Tsunade coming in last. Even with Uchiha Yato holding back, he still managed to defeat Tsunade, illustrating her remarkably poor gambling fortune. As the game progressed and Uchiha Yato began playing seriously, Orochimaru's winnings diminished. This infuriated Tsunade, who, emboldened by her losses, refused to concede and simply signed IOUs instead of gambling money. After a night of play, the final tally revealed that Tsunade owed a crate full of IOUs. With Jiraiya second in debt, followed by a circle of IOUs stuck in Orochimaru's hair, and another around Uchiha Yato's face. To savor a brief moment of peace and joy, Uchiha Yato deliberately restrained his winnings so as not to be overly excessive. Thus, Tsunade remained the sole loser of the night, while the greatest beneficiary was, of course, Uchiha Yato. That evening alone, he amassed 5,000 emotional coins. And who was the biggest spender among them? In stark contrast stood the third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi. He, along with 2 advisors, spent the night sorting through past debts and rude affairs. That night was a sleepless one for the 3 elders, as they endeavored to thoroughly organize Konoha's matters. This provided a sharp contrast to the jovial gathering of Uchiha Yato and his companions. After seeing off the 3 Sannin, it was precisely time to escort Shursui to school. Only after concluding these tasks did Uchiha Yato finally rest. He needed to conserve his energy, for he was scheduled to depart for the hidden sand village the next day, bearing a grand gift for his counterparts. On the day of departure, Uchiha Yato gave Uchiha Kei explicit instructions to be cautious and vigilant, warning him not to allow the Hokage's upper echelon to take advantage of the current situation. After all, with Danzo Shimura gone, one could not predict what Hiruzen Sarutobi might do. The previous night's hearty drinking and feasting with the 3 Sannin was, in part, to ensure they would look after the Uchiha clan's interests. This time, Uchiha Yato had made it clear to the third Hokage that he was venturing out under Konoha's banner for diplomatic exchange. The third Hokage was pleased to see Uchiha Yato leave the village, reasoning that since he was such a troublemaker within, it was better to let him wreak havoc elsewhere. As before, whatever Uchiha Yato desired, he received without hesitation. There was no alternative, as his authority and strength continued to grow. Having just lost a key figure in the upper ranks, Danzo, the leadership had to placate him to prevent any ill intentions. Regarding this, Uchiha Yato assured them there was no cause for concern. He harbored no grand ambitions and only wished for everyone to live happily. At the village gate, during the farewell, Uchiha Kei arrived with the Uchiha clan to bid everyone goodbye. Since Chiyo had specially invited the Uchiha clan this time, it was impractical to dispatch too many personnel. Hinata Hizashi also attended as part of the exchange, while other individuals were either unsuitable or held too low a rank. At this moment, Uchiha Obito watched Uchiha Yato's departure with tears streaming down his face, overwhelmed by his inner torment. He had long believed that as long as he could be with Rin no Era, he would be willing to do anything. Yet, Uchiha Yato's extensive database had utterly captivated Obito's soul. The crucial point was that he could not escape. If caught by Uchiha Yato, the punishment would be far from trivial. Uchiha Yato's penalties were humane yet severe. Each missed question meant 10 additional ones, and his question bank never repeated itself. Now, knowing that Uchiha Yato was leaving, Obito genuinely shed tears of emotion. Witnessing Obito's state, Uchiha Yato himself was deeply moved. There exists a profound sense of accomplishment in transforming a child, once bearing golden hair, into a grateful and well-mannered individual. Thus, Yato Uchiha thoughtfully left 2 boxes of test papers on Obito's desk. The instructions were clearly marked. If he failed to complete them before returning, the workload would double. Confident in Obito's character, Yato believed that upon seeing this gift, Obito would surely be moved to tears once more. At their parting, they exchanged a few comforting words, bringing this farewell to a close. Land of Hot Springs, Hidden Hot Springs Village. The Konoha exchange delegation had just arrived. Yato Uchiha proposed, "Let us rest here today." This village was renowned primarily for its tourism industry. Travelers weary from their journeys could rejuvenate by soaking in the hot springs. Yato shared this sentiment, having never formally enjoyed a bath at these springs before. Previously, battles had come and gone in haste, leaving no opportunity for a leisurely soak. After securing lodgings within Hidden Hot Springs Village, just as Yato prepared to indulge in a bath, a commotion arose outside. Adhering to his principle of avoiding unnecessary trouble, Yato intended to enjoy his bath in peace. Yet, he could not remain idle as these outsiders caused a ruckus. A man wielding a black scythe barged in, seeking to provoke Yato, uttering eerie and ominous words that conveyed a chilling and formidable presence. Faced with such a situation, Yato's interest was piqued. Wearing a bathrobe and smiling broadly, he intended to engage this group in a spirited confrontation. Their imposing demeanor demanded nothing less than a thorough challenge. To his surprise, within 3 swift moves, Yato had subdued 5 men, leaving even himself in disbelief. By the time he lit a cigarette, the 5 assailants were already disoriented. With a contented sigh, Yato remarked, "A cigarette after the deed. Life is blissful as a deity's." Without hesitation, Yato employed his abilities to interrogate them, uncovering the origins and motives of this group. They were familiar adversaries, the cult of the evil god. Their purpose here was straightforward: to find a destined individual to recruit as a follower of their malevolent deity. Yato calculated the timing and realized that Haiden had yet to be born. These men, once incapacitated, recovered slowly, indicating they were not half undead like Haiden. However, this was of little consequence. These marauders had long been marauding and pillaging, their misdeeds leaving little room for redemption. The village chief of Hidden Hot Springs expressed sincere gratitude and hoped Yato would deal with these troublemakers. Their periodic disruptions had, at times, severely impacted the village's tourism business. Yato was delighted by this opportunity. Negotiating with the chief, he requested that their expenses for this visit be waived. The chief gladly agreed, seeing this as a one-time service that would yield lasting benefits. Yato immediately took up the task with Nishi, a radar-type tracker, determined to perform his employer's mission flawlessly. After all, there could be no returning customers otherwise. Not only did he secure the chief's agreement to waive their fees, but he also brought a souvenir for Orochimaru. His triumph left Yato thoroughly victorious. Quick and efficient, Yato packed up and dispatched a Chunin to return to Konoha with Orochimaru. Moreover, he penned a letter detailing how he had vanquished these ruthless villains, emphasizing the effort and dedication required to accomplish this feat. Yato understood a fundamental truth: the child who makes noise is the one who receives candy. This tactic had never failed him. With this minor upheaval concluded, Yato could finally relax comfortably. On the subsequent journey, they encountered the trio of Yahiko from Hidden Rain Village. At this time, Akatsuki was beginning to take shape, and they were progressing according to their inner convictions. Yato deliberately left behind a shadow clone to teach these young ones some manageable ninjutsu, thereby expanding their skill sets. When the clone's chakra was depleted, the mission was considered complete. Undoubtedly, this expense would be charged to Jiraiya's account. Upon returning to the village, Yato planned to extort Jiraiya for this. 3 days later, Yato and his party finally arrived at the gates of Hidden Sand Village. He refrained from allowing the exchange delegation to enter immediately, instead setting up camp a short distance away to observe. Caution was never unwarranted, especially given the current political climate, as the Sand Ninja were not particularly amicable toward Konoha. Yato, eager to make a spectacular impression, sought a grand entrance befitting his stature. The initial encounter must be memorable, leaving the assembly with a favorable impression. After brief contemplation, Yato devised a plan. Approaching his comrades, he declared, "Tomorrow, we enter the village." Within Hidden Sand Village, the third Kazekage, like Hiruzen's Sarutobi, remained busy in his office. Standing beside him was the red-haired youth, Sasori of the Red Sand. At that moment, Chiyo entered. "Lord Third Kazekage, you should take more rest," she advised. The third Kazekage, acknowledging Chiyo's concern, inquired, "The Konoha exchange delegation should be arriving soon, correct?" Turning to the matter at hand, Chiyo considered for a moment before replying, "By all accounts, they should have arrived already, given Konoha's proficiency." At that moment, the Sand Village's Umbu reported, "Sir, we have detected a group approximately 20 ri from the village outskirts. They are likely from Konoha." This intelligence sparked a certain interest in the third Kazekage. Chiyo, observing the situation, was at a loss for words. Though her interactions with Yato Uchiha had been limited, he had left a deep impression each time. The third Kazekage, with a teasing tone, remarked, "They merely wish to make a grand entrance. I shall grant them that. Let us see if they can handle it." Faced with the Kazekage's attitude, Chiyo found herself uncertain how to respond. From her standpoint, she should side with the Kazekage. Yet Yato was known for his unpredictability. One could never fathom his true intentions without falling into a trap. The following morning, Yato prepared his gear, instructing the group to ready themselves for entry into Hidden Sand Village. At this moment, Chiyo and Ebizo arrived at the village gate to greet them. Ebizo, who had not accompanied the exchange delegation previously, harbored curiosity about Yato. Though he had learned much from his sister and, as an Umbu captain, had analyzed various intelligence concerning Yato, meeting the man himself still stirred anticipation. The reason was simple. In certain respects, this young man posed no harm to Hidden Sand Village, making him a potential ally or at least someone worth befriending. Upon seeing Yato and his party, the third Kazekage smiled slyly, resolved to make a strong impression on the Konoha visitors. Meanwhile, Yato and his group proceeded in a normal fashion, soon noticing numerous villagers gathered. These were ordinary citizens, lacking any ninja abilities. Upon witnessing the villagers emerging with faces etched in fury, Uchiha Yato immediately discerned the cunning stratagem the third Kazekage intended to employ. Was it not merely a ploy to exploit collective outrage and force us into a humiliating predicament? Yato perceived the truth clearly, yet Hyuga Hisashi, bound by more archaic notions, failed to grasp the situation's intricacies. Furrowing his brow, Hisashi inquired of Yato, "What course of action shall we take now? They have already preemptively branded us as invaders." Yato explained that is not the case. The third Kazekage and his umbu must have informed their ranks that visitors from Konoha were arriving today. By merely disseminating this rumor, those harboring familial grudges against Konoha would be compelled to seek vengeance. His gaze fixed upon the surging crowd ahead, Yato continued, "Moreover, the psychology of the masses is such that if only a single individual acts, the impact might be negligible. However, when an entire assembly deems an act permissible, regardless of its righteousness, the deed becomes irrevocable." Hisashi, taken aback by Yato's insight, reflected on the latter's usual demeanor before all of Konoha, a nonchalant rogue, a mischievous street urchin, yet never had he witnessed Yato in this light. Naturally, he placed his trust in Yato's judgment. "Then how do we resolve this?" Hisashi pressed. Yato chuckled. "Why should it fall upon us to resolve their contrivance?" As their dialogue unfolded, a sudden gleam ignited in Yato's eyes. In an instant, he unleashed the fearsome Susanoo, a technique that sent chills through all who beheld it. A torrent of chakra surged forth, coalescing into a colossal gray skeleton towering tens of meters, standing like a titan before the onlookers. Since his initial public display of Susanoo, Yato had grown enamored with the overwhelming spectacle it conjured. That unparalleled sense of power and dominance made him feel as though he were the absolute sovereign of the battlefield. Battling in this manner not only crushed adversaries with ease but also left those who once underestimated him utterly dumbfounded, a sensation he found exquisitely gratifying. At that moment, the villagers of Mangekyo, witnessing the massive demonic apparition materialize from thin air, were struck pale and trembling. Many dropped their weapons, paralyzed by fear and bereft of any will to resist. Hidden in the shadows, the third Kazekage observed the scene with mounting despair. He had anticipated that the denunciation meeting would proceed along conventional lines. Yet the opposition's unorthodox response shattered his expectations. Gazing at the majestic Susanoo, his eyelids began to twitch uncontrollably, a premonition of ill fate gnawing at his heart. Chio, fully aware of the circumstances, recalled that earlier that morning the third Kazekage had instructed her to remain unseen and observe how Konoha's people would handle the predicament. Should they yield, Mangekyo would have ample opportunity to harass and humiliate them during their stay. Should they refuse and resort to violence against the villagers, they would wield the mantle of righteousness to bring accusations against them. Yato cared little for such titles. "If you refuse to grant me respect, then I shall simply overturn the table," he declared. If Yato would not hold back against his own clan, how much less mercy would he show to outsiders? This formidable aura immediately unsettled many of Mangekyo's villagers, prompting them to retreat quietly back into the village, unwilling to cause further disturbance. Concealed in the shadows, the third Kazekage realized his plan had utterly failed and now had no choice but to step forward and clarify matters. At that juncture, Yato maneuvered his Susanoo forward, delivering a symbolic slash. Though seemingly simple, that single strike embodied boundless power. It was not merely a show of brute force but a blatant mockery and provocation directed at the third Kazekage. Yato seemed to be conveying, "You are utterly powerless before me." Simultaneously, he was demonstrating to all present his unparalleled strength and unshakable confidence. Had anyone suggested that the third Kazekage possessed secret techniques capable of directly threatening Yato's life, the latter might have feigned caution. Yet before arriving, Yato had already gathered intelligence from the root and the third Hokage regarding the third Kazekage. Thus, he had no intention of feigning submission. Disbanding his Susanoo, Yato strode up to the Kazekage and boisterously exclaimed, "Greetings, Lord Third Kazekage." Indeed, their Uchiha Yato was once again beginning to vex his counterparts. Suppressing his urge to strike Yato down, the third Kazekage forced a smile and replied, "Welcome to Mangekyo. I apologize for the earlier spectacle caused by our villagers. Their autonomous actions are difficult to restrain." Hisashi was somewhat surprised by this explanation, which closely mirrored Yato's account. This only elevated his regard for Yato further. Yato responded with a grin, "Don't attempt to placate me with such words. You had countless opportunities to reveal the truth to them, yet you chose silence. Do not argue, or I shall strip away your flimsy veil of shame." In that moment, Yato became the unchallenged terminator of the conversation. Given his past behavior, Yato held a poor impression of this third Kazekage, who had never appeared openly in the original narrative, existing only in textual references. Compared to Konoha's famed Elite Four, this Kazekage's acting skills were evidently inferior. After only a few words, he appeared to lose composure. Had it been Sarutobi Hiruzen, he might have stretched out a hand to quell Yato's insolence with a slap. Chiyo promptly intervened to smooth matters. This is an issue within our Umbu ranks, which we will address. Nonetheless, we warmly welcome the visitors from Konoha to Tsunade. Yato was willing to extend some goodwill toward Chiyo. He swiftly shifted demeanor, greeting her cheerfully. This sudden warmth left Ebizo, who stood beside Chiyo, somewhat embarrassed, as if Yato were her grandson and the family had just reunited in harmony, rendering Ebizo an outsider. Ebizo said nothing further, merely casting a knowing glance. After all, the third Kazekage was still present, having just suffered a loss of face. Would they dare affront him further? Yato was unbothered, but the two elder retainers would find their days far less comfortable. Ebizo then attended to the other Konoha guests, while Yato engaged in conversation with Chiyo. Yato remarked that red-haired boy standing beside the third Kazekage earlier, he must be your grandson, yes? Truly a fine young man. I imagine his puppetry skills rival your own. Chiyo nodded slightly. That is Sasori. He is somewhat aloof by nature, yet remains one of Tsunade's few pillars of strength. Yato was well acquainted with Sasori. In the original tale, Sasori had slain the third Kazekage, precipitating the outbreak of the Third Great Ninja War. Yet now, Sasori appeared less twisted than before, piquing Yato's curiosity. Yato observed, but from what I see, the boy's character seems decent. When dispersing the villagers earlier, he was not overly cold. Perhaps he lacked sufficient affection from elders. Yato's words were not a criticism of Chiyo's care for Sasori, but rather a subtle indication of potential familial issues. Chiyo, in truth, had yet to reveal much. For reasons unknown, Sasori has lately been acting rather furtively. Yet Chiyo finds herself at a loss, hesitant to intervene too forcefully. After all, this concerns the privacy of the child. Should the delicate veil be lifted and the relationship between grandfather and grandson deteriorate further, the consequences would be dire. At this moment, Uchiha Yato and Chiyo happened to arrive at the Sand Village's orphanage. Inside, the third Kazekage was playing with the children. Uchiha Yato was well aware that such behavior served merely to endear the common folk, thereby bolstering one's influence over the grassroots. He had witnessed this very tactic many times before in Hiruzen Sarutobi. Indeed, Sarutobi was even more shameless, delivering grandiose speeches within the Ninja Academy, proclaiming himself the strongest Hokage. Meanwhile, in Konoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen was inexplicably sneezing. Sarutobi Shinosuke, captain of the Umbu, expressed concern, asking if his father was unwell due to the strain of recent missions. Sarutobi Hiruzen, puzzled by his sudden sneezing fits, brushed it off lightly, claiming it was nothing serious, just a couple of sneezes from an itchy nose. He reassured that he was far from being easily felled. Instead, he urged Shinosuke to execute the upcoming missions flawlessly, and if he were to encounter Danzo, to ensure the man never returned. One of Sarutobi Hiruzen's greatest flaws was his softness of heart. This weakness later led him to sign numerous unequal treaties, often resulting in humiliating losses of sovereignty. Upon noticing the arrival of Uchiha Yato and Chiyo, the third Kazekage said little, merely instructing the children nearby to return to their rooms. After all, if Uchiha Yato were to lose control here, it could jeopardize the future of the Sand Village. The third Kazekage remarked, "Honored guests have traveled far. It would be best not to enter this place. It's not appropriate." Uchiha Yato understood the implication behind those words all too clearly. These children had become orphans because of the war with Konoha, and Konoha was the root cause. Therefore, it was better not to disturb the children further. Had Chiyo been in her former mindset, she might have blamed Konoha more. But even back in Konoha, Uchiha Yato had said plainly that war holds no absolutes of right or wrong. The Sand Village sought more fertile lands to sustain its people, just as Konoha fought to protect its own territory. The only fault lay in the sorrowful circumstances that forced people to lay down their hoes and take up swords, each struggling for their own and their descendants' survival. Uchiha Yato said no more, instead leading by example. Holding in his hand a specialty confection of the Uchiha clan, he began distributing 2 candies to each child. These were classic white rabbit milk candies, a treat he had drawn from the system's inventory. First, the children were timid, wary of this unfamiliar elder brother figure. Yet Uchiha Yato's face was disarmingly sincere, and the candies were irresistibly sweet. As the first child approached him, the others gradually shed their suspicions and clamored for the sweets. One could not deny the power of such infectious warmth. At that moment, the third Kazekage, with a hint of envy, remarked, "Didn't Konoha have those musical things before?" Why don't you write a song for these children? The third Kazekage did not presume Uchiha Yato to be omnipotent. From prior intelligence, he knew that Konoha now possessed devices capable of playing sound, technology produced by the Uchiha clan. If Yato could not compose a song, he would be embarrassed. If he could, he might benefit from it without cost. How splendid! Uchiha Yato pondered briefly, then smiled and replied to the third Kazekage, no problem at all. But I would prefer that this song not be my gift, but yours, third Kazekage. This statement left both the third Kazekage and Chiyo somewhat bewildered. After all, this was a prime opportunity to gain prestige, and Yato was relinquishing it so easily. Sensing their hesitation, Uchiha Yato clarified, I am not one of your villagers. This honor should remain with you, third Kazekage. This was yet another aspect of Uchiha Yato's unfamiliarity to both the third Kazekage and Chiyo. Returning to Orochimaru's little classroom, when Uchiha Yato began speaking with such deference, it was clear he harbored mischievous intentions. Someone was about to suffer misfortune. Hearing that someone wished to bestow honor upon him, the third Kazekage immediately viewed Uchiha Yato more favorably. Though he had previously regarded Yato as utterly unscrupulous, recalling the humiliating affront at the village gate, he now recognized the wisdom of adapting to circumstances. Uchiha Yato was not so bad after all. Chiyo had little to add. After all, as the third Kazekage, gaining some reputation would benefit the Sand Village's governance. It would also show the Konoha delegation that the Sand Village was no longer as it once was, demonstrating its newfound cohesion. With a lighter tone, the third Kazekage said, Then I'll trouble you, Yato. When might we expect this song? I hope the children can hear it soon, so I ask on their behalf. This eager quest for credit made Chiyo somewhat uneasy. After all, Uchiha Yato was an outsider, and displaying such obsequiousness before a stranger seemed beneath his dignity. But that was precisely the effect Uchiha Yato desired. Should anything go amiss later, there would be someone to bear the blame. Meanwhile, Shimura Danzo, who was currently training special operatives, sneezed inexplicably. Though he lacked much freedom, the sneeze suggested something unpleasant had transpired. Observing Danzo's momentary lapse, Kuratsuchi delivered a sharp rebuke. At this point, Kuratsuchi was exacting revenge on Danzo. Were it not for him, how could Kuratsuchi have fallen victim to Uchiha Yato's genjutsu? Kuratsuchi had nearly been discarded by Madara and erased entirely. Recalling these events renewed her resolve to chastise Danzo. Had Uchiha Yato witnessed this scene, he would surely have gifted Kuratsuchi the very set of 3 leather whips he had drawn from the system. Returning to the orphanage's entrance, Uchiha Yato had made his position clear to the third Kazekage. Please do not rush, third Kazekage. Give me 3 days to prepare. I guarantee you a song within that time. In truth, Uchiha Yato required no more than those 3 days to mitigate risk. All he needed was to exchange emotional currency to summon the song residing in his mind. After the third Kazekage departed, Sasori, the Kazekage's personal guard, remained. The third Kazekage had instructed that Sasori and Uchiha Yato oversee the handover during these 3 days. Chiyo had already briefed Uchiha Yato on this arrangement. Given Yato's formidable strength, it was imperative not to endanger the precious grandson. In truth, Chiyo need not have worried. To Uchiha Yato, Sasori was a source of emotional currency, a treasure to be cherished, never harmed. Uchiha Yato regarded Sasori's somewhat stiff expression and immediately transformed into a gregarious social bull. He said, Don't be so tense. I'm no villain. We're not so far apart in age. There's no need to be so nervous. One had to admit, Sasori's shy demeanor at that moment was rather endearing. Sasori spoke in a detached tone. Lord Yato, please do not tease me. During this period, I shall be at your service, answering any questions you have about the Sand Village. I will be under your care, Chun Meng. His response was exceedingly formal, betraying no hint of emotion. Yet, no one noticed that beneath his robe, his fingers trembled ever so slightly. This was not the first time Sasori had heard the name Uchiha Yato. Long ago, when that peculiar dance began appearing in the Sand Village, he had privately inquired of his grandmother. Sasori had asked Chiyo, for the past 2 days, people in the village have been performing that strange dance. What exactly is going on? Indeed, it was not just 1 or 2 individuals. Some had tried to unravel the illusion only to become infected themselves. Upon hearing this, Chiyo hesitated unusually before responding. They are ill, invaded by some strange entity. Their minds are in agony. This was the only explanation she could offer, intended to prevent Sasori from becoming fixated on such matters. But to Sasori, this odd ritual was uniquely fascinating. Manipulating puppets was an art form to him, and this performance art was, in essence, art as well. Crucially, Sasori rationalized this and even assisted Uchiha Yato in refining his craft. For a time, he believed that planting seeds of fear within an enemy's heart constituted a form of immortal art. Our Sasori had effectively transformed into Uchiha Yato's devoted fan outside the official ranks of the Sand Village, a sort of unofficial psychological counselor, aiding Yato in rescuing those ensnared by his genjutsu. Of course, Chio was completely unaware of this. Sasori even imitated this form of performance art to better understand it. At this moment, seeing the founder Uchiha Yato, Sasori felt, to some extent, the thrill of meeting his idol. No need for further words. Just recalling the initial clash between Uchiha Yato and the third Kazekage filled his mind with a 1,200-word essay and a 20,000-word thesis. Now that his idol stood before him, Sasori was utterly unsure how to comport himself. Uchiha Yato was courteous and showed no discomfort despite Sasori's excessive enthusiasm. Such an adorable little guide, Yato said. Tell me, where shall we go next? Immediately upon finishing his words, an electronic chime echoed in Yato's mind. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have caused the emotional state of Akasuna no Sasori to change. Emotion coin plus 100. This instantly caused golden light to gleam in Yato's eyes. A few simple words could extract a wealth of coins from Sasori. Far more effective than Danzo. Sasori had never before been addressed with such a teasing tone. He had imagined his idol to be a solemn figure or perhaps, like the third Kazekage, somewhat unpleasant. Yet he had not expected his idol to be so approachable, even playful in speech. This made the otherwise stoic young man somewhat bashful. Maintaining his aloof facade, Sasori replied, Then let us first go to a restaurant and have something to eat. He then took the lead, citing the need to guide Yato. At this moment, Sasori felt on the verge of losing his cold composure. There was no remedy. Those around him were somewhat indifferent to his demeanor, and his grandmother could not constantly monitor his mood and emotional shifts. Thus, no one noticed that Sasori had become a young man with a cold exterior but a warm heart. Not yet the art enthusiast pursuing immortal art as in the original story. In the span of a mere afternoon and part of an evening, Uchiha Yato extracted 3,000 emotion coins from Sasori. For Yato, this was an abundant harvest. After exchanging farewells, their day's journey concluded. Yato returned to the Konoha delegation to prepare for subsequent activities, while Sasori, clutching the white rabbit milk candy Yato had given him, fell into deep contemplation. Back at the Konoha delegation, Uchiha Yato immediately inquired of Hyuga Hisashi. During Yato's absence, the delegation was not idle. Some sightseeing and study had been permitted within the Sand Village. To be honest, Yato himself was uncertain what there was to learn in the Sand Village, given their medical system and other aspects paled in comparison to Konoha's. Thus, this visit was more of a poverty alleviation project, and a chance to leave under the watchful eye of Hiruzen Sarutobi. After all, if anything unfortunate befell Sarutobi, Yato would be the one to suffer the consequences. Hyuga Hisashi responded, The Sand Village has been relatively lenient with us. Apart from 2 Umbu operatives surveilling us, we have been free to move about. A Chunin added, Their water resources are scarce, and the food they produce is not very palatable. Understandably, ninjas raised in resource-rich Konoha found the food in this barren desert environment unappealing. Yato addressed everyone, please endure. We can have special meals, but not excessively. After all, we are in hostile territory. We must avoid causing any unpleasant incidents. Yato enjoyed stirring things up, but he was not reckless. Who knew if some shameless secret technique might suddenly whisk someone away? It was wiser to err on the side of caution. Hyuga Hisashi had also heard about the altercation between the third Kazekage and Uchiha Yato. Concerned, he asked, Are you really able to obtain that song for them? If I recall correctly, it was only recently released by your Uchiha clan. Don't end up losing face. There was no mockery in his tone, only genuine concern for Yato. After all, it was a matter of Konoha's reputation, and as a member of Konoha, he naturally wished to support their side. Yato was not worried in the slightest. To maximize the impact of the song, he needed to arrange rehearsals. This song was, after all, dedicated by the third Kazekage to the children of the orphanage. He wanted to impress the leadership properly so that everyone would be compelled to either trouble or adore the third Kazekage. Yato said to Hyuga Hisashi, Help me find local children willing to assist. I will reward them with candies. Though Hisashi did not know Yato's exact intentions, he was well versed in the rules governing the main and branch families of the Hyuga clan and naturally obeyed Yato's directives. To put it bluntly, the system established by the Byakugan Hyuga had somewhat cultivated a submissive nature in the branch families. Seeing Hisashi's unperturbed demeanor, Yato pondered whether to find a way to rid him of his metaphorical cage bird. Yato trusted that his Dora system would fulfill his small requests. 3 days later. For these days, Sasori and Uchiha Yato had been inseparable. The rehearsals were entrusted to Hyuga Hisashi. Upon hearing the song Yato composed, Hisashi kept his head bowed in silence. He only hoped that when this affair unfolded, it would not harm the friendship between the two villages. Yato, ever forthright, promised to take full responsibility should any trouble arise. Yato had amassed a considerable number of emotion coins in these days, thanks to Sasori. Today, the third Kazekage gathered everyone before the orphanage, intending to make a grand show. He had also reviewed the reports provided by the Umbu over the past couple of days. While Yato Uchiha composed songs for him, he simultaneously invited children from the hidden sand village to perform accompanying dances to his music. This initiative instantly invigorated the relationship between the two villages, garnering robust support from the third Kazekage. Yato Uchiha summoned Tomo through his summoning technique to assist on site. Since the Uchiha clan had previously instructed their communication team on the use of audio equipment, they handled it with ease. At this moment, Hisashi still harbored some reluctance and tried to persuade Yato Uchiha to abandon the plan. Yato Uchiha replied, "Don't be so pessimistic. It's good to enliven the atmosphere in the hidden sand village." Hisashi thought to himself, "I just hope the third Kazekage doesn't discover the truth behind this and punish us all." Under the eager gaze of the crowd, a series of speeches commenced in front of the orphanage at the hidden sand village. Such an opening should have been all too familiar to everyone. However, this time, knowing there was a different program ahead, the audience showed little interest. Previously, Yato Uchiha had even played a mind game with the third Kazekage. He deliberately showed the third Kazekage a recording of a dance performed by the Uchiha girl group, assuring him that the upcoming performance would be equally spectacular. This prompted the third Kazekage to adopt a feigned sternness and admonish Yato Uchiha, saying, "Since this is for the children, such antics are unnecessary." Of course, his hands were honest enough to confiscate all of Yato Uchiha's videotapes and players. Sensing the moment was ripe, Yato Uchiha stepped forward to deliver his final statement to everyone. "I understand that many of you are anxious, but I ask you to remain patient. This entire event is exclusively sponsored by the third Kazekage. Please remember his esteemed name, and I hope you all enjoy the program he has graciously organized for us." For some reason, upon hearing Yato Uchiha repeatedly emphasize the third Kazekage's name, Chiyo felt an inexplicable unease deep within her heart, though she could not articulate it and chose to observe quietly. Soon after, the music began. The opening prelude was quite cheerful, winning the favor of many. At this point, the lyrics began. "There are no clouds in the sky, so the rain cannot fall. There are no trees on the earth, so where can flowers bloom? Fish cannot live without water. Which child does not have a home?" The initial lines sounded fine, but as the song progressed, the tone took on a different flavor. Laughter soon followed, and the chorus sang, "Who says we have no home? Who says we have no home? The orphanage is so warm. The teachers love me like parents." At this moment, some of the orphan children began to experience a shift in emotion. Not happiness, but sorrow. Due to war, they had lost their parents. Due to illness, they had lost their parents. Due to escape, they had lost their parents. Hearing these words stirred deep pain within them, though their teachers had taught them to be strong, so they endured without speaking. However, the subsequent lyrics made them unable to hold back their tears. "You have lost your father and mother. None of you have a home. No relatives to help you. Alone and helpless. Are you afraid?" These lines struck like a bombshell. Not only did the orphans break down in tears, but even the children who had rehearsed the song felt uncomfortable upon hearing the words. One child's sobs soon drew 100 others into weeping together. Only then did Chiyo realize the true nature of Yato Uchiha's scheme. This man had deliberately plunged the entire hidden sand village into a cacophony of children's weeping. There was no avoiding it. The lively music paired with such poignant lyrics was bound to be devastating. Children who had once held a favorable impression of the third Kazekage suddenly grew to despise him. Yato Uchiha had clearly stated to everyone that these actions were entirely orchestrated by the third Kazekage, thus placing full responsibility on him. The third Kazekage's face turned green with embarrassment. He immediately ordered the Umbu to maintain order and swiftly fled the scene. The trouble caused by Yato Uchiha would be dealt with later. If he were caught now, he would surely be dragged out and publicly executed by the villagers. This incident quickly began to ferment within the hidden sand village. Yato Uchiha was particularly devious. He had deliberately used the screenshot function of the gramophone, thus earning himself extra emotional currency. Ding, congratulations, host, background music and screenshot successfully released. Calculating the emotional currency earned, congratulations, you have obtained 6,000 emotional currency. Awarded the title, I am an orphan, and I am not afraid. For some reason, upon hearing this title, Yato Uchiha felt as if the system were mocking him. Returning to the present event, this matter was neither insignificant nor trivial. Nevertheless, it was undeniably distasteful, given its connection to the orphanage children. If these children failed to receive proper care, it could strike at the very heart of the village. Yato Uchiha's actions were likely intended to draw attention to the plight of the orphanage children. After all, everyone was aware of the Konoha orphanage incident, so Yato Uchiha probably harbored disdain for those who feigned concern for the orphanage. All the above reflections were merely Scorpion-esque conjectures and his words of caution to those who wished to confront Yato Uchiha's madness. Undeniably, Yato Uchiha had inadvertently gained an advocate from outside the village. The reality was that Yato Uchiha genuinely hoped all ninja villages would take the plight of orphans seriously. Due to this incident, all 5 great ninja villages became aware of the embarrassment suffered by the Hidden Sand village. They took it as a warning and began to rectify and properly manage their own orphanages. No one wished to have this orphaness song used as a weapon to insult their own villages. Meanwhile, inside the Hidden Sand village's office, the third Kazekage furiously smashed objects and cursed, "That damned Yato Uchiha! I want his life! Now the shame has spread to my grandmother's house. The entire ninja world is laughing at me." After a moment of reflection, the third Kazekage turned to Ebizo and commanded, "Immediately issue an official statement to clarify this matter and condemn Konoha's shameless behavior." Ebizo pondered for a moment and replied, "The problem is that scoundrel Yato Uchiha made it explicitly clear from the start that this was your doing. I doubt Konoha will admit to anything." At this point, the third Kazekage carefully recalled Yato Uchiha's demeanor toward him over the past 3 days. It had been remarkably respectful, betraying no hint of the fact that they might have crossed paths on the battlefield before. At the time, the third Kazekage had naively believed Yato Uchiha was genuinely impressed by his charisma. Now, it seemed this man had been plotting something grand all along. This realization left the third Kazekage feeling like a mute swallowing bitter gall, overwhelmed by unspeakable frustration. In the Hidden Rain village, Yitsong, currently on a mission, learned of the incident in the Hidden Sand village. She was torn, uncertain whether to complete her task before returning to investigate what had occurred. At this moment, she received a secret order from Chiyo. Yato Uchiha had caused a major uproar in the village, and she was urged to return immediately. This royal decree compelled Yitsong to finish her mission and rush back to the Hidden Sand village without delay. She was determined to reclaim her honor from the disgrace Yato Uchiha had brought upon her. Her partner, Rosa, also heard the news and wished to return to the Hidden Sand village. It was clear that Yato Uchiha was about to acquire 2 more playthings, returning once more to Yato Uchiha's side. At this very moment, what occupied Uchiha Yato's mind was the extent of growth in his emotional currency. This surge, to some degree, was bolstered by minor characters and others who contributed a substantial amount of emotion, collectively augmenting his emotional currency by a full 5,000. Taking into account his previous expenditures and the intentional or inadvertent consumption through lotteries, his remaining emotional currency now barely reached 90,000. For Uchiha Yato, as long as the sky did not fall and he committed no evil deeds, everything else was inconsequential. Muttering to himself, he said, "System, may I inquire if there exists any method to dispel the cage bird curse? Although the original text suggests no solution, every door must have its lock. If all else fails, I can either pick the lock or destroy the door." The system responded affirmatively but warned, "The price is not inexpensive." Since the upgrade, the system's occasional displays of humanity inexplicably gave Uchiha Yato the impression of a cunning merchant. "What price?" Uchiha Yato inquired. The system's electronic voice replied, "It is not available in the marketplace. Within the lottery pool lies an item called the Purification Talisman, which can remove the cage bird curse you mentioned." Upon hearing this, Uchiha Yato was well aware the system was setting a trap. After all, that wretched lottery lacked any guarantee. The vast majority of prizes were either ingredients or trivial toys, utterly useless. Helplessly, not only to fulfill a dream but also to acquire more prank items, Uchiha Yato could only tearfully commence the draws. This matter eventually became known to the Hidden Leaf village. Upon receiving intelligence from the Hidden Sand village, Hiruzen Sarutobi's expression revealed an indescribable mixture of emotions. At this moment, Sarutobi Konohamaru also glanced at the report. After reading it, Konohamaru remarked, "Indeed, Uchiha Yato's greatest impact manifests only outside the village." Sarutobi Hiruzen could only respond with a wry smile. Setting aside everything else, the third Kazekage had effectively become the laughingstock of all 5 great ninja villages. At this point, Konohamaru added, "The Hidden Sand village has sent us a reprimand. implying that Konoha must bear responsibility for the damages Uchiha Yato inflicted upon them. Hearing the hidden sand's assertion, Sarutobi Hiruzen was truly at a loss for words. Uchiha Yato's strength was arguably the strongest within Konoha. If provoked, he would undoubtedly raise the hidden sand village. Sarutobi Hiruzen inverted the characters of his own name and directly signed a 20-year surrender treaty, making Konoha subservient to the hidden sand. At this juncture, Sarutobi Hiruzen's playful spirit emerged. Corrupted by Uchiha Yato's influence, the previously stern and gloomy Sarutobi now entertained mischievous thoughts. He declared to the hidden sand, "We acknowledge that Uchiha Yato's actions have served as a certain form of punishment against your clan. If you possess the capability, apprehend Uchiha Yato and escort him back. We will handle the matter properly thereafter." Uchiha Yato's mischief not only dispelled Sarutobi Hiruzen's erstwhile timid nature, but also instilled a newfound dignity within him. Sarutobi Hiruzen permitted himself to scold Uchiha Yato, yet forbade outsiders from causing him harm, an unspoken code of protection. Meanwhile, in the hidden cloud village, the AB duo frequently flailed before the third Hokage, imploring for one more chance to face Uchiha Yato. Regrettably, the hidden cloud's mindset revolved solely around brute strength and combat. Only a few possessed intellect, among whom was the third Hokage himself. Upon learning of Uchiha Yato's disruptive exploits, the third Hokage unusually refrained from comment. His son had been bested by such an unpredictable character. Consequently, that very night, the AB duo received the third Hokage's paternal affection, confining them to bed for a full week. This incident caused a considerable stir throughout the ninja world and simultaneously disseminated a vital lesson. Never grant Uchiha Yato the opportunity to cause trouble, lest he bring you great humiliation. Returning to the hidden sand village, the matter ultimately concluded with the third Hokage personally engaging in a more congenial orphanage protection initiative. Furthermore, this event led to the gradual adoption of the orphaness song as a means to safeguard orphans. Whenever a ninja village faltered, this song would be sung mockingly at that village. Within a mere week, 4 minor ninja villages suffered persecution, including our own Land of Grass and its Hidden Grass village. This particular village was notoriously unruly, thus receiving especially harsh sanctions, nearly providing the Hidden Rock village Esanoki with an opportunity for extortion and blackmail. Subsequently, the third Hokage, intent on supervising Uchiha Yato to prevent further chaos, assigned Sasori as his companion. The third Hokage was exceedingly pleased with this arrangement, as it allowed him to monitor Uchiha Yato without incurring any loss. Sasori, too, found satisfaction in the idea, relishing the chance to frequently see and assist his idol. Chiyo was delighted as well, perceiving the arrangement as an opportunity for increased interaction with Uchiha Yato and a means to secure benefits for Konoha. Chiyo felt the hidden sand village had truly triumphed. Uchiha Yato himself was content with the third Hokage's plan, having an emotional currency generator placed nearby for continuous exploitation. All 4 parties felt they had gained immensely. After some time together, Sasori's previously aloof demeanor had softened. This was primarily because Uchiha Yato treated him as a friend, allowing Sasori to gradually open up. Nonetheless, Sasori's inherently cold and solitary nature made it somewhat difficult for him to engage in frequent conversation or lighten the atmosphere. One day, they arrived at the Hidden Sand Village's hospital. There, members of the Konoha exchange team and the Hidden Sand's medical ninja discussed illnesses and the treatment of wounded patients. Witnessing this scene, Uchiha Yato's interest in conversation was piqued. He then asked Sasori, "What do you think of the hospital work?" Having become accustomed to Uchiha Yato's inquiries, Sasori no longer resisted them. Calmly, he replied, "They are ill and cannot help it. Thus, they require treatment. Here, life and death are commonplace, and there is little to cling to." Undeniably, Sasori's words carried a melancholy tone, likely intertwined with his childhood experiences. Uchiha Yato then asked, "Don't you think your puppetry could assist them?" This question left Sasori, who had been lost in thought, somewhat bewildered. Seeing Sasori's confusion, Uchiha Yato found it amusing and proceeded to explain his perspective. Why must puppetry be regarded solely as a tool of destruction? If you view a tool as a weapon, it becomes a weapon. But if you use it to heal and save lives, it becomes an instrument of healing. Uchiha Yato's words were somewhat cryptic, leaving Sasori momentarily at a loss. Without hesitation, Uchiha Yato took several sticks to demonstrate. See, these sticks can represent a small figure, but such a figure possesses no offensive capabilities. Yet, these nimble and versatile little figures can bring children joy and inspire imaginative ideas. Observing that Uchiha Yato himself did not practice puppetry, only managing a few simple tricks with the sticks, Sasori seemed to grasp something intangible, yet simultaneously remained perplexed. Uchiha Yato continued, There is someone in my village who has long sought immortality. Guess how that turned out? Knowing precisely what Sasori sought to pursue, Uchiha Yato deliberately brought up Orochimaru's story. Although he has never spoken candidly to him, Orochimaru's current state of mind is considerably better than in the original story. He plans to gently guide him further once they return. Upon hearing that someone shares the same pursuit as himself, this truly piqued Sasori's interest. With a hint of urgency, Sasori inquired about his attitude toward such an artistic pursuit. Was it the same as his own? Seeing that Sasori's curiosity had been aroused, Yato Uchiha continued, asking, "What is your perspective on immortality? Do you regard it as an art, a lifelong endeavor?" This time, Sasori remained silent but nodded solemnly, indicating that this was indeed his intention. Yato Uchiha explained that he hoped to achieve immortality by continuously transferring his soul. This concept was new to Sasori, yet it evoked an indescribable feeling within him. Yato Uchiha went on, "Personally, I am rather skeptical of this notion." At this, Sasori became somewhat unsettled. He was uncertain whether Yato Uchiha was rejecting this method of immortality or the very concept itself. Noticing the rise in emotional tension, Yato Uchiha knew it was time to offer the young man a dose of inspiration. In a contemplative tone, he asked, "Suppose a skeleton stands before you. Do you consider it representative of you?" Sasori shook his head immediately. "Why should a skeleton represent a person?" He replied. Yato Uchiha pressed further. "Then if I add some elements to it, flesh and skin identical to yours, a body that mirrors yours, a face that resembles yours, would this then represent you?" Sasori pondered for a moment but shook his head once more. "Without a soul, it is merely something resembling me. It cannot be called a person." Yato Uchiha continued his inquiry, "What if your soul and consciousness were simultaneously transferred into this skeleton? Then, which is truly you, the body that has lost the soul, or the skeleton that now houses your soul?" Herein lay Yato Uchiha's concealed gambit. What do you cherish more, your physical form or your soul? Are you still the original you? Is this the immortality you desire? As expected, Sasori was caught off guard. He wanted to retort but found himself unable to voice a reply, for his earlier denial had been his own. Yato Uchiha merely posed questions. The reflection was Sasori's alone. He could not accept that a body identical to his could be himself. Yet, a body devoid of a soul could not be proven to be him either. This plunged Sasori into profound self-doubt. Yato Uchiha's approach was deliberate. In the original story, Sasori replaced everything but his heart with puppets, believing this to be a path to immortality and the fulfillment of his perfect artistic pursuit. But is it truly immortality if only the heart remains his own? Imagine a being devoid of any thought, acting solely on the consciousness and behaviors bestowed by a previous body. Such mechanical conduct, from Yato Uchiha's perspective, is far from true immortality. It is more akin to a mad machine perpetually chasing a perverse form of artistic immortality. Such an existence cannot even be called human. At this moment, Sasori was somewhat bewildered, overwhelmed by Yato Uchiha's somewhat bitter but thought-provoking counsel. Yato Uchiha was not merely criticizing an individual's artistic pursuit of immortality. He was also implicitly criticizing Orochimaru. Naturally, if the two zombie comrades from Akatsuki were present, Yato Uchiha would have scolded them as well. If the ultimate pinnacle of power were true immortality, then the Sage of Six Paths would never have perished. The so-called immortality is merely an extended lifespan beyond that of ordinary people. Even Yato Uchiha's Mangekyo Sharingan can only slow the passage of time. Restoring oneself to peak condition demands a tremendous price. Yato Uchiha was no villain. Next, he intended to help Sasori undergo some guidance. He pointed toward a modest household beside the hospital. "See that family?" he asked. Following Yato Uchiha's finger, Sasori looked toward the home. It was an unremarkable family, a couple and their 3-year-old child. Their clothes bore patches, and none of them were particularly robust. Their lean frames betrayed the financial hardships they endured. Before Sasori could respond, Yato Uchiha continued, "With just one explosive tag, this perfect family would be shattered, perhaps even wiped from existence." Yato Uchiha's words were cold, for this was reality. Sasori was at a loss for how to reply, feeling this had little to do with immortality. Yato Uchiha went on, "Their thoughts are confined. They think only of how to survive better, not of immortality. I am not asking you to emulate them. Different people, standing in different positions, perceive the world differently. You stand higher and see farther, so you have more thoughts. But do you believe they have a chance at immortality?" This question immediately redirected the conversation back to immortality and Sasori's reflections. After a moment of contemplation, Sasori replied, "I believe they lack the ability. They cannot reach our level, nor can they grasp the full scope of this world. Yato Uchiha interrupted before Sasori could continue. But that man can do much for his family, allowing them to remember his existence forever. Life holds two deaths. One is the death of the body, after which there is no path forward. The other is when all forget you, as if you never existed. When everyone forgets you, that is true death. These words seemed to strike a chord with Sasori. It was a theory he had never encountered before. Observing Sasori's contemplation, Yato Uchiha refrained from rushing to speak, giving him time to absorb the idea. After a lengthy pause, Sasori remarked, "But too few know him. Only his family does." Hearing this, Yato Uchiha added, "That is because he stands too low. His perspective differs from yours. The puppetry skills you possess, like the demonstration I just gave, and other ingenious applications can aid the villagers. Over time, your name would be remembered by all. Would that not be a form of immortality?" Upon hearing this, Sasori developed a different appreciation for this kind of art. Yato Uchiha said, "No matter who you are, the art you pursue is often something you wish to share. Consider this. If you achieve so-called immortality but have no one to share it with, can you endure the solitude? What is it like to strive relentlessly toward a goal without ever seeing the end?" These two statements were unintentional yet profoundly impactful. Sasori did not fully grasp their depth but felt Yato Uchiha was right. In contrast, a certain hidden Kurizetsu was genuinely moved. Indeed, the pain of 1,000 years, the loneliness of one's own company, cannot be expressed in mere words. He lacked formidable abilities and could only orchestrate slow, careful maneuvers to guide events, ultimately fulfilling his dream of saving his mother. His life was long, a continuous search for the reincarnations of Ashura and Indra. Originally, he had intended to come here merely to gather information on Yato Uchiha, to understand him better. After all, one can only achieve victory in 100 battles by knowing both oneself and one's adversary. Yet, the words of Yato Uchiha unsettled his mind profoundly. Just as Yato Uchiha had said, whatever deeds he undertook, be they successes or failures, he alone bore their weight and tasted their fruits in solitude, with no one to confide in. Were it not for his status, identity, and the lingering inner turmoil, he would have longed to rush before Yato Uchiha and Sasori, loudly pouring out the pain he had endured over the past millennium. It was precisely because of Yato Uchiha's discourse that Kuratsuchi began to regard him with newfound respect, gradually dissipating the suppressed anger that had taken root during the illusions. Yato Uchiha offered an example. "Why do you not consider that your puppetry might help those without limbs regain them? Is chakra thread absolutely necessary? Intricate mechanisms can serve just as well. That's your expertise, isn't it? Puppetry can be showcased to a wider audience. It is not merely a technique of assassination but also a profound art with immense potential to shape the future." To speak candidly, Yato Uchiha genuinely cherished puppetry. Do not always envision it as a tool of death. It is an art form capable of fostering development. Imagine, in an era where robots are not yet widespread, merely a modest amount of chakra could stimulate economic growth. Isn't that precisely Sasori of the Red Sand's forte? The 100 puppets Sasori commanded in the original tale could be reimagined as 100 individuals tilling the fields. Would that not be a wondrous sight? The more Yato Uchiha pondered, the more convinced he became that this technology must be brought home. It is the path to the future. He even contemplated recruiting Sasori back to Konoha, recognizing him as a prodigious talent of future technology. Therefore, Yato Uchiha resolved to become an angel investor, determined to liberate puppetry from the world's misconceptions. Puppetry. Yato Uchiha is truly my rebirth parent. Crying profusely, after imbibing so much inspirational wisdom from Yato Uchiha, Sasori showed no sign of weariness. Instead, he was unusually exhilarated. He felt that his pursuit of art and the notion of immortality had undergone a fundamental transformation. His previous mindset now seemed somewhat naive. He had indeed experienced loneliness, but that kind of solitude, spanning 1,000 years, would have surely been his undoing. Sasori's mind was now filled with visions of the future. He imagined villagers embracing him and puppetry bringing prosperity to the region, thus fulfilling Yato Uchiha's vision of being eternally remembered by the world, an artistic form of immortality in its own right. So, that illusion of yours making others dance in that peculiar way is meant to ensure everyone remembers you, thereby achieving immortality, isn't it? Sasori asked Yato Uchiha. Yato Uchiha stood stunned, motionless. At that moment, Sasori felt as though he had found a child of the lighthouse, as if Yato Uchiha had illuminated the path ahead. Gazing upon the once warm family of 3, a sense of reverence blossomed within him. Then Yato Uchiha added, "Everything must be grounded in reality. You could begin by helping those with missing limbs regain a second chance at life. Enabling them to stand once more is tantamount to granting them rebirth. Sasori felt Yato Uchiha's words were somewhat exaggerated. But Yato Uchiha preferred this version of Sasori, unafraid to question, for problems are meant to be solved. Yato Uchiha proceeded to narrate a tale. There was a girl born without limbs. To her, the world was shrouded in darkness. Abandoned by her biological parents at a theater, she was taken in by her adoptive father, the theater's proprietor. Grateful for his care, the girl wished to bring him financial support. Crawling with her malformed body, she attracted the curiosity of certain spectators who found her performance intriguing. This allowed her adoptive father to charge admission, thereby deriving profit, and he provided her a small room for her ex. Yet, the prosperity was short-lived. Once the curiosity was sated, the audience ceased to return, and her simple crawling failed to captivate others. Yato Uchiha paused deliberately here. Sasori boldly guessed, did she become a puppeteer? According to conventional narrative logic, that would be so, but this story diverged. Yato Uchiha continued, she was sold. Her adoptive father sold her at a low price to another theater. Fortunately, luck favored her there. She encountered a puppeteer who crafted prosthetic limbs in the form of puppets. The final creation resembled your Akatsuchi but was modeled as a giant spider. Upon hearing this, Sasori was visibly moved. With a hint of excitement, he inquired, then the story surely ends with the girl mastering a spider-like puppet, performing joyfully, and living happily ever after, right? Yato Uchiha paused once more, reflecting, before deciding to reveal the truth. No, the ending is not so beautiful, though it has nothing to do with puppetry. The girl was dismembered by her companions, the entire puppet destroyed. She perished on a cold, snowy day. Perhaps she never understood why no one accepted her, and with profound regret, she departed from a world that had been unkind to her. Thus, Yato Uchiha was unequivocally a villain. He could have granted the girl a perfect ending, even if only through a benevolent lie. Yet, he chose to disclose the truth he knew to Sasori. This plunged Sasori into a bout of melancholy. Sensing the impending gloom, Yato Uchiha hastily recounted several uplifting stories to revive Sasori's spirit. Tales of helping paraplegics stand again, of a one-armed girl learning to eat with 2 hands, and the like, rekindling hope in Sasori's heart and reaffirming his ideals. As their conversation drew to a close, Sasori remarked, that girl's story you told me. Surely it truly happened, didn't it? Sasori did not believe Yato Uchiha would fabricate a tale merely to elicit a few tears or pity. Yato Uchiha replied, her first death has ended. But here with me, her second death will not come until I pass on. At Yato Uchiha's implication, Sasori understood the story's authenticity. Excitedly, he declared, I will pass down this story. That girl died on a cold, snowy day. But in the sand village, where there is no snow, she will not be forgotten in such coldness. Hearing such somewhat youthful and idealistic words, Yato Uchiha was at a loss for a response, only able to sigh inwardly. This is what a child of this age should say, not the incessant ravages of war that this detested ninja world imposes. Finally, Yato Uchiha intended to make one last move as an angel investor, expressing his hope that Sasori might teach the Konoha exchange delegation some basic puppetry techniques, ones that do not require lethal skills, but merely simple usage, operation, and puppet construction. Sasori was not particularly surprised by Yato Uchiha's request. The only thing that puzzled him was why Yato Uchiha himself did not learn these techniques. Wiping his nose, Yato Uchiha explained, I learned swiftly. If I do not delve into the complex control techniques, I reckon I could master puppetry within a day. This was by no means a boast from Yato Uchiha. It was a talent officially recognized by the Uchiha clan and the Third Hokage alike. Yet, such a response left the young boy somewhat speechless. Eventually, Sasori returned home carrying a newly kindled hope, determined to begin his transformation from the morrow onward. At this moment, Yato Uchiha casually glanced around his surroundings. Then, while purchasing some food, he made his way toward a less crowded area of the hidden sand village. Outside the hidden sand village, Yato Uchiha had just finished the food he had bought earlier. After wiping his fingers, he addressed his surroundings. All right now, though I don't know who you are, you've been trailing me all this way. Aren't you hungry? If you don't come out now, I still have 2 buns left. But if you don't show yourself, I'll have to feed you 2 fists instead. Having already consumed his last bun, whether the person emerged or not, the meal would be nothing but fists. Upon hearing Yato's words, a figure cloaked in black appeared from behind a small sand dune. Draped entirely in a black cloak and garments that concealed all features, the only distinguishing mark was a white mask adorning his face. Yato Uchiha felt a strange familiarity with that mask, as if he had seen it somewhere before, yet he could not quite recall where. Yato inquired, then, "May I ask who you are? Surely you're not hiding your identity like this." The cloaked figure remained silent and launched straight into a jutsu. Wind release, great breakthrough. Wind release, vacuum, great sphere. In an instant, 2 wind release techniques took shape and surged toward Yato Uchiha. Without resorting to any fancy maneuvers, Yato simply raised the frame of Susanoo to block the attack. With a wry smile, Yato said, "You really aren't hiding anymore. Huh? If that's all you can muster. Then, sir, please prepare to meet your end." Only one person in the entire ninja world was capable of wielding wind release of such caliber. However, that individual had already fled, and his return was something Yato had not anticipated. During their confrontation, Yato quickly discerned a problem. Though the opponent's speed was remarkable, there was an unmistakable sense of discordance in his movements. Initially, Yato attempted to wear him down with fire release techniques. Fire release, wildfire spreading across the plains. In the sky, roaring flames cascaded like a colossal waterfall, pouring down with overwhelming force. The fiery glow illuminated the entire horizon, as if it aimed to consume all things in the world. The scorching heat instantly turned the sand beneath into searing hot terrain, emitting a sizzling sound. Each grain of sand seemed ignited, radiating an unbearable, blistering aura. Within this inferno, a figure clad in black struggled desperately. Agile as a phantom, he twisted and turned, striving to evade the descending blaze. Yet, the flames were too fierce. No matter how he dodged, he could not completely escape the searing heat. Left with no choice, the black-clad figure resorted to his earth release technique. Swiftly forming hand seals and murmuring incantations, he submerged beneath the ground, vanishing from sight. Still, the overwhelming firelight penetrated the soil, conveying unprecedented pressure and peril. At this juncture, Yato spoke again. "Stop pretending, Danzo. You might dodge the first day but not the second. Die here today, and tomorrow I'll burn paper offerings for you. How does that sound?" In a hoarse voice, the black-cloaked man replied, "I don't know who this Danzo you speak of is. My name is Madara Uchiha. Surely you're familiar with that name." This revelation left Yato momentarily bewildered. Yet, upon reflection of certain details from their battle, he began to grasp the situation. It was no more than this. Madara Uchiha had rescued Danzo Shimura, controlling him much like the 4th Mizukage in the original tale. However, given Madara's proud and stubborn nature, the fact that Danzo had so grievously wronged the Uchiha clan and Madara had not personally executed him was already a considerable mercy. Thus, there was still a missing link. Black Zetsu must have slandered Madara, bringing about Danzo's current predicament. At this point, Yato conceived a mischievous idea. He said, "Enough joking around, alright? Regardless of Lord Madara's current age, do you really think he would resort to such half-hidden tactics?" Hearing this, Madara felt no anger but rather a subtle satisfaction. Yato's respectful address of Lord Madara indicated a measure of reverence within his heart. In the cave, Madara crossed his arms arrogantly and muttered to himself, "This junior at least has some conscience, knowing to respect his ancestor." Had Yato witnessed this, he would surely declare it irrefutable proof of Madara's sly charm. This Madara was characterized by its tsundere nature. When angry, only Hashirama could soothe him. Returning to the present, the black-cloaked man continued, "Believe it or not." Before he could utter more nonsense, Yato cut him off. "I don't believe you. If you can defeat me, then I'll believe it." In an instant, Yato activated his Mangekyo Sharingan, intent on testing the abilities of Tomcat. The Mangekyo Sharingan primarily exerted a slowing effect. With a summoning jutsu, a blue feline appeared on the scene. Yato addressed Tomcat, "Use your skills to strike this black-clad fellow hard. If you win, you'll receive premium cat food tonight along with a Jerry Mouse doll as a gift. If you lose, you'll have to go on a blind date with Hana, the Uchiha clan's ninja cat." Hearing the prize for victory, Tomcat was overjoyed. After all, there was the chance to see his old friend Jerry Mouse, even if only as a doll for now. The consequence of defeat, however, made Tomcat determined to win. Suddenly, a ripple of space appeared beside Tomcat, from which he produced a rocket launcher. Rocket launcher, hidden leaf edition. By expending chakra, it fires explosive rockets. The magnitude of the explosion corresponds proportionally to the chakra consumed. Moreover, Tomcat drew out numerous auxiliary aiming devices from the interspace. Tomcat declared, "Today, it's either you die or you perish." Without hesitation, Tomcat pulled the trigger. Instantly, the rocket launcher roared like an enraged beast, erupting in blazing flames. A scorching fireball shot forth from the barrel, hurtling toward the black-cloaked figure with cataclysmic force. The once confident black-cloaked man, witnessing this, felt a surge of pride and tried to confront the oncoming fireball head-on with his formidable strength. Yet, as the fireball drew nearer, an indescribable strangeness began to spread within him. At first, the sensation was faint and barely perceptible, so much so that he did not notice any bodily anomalies. But as time passed, he gradually realized his movements were slowing, as if the entire world had decelerated. Though subtle, this change was enough to alert the battle-hardened and keenly perceptive man. In the shadows, Madara himself moved slightly, sensing the anomaly. He immediately recognized it as Yato Uchiha's handiwork. At the outset, the flame projectile launched by Tomcat struck the cloak, instantly igniting a burst of fire. Uchiha Madara found himself somewhat taken aback by the sheer power of this single explosive. He had not anticipated that the summoned beast's innate accessory would be so formidable. Though Uchiha Yato was slightly surprised, he was far from astonished. A jest, indeed, anything produced by the system must be of exceptional quality. Due to inherent limitations and not fighting with his own body, Uchiha Madara held back to some extent, merely evading attacks and employing ninjutsu defensively. After all, he was contending with a summoned beast, and one belonging to his own junior at that. It was only fitting to yield somewhat. Shimura Danzo declared, "I, Uchiha Madara, will not be used as a mere favor." Thus, Shimura Danzo was reduced to a puppet, or rather, Uchiha Madara's summoned beast was toyed with by Tomcat as if it were a mere target. Meanwhile, our system successfully earned a tidy profit. This illustration is titled Tomcat Toying with Danzo. After passing some time, Uchiha Yato conceived a new plan. Having spent a period, he was now certain that Shimura Danzo was incapable of wielding Susanoo. Who could say whether Uchiha Madara possessed the means to enable others to summon Susanoo? Uchiha Yato concluded his probing of the black-clad figure with Tomcat and directly invoked his own Susanoo. A colossal skeletal frame erupted from the earth. The sheer presence was profoundly intimidating, yet none present were ordinary individuals, so the effect was somewhat muted. Uchiha Madara felt a genuine impulse, a yearning to confront Uchiha Yato on the battlefield with his utmost prowess. Yet he was also aware that this was but an elusive dream. Even if he were to challenge Uchiha Yato, his waning years and frail body would not permit vigorous combat. Should such a duel occur, it might well be his final dance. At that moment, Uchiha Yato's voice rang out. "Since you claim to be Lord Madara, summon a Gundam. I wish to see it." Although Uchiha Madara was uncertain what Uchiha Yato meant by Gundam, he argued earnestly, insisting that Yato's strength was insufficient to warrant his Susanoo's deployment in battle, and that today's visit was merely a measure of his abilities. To be candid, Uchiha Yato was indeed amused by Madara's obstinacy. The older one grew, the more stubborn, clinging to self-glorification. Uchiha Yato, unwilling to engage in such awkwardness and bearing a certain pride, replied, "Then I shall waste no words. First, endure 2 strikes from me." Suddenly, the massive, pale gray skeleton, previously motionless, stirred. Its hollow eye sockets seemed to flicker with a sinister light, sending chills down one's spine. More astonishingly, the Susanoo grasped a gleaming long sword, its blade emanating a chilling aura. Without hesitation, Susanoo swung the sword with overwhelming force, cleaving downward upon the black-clad figure like a thunderous tempest. In that instant, the blade's light flashed like lightning, slicing through the sky and generating a fierce gale that roared forth. The very air seemed rent asunder, emitting a piercing sound of rupture. Such conduct epitomized the Uchiha clan, confident, vigorous, and spirited. Uchiha Madara admired this manifestation of Uchiha Yato from the depths of his heart. Capable and proud, he was more than willing to engage in a spirited duel with Yato using his own agility. Though somewhat hindered, Uchiha Yato refrained from excessively slowing time, lest the strain upon himself become overwhelming. Following a bout of combat, Uchiha Yato retreated a step, preparing to unleash another fire-style jutsu. At that moment, the black-clad figure remarked, "I must admit you possess strength, young one. However, your swordsmanship is atrocious, like someone untrained, merely hacking about blindly." This was indeed Uchiha Yato's shortcoming. While the Uchiha clan boasted swordsmanship masters, the scope of wielding a sword with a Gundam-like Susanoo was unparalleled, and no one had taught him. Uchiha Yato would not concede verbally. "No need to trouble yourself. I am still young, with time to hone my skills." This was a subtle taunt directed at Shimura Danzo, though the primary control now rested with Uchiha Madara. It aroused some displeasure in Madara, yet as Yato's words were truthful, Madara had little recourse. Madara's plan was simple. If possible, subdue Uchiha Yato and reveal his grand design, then compel Yato to become a pawn. Yet, it was evident that Yato's abilities had rapidly matured, now matching Madara's puppet nearly evenly. Shimura Danzo exclaimed, "I thank you and your entire family, Uchiha Madara." At this juncture, Madara had already begun contemplating retreat. After all, he had come merely to test the waters and did not wish to sour relations with Uchiha Yato. Moreover, the prior skirmish had alerted the Sand Village's forces to some extent. Should lesser adversaries entangle him further, matters would become troublesome. The black-clad figure spoke, "Your technique is still lacking. Practice more. When you can defeat me next time, I shall come for your life. Consider this a lesson." Madara's intention was to exhaust all of Shimura Danzo's chakra, unleash a large-scale ninjutsu, and then have Kuro Zetsu escort the unconscious Danzo away. Having served Madara for many years, Kuro Zetsu understood his current strategy and intended to assist. Suddenly, numerous Kuro Zetsu clones lurking nearby emerged to create distractions. A violent gale whipped around the black-clad figure, lifting him off the ground and enveloping him in a tremendous whirlwind as he gathered power. His fingers moved swiftly, signaling the preparation of a formidable ninjutsu, wind release, great gale rising. A colossal tornado, vast enough to blot out the sky and awe-inspiring in its majesty, surged forward like a raging dragon with unstoppable force, charging directly at Uchiha Yato. Wherever the tornado passed, sand and stones flew. The wind howled fiercely as if intent on tearing the world apart. It bore an endless destructive power, clawing and lunging at Uchiha Yato, seemingly unwilling to relent until he was utterly consumed. Coupled with the interference of Kuro Zetsu's clones, this moment proved quite challenging for Uchiha Yato. Employing fire-style jutsu risked self-immolation due to the overwhelming wind. Refraining from ninjutsu, however, risked the black-clad figure's escape. This predicament piqued Uchiha Yato's interest. Muttering to himself, he said, "So you really naively believe I only know fire-style?" Reacting swiftly, Uchiha Yato completed his hand seals and struck the ground with both palms, proclaiming, "Earth release, wall of cats." Suddenly, an extraordinarily thick earthen wall, resembling a towering mountain, erupted from the earth without warning. The wall soared into the clouds, as if a colossal behemoth had risen from the depths below. More astonishingly, countless intricately carved cat motifs adorned the wall, each cat displaying expressions of vigilance or mockery. Yet, this seemingly whimsical earthen wall now demonstrated astonishing strength and resilience. The fierce collision of wind and wall generated tremendous impact forces, warping the surrounding air and emitting deafening roars. No matter how fiercely the tornado raged, the earthen wall remained utterly unshaken, its surface unmarred by even the slightest tremor. The feline motifs adorning it stayed impeccably clear, their forms growing ever more vivid and animated under the caress of the howling wind. When the final onslaught subsided, only those mocking cat expressions remained, adding an extra touch of absurdity to the scene. Uchiha Yato felt this was far from enough. He resolved to strike with greater severity. Let him be ensnared in the genjutsu of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Of course, Uchiha Madara was fully aware that under these circumstances, should Uchiha Yato's genjutsu truly take hold, he would lose control over Danzo Shimura. That would mean a crushing defeat, an outcome he absolutely could not tolerate. Therefore, Madara issued a command to Kuratsuchi. This time, Uchiha Yato's genjutsu. This is for you.